The footsteps seemed to pause in the yard for a while, and then went back to the kitchen. Then came the sounds of fetching water for washing hands and dishes. Seeing that he was not looking for her, Fong Qiuyan breathed a sigh of relief. I ignored him and continued to write my words seriously. After writing for a while, Fong Qiuyan calmed down. Dohua quickly completed the task her mother assigned to her. But she was not sleepy today, so she picked up a children's picture book and started reading. The picture book was bought by Lin Wan Shu. Dohua has read it several times and can recite it by heart. After looking at it for a while, she put it down. Seeing that she was bored and couldn't sleep, Fong Qiuyan put down her pen and took out a geography book. Mom will tell you something interesting. When Dohua saw the book in Fong Qiuyan's hand, his eyes lit up and he lay down obediently. Mom, I want to listen to the ancient city of Lulan. Why did the ancient city suddenly disappear? Where did the people inside go? Okay, Mom will tell you about the ancient city of Lulan. Fong Qiuyan was also full of curiosity about these mysterious places, and she had read the books in her hands several times. But she still didn't get tired of it. Dohua was lying on the bed, and she slowly began to tell her the story. Lu Jingsong had just finished taking a shower and was about to return to his room. Unexpectedly, when he passed by Fong Qiuyan's room, he heard her soft and soothing voice coming from inside. At first, Lu Jingsong thought she was talking to Dohua, but soon he found something wrong. Merchants and envoys from many countries stayed here, and the impact of various cultures made this place very prosperous. To hear that she was actually studying, she not even go to primary school? How could she understand all this? Until this moment, the impression Fong Qiuyan left on Lu Jingsong was still that of being thin and rustic. Just like other women in the village, she couldn't read a single word, and although she wasn't as timid as she was at the beginning, she was still somewhat cowardly. Such a person made Lu Jingsong unable to imagine her reading a book. Just thinking about it gives me a strange sense of disconnection. But the voice coming from inside forced him to believe it. She was really reading to Dohua. Staring at the tightly closed door in front of him, Lu Jingsong wanted to knock on it several times to see what was going on. But when he thought of the last accident, he endured it again. Finally, he forced himself to look away and walked back to his room. It's just that the sound insulation of the room is really not that good. Lying on the bed, her soft voice still reached his ears clearly. I don't know how long it took before the sound stopped, but Lu Jingsong couldn't fall asleep. There was only one thought that kept repeating in my mind. How could she be so capable of all this? The next room had no intention of getting up to go to the toilet after coaxing Dohua to sleep. I was afraid that I would accidentally bump into Lu Jingsong. Fortunately, she didn't feel like urinating, and since she didn't sleep well last night, Fong Qiuyan quickly fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps because of the medicine prescribed by Lin Wan Shu, she slept soundly that night. When I woke up the next day, I felt refreshed. I calculated the time and listened carefully to the noise outside. Only after she was sure that Lu Jingsong had joined the army did she get up and leave. The yard was quiet and Lu Jingsong was not at home. Fong Qiuyan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly washed herself, wiped her face, and made breakfast. But before she could bring breakfast to the table, she heard Dohua's surprised voice. Mom, look. Fong Qiuyan turned her head and saw Dohua walking towards her happily with a bag in his arms. The bag was open, revealing several pieces of brightly colored fabric inside. These fabrics are so beautiful. Did you buy them? Ever since Fong Qiuyan used cloth to make 2 sets of clothes for Dohua last time, she now knows what this thing is used for. However, this fabric was not bought by Fong Qiuyan at all. Thinking of Lu Jingsong who came back last night, it was hard for her not to suspect that the fabric was bought by him. Dohua, put the fabric back first. It might have been bought by your father. Fong Qiuyan would not be so naive as to think that he would buy fabric for her and Dohua. After all, she had been in the Lu family for so long, and the money and cloth coupons he sent back every year went to everyone in the family, except for her and her daughter. Maybe he bought this fabric and sent it back to his hometown. Besides, she can make money now, so she doesn't need this. Hearing this, Dohwa felt a little disappointed, but she was very obedient. When her mother asked her to put it back, she put it back obediently. Fong Chuyen touched her little head and said, "We already have new clothes. When the weather gets colder, Mom will make you 2 more sets, okay?" Hearing that she could make new clothes in winter, Dohwa no longer missed the fabrics. "Well, Mom will make it for me when it gets cold." Seeing that she was obedient, Fong Chuyen felt so soft-hearted that she cooked a poached egg for her. The mother and daughter had breakfast and went out, collecting herbs yesterday, and she did not go to look for Lin Wan Shu. "Take those medicines over to show her today." Lin Wan Shu has already applied for leave from the hospital. At first, the hospital was reluctant to approve it. After all, so many people came every day just to see Lin Wan Shu. But when they learned that she was busy setting up a pharmaceutical factory to produce the ointment, the hospital immediately changed its mind and approved her leave. Lin Wan Shu had already eaten breakfast and was now writing something in the room. "Wan Shu, come and have a look. What did I pick up in Dongtu Mountain?" As soon as she entered the door, Fong Chuyen took out the winnowing basket as if she was familiar with it and put the medicine in her backpack into the winnowing basket. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu put down her pen and walked over. When she saw what kind of herbs she had picked, she was a little surprised. "Chuyen, how do you recognize these medicines?" It turned out that these medicines were exactly what Lin Wan Shu asked Qin Yan to scatter on the mountain last year. She remembered that she hadn't taught her this yet, right? "I smelled these herbs from your place, so I picked them and brought them back. Can you tell me if they are right?" Lin Wan Shu recognized the medicinal seeds she had sown herself at a glance. "You picked the right ones. I saw these herbs on Dongtu Mountain before. I was planning to take those teams to pick them and plant them in a few days." Hearing this, Fong Chuyen immediately volunteered. "Wan Shu, leave this to me. You tell me what herbs to collect, and I'll take them there when the time comes." Her belly is so big. How could Fong Chuyen let her go up the mountain without any hesitation? Lin Wan Shu felt that it didn't matter to her, but under Fong Chuyen's strong request, she finally agreed. However, the herbs Fong Chuyen collected were not complete, so Lin Wan Shu took out 4 more herbs from her own medicine cabinet and gave them to her. "There are also these types. If you see any, pick them up and show them to me." Hearing this, Fong Chuyen nodded. "I'm free now, I'll go get it back for you later." The rice in the field had been planted not long ago, so there was not much weeds to remove. There was a river here in their army, so there was not as much water shortage as in the village. The rice fields have water and are not lacking in fertilizer, so there is no need to worry about them for now. In her spare time, she would either read or go up the mountain. "Okay, go ahead, but be careful." As she said that, Lin Wan Shu handed her another bag. The bag contained the medicine she prepared, which not only prevented mosquitoes, but also drove away snakes. Ever since the military wives went up the mountain to collect herbs, she has sent them a bag of medicine every 1 or 2 weeks. The military wives all said that the effect was very good, and even mosquitoes wouldn't bite them when they went up the mountain. "Oh, I see." Fong Chuyen happily took the bag and walked away carrying the basket on her back. Dohwa stayed with Lin Wan Shu and played with Xiao Meow Meow. Xiao Meow Meow has recently become obsessed with the game of being a doctor. She sits in the pavilion and imitates Lin Wan Shu, taking the children's pulses. The children also lined up seriously. When it was their turn, one said they had a headache and the other said they had a toothache. The most exaggerated one is pretending to have a broken leg. Xiao Meow Meow bandaged them properly. Shen Xiai didn't want to play this game. He thought it was too childish. But Xiao Meow Meow insisted on making him a patient, so he had no choice but to resign himself to his fate and lie on the bench, letting Xiao Meow Meow give him an injection and cover his forehead with a cloth to reduce the fever. For Shenyu to see Shen Xiai in such a miserable state, and he almost couldn't straighten his back from laughing. Xiao Jianxi still had a bandage hanging around his neck, pretending to be a patient with a broken arm. When he saw Shen Xi's expression of despair, he smiled with gloating glee. Meow Meow didn't stop until all the little friends in the yard had been beaten up by her. Lin Wan Shu came out and saw the yard full of patients. She was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Meow Meow saw her mother coming. She announced it proudly. "I can treat illnesses, too." Lin Wan Shu burst out laughing immediately. Hey, there's a new doctor in our family. So I'll call you Dr. Meow Meow from now on? Hearing this, Meow Meow shook her head seriously. During working hours, please call me Dr. Qin. Sun Shifeng was also amused by her little granddaughter. They also followed suit and called out Dr. Qin. Meow Meow was even more proud. She felt that she was as great as her mother. After a while, two little soldiers came in from the door. Good morning, Auntie. Kong Bufan greeted Sun Shifeng cheerfully. Sun Shifeng quickly invited the two of them in, and while inviting them, she asked with concern, Have you eaten? If not, come and have something to eat. As soon as she saw them, Sun Shifeng thought of her own son who had joined the army at a very young age, and naturally she felt more pity for them. The two little soldiers felt the care from their elders and were deeply touched. Kong Bufan said to Sun Shifeng with a grateful look on his face, We have already eaten, so don't bother, Auntie. We are here to ask Sister Wan Shu for some chicken. Lin Wan Shu also came over, and upon hearing this, she smiled and said, Finally, I've made you come. If you hadn't come, the chicken would have been snatched away by the sisters-in-law. She have hatched 3 broods of chicks from last year to this year. First nest was captured by Kong Bufan and his companions. Second nest was given to the military wives who got along better with each other. This is the third nest, and it was booked by the army early on. Sister-in-law, we also received the news and came here early in the morning. Where is the chicken now? When Lin Wan Shu's chicken breed was mentioned, Kong Bufan's eyes lit up surprisingly. They caught at the beginning of the year have now started laying eggs. What's more, half of the chickens can lay at least 2 eggs a day, and the other half, although not more than 2, still lay eggs every day. They had never seen a chicken that laid eggs so well in their lives. They were almost too excited. As soon as they heard that Lin Wan Shu had hatched another brood of chicks, the logistics department placed an order early. Ever since the order was placed, the people in the logistics department have been anxious and wished they could get the liquid out to catch the chicks and raise them. I was afraid that if I was too late, I would be caught. Now hearing that the chickens could be caught, the two of them rushed over immediately. I have locked the chickens in the cage, waiting for you. Lin Wan Shu spoke. She led the little soldier to the corner where the chickens were placed. This nest of chicks has grown a lot after being raised for a while. In addition, her chickens are of good quality, and the chicks are all very healthy. Not a single chick has died in the entire brood so far. Kong Bufan looked at the chicks in the cage, each of them as energetic as last time, his eyes and heart filled with joy. If half of the clutch can lay 2 eggs a day and they can use them to hatch chicks and chickens lay eggs and eggs hatch chicks, wouldn't they be able to achieve egg freedom soon? Sister-in-law, you are really the lucky star of our army. When Kong Bufan thought about the fact that each of them would be able to eat eggs for every meal in the future, he felt like he would wake up laughing in his dreams. And all this is thanks to this sister-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the chicks are good, they need to be raised well to lay so many eggs. You can make half of the chickens lay 2 eggs a day, which is also amazing. Being praised, Kong Bufan was so excited that his face turned red. But he said modestly, No, my sister-in-law's seedlings are still the best. After the two of them praised each other for a while, Kong Bufan took the chicks from the chicken coop away. When Meow Meow saw the chick being caught again, she suddenly felt unhappy. My chicken. With her short legs, she quickly chased after the 2 little soldiers, as if she was going to take back her chicken. Seeing this, Lin Wan Shu quickly stopped her and said, Meow Meow, didn't your little rabbit give birth to a baby? Why don't you take your friends to see it? Hearing this, Meow Meow's attention was indeed diverted. Blinking, she turned to look at her friends. I have a bunny, do you want to see it? When the children heard that Meow Meow's rabbit had given birth to babies, they were all very excited. I want to see it. Meow Meow, can you give me a baby rabbit? After a while, all the children came to the rabbit hutch built by Qin Yan. When I looked inside, I saw several little rabbits. No one can resist such a cute little cub, not even children. When everyone saw Meow Meow's rabbit, they were envious. Isn't it too cute? Look at that little rabbit, its ears are so strange. The children were talking to each other, chattering about the little rabbit inside. Meow Meow was very happy when she heard them praising their rabbits. She was also a generous child. When she was happy, she waved her hand and agreed to give each of them a little rabbit. The children heard this. They cheered with joy. But the rabbit is still young and needs to feed, so they can't take it back now. We can only wait until the full moon before catching it. Although they couldn't catch the rabbit, the children who claimed it were unwilling to leave. One by one, they expressed their willingness to bring food for the rabbit. After Meow Meow gave the little rabbit away, she felt a little regretful. But she was a person who cared about her reputation, and it was difficult for her to go back on her word, so she just watched them feed the rabbits with a somewhat depressed look on her face. The children were all focused on the little rabbit, and no one noticed Meow Meow's emotions, except Shinsi. Seeing that she was unhappy, he walked over to her and said, "Sister, I have a little parrot at home. Do you want to go and see it?" Heard that he had a little parrot, his eyes lit up and he became happy again. Just like that, while other children were still feeding the little rabbits, Shinsi took Meow Meow out. Fong came back. It was already past 10 o'clock. Lu Jingsong usually goes home between 11:30 and 12 o'clock noon. She had to go back early to prepare the meal. Therefore, after giving the medicine to Lin Wan Shu, she did not stay and went home. She had already cooked sweet potato porridge in the morning, so now all she had to do was stir-fry a vegetable. There were vegetables and tomatoes in the basket, so she simply fried some tomatoes and eggs, and then some vegetables. The mother and daughter had dinner. They ran to Lin Wan Shu's house again. When Lu Jingsong came back at noon, he saw the yard was quiet and couldn't help frowning. "Is she that busy? I haven't seen her since I came back." I came to the kitchen in a bad mood and saw 2 covered dishes on the table. Half of the dish was eaten, and the rest was obviously left for him. And on the stool, the cloth that I had placed there last night was still lying there. Lu Jingsong frowned even more tightly. However, he did not plan to go out to find someone. Instead, he sat down to eat directly, intending to wait for her to come back in the evening and then tell her that the cloth was for her and Dohua. Lu Jingsong had a good idea, but when he came back in the evening, the mother and daughter had already eaten, taken a bath, and went back to the house. Looking at the tightly closed door, Lu Jingsong would be a fool if he didn't understand that she was deliberately avoiding him. Pursing his lips, he finally didn't try to knock on her door, but put the bag of cloth at her door. Returning to the room and just lying down, I heard a woman's gentle voice from the next room again. But this time she told a mythological story. Dohua obviously liked it very much. After listening to it, he asked many questions out of curiosity. Fong did not show any impatience and answered the questions carefully one by one. Lu Jingsong was shocked as he listened to her explain the moral of the story in a few simple words. Why is it that after just a few months of not seeing her, she seems like a different person? This wasn't the first day he knew her. How could he not know that she really couldn't read a single word before? What is going on? Curiosity made Lu Jingsong prick up his ears and listen to her movements. Fong told 2 more stories. Dohua finally fell asleep. After putting down the storybook, she picked up her herbal notebook. The whole room was silent, with only the occasional sound of pages turning. But the sound was too small and could not be heard next door. Lu Jingsong listened for a long time, but didn't hear any sound. He felt inexplicably lost in his heart. The next day, Fong still got up after a long time after hearing Lu Jingsong go out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the bag of cloth from yesterday placed at the door. Dohua also saw it and picked it up happily. "Mom, did Dad give it to us?" "It was delivered to their room door, so it must be for them, right?" Fong looked at Dohua happily, holding the cloth with a complicated look. After a pause, she said, "Well, this is a gift from Dad. Keep it. When Mom is free, she will make you new clothes." Her relationship with Lu Jingsong is not normal. He is Dohua's father after all. Since he is willing to care for the child, she has no reason to reject this fatherly love on behalf of Dohua. Dohua was very happy when she heard it and put the cloth back into the closet like a treasure. Although Fong asked Dohua to accept the cloth, She still had no intention of meeting Lu Jingsong. I still calculate the time every day to avoid him. The two lived under the same roof. They had never met each other. Even though they had never met, Fong Qiuyan's voice, which she had deliberately lowered at night, still reached Lu Jingsong's ears unimpeded. And he seemed to be used to it. After taking a shower every day, I would go back to lie on the bed, waiting to hear what she would tell Dohua that day. Fong Qiuyan talked about a wide range of topics. In addition to geography and mythology, she also talked about history and even read newspapers to Dohua. That deliberately lowered voice seemed so gentle and moving in the quiet night. She has a good voice, Lu Jingsong thought. But she didn't seem to want to see him. Lu Jingsong guessed that she might have been frightened by what happened during the Chinese New Year. Therefore, even though he knew she was avoiding him, he didn't try to block her. Just accept the rules she made. But deep down in my heart, I have an indescribable feeling. It felt like something was grabbing at it, or like there was cotton stuck inside. It made him sleep restlessly at night. A week later, the team leaders sent someone over to say that the sloping land had been reclaimed and they were waiting for Lin Wan Shu's next instructions. Lin Wan Shu asked Qin Yan to find a young soldier to accompany Fong Qiuyan and lead the members to the mountain to dig seedlings and bring them back to plant. Lin Wan Shu has already planned the seedlings, with each team planting a few species. The final added value is basically the same. The team naturally had no objection to Lin Wan Shu's arrangement. They just sent people to dig up the seedlings belonging to their own team. Assigned by Qin Yan to protect Fong Qiuyan also knew Lu Jingsong. He saw Captain Lu's wife. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Which jerk spread the rumor that someone's wife is ugly and rustic? Hecko, are you the comrade Shaguoqiang that Captain Qin mentioned? Going out, Fong Qiuyan asked him politely. Shaguoqiang almost stared in amazement at the gentle voice and friendly smile. When he came to his senses, he smiled awkwardly. Yes, sister-in-law, I am Shaguoqiang. You can just call me Xiao Sha. Fong Qiuyan nodded and said politely, thank you for your help. She was good-looking to begin with, and now she was well-educated. She spoke in such a polite manner that she was no different from the people in the city. Shaguoqiang was full of doubts for a moment. What was Captain Lu thinking by leaving such a beautiful wife behind for several years? If it were him, he would wish to see people every day. But he didn't say any more and prepared to go to the assembly point with his men. But before he left the family compound, he ran into Lin Wan Shu. Wan Shu, where are you going? Seeing her, Fong Qiuyan subconsciously stepped forward to support her. Lin Wan Shu clapped her hands with amusement. How can I be so delicate? Don't be nervous. After that, he continued, we will plant the herbs right after we dig them up. I'll go see how they turn out. Although they are all farmers who deal with the land, there are still some requirements for the planting of some medicines. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan looked at her with some disapproval. If there's anything you need to pay attention to, just tell me. Why is it worth the trip? Shaguoqiang originally thought that Fong Qiuyan was pretty enough, but he didn't expect that there would be an even prettier sister-in-law. He almost couldn't move his eyes. What kind of feng shui is this place? Why are all my sisters-in-law prettier than the other? But he didn't dare to look at it anymore, so he turned away with a blushing face and echoed, yes, sister-in-law, if there is anything, just tell me. Lin Wan Shu smiled helplessly and said, I have already told the captain and the others in advance, but I was afraid that they would not understand, so I made a special trip. Don't worry, I know my situation well. After hearing what she said, the two of them stopped trying to persuade her. But when I set out, I consciously slowed down my pace. We arrived at the assembly point. The captains had already been waiting for a while. Saw Lin Wan Shu. His eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. Comrade Lin, you are here too?
He thought she wouldn't come this time.
Lin Wan Shu smiled and said, I'll go take a look while you guys are growing the herbs. The other captains also gathered around, and when they heard this, they were all filled with gratitude. Comrade Lin, thank you so much. With your guidance, we feel more at ease. After all, this is the first time I've planted this thing. If something goes wrong or it doesn't meet the requirements, wouldn't all my work be in vain? Because Lin Wan Shu came here temporarily, Wu Jiang sent an ant to take her back to the slope of the brigade first. The others followed Fong Qiuyan and Shaoguqiang to collect herbs. The ant recognized Lin Wan Shu at a glance. Knowing that she had come to the rescue with the army, she was not shy and took her arm, asking about her well-being, as friendly as if she were an elder in the family. Lin Wan Shu felt her enthusiasm and felt warm in her heart. Soon, the two arrived at the sloped land reclaimed by the Shangshan Brigade. The slope has been neatly dug into rows of trenches. The members are now spreading manure into the ditch. Perhaps because they knew that this land was to be cultivated to make money, the members worked very hard. Lin Wan Shu took a look and estimated that all the men, women, and children in the village had come out. Even some whose bellies were bigger than hers, carrying manure and walking quickly along the ridges of the fields. Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but worry for her when she saw it. She's about to give birth, right? Why is she carrying something so heavy? Unable to hold back, Lin Wan Shu turned her head and asked the ant. Hearing this, the ant sighed heavily. She has to be picky. Her husband was buried in the last mudslide. Now, there is no strong labor force at home. If she doesn't work, what will happen to the two children at home? In my belly is a posthumous child. Although the family was not well off, at least there was still some hope in life. Now that her man is gone, she has no one to rely on. How can she go on with her life if she doesn't work harder? Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu felt a little heavy. From the last mudslide were not actually that great, but even so, behind every number, it was a devastating disaster for every family. In the face of such pain, any comfort is pale and powerless. Although no one died in the ant's family, those who died were all people she knew. Whenever she thought about it, she felt very sad. Without saying anything more, she patted Lin Wan Shu's hand and said, "Sister, go sit under the tree for a while. When we get the herbs back, you can teach us how to plant them." She also has to go up the mountain to dig herbs to earn work points. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu nodded. Okay, I can go there by myself. Andy, you go and do your work. Everyone was working against the clock, and Lin Wan Shu didn't intend to delay them, so she waved at her. The ant did not leave immediately, but found a little girl about 6 or 7 years old to accompany Lin Wan Shu. Sister, if you have anything to do, just ask her to do it. Annie has gone up the mountain first. Lin Wan Shu smiled at her gratefully. Okay, thank you, Auntie. After the ant made all the arrangements, she went straight back to Dongtu Mountain without stopping. The little girl she found was not tall and thin, but her eyes were bright, and she looked at her with curiosity. Lin Wan Shu rarely saw such a bold country girl, and she was also somewhat curious about her. Sister, what's your name? The little girl was not afraid of strangers. Upon hearing this, she responded crisply, My name is Xiaogu. Afraid that she didn't know which gu it was, I explained. It's the gu in rice. My mother said that if I was named this, I would be able to eat white rice every day when I grow up. Xiaogu was obviously very satisfied with his name, and his little face was full of pride. From her graceful and generous appearance, you can tell at a glance that she must be doted on by her parents at home. Lin Wan Shu also followed her words and said, Yes, when you grow up, we can eat white rice every meal. Hybrid rice was successfully developed last year and is expected to be popularized soon. In the future, the lives of Chinese people will get better and better. Hearing this, Xiaogu's face was full of longing. I really want to grow up quickly. When I grow up, I will earn a lot of work points for my mother so that she doesn't have to work so hard. Lin Wan Shu liked children in the first place, and seeing how sensible she was, she couldn't help but feel a bit of affection for her. After thinking for a while, she took out a few candies from her pocket and handed them over. Xiaogu, thank you for chatting with me. I'll treat you to some candy. When Xiaogu saw the candy in her hand, he blurted out, It's milk candy. Lin Wan Shu smiled and said, It's milk candy, fragrant and sweet. Take it quickly. But when Xiaogu saw Naitong, his expression suddenly became strange. I don't eat candy. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Lin Wan Shu put away the candy and asked carefully, Xiaogu, don't you like candy? Then how about I treat you to some fruit candy? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaogu suddenly turned his back and kept wiping his tears with one hand. Lin Wan Shu was shocked when she saw this. Just when I was about to ask her what was going on, the pregnant woman who was carrying manure came over. Xiaogu, what's wrong with you? The pregnant woman asked with concern. Lin Wan Shu stood up somewhat awkwardly. Heko, sister-in-law, is this your child? I just chatted with her for a few minutes and felt that we had a good relationship. I wanted to treat her to a candy, but I don't know why she suddenly started crying. That she was afraid that she would think that she had bullied her child. But when she heard the word, toffee, the pregnant woman's face suddenly changed. We don't eat candy. Thank you for your kindness. After saying that, she took Xiaogu away. Just now no longer said a word. He kept his head down along the way and kept wiping his tears with his hands. Sad and upset. Lin Wan Shu looked at the backs of the mother and daughter as they left, feeling a little dazed. It seems like she meant well, but ended up doing something bad. In her hand, Lin Wan Shu's expression became even more embarrassed. But she is not someone who likes internal friction. After thinking carefully about what she had just said, she realized there was nothing wrong with it, so she stopped thinking about it. Putting the candy back into the bag, she waited quietly under the tree for the herb diggers to come back. During this time, people who were drinking water recognized her one after another, and without exception, they greeted her enthusiastically. But they were obviously very busy. They greeted each other hurriedly, drank some water, and left one by one in a hurry. Lin Wan Shu continued to wait bored, and soon, another person came under the tree. He was of medium build, with dark skin, and wearing a straw hat. Comrade, I heard that you are here to teach us how to grow herbs? Lin Wan Shu heard the doubt in his voice, but she didn't get angry and nodded. Yes, there's a kind of medicinal herb that has some special habits and requires special cultivation methods. I came to take a look. However, when Zhang Dongqiang heard this, he felt a little disapproving. The woman in front of me looks very fair and clean. Even her hands are as white and slender as green onions. How can she look like someone who can work? Isn't he just like those people who go to the countryside to gain experience, giving blind orders and then leaving the mess for him to clean up? Comrade, farming is a science. You can't solve the problem by reading a few books. You have to combine it with reality. Just believing in books will be a disaster for farming. His voice was serious. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu agreed deeply. Comrade, you are right. Farming is indeed a big deal, especially for these herbs. Although they are easy to grow, there are some tricks to make them work to their full potential. As she spoke, Lin Wan Shu began to discuss the properties of herbs with him. Zhang Dongqiang. How come this is different from what he thought? And she feel guilty? Why is she still excited? But he inexplicably felt that what she said made sense. What was going on? Just like that, Zhang Dongqiang, who originally came to question Lin Wan Shu, unknowingly became a student. As he listened, he nodded repeatedly, asked a few questions from time to time, and almost took out a pen to take notes. Lin Wan Shu finally finished speaking. She suddenly realized something. How come this person has such strong professional knowledge? Comrade, what do you usually do in the team? Although the members go to the fields every day, not all the work assigned to them by the team leader is the same. Zhang Dongqiang, I am an agricultural technician in the Shangpa Brigade. Lin Wan Shu. Well, not at all. If he hadn't told her, she would have thought he was just an ordinary member of the team. Initial doubts turned directly into admiration. Comrade, do you work at the Agricultural Research Institute? If that's the case, then it makes sense. He may be responsible for conducting experiments. Lin Wan Shu. No, I used to be a farmer, and now I work in a hospital. I have dealt with these medicines a lot, and I am familiar with their behaviors. The main thing is that the space is filled with endless medicinal herbs, and she needs to take care of them frequently, so it is hard for her not to be familiar with them. Hearing about her complicated identity, Zhang Dongqiang was completely paralyzed. How did a farmer get involved with a doctor? But before he could ask carefully, the first group of people who were digging for herbs came back. Lin Wan Shu did not delay and walked towards the slope, wearing a straw hat. Everyone now knows who she is. I heard that the pharmaceutical factory was organized and established by her. Because of this, the people present were warm yet respectful towards her. Everyone was very obedient when she asked them to guide them in growing herbs. It can be said that it can hit wherever you point. And Zhang Dongqiang has now figured out that although Lin Wan Shu looks weak, she is actually very powerful. Therefore, he also followed and studied seriously. Lin Wan Shu finished instructing the Shangpa Brigade. Agricultural technicians from other brigades also came. They come with people. They also brought herbs that their team wanted to grow. Right away, the technician came directly to the door, saving Lin Wan Shu from having to run around one by one. Soon, she explained all the herbs with special requirements and demonstrated how to grow them in the field. It was also the first time for the technicians to learn how to grow herbs, and they all studied very seriously. It was not until the afternoon that Fong Qiuyan also arrived. The two of them, together with Sha Guoqiang and the other two, gathered together. They went straight back to the family compound. After a busy day, Fong Qiuyan felt sore in her back and waist and felt like she had no strength left in her body. Fortunately, it was still early. After returning home, Fong Qiuyan quickly cooked, took a shower, and took the tofu pudding back to the house. After a whole day of intensive work digging herbs, she was so tired that she didn't even want to move her fingers, let alone tell stories to Dohua. Dohua saw that her mother was tired and didn't dare to disturb her. The mother and daughter fell asleep early. Lu Jingsong came back a little late today. By the time he had dinner, took a shower and returned to the house, it was almost 9 o'clock. His hair was still wet, and he had no intention of going to bed so early, so he picked up a book and started reading. I just read for a long time without turning to the next page. Rubbing his brows, he put down the book in his hand and lit a cigarette. Under the dim light, his distinct brow bones inexplicably looked a little more irritated, because he realized that he had been waiting for the sound of reading in the next room. The next day, Lu Jingsong went out even earlier. Fong Qiuyan didn't care and went early with Sha Guoqiang to lead the team members to the mountains to dig herbs. I came back home in the evening, ate, took a shower, and fell asleep. It was so quiet that it seemed as if she was not even in the house. For several days, Fong Qiuyan was so busy that she had no time to think about the man she lived under the same roof with. Lin Wan Shu was not so busy. She couldn't let Fong Qiuyan do all the herb digging alone, so she went to the slope with her every day. The first day of guidance, the members strictly followed her requirements in planting. They were very efficient, and in just 3 or 4 days, they had planted several types of medicinal herbs on more than half of the slopes. However, the medicinal herbs were planted, but it still didn't rain. There were occasional dark clouds in the sky these past 2 days, but no rain was produced. When the members saw that it was not raining, they carried buckets and watered the herbs one by one. It's obviously hard work, but no one complains. Even the pregnant woman who was about to give birth carried water to water the herbs. Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but worry for her when she saw it. Everyone else looked as if they were used to it, but occasionally someone would still whisper something. What do you think Lu Xiaoying was thinking? She has lost her husband, yet she still wants to carry this burden with her. Even the fourth leader of the team said that he doesn't mind her getting pregnant and wants to marry her, but she still doesn't want to and actually chased him away. That's right. It's already difficult for her as a woman to raise 2 children. Now she's going to give birth to another one. The old woman at home can't see and can't help at all. I don't know how she's going to live in the future. When talking about Lu Xiaoying, everyone was very sympathetic at first, but since she repeatedly rejected marriage proposals from others, this sympathy turned into incomprehension. Does a woman earn in a day? It's hard to even raise a child. She now not only has to support 2 children, but also her mother-in-law. There were so many mouths waiting to be fed, and they felt suffocated just thinking about it. And let her die of exhaustion before the child is grown up. Where there are people, there is gossip. Lin Wan Shu stayed here for a few days and had a general understanding of the pregnant woman's condition. Unexpectedly, in addition to raising 2 children, she also had to support a blind mother-in-law. No wonder she is still working so hard even though she is about to give birth. However, she just listened to it and didn't care about it anymore. After all, there are more than 1 or 2 miserable people in this era, and it is impossible for her to take care of every one of them. Instead of doing this, it would be better to make the factory bigger and stronger, provide more jobs, and purchase more raw materials. Only when the conditions in the brigade are good can the members benefit. That afternoon, a lot of dark clouds gathered in the sky again. Seeing so many dark clouds, the members were very excited. Is it sure to rain this time? Although God has played tricks on us twice in a row, everyone is still eagerly looking forward to it. It will definitely rain. It has been dry here for too long. If it doesn't rain, the crops will collapse. Sure enough, after a while, the sky darkened and the wind blew violently. The members didn't even bother to find a place to shelter from the rain in advance. They all looked at the sky nervously, fearing that God was playing a joke on them again. Wu Jiang saw that something was wrong and quickly found Lin Wan Shu. "Comrade Lin, it's going to rain soon. Come with me to the melon shed and take shelter for a while." He doesn't care about other people, but Lin Wan Shu is the hope of their team, and he must take good care of her. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu did not try to be stubborn and followed him to the melon shed. When I entered, there were already more than a dozen people inside. Lu Xiaoying and Xiaogu were also inside. Lin Wan Shu happened to be standing next to Xiaogu. When he saw her, Xiaogu looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. However, Lin Wan Shu was not in the mood to care about her. It looked like it was going to rain at any time outside, and Fong Qiuyan didn't know what would happen. "Comrade Lin, don't worry. There is a wooden house on the mountain. I have already told them to take Comrade Fong to the wooden house to take shelter from the rain if it rains." In the past, wild boars were rampant, so the team built a wooden house on the mountain specifically for hunting wild boars. Although it has been abandoned for a long time, it can still provide shelter from the rain. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu finally felt relieved. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the sky became darker and darker. The people in the melon shed were not afraid at all. Instead, their faces were full of excitement. "It's going to go down, it's going to go down. Already so dark, if it doesn't rain soon, they will curse." Even Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but clench her fists, secretly praying in her heart that it would rain. At this tense moment, suddenly, a man's cry of pain was heard beside him. Sudden movement caused everyone to turn their heads. The man in the corner who was holding his feet and breathing heavily, who else could he be but the village bachelor Huang Laosi? He was short, with messy hair and a mouthful of yellow teeth. I didn't know if he had ever brushed them. As he inhaled, the plaque and tartar were clearly exposed. It makes people frown when they see it. "Old Four, what did you do?" someone asked. It seemed like concern, but that excited and gossipy gaze moved back and forth between him and Lu Xiaoying several times. Huang Laosi cursed in pain, but he had to force an awkward smile.
"No.
It's okay. I just got stepped on accidentally." Hearing this, everyone's eyes became ambiguous. "Oh, is it Xiaoying who stepped on you? When did you two become so familiar with each other? Did I miss something good?" Hearing this, the fourth brother did not deny it, but chuckled, which made people imagine more. But at this moment, Lu Xiaoying's cold voice was heard in the melon shed. "I've said it many times, I have nothing to do with Huang Laosi. If anyone spreads rumors again, I'll go to his door and throw shit on him." As soon as these words were spoken, the person who was joking just now suddenly looked a little embarrassed. When he was rejected in person. "I don't mind that you have a few burdens, but you still picked up Chow?
Bah.
Apart from me, I don't believe that anyone else would dare to marry you." When the people in the melon shed heard this, they all agreed. That's right. With her conditions, it's good enough for her to find someone like Lao Si. How dare she be so picky? "Xiaoying, I'm not saying anything to you, but how can you feed so many mouths by yourself? If the fourth brother doesn't mind, just marry him." A moment, the entire melon shed was filled with voices of persuasion. Lin Wan Shu glanced at the pretty Lu Xiaoying, then at the unsightly Huang Laosi, and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation. What happened to the widow? People are working honestly to earn work points, so is this a hindrance to them? Are they willing to push someone into a sloppy man who can't even get married? Originally, Lin Wan Shu had no intention of intervening in Lu Xiaoying's affairs, but at this moment, she couldn't stand it anymore. But before she could open her mouth, she heard Lu Xiaoying smile coldly. You mean by not disliking me? You want me to give away the baby in my belly? And you want me to abandon my mother-in-law and 2 children to take care of a lazy guy with nothing at home? After hearing this, the crowd, who were still trying to persuade them, suddenly fell silent. Everyone's face turned red. That's not the way to say it. A man will become more diligent after getting married. When the time comes, you can ask him to help your mother-in-law and 2 children. Wouldn't it be better than the hard work you have now? After coming to their senses, everyone began to persuade them earnestly. That's right. What man is not like this before marriage? After marrying a wife, he can tidy up his home and become clean. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoying felt even more ironic. TSK. A pregnant woman, can earn 8 work points a day, and he, a man with healthy hands and feet, can earn 6 work points a day. You want me to marry him and take care of his household? Am I crazy, or are you crazy? Once again left everyone speechless. Lu Xiaoying did not give them time to react. She stared at everyone coldly and continued, My husband was washed away by a mudslide in order to save Xiaogu and me, and you want me to abandon my mother-in-law and children and marry someone else? I'm sorry, I can't do such a heartless thing. Even if I die of exhaustion in this life, I want to die in the Chen family. If anyone says those nonsense words again in the future, I will go to his house and drink pesticide. That resolute look shocked everyone on the spot. All people knew was that Chen Lingguang was washed away by the mudslide. But no one knows exactly how it was washed away. Now they heard that he died trying to save his wife and daughter, and they were extremely shocked. Suddenly, the whole melon shed was silent, and no one dared to speak out to persuade them anymore. How to persuade? The man died to save her and her daughter. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were in their shoes, how could they do such a heartless thing as abandoning someone else's old mother? A moment, the people who had just persuaded her to remarry felt a burning sensation on their faces and were ashamed.
I'm sorry, Shui.
I will never say such things again. One auntie had red eyes, and her voice was full of annoyance. Xiaoying, if you want to stay at the Chen family, then stay. If you need any help in the future, just call me aunt. Couple are both affectionate and righteous, and they are not heartless. So how could they not be moved? Lu Xiaoying said nothing. The word, forgiveness, but she can't get over it in her heart. When the mudslide occurred, Lin Guang was clearly in a safe area. But he still rushed back resolutely to save his Xiaogu. Lu Xiaoying will never forget the scene in which he used his last bit of strength to throw her and the child onto the shore, while he himself was swallowed up by the mudslide. That stupid man. He even lost his life for her. How could she bear to let him lose the bet? Lu Xiaoying didn't say anything, and the melon shed fell into a strange silence again. I don't know if it was to cover up the embarrassment. Someone laughed and said, It's been so long. Why hasn't it rained yet? When talking about the rain, everyone immediately stopped caring about Lu Xiaoying. Many of them immediately ran out of the melon shed. But what I saw was that the dark clouds that had just covered the sky were slowly dispersing. The dark clouds have been blown away again. Someone shouted, and everyone in the melon shed rushed out. I saw that the sky, which was covered with dark clouds just now, was gradually clearing up. Someone immediately started cursing. You thief god, do you think it's fun to play tricks on us? Believe it or not, I will use a cannon to blow you up. The others also looked very ugly. It's been 3 days in a row, and every time the noise is so loud, but it turns out it's all a lie. A noisy scene outside, but in the melon shed, Lu Xiaoying was in a very low mood. With his empty eyes, he stared blankly at the distant sky, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiaogu tightly held his mother's hand, his little face full of panic and fear. Mom, don't leave Xiaogu behind. Xiaogu is scared. Her father is gone, and she only has her mother, grandmother, and sister. Grandma can't see anymore, and my sister is still so young. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoying seemed to finally come to his senses. The corners of her lips twitched, and she raised her hand to touch Xiao Gu's head. Silly boy, why would your mother abandon you? If she had to beg for food, she would still raise them. This is the blood he left for her. Hearing this, Xiao Gu felt relieved. But that little hand always held its mother's hand tightly. It was as if he was afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. Lu Xiaoying felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Just when he was about to comfort his eldest daughter again, he heard a concerned voice coming from the side. Mother Xiaogu, I heard that your mother-in-law is blind. Do you need me to take care of you? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoying raised her head. Following the sound, I saw the female comrade who was going to give Xiaogu milk candy that day. Is it you? Comrade, I'm sorry for losing my composure that day. People mean well, but you have that attitude. In fact, after saying that, Lu Xiaoying felt extremely upset. She wanted to apologize to her several times, but she didn't know how to start. Now that she finally had the chance to talk to her, Lu Xiaoying expressed the apology that had been in her heart for many days. Lin Wan Shu shook her head and said, I was a little abrupt. I should be the one to apologize. Considering that her husband died trying to save them, Lin Wan Shu could easily guess that this candy must have some special meaning to the mother and daughter. Lu Xiaoying felt even more guilty. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Seeing that the apology would never end, Lin Wan Shu quickly changed the subject. Hearing her asking about her mother-in-law's eyes again, Lu Xiaoying's expression became a little gloomy. Thank you for your concern, comrade. My mother-in-law suddenly lost her sight after being injured in a mudslide. I took her to the county hospital for treatment. The doctor prescribed some medicine, but she still couldn't get better. After so long, Lu Xiaoying has become desperate. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu did not back down. If it had happened before, she might not have gotten involved in Lu Xiaoying's family affairs. But after learning about her experience, Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but want to help her. To be honest, I'm working at Wen City Military Hospital now, and I have some experience in treating illnesses. If you need help, I can help you take a look. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoying's eyes felt a little hot. After the man left, she had become accustomed to the fickleness of human nature, and no one had ever wanted to help her as sincerely as she did.
Well,
then I'll trouble you, comrade. Lu Xiaoying couldn't refuse such help. What if she really has a solution? If my mother-in-law's eyes could be cured, she wouldn't have to work so hard. At least there's someone to look after the child. The two of them finished talking. They set off to return to the team. As soon as we walked out of the melon shed, Fong Qiuyan and Sha Guoqiang also came down the mountain. When they heard that Lin Wan Shu was going to the brigade to treat patients, they decided to accompany her without saying a word. The group soon arrived at Lu Xiaoying's home. Shampa Brigade were all built by the army later as resettlement housing for disaster victims. The houses are lined up in rows. Originally, every household had the same structure, with a main room and a room on each side. Later, the villagers added rooms, kitchens, toilets, and other facilities on the original basis. The land here is spacious enough, and even if we add more rooms, there seems to be enough space. Among all the renovated houses, Lu Xiaoying's home looks a little different. In addition to the 3 rooms originally built by the army, a kitchen, toilet, and shower room were simply built with wooden boards in the corner. The shower room and toilet are covered with 2 thick layers of bamboo strips. Even if you peel off the outer layer, there is still a layer of wood and a layer of bamboo strips inside. There is no risk of being spied on. Several additional wooden houses are covered with thatch. Although they don't look strong enough, they can at least provide shelter from the wind and rain. The whole yard was clean, without even a fallen leaf. Lin Wan Shu took a quick look at her and couldn't help but feel a little more respect for Lu Xiaoying. Even though she is so busy and works so hard, she still keeps the house in order. Perhaps she heard the noise outside, as a little girl of 3 or 4 years old suddenly ran out from the room on the right side of the main hall. Mom, are you back? I'll get you some water to wash your hands. He is obviously a 3 or 4-year-old child, but he looks very mature. Felt very pleased when she looked at her well-behaved and sensible daughter. Don't worry, Mimi. I'll bring a doctor to check Grandma's eyes. Hearing this, Mimi looked at Lin Wan Shu and the others curiously. When she saw Lin Wan Shu's equally bulging belly, she blinked and said, "Aunt, do you have a little brother in your belly too?" Hearing the child's childish talk, Lin Wan Shu found it a little funny and teased her. "How do you know it's a brother and not a sister?" Mimi put her hands on her hips proudly. "I just know that my mother also has a little brother in her belly." Lu Xiaoying has become accustomed to her daughter's frequent shocking remarks. Fortunately, she didn't tell her that she was pregnant with a little girl, otherwise she would have spanked her little butt. "Xiao Gu, take Mimi out to play?" Not intending to let her little girl cause trouble, Lu Xiaoying asked Xiao Gu to take her sister away. Xiao Gu was also very obedient. She didn't give her sister a chance to resist. She just pulled her sister away. After the girls left, Lu Xiaoying invited Lin Wan Shu to go into the room on the left. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a hoarse voice coming from inside. "Xiaoying, are you back?" Through the dim light, Lin Wan Shu saw a thin figure sitting on the east bed. Lu Xiaoying walked up quickly, took her hand and said, "Mom, it's me. I'm back, and I brought you a doctor." She said she wanted to check your eyes. Hearing this, Wen Xianghan looked around without any anxiety. Where? Lin Wan Shu and Fong Qiuyan also walked into the house, and Sha Guqiang was waiting outside. The whole house smelled like urine. It is estimated that Lu Xiaoying placed the bucket in the house specifically for her mother-in-law to urinate in. "I'm here, Aunt." Lin Wan Shu walked to the bedside and responded. The person on the bed looked to be in his early 60s. He seemed to be of a calm temperament, without any sharpness caused by sudden change. Some of his graying hair was neatly combed, and his shirt was buttoned tightly. If you don't look carefully, there is no difference between him and a normal person. Heard that it was a young girl, he was stunned. But she didn't say anything, just smiled politely. "Thank you, doctor." That polite look was somewhat beyond Lin Wan Shu's expectations. This old lady is not like an ordinary rural auntie. Instead, she has an indescribable charm. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she took her pulse. His hand touched her wrist. Lin Wan Shu quickly felt that the meridians in her brain seemed to be blocked, and the blood flow was not smooth. Thinking of this, she asked, "Aunt, did you get hit on the head by something?" Hearing this, Wen Xianghan was a little surprised, but she still nodded. "That day, after I escaped with Mimi, a stone flew from nowhere and hit me hard on the head. When I woke up, I couldn't see the road. Could this be related to my blindness?" Lin Wan Shu was about to nod, but suddenly remembered that she couldn't see, so she said softly, "You have blood clots on your head." The human brain is a very complex organ containing countless nerves. If a nerve is damaged, it will affect the functioning of the corresponding organ. The mother-in-law nor the daughter-in-law understood what was crazy or not, but when they heard Lin Wan Shu's professional and calm voice, a strong hope suddenly arose in their hearts. "Comrade, do you have a way to cure my mother-in-law's eyes?" Lu Xiaoying stared at Lin Wan Shu, her voice changing in tone with excitement. Although Wen Xianghan couldn't see, his hands subconsciously clenched into fists, his face full of tension and anxiety. Lin Wan Shu didn't keep the secret and said directly, "If the blood clots are dissolved, there is a 70% chance that you can see the light again." Hearing this, Wen Xianghan's eyes turned red on the spot. She grabbed Lin Wan Shu as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Doctor, please help me." No one knew how much pain she was going through these days. "My son is gone, my daughter-in-law's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and I still have to take care of her and my 2 granddaughters." When Xianghan thought about committing suicide and also tried fasting. But Lu Xiaoying lay in front of her bed and begged bitterly. When Xianghan will never forget her desperate and painful cry. "Mom, if you just leave like this, how can I face Lin Guang in the future? The children have already lost their father. Can you bear to let them lose their grandmother too?" Since then, Wen Xianghan never thought about dying again. But living is so difficult. She couldn't see anything, and not only could she not help her daughter-in-law, she was also so tired that she had to take care of herself with her big belly. How could she not be excited when she heard that there was a 70% chance that her eyes could be cured? "Don't worry, Auntie.
I will do my best."
Lin Wan Shu goes out now. She always carries some medicine and needles with her. When she wanted to do acupuncture, Fong Qiuyan volunteered to help her. Lu Xiaoying watched nervously from the side. Although she couldn't understand it, Lin Wan Shu's calmness and composure made her feel relieved. Lu Xiaoying had a strong intuition that her mother-in-law would definitely be able to cure her eyes this time. Lin Wan Shu finished acupuncture for Wen Xianghan. She said to Lu Xiaoying, "After we go back, I will have someone send you medicine. You cook it for her on time. I will come to treat her tomorrow." It's already afternoon, and it's time for them to go back. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoying nodded repeatedly, her face full of gratitude. After seeing the doctor, the three of them did not stay long and went straight back to the army. Sha Guoqiang safely sent the two military wives back to the family quarters. He returned to the barracks to report. This would be a break time. Sha Guoqiang was just about to go look for his comrades when someone patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, Guoqiang, why are you back so early?" It was his lower bunkmate Ma Cheng. His clothes were covered in mud, and it was obvious that he had just returned from training. "Just now, we saw that it was going to rain, so we went down the mountain early." Even though Sha Guoqiang's main job these days was to be responsible for Fong Qiuyan's safety, he also helped to dig herbs, so he was also covered in dirt. The two chatted for a few minutes and then went to take a shower together. Although time was tight, Ma Cheng still couldn't help but gossip out of curiosity on the way. "Hey, Sha Guoqiang, is Captain Lu's wife really as pretty as you said?" Looking at his doubtful expression, Sha Guoqiang was speechless. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I see it every day. How could I not know if it's good-looking or not?" But after hearing this, Ma Cheng was still skeptical. "It's not that I don't trust you, but if Captain Lu's wife is really that pretty, why would he stay in the barracks even on his days off? Not to mention a beautiful wife. Even if she is just an average-looking one, who wouldn't want to spend time with his wife on a rare day off?" Thinking about what the soldier who went to pick her up on the first day said, Ma Cheng was more willing to believe that she was indeed dark and earthy, and that was why Captain Lu had not been home for so many years. "You're not saying this because you haven't seen a girl for a long time, are you? It is said that after 3 years of military service, a So becomes as beautiful as Diao Chan." The more Ma Cheng thought about it, the more he felt that this must be the case.
Duck.
"Do you think I'm just like you, with that little potential? Whether I'm pretty or not, you'll know when you get a chance to see me in the future, right? However, it is not so easy to meet people unless there are activities in the army during the Mid-Autumn Festival or the New Year." The two were talking in whispers, and neither noticed the two figures standing at the corner. Only when the discussions could no longer be heard did Du Wangxian pat Lu Jingsong on the shoulder. "Old Lu, your wife has been with the army for so long. When can you invite us to have a warm house meal so we can get to know each other?" Du Wangxian went on a mission with Lu Jingsong. After he came back, Fong Qiuyan deliberately avoided their schedules. It can be said that Du Wangxian has never seen Fong Qiuyan until now, and has no idea whether she is round or flat. Lu Jingsong didn't say anything, a cigarette still between his fingers. His two slightly sharp eyebrows were slightly twisted, and his usually calm eyes were filled with a lingering gloom. "I don't know either. His relationship with Fong Qiuyan is a mess." At first, Lu Jingsong wanted to bring her to the army, away from his mother, so that she could live a good life. "I just don't know when everything started to change. It was obvious that she had been tactful enough to stay away from me and never bothered me." But Lu Jingsong became more and more annoyed. He thought that by keeping himself busy, he could distract himself. But it's of no use. Every time he returned to the room, he would subconsciously prick up his ears to listen to the noise next door. When he realized what he was doing, Lu Jingsong was shocked and embarrassed. Not knowing how to deal with this situation, he could only come to the military camp early every day and return home very late. Until now, Lu Jingsong still doesn't know how to deal with their relationship. Du Wangxian is the instructor and Lu Jingsong's partner, so he naturally knows everything about him and Fong Qiuyan. But now that you have married her and have a child, you have to live your life no matter how unhappy you are. Thinking of this, he advised, "It has been a few years. You should let go of the past. Even if she was wrong, for the sake of your niece, you should stop caring about it. Living a good life is better than anything else." He was clearly going back to marry his fiancée, but his sister intercepted him at the last minute. Who wouldn't be annoyed? In the past, Fong Qiuyan had always been in her hometown. Du Wangxian knew that Lu Jingsong was feeling miserable, so he didn't try to persuade her much. But now that she has brought her child to join the army, he can no longer allow the two of them to remain in this stalemate. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong frowned even more tightly. Now it's not a question of whether he cares or not, but that she doesn't seem to want to see him either. Looking straight into the distance, Lu Jingsong did not speak for a long time, until he felt the hot temperature of the cigarette on his fingertips that he came to his senses. He threw down the cigarette in his hand and crushed it with his foot before responding. After saying that, he left.
Du Wangxian.
Mean? Is he agreeing to live a good life with Fong Qiuyan? But why did he feel so uneasy? Fong Qiuyan came back early today. She had already gotten used to not seeing Lu Jingsong in the staff quarters, and she was living like a fish in water. Today, and laid 2 eggs. When I came back, I also bought a fish from a fellow villager. Fong Qiuyan did not steam eggs and fry fish as usual, but instead fried a tomato with eggs and then boiled fish according to Lin Wan Shu's method. Boiled fish was a bit spicy, and I didn't dare eat tofu pudding, so I just ate scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Fong Qiuyan couldn't eat spicy food either, but the boiled fish tasted really good. She ate so much that tears and snot were streaming down her face, but she still couldn't bear to put down her chopsticks. In the end, even my mouth was swollen. Seeing that half of the dish was left in the bowl, Fong Qiuyan put down her chopsticks reluctantly. Looking at the time, it was still early. Lu Jingsong would not be back so soon. She and Dohua slowly washed their hair and took a shower. We came out. The sky was already a little gray. After Fong Qiuyan made new clothes, she started wearing the old ones to sleep at night. Old clothes are all loose-fitting and comfortable to sleep in. Putting the clothes into the bucket, Fong Qiuyan walked towards her room while drying her hair. But before I reached the door, I suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps outside. Fong Qiuyan's whole body froze. Why did he come back so soon? Ever since Lu Jingsong went out on a mission, Fong Qiuyan has never had a serious meeting with him. At first, she avoided him because of that unspeakable dream, but later it became an unspoken rule between them. I didn't expect that he would break the rules and come back early. Fong Qiuyan was shocked. Before her brain could react, her legs seemed to have self-awareness, and she ran straight back to the room with a whoosh. The SP-ped was so fast that it seemed as if there was a ghost chasing him. Lu Jingsong only had time to see her back before the door slammed shut. Lu Jingsong. Looking at the tightly locked door, Lu Jingsong's expression looked a little ugly. Although he had guessed that she was avoiding him, he still felt sad after confirming it. Staring at the tightly closed door for a long time, Lu Jingsong withdrew his gaze and turned into the kitchen. As soon as I entered, I smelled a fragrant and spicy smell. Lu Jingsong paused, then turned and walked towards the dining table. After opening the cover, I saw a bowl of fish dotted with red peppers on the table. Lu Jingsong likes spicy food and fish. However, people in his hometown don't eat spicy food, and he has never tasted fish cooked with chili peppers. Looking at the dishes on the table at this moment, his tense facial lines softened a little unconsciously.
She
doesn't completely ignore herself, right? After washing his hands and the dishes, Lu Jingsong made a bowl of sweet potato porridge and started eating. Pick up a piece of snow-white fish and put it in your mouth. The spicy and fresh taste instantly fills your entire mouth. The tender and smooth fish meat and the delicious taste are so delicious that you want to swallow your tongue as well. Lu Jingsong knew that she had good cooking skills, but he didn't expect that the chili fish she made would be so delicious. He had eaten up the remaining half basin of fish and the soup. After eating the fish, Lu Jingsong ate up the remaining scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet potato porridge. Even when the bowls and pots were empty, he still felt unsatisfied. The dishes and pots, Lu Jingsong made up his mind to have a talk with Fong Qiuyan. Du Wangxian is right, let the past be the past. He should look forward. But when he walked to Fong Qiuyan's door, he heard 2 even breathing sounds, one long and one short, coming from inside. Lu Jingsong. Going to bed so early? Her hair dry? Resisting the urge to knock on the door, Lu Jingsong listened quietly for a while. After making sure that they were really asleep, he turned around and went back to his room reluctantly. The next day, Lu Jingsong did not go to the military camp early as usual. Washing up, he put rice in the pot and cooked some porridge. There were also vegetables in the basket that Fong picked yesterday. He put it directly into the basin, washed it, and then fried it. Lu Jingsong had never cooked a meal in his hometown, and he had never cooked since he joined the army. But even if you haven't eaten meat, you have seen pigs walk. He added oil and salt and stir-fried the vegetables according to his memory of how Fong cooked. Lu Jingsong felt that he had a good memory and cooking should be no problem. But whether the eyes can do it is one thing, and whether the hands can do it is another. After a fierce stir-fry, Lu Jingsong was about to get a basin to put the vegetables in, but he found that the leaves had turned yellow and were unsightly. Lu Jingsong. It's a little yellow, but it should still be edible.
Right?
Yellow vegetables he had cooked to the table. Looking at the time, it was already a little late, but Fong Qiuyan and Do Hua still showed no signs of getting up. In the end, he had no choice but to go to the military camp first and come back early in the afternoon. As soon as Lu Jingsong left, Fong Qiuyan got up. Looking at the porridge and dishes on the table, her eyes were full of horror. What happened to Lu Jingsong? The thought that she might see him at home at any time in the future. She knew that her mentality was wrong. But Fong Qiuyan couldn't convince herself to ignore the past and live with him like an ordinary couple as if nothing had happened. In the end, Fong Qiuyan didn't eat breakfast and went out with the red bean cake given by Lin Wan Shu in her pocket. Do Hua has become accustomed to her going out to dig herbs every day. Now he can wash the dishes and eat by himself without her having to worry about him. Fong Qiuyan arrived. Sha Guoqiang and Lin Wan Shu had been waiting for a while. Seeing that she looked unhappy, Lin Wan Shu felt a little strange. Qiuyan, what's wrong with you? Didn't you get enough rest? Hearing her concerned voice, Fong Qiuyan almost couldn't help but tear up. At this moment, she really wanted to find someone to talk to. But there was a man here, so she could only endure it. It's okay, don't worry. Lin Wan Shu. Does this look like everything is alright? But she refused to say, and Lin Wan Shu didn't want to ask now, so she planned to talk to her after returning. After arriving at the place, the three of them separated again. Fong Qiuyan still led the members to dig herbs, while Lin Wan Shu went to treat Lu Xiaoying's mother-in-law's eyes. Several brigades has been almost planted, and it is estimated that the work will be completed after today. In fact, the members were able to dig herbs on their own a few days ago. But after all, they are not as professional as Fong Qiuyan, nor do they have such a keen sense of smell as her. Without her leading the team, the efficiency of digging for herbs was very slow. Fong Qiuyan decided to take them to find all the herbs in this area and plant them on the slope first. The rest will be left for them to dig out slowly later. Although Fong Qiuyan looks petite, she is an expert at digging herbs. Even the strong men in the team are no match for her. But she didn't have breakfast today, and when she started digging around 10 o'clock, her stomach was growling with hunger. I touched my pocket and the red bean cake was still there. But when she was about to find a place to eat, she smelled a faint smell of mud in the air. It's going to rain, Fong Qiuyan said to everyone. Hearing this, the members subconsciously looked up at the sky. When he found that there were no clouds in the sky, he curled his lips and said, "Come on, there were so many dark clouds yesterday but it didn't rain. How could it rain now?" That's right, I'd rather believe that the sun will rise from the west tomorrow than believe that it will rain. Seeing that they didn't believe her, Fong Qiuyan had no choice but to find Sha Guoqiang. "Comrade Xiaosha, we have to get down the mountain quickly. It's going to rain." Sha Guoqiang also didn't believe it would rain, so he comforted her. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Even if it rains, I can take you to a wooden house to shelter from the rain." But just a moment after he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed color. Originally had only a thin layer of clouds, was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Sha Guoqiang. Is it really going to rain? He couldn't help but mutter. But other members still didn't believe it would rain. This is the fourth time. The members were even indifferent to the dark clouds overhead. This thing might be blown away by the wind soon. Perhaps because they had experienced too many disappointments, the members no longer cared about the dark clouds in the sky. Instead, he continued to dig herbs diligently. When they thought that they would be able to plant herbs all over the slope after digging today, Fong Chuyen could smell the smell of mud getting stronger and stronger and could no longer sit still. Hurry up and get down the mountain. It's going to rain heavily. Having said that, she didn't wait for anyone else and walked down the mountain carrying the backpack. This, Sha Guoqiang could only hurry up and catch up. The others looked at each other. Although they still didn't quite believe it would rain, they were certain that Fong Chuyen had run away, so they could only follow her. Otherwise, with their efficiency, it would probably take until tomorrow to finish planting the slope. All of a sudden, all the members who were digging herbs ran down the mountain with their baskets on their backs. As soon as I ran down the mountain, I heard a loud boom. Fong Chuyen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar figure leading several soldiers to shoot artillery sheks into the sky. It's Captain Lu. Sha Guoqiang was a little surprised. He waved to Lu Jingsong. Captain, my sister-in-law is here. Fong Chuyen didn't expect him to shout like that, and she froze on the spot. But at this moment, another shek was fired from the rocket launcher with a bang. The sound of the artillery sheks was so loud that it drowned out Sha Guoqiang's voice. Lu Jingsong didn't hear his shout at all. He just seriously directed the soldiers to fire artillery sheks into the sky. Where had the members ever seen such a scene? Suddenly, everyone gathered around curiously from a distance. Our military comrades are really awesome. They really use cannons to fight against the thief god. The villagers had no idea what artificial rainfall was, so they couldn't help but applaud as they watched them fire cannons into the sky. It was a scene that, if you didn't know much about it, you would think you were watching a movie about fighting the Japanese. The scene was really hilarious. A few artillery sheks were fired. Raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky. 1 drop, 2 drops. Countless drops. The members looked at the raindrops hitting the ground and were shocked and unbelievable at first. When they realized it was really raining, they all shouted excitedly. It's raining. It's really raining this time. After a while, the rain formed into lines and poured down on everyone's heads. But no one cared. Everyone was jumping for joy. He cheered even louder. It's raining. It's raining. Our crops are saved. They no longer have to carry water to water the herbs one by one. At this moment, Sha Guoqiang also ran to Lu Jingsong's side. Captain, your wife is here. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong turned his head quickly. Where? Sha Guoqiang gestured behind him. She is. Before he could finish his words, Sha Guoqiang suddenly saw that the person standing behind him was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. How could she be Fong Chuyen? Lu Jingsong remembered this little soldier. It was he who said yesterday that he saw Fong Chuyen every day. Now you can.
Where is she?
Lu Jingsong grabbed Sha Guoqiang's arm. Sha Guoqiang felt a pain from being pinched, but he still endured it. She should be going to the melon shed to avoid the rain. Do you want me to take you there? Hearing this, Lu Jingsong finally let go of his arm and said, Take me there. After saying that, he turned around and gave orders to several soldiers, asking them to drive the cannon back to the troops first.
Yes, Captain.
The 3 of them saluted him and went to drive. After a few soldiers left, Sha Guoqiang took Lu Jingsong towards the melon shed in the heavy rain. On the other side, Fong Chuyen was just running with the members of the brigade. But the rain was too heavy, and she could hardly see the figures even at a distance of several steps. In addition, the wind was still howling, and soon she lost track of the crowd. Was stunned when she saw the vast expanse of white. She was not familiar with several of the teams and had no idea which direction to go. In the end, she had no choice but to keep moving forward. But there was still no one in front of her, and she couldn't find anyone to accompany her. The big raindrops hit her face and body, which was painful and uncomfortable. She even had difficulty breathing. The huge rain curtain was like a pot cover with no end in sight. Fong Chuyen was shrouded in it, and couldn't move. Stumbling for a long distance, I still didn't see anyone. Fong Qiuyan felt that she must have gone in the wrong direction. He turned around and wanted to go back to where he was just now. At least there were people there just now. But before she had walked far, she stepped on something and stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, a big hand lifted her arm the next second. "Are you okay?" In the heavy rain, Fong Qiuyan heard Lu Jingsong's penetrating voice. Unexpectedly, it was he who supported her. Fong Qiuyan felt as stiff as a stone. Lu Jingsong looked at the person in front of him and felt that he looked familiar for some reason. But he couldn't say exactly where he was familiar with it. However, he was in a hurry to find Fong Qiuyan and had no intention of staying. After confirming that the other person was okay, he withdrew his hand and continued walking forward. Fong Qiuyan? It turns out that he wasn't looking for her. She was worried for nothing. Fong Qiuyan had just put her heart at ease when Sha Guoqiang's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Captain, where are you going?" "My sister-in-law is right here." Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan's heart suddenly rose again. Turned her head reflexively. Then I saw Lu Jingsong looking confused.
Where?
"Why don't I see her?" Sha Guoqiang. Fong Qiuyan. Realizing that he didn't recognize her, Fong Qiuyan turned and left. Lu Jingsong looked at the figure walking away quickly, and his eyes gradually widened. "Fong Qiuyan?" he shouted with a suspicious look on his face. Fong Qiuyan heard the sound and ran away. But no matter how fast she is, she can never be faster than a man who has been training for years. After running a few steps, Fong Qiuyan felt someone grabbing her arm again.
"You."
"Let go." She subconsciously tried to break free from his big hands. When Lu Jingsong heard the voice, he finally confirmed that the strange yet familiar woman in front of him was really Fong Qiuyan.
But
How come she has changed? Looking at the fair and beautiful woman in front of him, the shock in his heart could not be described in words. She is actually Fong Qiuyan. Sha Guoqiang didn't expect that Lu Jingsong didn't take the people to hide from the rain, but instead stood there in a daze. He felt very strange. "Captain, it's raining too hard. Take my sister-in-law out of the rain first so she won't catch a cold." After hearing this, Lu Jingsong finally came back to his senses. "Come on, I'll take you out of the rain." As he spoke, he did not let go and continued to hold her arm. The posture didn't seem like he was helping her, but rather like he was afraid that she would run away. Fong Qiuyan was not willing to let him help her, so she struggled again. "Let me go. I can walk by myself." Being so close, Lu Jingsong could clearly feel her strong resistance, and suddenly, his heart couldn't help but tighten. The heavy rain was hitting her body, but Fong Qiuyan didn't care about the discomfort and tried harder. This time, he successfully broke free from Lu Jingsong's hand. "Comrade Xiaosha, please lead the way," said to Sha Guoqiang, who was standing beside her. Sha Guoqiang felt that these two people were a little strange, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he nodded quickly. "Okay, sister-in-law, company commander, follow me." After saying that, he led the way. Fong Qiuyan quickly followed without looking back. Lu Jingsong looked at the distant and cold figure in the rainstorm, and his heart became more and more blocked. Pursing his lips, he took a step forward to catch up with the two of them. With Sha Guoqiang leading the way, the group soon arrived at the melon shed. Already quite a few people standing in the melon shed, and Lin Wan Shu was among them. When she saw her, Fong Qiuyan's eyes became hot, and she suddenly felt an indescribable grievance in her heart. Lin Wan Shu was talking to Qin Yan, and when she looked up, she saw Fong Qiuyan, all wet. "Qiuyan, come in quickly." He moved to the side of Qin Yan to make some room for her. It turned out that Qin Yan received a temporary notice to carry out artificial rainfall. Firing the sheks. Lin Wan Shu's clothes were barely wet. Other members who received the notice also went back early, and the rest had just come down from the mountain. Fong Qiuyan blinked, suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, and walked into the melon shed. However, her clothes were wet, and she didn't dare get too close to Lin Wan Shu, for fear of getting her wet too. Lin Wan Shu took out her handkerchief from her bag and handed it over. "Wipe it quickly."
"Good."
As soon as she got closer to her, Fong Qiuyan felt like she had found her backbone, and the panic in her heart was reduced a little. After a while, Lu Jingsong also entered the melon shed. Seeing him, the members in the melon shed greeted him enthusiastically. "Comrade soldier, are you okay? Why are your clothes soaked?" "Comrade soldier, I have a towel here. Would you like to wipe it with it?" Supporting and loving soldiers has become the instinct of the Chinese people. Qin Yan came in early just now, and there was a pregnant woman next to him, so no one dared to squeeze next to him. At this moment, Lu Jingsong and Sha Guoqiang came in, all wet. Everyone, before they had time to release their enthusiasm, threw all their attention on the two of them. Lu Jingsong couldn't even get close to Fong Qiuyan as he was drowned in the enthusiasm of the crowd. Fong Qiuyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was too busy to come to her. "But my mood is still very low." She also didn't think she could hide from him forever. After all, that was not realistic. She had originally planned that the two of them would maintain this kind of relationship, and when she was admitted to the pharmaceutical factory, they would move into the dormitory. But she never expected that Lu Jingsong would suddenly change his mind. This sudden change caught Fong Qiuyan off guard and made her feel indescribably irritated and depressed. Lin Wan Shu noticed that she was in a bad mood, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. What happened to her? Fong Qiuyan didn't have breakfast in the morning, nor did she eat the red bean cake just now. After she settled down, she felt so hungry that she didn't even have the strength in her hands and feet. Just when I was about to take out the red bean cake from my trouser pocket, I found that it had been wet by the rain. It was too noisy here, and Lin Wan Shu didn't hear her hungry cry. Just seeing her pale face, he took out a candy from his pocket. "Qiuyan, come and have some candy." People of this generation not only lack oil and water for a long time, but also lack sugar. Hypoglycemia is very common among girls. Fong Qiuyan was extremely hungry, but she didn't refuse. She took the candy, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. The sweet candy with a strong milky aroma filled her entire mouth, and Fong Qiuyan instantly felt her stomach feel a lot better. "Although I'm still hungry, I don't feel as uncomfortable as before." "Thank you, Wan Shu." Fong Qiuyan's voice trembled with gratitude. I don't know whether he was grateful for the candy she gave him, or for something else. Lin Wan Shu glanced at Lu Jingsong, who looked over here from time to time, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is her abnormality related to Lu Jingsong? Qin Yan didn't like his wife's attention being on other men, so he also glanced at Lu Jingsong. Lu Jingsong, who had finally gotten rid of the crowd's enthusiasm, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before he received a warning look from the battalion commander. That was about to take a step forward froze on the spot. "What does this mean, battalion commander?" Although he didn't understand why the battalion commander didn't let him pass, following orders had become his instinct. The battalion commander wouldn't let him pass, so Lu Jingsong could only suppress his anxiety and stand still. Fong Qiuyan was completely relieved. The heavy rain lasted for an hour before it stopped. The dry and cracked earth gulped down this hearty nectar. The members were all very excited when they saw the ground was completely wet by the rain. Those who saw Qin Yan order the soldiers to fire cannons into the sky thanked him one after another. Even Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Well done, comrade Qin Yan." But Qin Yan, who was praised, not only showed no joy on his face, but also gave her an ambiguous look. Lin Wan Shu, thinking about how he asked her to rest more at home, but she still sneaked out, Lin Wan Shu felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. He didn't say anything just now, and she thought he didn't care about her. "I didn't expect to be waiting for her here." Giving him a flattering look, she said pitifully, "I'm so hungry. Let's go back and eat." How could Qin Yan not know that she was pretending? After all, she has her own space, so she has no shortage of food and won't starve. But when he saw her pitiful little appearance, he softened his heart. How could he have the heart to argue with her? He sighed inwardly and reached out his hand to her. "Let us go back." It had just rained, the soil was wet, and the road was slippery. If there weren't so many people around, Qin Yan would have wanted to take her home directly. Seeing that he was no longer angry, Lin Wan Shu curved her eyebrows and put her slender little hand into his big hand without any hesitation. But she did not forget her companions, so she turned around and said to Fong Qiuyan, "Qiuyan, the rain has stopped, let's go back." Fong Qiuyan looked at the couple who seemed to be as sweet as honey and felt that it was rather tactless for her to just follow them like that. But if she didn't go with Lin Wan Shu, Lu Jingsong would definitely come to find her. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally followed. Lu Jingsong felt deeply upset when he saw Fong Qiuyan walked away without even looking at him. However, he knew that now was not the time to talk, so he said nothing and just walked silently behind the few people. Sha Guoqiang glanced at Fong Qiuyan, who was avoiding Lu Jingsong like the plague, and suddenly a strange thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the sister-in-law actually disliked the company commander, and the company commander couldn't bear the loss, so he didn't go back home? A group of people walked slowly toward the army on the muddy road. This kind of muddy road is actually no problem for soldiers like them. After all, what kind of environment have they not experienced during their daily training? But since there was a pregnant woman here, they had to slow down. Returned to the army, one had to pass Dongtu Mountain. From a distance, Lin Wan Shu saw the factory building that had been built on the vacant land. The factory building is a large bungalow that occupies a large area. Lin Wan Shu has already checked it out and found that the factory building is 5 meters high. Not only is it spacious, it is also tall enough. Even large equipment can be put down easily. Next to the factory building, a row of tiled houses were built to be used as dormitories. Although the factory mainly recruits military wives, some special talents still have to be recruited from outside. Around the factory. From the outside, the factory building has been almost completed. After the equipment is put into the factory, we will conduct exams and recruit people. These days, military wives come to see her every day. Either I carry this or I carry that. Lin Wan Shu went to the fields every day was because she didn't want to deal with these worldly affairs. Although she had already told them that they needed to be assessed before entering the factory. But there are still a lot of people coming to the door every day. Qin Yan felt helpless when he saw her looking around while walking. Walk carefully and watch your step. Lin Wan Shu is still under criminal charge, so how could she dare to look around after hearing this?
New.
After saying that, she withdrew her gaze and walked away obediently. Qin Yan looked at her expression pretending to be honest, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Lu Jingsong glanced at the couple in front of him who looked like a couple from heaven, then looked at Fong Qiuyan who had always ignored him, and felt mixed emotions in his heart. Fong Qiuyan felt the gazes behind her and became more and more annoyed. If she could, she would like to grow a pair of wings and fly away. A group of 5 people walked back to the army with different expressions. At the fork in the road, Sha Guoqiang went back to the military camp alone. The remaining 2 couples walked towards the family quarters. Before entering the family compound, Lin Wan Shu stopped. Looking down at her muddy shoes, she couldn't help but frown. My shoes are so heavy, I can't walk anymore. I'll find a place to squeeze them off. She suspected that each shoe weighed 2 or 3 kilograms. Hearing this, Qin Yan squatted down and said to her, "Take off your shoes and give them to me. Stand here and wait for a moment." He pointed to the flat stone path next to him. Lin Wan Shu didn't bother to be polite with him. She just took off her shoes and stood on the stone slab. When Lu Jingsong saw this, he subconsciously looked at Fong Qiuyan. But she just found a stone and started squeezing the mud, with no intention of looking for him at all. Lu Jingsong. Fong Qiuyan squeezed the mud while wearing her shoes. She was very quick and cleared the mud off her shoes in just a few strokes. But she didn't mean to leave. Lu Jingsong looked at her wet clothes and couldn't help but frowning. "Qiuyan, go back and change your clothes first, or you'll catch a cold." She had been wearing this dress for so long that he was afraid that the cold air would enter her body. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan raised her eyelids and said indifferently, "You go back first, I'm not in a hurry." Lu Jingsong. She is not anxious, but he is so anxious. Lin Wan Shu looked at the 2 weird people. What was she not clear about? There seemed to be a big conflict between them. She knew that Fong Qiuyan and Lu Jingsong's marriage was an accident, but Fong Qiuyan had never mentioned Lu Jingsong to her, and she didn't know their specific situation. However, Fong Qiuyan's clothes were still wet, so she really couldn't delay any longer. Thinking of this, Lin Wan Shu advised, Qiuyan, go back and change your clothes first, and then make some ginger soup to drink. Don't catch a cold. As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Qiuyan, who had just said that she was not in a hurry, nodded. Well, I'll go back first. I'll come find you later. After saying that, she just left. Seeing this, Lu Jingsong hurriedly thanked Lin Wan Shu and chased after her. After a while, Qin Yan also came back. I don't know where he took them to clean them, but not only was the mud off the shoes gone, they were also washed clean. Lin Wan Shu's belly became bigger and her body became heavier. Qin Yan asked her to support him, then squatted down and put on her shoes. If the soldier at the door wasn't on guard, his eyes would have popped out of his head. Is this still the legendary cold-faced Yama? It turns out he is like this in private. Lin Wan Shu had become accustomed to Qin Yan taking care of her like this, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Putting on the clean shoes, she felt completely comfortable. Without several pounds of mud sticking to her feet, she felt as light as a feather. Couple walked all the way back home. Before I even entered the door, I heard Yang Zheng's somewhat sarcastic voice coming from inside. Guan Hongmei, what's wrong with you? Wan Shu has already said that you can enter the factory if you pass the assessment, so why do you still come here every day? Didn't you see that Lin Wan Shu was so scared by them that she didn't even go home, and went out every day with a big belly? Don't lie to me. I don't believe she didn't use a backdoor for you. They all came here to use connections to get into the factory, so who is nobler than who? Hearing this, Yang Zheng was speechless. The exam is open to the public. You will identify the herbs on the spot and perform preliminary processing on the medicinal materials. If you pass, you can enter the factory. You are not the only one taking the exam. Everyone who signs up can take it. If I were you, I would rather use this time to study hard and avoid these crooked ways. Hearing this, Guan Hongmei's face turned even worse. You have been secretly studying for so long, so of course you can talk easily. Even if I start learning now, I can't catch up. You stopped me from coming to see Lin Wan Shu. Didn't you just want to prevent me from entering the factory? Seeing her being so unreasonable, Yang Zheng was so angry that she almost laughed. I don't know who is secretly mocking Wan Shu for being a fool, not charging money for her treatment, but only for the herbs. We collected herbs for Wan Shu and processed them, but you still talked about us. You look down on us so much. How dare you come to us now? These words left Guan Hongmei speechless. Her lips moved, and when she was about to explain herself, she saw Lin Wan Shu walking in from the door. Guan Hongmei's eyes lit up, and when she was about to go up to her and plead for mercy, she saw Qin Yan following her into the room. Seeing Qin Yan's brows slightly frowned, and his face not looking very good, Guan Hongmei froze on the spot. Lin Wan Shu knew that she was afraid of Qin Yan, but she did not point it out. Instead, she smiled and said, Comrade Guan, what do you want to talk to me about? Hearing this, Guan Hongmei smiled somewhat awkwardly. No, I was just passing by. Just passing by. Are you kidding? If she dares to harass Lin Wan Shu in front of him, her man will definitely be in trouble. If he gets into trouble, his living expenses will be reduced by half. Guan Hongmei had the guts to ask Lin Wan Shu for help, but she didn't dare to provoke Qin Yan. After saying that, she ran away in shame. Guan Hongmei left. Qin Yan saw that Yang Zheng seemed to have something to say to Lin Wan Shu, so he went to the kitchen to cook. His mother was not at home, and his wife said she was hungry, so he naturally couldn't wait for his mother to come back before doing it. Hearing the sound of rice being added in the kitchen, Yang Zheng almost cried with envy. How do people find men? Capable, he's also so considerate. Why isn't her family's Lao do the same as them? Lin Wan Shu didn't know why Yang Zheng was looking for her, so she led her back to the pharmacy. As soon as they entered the pharmacy, Yang Zheng took her hand and said, Wan Shu, do you still have that face cream? I've run out of the box at home. Originally, Yang Zheng didn't know that Lin Wan Shu had this thing. Only after seeing Fong Qiuyan transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan did she realize that Lin Wan Shu had this good thing. Immediately, Yongzheng shamelessly pestered Lin Wan Shu to buy a box to try. After all, who doesn't want to be beautiful? Although the face cream has obtained the certificate, Lin Wan Shu still needs to find someone to test it so that it will be easier to promote. Therefore, I didn't charge for the first box and gave it directly to Yongzheng. After using it for a period of time, Yongzheng felt that her skin had become much whiter and more tender. Look, as soon as I finished using the face cream, she came back for another one. Also, I made some more a while ago.
You can use it.
Lin Wan Shu spoke. She took out a box of facial cream from the drawer and gave it to her. Yongzheng took the cream and said happily, Wan Shu, this thing is so useful, much better than the vanishing cream you buy outside.
I must give you money this time.
Such a good thing cannot be bought even with money. How can you feel comfortable taking other people's things for free? This time, Lin Wan Shu did not refuse her money and bills, but accepted some of them symbolically. Although the price of a box of face cream is not worth much, Lin Wan Shu does not intend to give it away for free. Still understands the principle of a little kindness will be followed by a grudge. Yongzheng bought the face cream and left happily. Her husband, Mr. Du, has recently praised her for her improved skin. This little bit of money is really worth it. Not long after Yongzheng left, Du Fuling also came. As soon as she entered the door, she looked at Lin Wan Shu with an eager smile. Comrade Wan Shu, you're back? Lin Wan Shu was sorting the medicine box. Hearing this, she nodded lightly. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Originally, Lin Wan Shu's opinion of Du Fuling had changed a little, but after knowing that her son bullied Do Hua like that change disappeared without a trace. In the past 2 months, Du Fuling would come to see Lin Wan Shu every few days. But she had finally softened before the new year, but somehow she became cold again. This made Du Fuling feel a little frustrated. Originally, she didn't want to bother with the doctor anymore and planned to just treat her as an ordinary doctor. She hardly came here in the past 2 months. But yesterday, when she accidentally heard that Lin Wan Shu had a very useful facial cream and that the dark and earthy Fong Qiuyan became fair after applying her facial cream, Du Fuling became uneasy. Without caring whether she was being ignored or not, she shamelessly went to the door.
Hee.
It's like this, Comrade Wan Shu, I heard that you have a kind of face cream that can improve skin after applying it, so I want to come over and buy a box from you to use it back home. Knowing that she didn't like those roundabout words, Du Fuling spoke directly. Lin Wan Shu originally intended to mass-produce this cream, so she would naturally not turn people away just because of her likes and dislikes. Yes, there are. $5 plus an industrial ticket. This facial cream contains several precious medicinal materials. Its production cost is more expensive than vanishing cream, so its actual selling price will naturally be more expensive than vanishing cream. This price could buy several boxes of vanishing cream, but when Du Fuling thought of Fong Qiuyan's fair and beautiful face, she took out the money without hesitation. I want to buy one.
No.
Give me 2 boxes. If it is used well, she would give it away as a gift. Lin Wan Shu nodded and took out 2 boxes of facial cream from the drawer. Du Fuling put down $10 and 2 industrial tickets. After taking the cream, her face was full of excitement, as if she was holding a big treasure in her hands. But with such excitement, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when she met his lukewarm expression. She want to be friends with her? She had already apologized to her so sincerely. However, Du Fuling didn't have the courage to ask this question. Holding 2 boxes of face cream, she left with mixed feelings. After Du Fuling left, Lin Wan Shu went straight to the kitchen. Sun Shifeng is not at home. He must have gone to the fields. Lin Wan Shu's farmland was not originally intended to be used to grow rice. But Sun Shifeng is used to farming after all, and she feels it is a waste of resources if she doesn't grow rice in paddy fields. So, after the Chinese New Year, she started to actively raise and plant rice seedlings. On weekdays, I just weed and fertilize in the fields when I have nothing to do. It rained so heavily just now. It goes without saying that Sun Shifeng must be worried about the crops in the fields, so she went out as soon as the rain stopped. In the kitchen, Meow Meow has returned and is helping her father make the fire. I didn't even know my mom was here. The young man next to him was giving careful guidance. "Oh, no, you can't put so much in at once, or the fire will go out." Xiao Jianxi is already an expert at making fire, so guiding Xiao Meow Meow should be no problem at all. But Xiao Meow Meow was obviously not someone who could be manipulated. After Xiao Jianxi finished speaking, she stuffed another piece of firewood into the pot. "Burn a big fire." Seeing that she didn't listen to his advice, Xiao Jianxi couldn't help but sigh and stroke his forehead. Meow Meow is a kitchen killer like his mother? Just as I was thinking this, the flame in the stove hole went out, and a thick white smoke came out of the hole. Small construction. Well, no doubt about it. She is definitely it. "Brother, the fire is out," said in confusion when she saw the thick smoke coming out of the stove. Xiao Jianxi was already used to that pit and didn't find it strange, so he reached out and took out 2 or 3 pieces of firewood. Then he took the torch and blew into it. After blowing 2 or 3 times, the flames in the stove hole rekindled.
Wow.
Xiao Meow Meow looked at the magical scene and couldn't help but exclaimed loudly, looking at Xiao Jianxi with admiration. Xiao Jianxi held his chest high, his face full of pride. Fortunately, he knows how to make a fire. Otherwise, how could his sister discover how powerful he is? Qin Yan was speechless when he saw his daughter's admiring expression. "He is so good at making fire. Why don't I see her worshipping him? What a heartless person." Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but laugh when she saw that he was jealous of even a child. After touching the little one in her stomach who was starting to cook, she walked over to him and said, "Have you cooked the food? I'm so hungry." Hearing this, how could Qin Yan care about the 2 little guys? Then he turned to Lin Wan Shu and said, "It will be ready soon. Go sit over there and wait for a while. The smell here is strong." Although she did not suffer from morning sickness, ever since she became pregnant, whenever she smelled kitchen fumes, she felt as if something was pressing against her stomach, making her very uncomfortable, and she even had no appetite for food. After trying a few times, when it came to cooking time, Sun Shifeng and Qin Yan simply didn't let her get close to the stove. Xiao Meow Meow heard her mother's voice. How could she care about lighting the fire? After throwing down the fire gun, she jumped towards her happily, who was just about to show off his skills, was suddenly dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to learn how to blow the fire? Why did she run away? In the end, he had no choice but to accept his fate and start a fire himself. On the other side, Fong Qiuyan ignored Lu Jingsong and went all the way home, changed her clothes directly, and went to the kitchen to heat up the breakfast. After changing his clothes, Lu Jingsong also came to the kitchen. The woman who was concentrating on cooking at the stove, he still felt a sense of unreality. How could a person suddenly change so much? Fong Qiuyan ignored Lu Jingsong's gaze. "The pharmaceutical factory will be operational in half a month." Lin Wan Shu said that with her current knowledge base, she would have no problem passing the exam. She will just bear with it for now, and when the time is right, she will leave here. After making up her mind, Fong Qiuyan calmed down completely. The kitchen was silent, and no one spoke. As she stir-fried the vegetables in the pot, a sizzling sound could be heard from time to time. The vegetables were already yellow in the morning, and now they were put back into the pot. They became even yellower. Fong Qiuyan didn't care and just put it on the plate after it was cooked. After being hungry for the whole morning, she had no energy left and was too lazy to cook anything else, so she decided to just make do with the meal. The dishes were served. Lu Jingsong consciously reached out his hand. "I'll serve it." Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan did not argue with him and withdrew her hands to wash the pot. Fong Qiuyan is used to doing housework and her movements are very skillful. Washing the pot, I cleaned the stove. I have to say, the body lotion Lin Wan Shu gave me is surprisingly effective. That had been turned yellow by the sun became white and delicate. The smooth hands formed a sharp contrast with the gray stove. And that cold face had a hint of bookishness that was out of place in the kitchen. If her voice hadn't changed, Lu Jingsong would have suspected that she had been switched. Holding the plate of yellow vegetables, Lu Jingsong forced himself to look away after a while. After putting the dishes on the table, he took the initiative to get the dishes and wash them. After Fong Qiuyan cleaned up the stove, She took off her apron. Just as I walked out of the kitchen and was about to call Dohwa, I saw the little girl running in from the front door, holding a bunch of flowers in her hand. When he saw her, Dohwa's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mom, this is for you. Sister Tingding taught me how to make it." Dohwa held the flowers in her hand high, her little face full of pride. Looking at the flowers she handed to her, Fong Qiuyan's heart softened. The irritation caused by Lu Jingsong was also miraculously smoothed out.
Wow.
Dohwa has learned how to make a bouquet? It's so beautiful, right? Thank you, Mom likes it very much. Taking the bouquet from the little girl, she smiled gently and contentedly with her eyebrows curved, which formed a sharp contrast with her coldness just now. This was not the first time Lu Jingsong had seen the mother and daughter together. But the impact this time was greater than any previous time. Looking at the bright, smiling face in the sun, Lu Jingsong could clearly hear the thumping sound of his heart. After receiving the flowers, Fong Qiuyan found a cup, poured some water into it, and then solemnly placed the flowers in the cup. When Dohwa saw how much her mother liked the flowers she gave her, her expression became even more proud. "If you like it, I'll make you another bunch of Dohwa next time." The little guy followed his mother happily and said. But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that there was someone standing in the kitchen. When she saw the strange yet familiar figure, she was stunned on the spot. Dohwa eats and sleeps with her mother every day and then gets up and goes out with her mother. It can be said that she hasn't seen Lu Jingsong for several months. When she suddenly saw someone, there was a hint of curiosity and confusion on her little face. Because Fong Qiuyan deliberately avoided him a while ago, and Lu Jingsong also had a knot in his heart, he acquiesced to her behavior. At this moment, his heart was suddenly filled with guilt. How could he ignore innocent children because of the grudges between adults? "Dohwa, I'm your dad, remember?" Lu Jingsong squatted down and spoke in a low voice. I don't know if it's because he looks very gentle or if Dohwa has become bolder. Hearing Lu Jingsong's words, she nodded. "Remember, my father took me to set off firecrackers." Dohwa had never had such a happy spring festival, and she remembered every detail of that day clearly. Dad not only took her to set off firecrackers, but also took her to play in the army. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong felt even more guilty. He is not a qualified husband, nor a qualified father. That's why I let them hide from me like that. Fong Qiuyan didn't know what Lu Jingsong was thinking, and even if she knew, her decision would not change. Dohwa needs fatherly love, but she no longer needs to rely on men. Anyway, the factory is not far from the staff quarters, and Dohwa can come back anytime if she wants to see her father. While the father and daughter were talking, Fong Qiuyan went to get some food.
She was starving to death.
If she didn't eat something, she wouldn't even have the strength to speak. Seeing that she had gone to get food, Lu Jingsong did not continue chatting with Dohwa, but carried her back to the dining table. After putting her in a seat, he sat between the mother and daughter. Fong Qiuyan didn't even raise her eyelids. She picked up the porridge and took a sip. After drinking the warm porridge, she felt as if she were alive again. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, Fong Qiuyan picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of green vegetables whose color could no longer be identified. As soon as the vegetables were put into the mouth, a salty, astringent, and bitter taste filled the entire mouth. Fong Qiuyan frowned slightly, but she said nothing. She just chewed a few bites and swallowed it. After swallowing it, she picked up the porridge and took a few mouthfuls. He had never tasted a single bite of the food that Lu Jingsong cooked. However, he did not doubt his skills. Seeing Fong Qiuyan had finished eating, he also picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. But in the next second, his expression changed. He almost spit out the vegetables in his mouth. After finally swallowing it, he also gulped down a few mouthfuls of porridge. Just after finishing his drink, he saw Fong Qiuyan trying to pick up some food, so he quickly stopped her and said, "This is overcooked, don't eat it." Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan twitched the corners of her lips and said, "It's not like I haven't eaten it before. It's a little salty, but it's just right when eaten with rice soup." This is how she had always been in the Lu family in the past. Listening to her calm words, Lu Jingsong suddenly felt the bitter taste in his mouth, as if it spread throughout his body. He hadn't expected her to have such a hard time. Because he blamed her for framing him, he never asked about her affairs for all these years. It's as if you don't ask her, she won't exist. But at this moment, seeing her swallowing such a disgusting dish without changing her expression, his heart ached, and he felt regretful. What did he do during those years?
Sorry.
Lu Jingsong spoke with a difficult voice. He knew that saying sorry couldn't make up for anything, but apart from apologizing, he didn't know how to repay her for the suffering she had endured. Fong Qiuyan twitched the corners of her lips. Lu Jingsong, not every sorry can be exchanged for an it's okay. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong felt even more bitter. I know, I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness. I just hope you can give me a chance to make it up to you and the child. But when Fong Qiuyan heard this, she felt no wavering in her heart. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it anymore. Please compensate me with Dohua. In the past, she had no choice but to work hard in the Lu family to keep herself and her children alive. But she is no longer the ignorant woman. She can study, and she can earn money.
She
had the confidence to not forgive him for his indifference. Lu Jingsong didn't expect her to say that, and he was stunned on the spot. Looking at the independent and confident woman in front of him, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something. Qiuyan, I was wrong in the past. I was a jerk. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fong Qiuyan. Stop, I don't want to listen. If you continue, I'll leave. This was the first time Lu Jingsong saw her so tough, and he was stunned on the spot. Meeting her eyes that showed neither sadness nor joy, he suddenly felt an indescribable panic. It seemed as if something was developing in a direction he couldn't accept. But Lu Jingsong didn't dare to say anything else. Because he had a hunch that if he said another word, she would definitely get up and leave without hesitation. It was not easy for him to have dinner at the same table with her, so he didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing the fun, Fong Qiuyan picked up her bowl and drank porridge again. She didn't know if it was because she had argued with him, but Fong Qiuyan felt refreshed. In a good mood, she stretched out her chopsticks again to pick up some food to eat with the porridge. But before the dish was picked up, Lu Jingsong took it away with his quick eyes and hands. You can't eat this. It's too salty and bad for your health. Fong Qiuyan. In the end, she didn't argue with him and just buried her head in drinking her porridge. Dohua didn't like eating vegetables to begin with, so when she saw her father taking the vegetables away, she breathed a sigh of relief. Close call. My mom almost forced me to eat vegetables. Although Dohua had not tasted the dish of vegetables, she strongly rejected it when she saw the appearance of it. After finishing the meal, Dohua put down his bowl and chopsticks and couldn't wait to go out to play with his friends. Lu Jingsong had to go to the military camp in the afternoon and didn't have much time to stay at home. In the little time he had, he didn't plan to go anywhere, so he just stood aside and watched Fong Qiuyan wash the dishes. Fong Qiuyan. She was speechless as she was being stared at while washing dishes. Rolling her eyes inwardly, she quickly washed the dishes and went back to her room. He had no intention of talking to Lu Jingsong at all. Lu Jingsong looked at the door that closed with a bang and felt a tightness in his heart.
She
just dislike him so much? Fong Qiuyan didn't care about Lu Jingsong's mood. After returning to the room, she took out the medicine book and started reading. During this period, she was busy leading people to dig herbs every day and had no time to study. Didn't have to go digging for herbs this afternoon, she might as well review. The test will be held in a few days. Although Lin Wan Shu said she should be able to pass, Fong Qiuyan was still worried. To ensure that everything went well, she thought she'd better practice more in the next few days. Taking out the book, Fong Qiuyan sat down at the table and started reading. The table is placed next to the window, and the bright light shines on the books, which is very comfortable to read. There are 2 windows in the room, and Fong Qiuyan's desk is placed next to the window at the back of the house. If Lu Jingsong hadn't deliberately chosen the angle, he wouldn't have been able to see her. Because she was busy reviewing, Fong Qiuyan soon immersed herself in the world of books. Her memory is pretty good. Several months of study, she has recognized most of the characters commonly used in daily life. The reading SPE is also much faster than at the beginning. In the yard, Lu Jingsong was still standing there blankly. Although time was running out, he still didn't want to leave. Staring straight at the half-open window, Lu Jingsong barely resisted the urge to walk forward. Her cold look just now flashed through his mind, and his heart felt like it was being rubbed by something, feeling sour, astringent, swollen, and painful. A moment, I didn't know what it felt like. Time passed by minute. He knew it was time to leave, but he was reluctant to take a step. In the end, it was too late. Lu Jingsong gritted his teeth and turned away. Fong Qiuyan reviewed everything she had learned before going to find Lin Wan Shu. At that time, Lin Wan Shu had just sent away a military wife who was seeking medical treatment. When she saw Fong Qiuyan, she hurriedly pulled her into the pharmacy. "Qiuyan, what's wrong with you today? Did something happen to you?" As soon as she entered the door, Lin Wan Shu asked with concern. Fong Qiuyan has now calmed down. Especially when she found that she could speak with her back straight in front of Lu Jingsong, she no longer had the collapse she had in the morning. However, when she met Lin Wan Shu's concerned eyes, she thought about it and brought up her past. "You should have heard about me and Lu Jingsong, right?" Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu nodded. "I listened to a few sentences." Fong Qiuyan smiled self-deprecatingly. "Everyone in the village laughed at me, saying I was shameless and stole my sister's man." She slowly talked about her past, including that confusing night. "I deserved it for walking into the wrong room, but couldn't he recognize Fong Dongxue and me? After all, there is such a big difference in their body shapes. Fong Dongxue is the typical lucky girl that everyone in the village likes. She has a round face, is tall, and has a big butt. You can tell at first glance that she is the type who is good at giving birth. Perhaps because she had never eaten good food since she was a child, she was barely 1.6 meters tall, had a small frame, and was thin. This is also the frustration she has buried deep in her heart for many years. She walked into the wrong room, and he recognized the wrong person, but he put all the blame on her. He had been gone for so many years and hadn't cared about her or Dohua at all. How could she let this go? At the end, Fong Qiuyan couldn't help but tears up her eyes again. Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But from what she just said, she found something wrong. "Qiuyan, when a man is really drunk and can't recognize people, he can't do that." Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan was stunned. "You mean he wasn't drunk?" She did not doubt Lin Wan Shu's words. After all, she was a doctor and must be an expert in this area. But when Fong Qiuyan recalled the look on his face when he woke up, as if he wanted to eat her, it didn't seem like he was pretending. It may not be this reason, there may be other hidden reasons. Considering that neither of them had any memory of that night, Lin Wan Shu had some vague guesses in her heart. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan slowly widened her eyes. Hidden secret? Think carefully, did you eat anything strange that day? Strange things? That day was the day Lu Jingsong proposed marriage, so the dishes at home were naturally different from usual. There are not only fish and meat, but also hares and mushrooms. In the past, she was not allowed to eat these dishes, but that day, her family members went against their norm and not only allowed her to eat meat, but also let her drink alcohol. Fong Qiuyan had never drunk alcohol before, but faced with her family's sudden concern, she was flattered and drank a glass. Afterwards, I felt a bit dizzy, but she was still conscious. But after I came back from going to the toilet, I didn't remember anything. When I woke up the next day, I slept together with Lu Jingsong. Lin Wan Shu frowned and asked again, "Did you smell any strange smell before you fell asleep?" Fong Qiuyan shook her head. "I was dizzy and didn't pay attention." Lin Wan Shu suspected that they were drugged, and the person who drugged them was none other than the Fong family. But what is their motivation for doing this? After listening to Lin Wan Shu's analysis, a picture suddenly flashed through Fong Qiuyan's mind. In the picture, Fong Dongxue was secretly meeting with a male educated youth in the village. And this educated youth later became her brother-in-law. Could it be that Fong Dongxue did this? Since she didn't want to marry Lu Jingsong, she drugged herself and asked him to marry her instead? The more I think about it, the clearer some clues become. Fong Chuyen couldn't help but clench her fists. Lin Wan Shu felt even more sympathetic towards her. Who are these Fong family parents? How could they mistreat their own daughter like this? Fong Chuyen was in a state of confusion. She took a deep breath and said, I have something else to do. I will go back first. Lin Wan Shu was afraid that she would be sad, so she comforted her. Chuyen, some people are not worth your sadness. Let's study hard in the future. After we are admitted to the pharmaceutical factory, we will make good money and live a good life. I have something else to do. I will go back first. Lin Wan Shu was afraid that she would be sad, so she comforted her. Chuyen, some people are not worth your sadness. Let's study hard in the future. After we are admitted to the pharmaceutical factory, we will make good money and live a good life. Hearing this, Fong Chuyen nodded towards her gratefully. Why do they humiliate her like this? She designed to dump the man she didn't want on her? She also slandered her privately, saying that she liked Lu Jingsong, and that was why she climbed into bed with him and stole his man? Fong Dongxue. Fong Chuyen squeezed out this name from between her teeth, wishing she could tear that vicious woman to pieces. Thinking that Lu Jingsong was most likely framed, she felt upset again. Although he was also a victim, everything that happened to her and Dohua was real. He ignored them for several years. Because she didn't know how to deal with this matter, Fong Chuyen started to avoid Lu Jingsong again. Still waiting to ease the relationship with Fong Chuyen, soon found himself trapped in a strange circle of living under the same roof, but never meeting Fong Chuyen. If they had not met, Lu Jingsong might not have felt so bad. But ever since he met her, he couldn't stand the days without seeing her. But there was no point in him being anxious, after all. He still had to go to the military camp for training during the day. Fong Chuyen deliberately avoided him, and he couldn't see her. Unless he knocks on her door at night. But since he had experienced her toughness, Lu Jingsong no longer dared to act rashly. I was afraid that if I angered her, she would resist me even more. A moment, Lu Jingsong didn't know what to do with her. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, both painful and itchy. Fong Chuyen was upset and didn't pay any attention to him. Apart from studying, she accompanied Lin Wan Shu to the Shangpa Brigade every day to treat Lu Xiaoying's mother-in-law's eyes. Qin Yan was naturally worried about Lin Wan Shu going there. However, he had a lot of things to do in the army and couldn't leave. Since Fong Chuyen was with him, he didn't say anything. The baby in Lu Xiaoying's belly is already full term, and there's still more than 10 days before the due date. During this period, although when Xianghan didn't say anything, she was so anxious that she was about to get angry. If her daughter-in-law gave birth to a baby, and her eyes were still not healed. I originally thought that this young doctor's explanation made perfect sense and that my eyes could definitely be saved. But after 4 days of treatment, she still couldn't see anything. I didn't even feel any changes in my body. When Xianghan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But even though she was disappointed, she couldn't blame others. After all, others came to help her out of kindness. Lu Xiaoying also felt a little disappointed. Although she had prepared for the worst, the feeling of having hope and then being disappointed was more painful than having no hope at all. Today is the 5th day of treatment, and Lin Wan Shu gives Wen Xianghan acupuncture treatment as usual. Lu Xiaoying was waiting quietly by the side. There was hot water and pumpkin seeds on the table, which she brought specially to entertain Lin Wan Shu and Fong Chuyen. Although it was shabby, it was the best she could offer. Regardless of whether her mother-in-law's eyes can be cured or not, she is grateful to Lin Wan Shu. At least they have good intentions. Lin Wan Shu was not unaware of their disappointment. But she didn't say anything and removed the last needle step by step. After the needle was removed, Lu Xiaoying did not think much about it, thinking that it was the same as before, and brought some hot water to Lin Wan Shu. Dr. Lin, please drink some water first. Her home was destroyed by the mudslide, and most of the things in the house were washed away. She didn't have money to buy an enamel cup, so she cut some bamboo, polished it, and used it as a cup. Lin Wan Shu took the cup, thanked her, and started drinking. Just after taking a sip, when Xianghan's excited and changed voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaoying, I see the light. Lu Xiaoying was serving water to Fong Qiuyan. When she heard this, she was stunned. It was as if he didn't realize what she meant. The person on the bed didn't dare to blink at all, as if he was afraid that if he blinked, he would no longer be able to see the light outside. It's been almost a year, and she had already given up and was ready to live in darkness for the rest of her life. Who would have thought that she would be able to see the light one day? Although everything was blurry and shadowy in his sight, when Xianghan was still shaking with excitement. I saw it. I really saw the light. Grabbing the shadow closest to her, she shouted while crying and laughing. Lu Xiaoying's vision had already been blurred by tears. "Mom, can you really see?" she asked in a trembling voice. When Xianghan heard her daughter-in-law's voice, she groped her way towards her. "I see it, I see it, I can see your shadow." When Xianghan cried with joy, she could really see that she no longer had to be a waste and a burden to her daughter-in-law. Hearing that she could really see, Lu Xiaoying could no longer hold back and burst into tears. No one knew how scared she was. That I'll die of exhaustion before I have time to raise my child. But she couldn't stop. Her mother-in-law and children are counting on her. If she stopped, they would all starve to death. Now that her mother-in-law can see, Lu Xiaoying feels that she has hope again. Unable to hold back, she knelt down towards Lin Wan Shu, holding up her huge belly. "Thank you. Dr. Lin, you are our great benefactor. You saved us, and I will never forget your kindness in my life." Lin Wan Shu be willing to let her kneel? But before she could reach out her hand, Fong Qiuyan quickly grabbed the person. "Sister-in-law, there is no need to do this. We are in a new society now. We cannot kneel down at every turn." When she saw her, Fong Qiuyan was reminded of her past self. At that time, she was in a daze, as if she was in darkness and could not see a trace of light. It was Lin Wan Shu who created a hole in her world. Pull her out of the dark quagmire. Now seeing this poor mother-in-law and daughter-in-law regain, we are in a new society now. We cannot kneel down at every turn. When she saw her, Fong Qiuyan was reminded of her past self. At that time, she was in a daze, as if she was in darkness and could not see a trace of light. It was Lin Wan Shu. Lu Xiaoying still had tears in her eyes, but when she heard this, she smiled. "Yes, we have gotten through the most difficult days. Now my mother-in-law will be able to see again soon, and the team can also grow medicine and sell it to the military pharmaceutical factory. In the days to come, they will definitely get better and better. And all these beautiful prospects are brought by the girl in front of us." "Thank you, Dr. Lin," said solemnly again. When the people in the team learned that Grandma Lu Xiaoying could see the light again, they were immediately excited. Dr. Lin is indeed a miracle doctor. Of course, Wang Chunya's hand was almost broken, and it was she who cured it. A moment, the entire team praised Lin Wan Shu's medical skills. Today's treatment, Lin Wan Shu and Fong Qiuyan did not stay long and went straight back to the family quarters. Fong Qiuyan first sent Lin Wan Shu home, and then went back to her own home. It was already afternoon, and seeing that it was still early, she went up the mountain to pick up some dry leaves to start a fire. After climbing the mountain, Fong Qiuyan smelled ozone in the air. Realizing that it was going to rain again, she didn't dare stay any longer. She just packed some dry leaves and hurried down the mountain. But before I reached the foot of the mountain, I heard a loud boom, and then raindrops as big as beans began to fall down with a thunderous clatter. The rain fell quickly and fiercely, and soon everything was covered in white. Fong Qiuyan couldn't help but curse the evil god in her heart. Why did it rain as soon as it said it would, without even a chance to dodge? The mountain was full of trees, and she didn't dare to stay for fear of being struck by lightning. But the mountain road was difficult to walk on, and now it was raining, so it was slippery. Fong Qiuyan stumbled as she walked and fell several times on the road. The heavy rain hit my face. It was painful and uncomfortable, and I couldn't breathe. Fong Qiuyan's journey became increasingly difficult. It's not far, but it feels like there is no end. The heavy rain gathered into a stream, rushing past her feet, and she could no longer see the road clearly. Suddenly, Fong Qiuyan twisted her foot, not knowing what she stepped on. Then, She felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Fong Chuyen gasped and fell heavily to the ground. I probably sprained my ankle. It hurts so much when I move. Forget about going down the mountain. I didn't expect that I just went up the mountain to collect firewood, but encountered such bad weather and sprained my ankle. Already feeling upset because of Fong Dongshua's matter, and suddenly her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Why does even God bully her? Is she going to die here? She was unwilling to give up. She had already learned so much, and the pharmaceutical factory was about to hold an exam to recruit people. How could she fall here? Thinking of this, Fong Chuyen gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain from her right foot, and stood up with difficulty. But the mountain road is too slippery. Her foot was fine, and now that her foot was sprained, it was difficult for her to even stand. The whole person was shaking in the heavy rain. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from a distance. The rain was so loud that she couldn't hear what the other person was shouting. But in this situation, she couldn't help but feel excited when she met someone. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help!" As soon as he finished speaking, the shouting from the other side paused for a moment, and then became more urgent. Soon, Fong Chuyen heard it clearly. The voice turned out to be Lu Jingsong's. "Chuyen, where are you?" Down the mountain, the man's voice was still being heard. As they got closer, she could clearly hear that he was calling her name. Fong Chuyen didn't expect that he would come up the mountain to find her. She felt very complicated. But when she thought about the messy relationship between them, she had an urge to escape. But she could only think about it. After all, her foot was sprained and she couldn't move. As I was silent, I saw a familiar military green figure appear in front of me. Chuyen. Seeing her, the man was obviously very excited. He ran towards her. The heavy rain had soaked the man's body. His army green clothes stuck tightly to his body, revealing his muscular body. Seeing this, Fong Chuyen subconsciously wanted to step back, but she apparently forgot that her foot was still injured. This movement caused another sharp pain in my foot. She suddenly couldn't control herself and fell backwards. At this critical moment, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Then, a force suddenly lifted her up. But Fong Chuyen's feet were still hurting and she couldn't stand steadily. She cried out in pain, and then she couldn't control herself and fell forward. The next second, her face hit a solid wall of flesh. She was hit so hard that she saw stars. The pain was compounded. How could she stand? She just collapsed. Seeing this, Lu Jingsong was shocked. Without thinking too much, he reached out and hugged the person. His face was full of anxiety and he asked, "Are you injured?" As he said that, he was going to check on her condition. Fong Chuyen was not willing to be hugged by him, so she stretched out her hand and pushed him away.
I
sprained my ankle. Please find me a stick so I can walk on my own." Hearing this, Lu Jingsong's face turned black. "You want me to let you, a man with an injured foot, get down the mountain by yourself?"
Who do you think I am?
Fong Chuyen also knew that she was being unreasonable, but she just didn't want to have too much contact with him. Even if her foot was injured and she had no choice, she didn't want to. How could Lu Jingsong not feel her resistance? Suddenly, I felt angry and furious. She would rather drag her injured foot away than let him carry her. Anger filled his mind, and Lu Jingsong didn't care whether she hated him or not, and simply carried her up forcefully. How could Fong Chuyen have thought that he would do this? The sudden weightlessness made her scream out in surprise. When she came to her senses, she felt embarrassed and annoyed, and began to struggle using her hands and feet.
Ace.
"Put me down." Hearing this, Lu Jingsong was so angry that he almost laughed. "Yes, I am an ace. If you move again, do you believe I will be even more of an ace?" Upon hearing this, Fong Chuyen was immediately frightened.
What
do you want to do?" Lu Jingsong snorted with an ambiguous laugh. "I'm not doing anything now, but if you keep twisting your body, I can't promise you anything." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her thigh a little. The scorching temperature carried a strong sense of aggression, and Fong Chuyen froze on the spot.
He.
How could he do this? Seeing that she really didn't move, Lu Jingsong breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt inexplicably lost. Without thinking too much, he carried the person and walked down the mountain quickly. Over the past 6 months, the training intensity of their camp has been very high. In the rain was nothing to him. But what he was carrying today was not wood, nor equipment or weapons, but a living person, a soft woman. When he thought that the person he was carrying on his shoulders was the woman who had registered with him, the blood in his body began to boil uncontrollably. Even the way I walked seemed a little dizzy. But his muscles were too stiff, and after walking for a while, Fong Chuyen felt very uncomfortable. Plus, this posture is really too embarrassing. She couldn't help but struggle again. I don't want to go back like this. The woman's soft body twisted on his shoulders, and the soft touch made Lu Jingsong tense up all over. Did she think that I really wouldn't do anything to her? He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Don't go back like this. What do you want? Should I carry you on my back? After witnessing his strength, Fong Chuyen knew that her protests were useless. Not wanting to suffer too much, nor to lose face, she finally compromised and said, Hearing this, Lu Jingsong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and even his voice softened. I'll put you down. Be careful not to step on that foot. After saying that, he let the man go. Fong Chuyen's brain was a little congested from being carried just now. I feel a little dizzy at this moment. If Lu Jingsong hadn't supported her, she would have fallen down again. But Lu Jingsong, who was supporting the person, suddenly blushed incredibly. Why are you wearing this? Lu Jingsong didn't pay attention to it because he was in a hurry to take her away. At this moment, when he saw the jade-white skin showing through the thin clothes, he was so shocked that his mind went blank. Hearing this, Fong Chuyen blinked, with a confused look on her face, not knowing what he meant. When she saw his blushing face, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Follow his line of sight and look down. The next second, with a boom, her face started to burn. It turned out that she was wearing a newly made shirt today. The shirt is light blue, and there is nothing special about it when worn normally, but once it gets wet, it becomes translucent. Plus, her vest was old and worn very thin, and after being soaked by the rain, it couldn't cover anything at all. She screamed, covered herself, and turned around. But she apparently forgot that her foot was still injured. When he turned around, he was in so much pain that he couldn't stand. Just as she was about to fall, the next second, she was hugged into that strong embrace again. When Fong Chuyen thought about what kind of situation she was in now, she felt so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. I didn't want to get close to him in the first place, and now I want to stay away from him even more. Let me go. I don't want to go with you. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong's face turned dark. Gritting his teeth, he glared at her and said, You're not going with me. Are you going to go back like this by yourself? When he thought that she might be seen like this by other men, he wanted to kill someone. Hearing this, Fong Chuyen was stunned. It was the first time she wore such a nice shirt. How could she know it would be like this when it got wet? But this can't be blamed on Lin Wan Shu. After all, her vests are layered, so even if they get wet, she won't be exposed. Covering her chest with her hands, Fong Chuyen looked a little flustered. Looking at her weak and pitiful appearance, Lu Jingsong couldn't help feeling annoyed. How could he be so mean to her? What if I scare her? Without saying anything else, he took off his green military uniform and put it on her. Put on your clothes first. We have to go down quickly. Don't stay in the rain for too long and catch a cold. He himself was not afraid. After all, getting wet in the rain was a common occurrence for him. But she looked so fragile that he had to worry that she would catch a cold. Only after putting on the military uniform did Fong Chuyen feel a little safer. Without saying anything to refuse, she reached out to button her shirt. But I don't know if it's because the rain is too heavy or for some other reason, but her hands were shaking so badly that it took her a long time to button one button. Lu Jingsong couldn't bear it anymore, so he reached out and helped her button it up. After putting on his clothes, he took off his military cap and put it on her head. Then, he bent down in front of her and motioned for her to lie down on top of him. summer military uniform, so Lu Jingsong took it off and gave it to Fong Qiuyan. Now he could only go shirtless. The smooth lines of the tendon meat were revealed in Fong Qiuyan's eyes. The heavy rain hit his bronze skin, splashing water. Knowing that she couldn't be pretentious anymore, Fong Qiuyan pursed her lips and still lay on him. Fong Qiuyan became extremely stiff when she felt the hard muscles. The upper body also subconsciously distanced itself from him. "Hold on, I can walk fast." As he said this, he held up her thighs and stood up. Feeling weightless, Fong Qiuyan had to hold onto his shoulders to steady herself from falling. After helping her, Lu Jingsong continued walking down the mountain. And he was, just as he said, extremely fast. But even so, Fong Qiuyan refused to put her arms around his neck and only held on to his shoulders from beginning to end. The upper body kept a safe distance from him. In this way, the two of them shuttled through the heavy rain and soon returned to the family compound. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Jingsong did not put the person down, but walked straight to the door of her room with her on his back.
Key.
The room was locked, and Lu Jingsong didn't have the key, so he asked Fong Qiuyan for it. But Fong Qiuyan didn't want him to enter her room. "Put me down and I'll open the door and go in myself. Now that she's home, she can jump in." But the man was obviously getting into a fight with her and had no intention of letting her go. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. When Fong Qiuyan thought about what she looked like under her military uniform, she felt like ants were gnawing at her whole body, and she wished she could stay away from him. Not wanting to argue with him any further, she finally took out her keys. Lu Jingsong took the key, held her with one hand, and opened the door with the other. After the lock was opened, he reached out and pushed it. With a creaky sound, the door slowly opened and a faint fragrance wafted into the air, just like the scent of the woman behind him. Lu Jingsong was distracted and paused before he stepped into the house. There is little furniture in the room and the furnishings are simple. The space, which is neither too big nor too small, is kept tidy and orderly. Lu Jingsong carried her to the stool next to the window. Her clothes were wet, and when she sat on the bed, she wet the sheets. Just after putting the person down, Lu Jingsong suddenly saw a stack of books neatly placed on the table. Was also a book and a primary school student's exercise book spread out on the table. There were lines of neat and beautiful handwriting on the exercise book. Seeing this, Lu Jingsong was stunned on the spot. Although he already knew that she could read, he was still shocked when he saw these things with his own eyes. "You wrote all of this?" Unable to help himself, he picked up the exercise book and asked. Fong Qiuyan saw him fiddling with her homework book. Her face suddenly turned unhappy. Reaching out to take back her notebook, she said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you. You can leave now." Looking at her cold little face, Lu Jingsong's heart sank, and he remembered the days when she had been avoiding him. He finally met the person. How could he be willing to leave like this? He lowered his lost eyes and squatted down. "Let me see your feet." Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan subconsciously hit her right foot. "No, I'll find one later." Before she could finish her words, her calf was grabbed by the man's big hand. He was so strong that her struggle was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, completely useless. Fong Qiuyan was angry and anxious. "Let me go, you jerk." As she said that, she raised her other foot and kicked him. But Lu Jingsong is a soldier. Not only has he been to the front line, but daily confrontation training is also commonplace for him. She could even kick him, he easily defused the attack. Not only that, to prevent her from moving, he also clamped her uninjured leg with his arm. Fong Qiuyan's 2 feet were restrained, and she was extremely angry. He raised his hand again and hit him hard. She originally thought that he would dodge like he did just now, but he didn't. There was only a crisp paw sound, and the slap hit him directly in the face. Feeling resentful, Fong Qiuyan did not hold back on the strength in her hands at all. Lu Jingsong's face was hit to the side. After the slap landed, the whole room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Feeling the burning sensation in her palms, Fong Qiuyan was stunned on the spot.
He.
Why doesn't he hide? It was unknown how long it had been. The man reached out and slowly wiped the corner of his lips, and a bright red mark fell on his thumb. Fong Qiuyan's pupils shrank, and the burning pain in the palm of her hand became more and more obvious. Are you done? Are you relieved? If not, slap me again. Turning his head, he looked straight at her. Those deep black pupils seemed to be able to suck people in, and the remaining red at the corner of the lips seemed particularly prominent. The man's bulging pectoral muscles and brachialis muscles showed how terrifying his strength was. It seemed as if she could be killed with just one punch. Be frightened by her own imagination. She closed her eyes and turned her head away. Looking at her pitiful, shivering appearance, Lu Jingsong was so angry that he laughed. You are so timid that you dare to imitate others and hit others? Fong Qiuyan bit her lips subconsciously and said nothing. Wet hair stuck tightly to the fair cheeks, adding a touch of delicateness. A sigh escaped from his throat, and finally, he didn't have the heart to scare her, so he reached out and took off her shoes. Fong Qiuyan was wearing cloth shoes that she made herself. The original black cloth shoes have faded, and the soles have been worn out. After taking off the shoes, the red and swollen feet were exposed. He checked carefully and found that there was no dislocation, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Change your clothes first. I'll get you some medicine to apply. They often bump into things during training, so most of their homes have medicine for injuries. After Lu Jingsong finished speaking, he waited for her to speak before opening the closet and helping her find clothes. Fong Qiuyan had just beaten someone up and was now feeling extremely anxious. How could she even think of stopping him? Only after the man put his clothes and her towel on the bed and closed the door did she breathe a sigh of relief. Didn't expect that she hit him so hard, and he didn't complain to her. She felt complicated. Pursing her lips, she reached out and unbuttoned her military uniform. The doors here are different from those in my hometown. Once closed, they cannot be opened from the outside. You must use a key to open them. However, when she thought that he was in the next room, Fong Qiuyan still felt an indescribable urgency in her heart. Without delay, she quickly took off her wet clothes, wiped the moisture off her body with a towel, took out the clothes on the bed, and put them on. Just seeing the vest that had been washed so thinly, Fong Qiuyan couldn't help but blush again. She shouldn't have saved this little money. This is so embarrassing. She didn't dare to think about what expression he had when he helped her find clothes. She gritted her teeth and quickly put on her clothes. I decided in my heart that as soon as my foot healed, I would go to the commune and buy a few vests. He brought her was also newly made, but the color was gray, which was very common in that era. Gray shirt is slightly thicker than the aqua blue one. There shouldn't be any exposure even if it rains. Fong Qiuyan changed her clothes. She finally felt a lot more comfortable. Her hair, and started to wipe it with a towel. Her hair had always grown fast, but before it lacked nutrition and looked like dead grass. Lin Wan Shu has been taking care of her body over the past few months. Now not only has my body gained weight, but even my hair has become black and shiny. If you cut off a section, it cannot be restored, and the length is still considerable. After drying her hair, she reached out and fanned out the hair so that it would dry faster. The rain was still pouring outside, and Fong Qiuyan looked worried. She didn't want Lu Jingsong to apply medicine on her. Thinking of this, she decided not to open the door for him. When the rain stopped, she would find a stick to lean on and go to Lin Wan Shu to get the medicine. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Lu Jingsong's voice coming from the door. Have you changed your clothes? I'll come in after you're done. Fong Qiuyan? He wants to come in?
How?
Fong Qiuyan glanced at the key on the table with a look of suspicion. Please leave the medicine at the door, and I will get it myself later. What he meant, Fong Qiuyan spoke cautiously. Finished her words, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the lock of the door. Then the door was pushed open with a creak. Looking at the tall figure appearing at the door, Fong Qiuyan felt unwell. How do you have the key? She glared at him angrily. There's a spare key. As Lu Jingsong spoke, he walked straight into the room, looking so righteous, as if the gap between them did not exist. Fong Qiuyan was so angry that she almost laughed. Get out. picked up something next to her and threw it at him. Lu Jingsong caught the thing she threw over and took a closer look. It was a pillow stuffed with rice husks. Suddenly, I felt helpless and a little funny. You don't even know how to pick something stronger to hit someone with? Pillow in hand, he walked towards her step by step. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan became even angrier, her eyes almost spitting fire. Lu Jingsong looked at her little face, which was flushed with anger, and his heart felt as if a feather was gently brushing across it, making him feel itchy. He knew that his idea was wrong, but compared to her cold appearance, he would rather see her now. At least she would have a few nice words with him. Placing the pillow back on the bed, he squatted in front of her with the medicine. Seeing that she couldn't scold him or hit him, Fong Qiuyan was so angry that she couldn't help but raise her foot and kick him away. As soon as Lu Jingsong saw her expression, he knew what she wanted to do. "You want to kick me?" Looking at her restless feet, he asked with a smile. Fong Qiuyan really wanted to kick him, but when she saw his swollen cheek, she suddenly felt uneasy.
I
didn't." As she spoke, she turned her head away. As if not seeing it, he could comfort himself that it wasn't her who hit him in the face. Where had Lu Jingsong ever seen her so cute? He couldn't help but laugh out loud, and his heart softened incredibly. "I'm going to apply the medicine. It will be a little painful. Please bear with it." As he spoke, he picked up the foot that had become more swollen and began to apply medicine on it. Although his movements were very gentle, Fong Qiuyan still couldn't help but gasp in pain and subconsciously pulled her feet back. Just as she moved a little, she was restrained by him again. "Don't move." As he said this, he continued to apply medicine to her. Fong Qiuyan's calf was grabbed, and she was completely unable to move. She could only let him apply medicine to her feet. But it was so painful that she couldn't help but groan. At the beginning, Lu Jingsong was very focused on applying medicine to her. But gradually, listening to her suppressed low hums and smelling her faint fragrance, his movements of applying the medicine became visibly stiff. The scene he just saw in the rain flashed through his mind uncontrollably, and even his breathing became disordered. But soon, he suppressed those charming thoughts. She already hated him, and if he really did anything to her, Lu Jingsong had no doubt that she would hide from him even more. This was not the result he wanted. Not daring to think too much, Lu Jingsong forced himself to apply the medicine to her seriously. When he finally finished wiping it, his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. "You take a rest, I'll go cook." A low, hoarse voice picked up her changed clothes and walked out. When Fong Qiuyan heard that he was going to cook, she suddenly felt unwell again. "I'll do it." With the dishes he cooked, there was no waste of food. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong didn't say anything and just went out with his clothes. Fong Qiuyan stood up by herself, holding onto the table. Just when he was about to find a stick to support himself and go out, Lu Jingsong came back with an umbrella in his hand.
"For you."
Lu Jingsong stuffed the umbrella into her hand. The heavy rain still pouring outside, and did not say anything to refuse. Just gave her the umbrella. "Then how do you get there?" Just after she asked, she was picked up by the thighs in the next second. "You hold the umbrella, and we'll go together." Fong Qiuyan never thought that he would be so shameless. Not only did he start fighting, but he also held her like a child. She almost went crazy. "How could you do this?"
"Put me down now."
Hearing this, Lu Jingsong looked at her innocently. "Your feet are injured, and you can't touch the water. Do you have any better way to get through this way?" Fong Qiuyan. Well, she really hasn't. Finally, she closed her mouth in frustration and gave up struggling completely. But she couldn't help but secretly decide in her heart that once she was admitted into the pharmaceutical factory, the first thing she would do was to move out of the staff quarters. "It's too dangerous here." Lu Jingsong didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that she finally stopped struggling, his heart suddenly softened. In this way, the two of them, one holding an umbrella and the other holding someone, came to the kitchen in the heavy rain. After entering the kitchen, Lu Jingsong supported the person with one hand and moved a high stool with the other hand and placed it next to the stove. Then, he put Fong Qiuyan on the stool. "Just tell me what to do." After saying that, he went to put the rice in, looking like he had no intention of letting her do anything. Looking at his busy back, Fong Chuyen felt very complicated. It is undeniable that his performance in the army can actually be regarded as that of a diligent man. He hated himself at the beginning. He never lacked money for her food. Later, when he found out that Do Hua didn't have new clothes, he would bring her cloth. Knowing that he might be trapped by the rainstorm, he risked his life to find her. Now I cook directly in the kitchen. Such a man would be hard to find in the countryside even with a lantern. But Fong Chuyen still felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know if it was because those years were so hard, or because there was Fong Dongxue between them. She stared blankly at the heavy rain outside the window, her thoughts in a mess. After Lu Jingsong washed the rice, he took out 3 eggs from the cupboard and then took out a bunch of vegetables from the basket. He washed the vegetables with unfamiliar movements, twisted them into pieces, and placed them in a special dustpan for vegetables. Then, he beat the eggs into a bowl and stirred them clumsily with chopsticks. After doing all this, he turned around and was about to ask her what to do when he saw the woman who was angry and swearing just now staring blankly outside. Her long hair was spread out behind her, her porcelain-white profile was half hidden in the dim light, her cold eyes were misty, filled with emotions that he could not understand. At this moment, she seemed to be isolated in an invisible and intangible wall. It is so close, yet it seems so far away. This elusive feeling made his heart suffocate, as if a large ball of cotton was stuffed into it, making him feel stuffy and blocked. These days, Lu Jingsong regretted his stupidity all the time. How could he leave her in her hometown for so many years without caring about her? I always think back to how skinny she looked when she returned home last year. His heart felt like it was being torn apart by something, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. He no longer wanted to care about the right and wrong of the past. At this moment, Lu Jingsong just wanted to live a good life with her, just like any other couple. But she obviously didn't intend to accept him. The closer he got, the more desperate Lu Jingsong became to discover her resistance and rejection of him. However, he couldn't let go any longer. Hiding the pain in his eyes, he softened his voice and said to her, "Chuyen, wash the vegetables. What should I do?" After hearing this, Fong Chuyen seemed to finally come to her senses. Said calmly, "Fried eggs and boiled vegetable and egg soup." Seeing her become distant and cold again, Lu Jingsong felt bitter in his heart. Trying to keep his expression, he nodded. Okay, I understand. He deserved it if she ignored him. Who is he to complain? The next day, Lin Wan Shu heard that Fong Chuyen had sprained her foot, so she went to visit her early in the morning with her own medicine. There was still a light drizzle in the sky. Meow Meow was wearing a bamboo hat on her head, a small straw raincoat specially made by Qin Yan, and a pair of small waders on her feet. Walk and play in the water along the way. Since Sun Shifeng came to the staff quarters, she has not allowed Meow Meow to go to kindergarten. It's not that I'm reluctant to spend the money. I just think she's too young and can't learn anything. The other brothers and sisters all went to school, and Meow Meow was very bored. When she heard that her mother was coming to see Sister Do Hua, she followed her. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Do Hua from afar, who was also wearing a straw hat and a raincoat. However, the hat and raincoat on Do Hua were obviously too big, and one could tell at a glance that they were what Fong Chuyen wore on a daily basis. The two little guys met. They were overjoyed. They held hands and started chattering. Lin Wan Shu ignored them and went straight to Fong Chuyen's room with the medicine. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Fong Chuyen lying on the bed. Her right foot was wrapped tightly, and there were a few boards underneath to cushion it. Seeing her like this, Lin Wan Shu was shocked. What happened? How did you sprain your ankle? Fong Chuyen's feet hurt badly.
She didn't sleep well last night.
She finally closed her eyes and fell into a drowsy sleep, but her dream was full of messy scenes. At this moment, she was still a little dazed, and when she saw Lin Wan Shu coming, she forced herself to cheer up. I went to collect firewood yesterday, but it suddenly rained heavily, and I sprained my ankle. Just listening to her words, Lin Wan Shu felt extremely thrilling. Fortunately, Captain Lu came to find you in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After hearing this, Fong Qiuyan also felt that she was too ungrateful yesterday. When someone tried to save her with good intentions, she not only kicked him, but also beat him. Thinking back to the blush on his cheeks that had not yet subsided in the morning, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Seeing her guilty look, Lin Wan Shu suddenly became curious. What's wrong? What did you say to Captain Lu yesterday? Why do you look like that? Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan blushed and her voice became hesitant. I beat him yesterday. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's face was suddenly filled with shock. When she came to her senses, she silently gave her a thumbs up. Okay, Comrade Qiuyan, you're so brave now? Do you dare to fight with gay men? Fong Qiuyan was stunned. Was she praising herself? Wan Shu, don't you think I'm ungrateful? Not to mention the fact that he cooked, just the fact that he risked such a great danger to save her. No matter how big the grudge they had in the past, she should let it go. Knowing her past and having seen her embarrassment, Lin Wan Shu felt a little pity when she heard her confused words. Qiuyan, I am not you. I have never experienced what you have gone through, and I am not qualified to judge your actions. Only you know whether you feel wronged or not. I just hope that you can become stronger in the future. Maybe when that day comes, you will know what you should do. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan's eyes couldn't help but warm up. She knew that she wouldn't feel that she was being unreasonable. If there is anyone in this world who can be so tolerant and understanding of her, it must be Lin Wan Shu. Sometimes Fong Qiuyan thought that she should be grateful to Lu Jingsong. If he hadn't brought her to the staff quarters, she would never have met Lin Wan Shu in her life. Well, I know what to do. Thank you, Wan Shu. She is not a wooden person. How can she not see what Lu Jingsong means to her now? But she couldn't let go of the past grudge for a while. In that case, let's make ourselves stronger. Just like Lin Wan Shu said, maybe when that day comes, she will know exactly what she wants. The two were talking. Lin Wan Shu had already helped her untie the bandage. Her ankle was more swollen beneath the bandage. Lin Wan Shu took out disinfectant and carefully cleaned her feet. Then, he opened his ointment and used a soft squeezer to gently squeeze the ointment onto her feet. Gasped in pain at first, but after a while, I felt a chill on my feet. The coldness seemed to penetrate her skin directly, and wherever it reached, the pain was quickly relieved. After applying the medicine, Fong Qiuyan felt her feet felt much better. Looked at her foot covered with ointment with a look of surprise. Wan Shu, you don't know any magic, do you? Why are the medicines you make so effective? Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu immediately put on a resentful expression. I thought you knew I was a fairy a long time ago. How come you just discovered it now? After hearing this, Fong Qiuyan was so amused that she immediately made a gesture to apologize. Oh, it's all my fault. I didn't recognize the identity of our fairy Wan Shu. The two of them laughed and joked, and Fong Qiuyan's mood soon improved. On the other side, after Lu Jingsong finished training with red and swollen cheeks and disbanded the team, he hurried home. Along the way, it attracted countless curious glances. Lu Jingsong had no doubt that after today the entire military camp would be talking about his face. But he couldn't care less. Thinking of the person who left him with the slap mark, his steps became more urgent. I don't know how she's doing at home. Lu Jingsong was walking towards the door when suddenly someone patted his shoulder. When she turned around, she met Du Wangshuan's eyes, which were burning with gossip. Old Lu, I wanted to ask you just now what happened to your face. He asked what happened, but the expression on his face clearly asked if he was beaten by his wife. Lu Jing, you're free? Hearing this, Du Wangxian chuckled. I don't have much free time, but I still have time to care about my comrades. To be honest, your wife didn't kick you out of bed last night, did she? Hearing this, Lu Jingsong suddenly felt depressed. It would be nice if I really got kicked out of bed. But the reality is that he can't even enter her room. She even asked for the spare key back yesterday. Du Wangxian was just joking. He didn't believe in his heart that Fong Qiuyan would do such a thing. After all, in order to marry Lu Jingsong, she even did something like stealing her sister's fiancé. He asked this. He was actually really concerned about how the slap mark came about. Hearing Lu Jingsong's words at this moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Hiss.
Something is wrong? What's going on between you and your wife? Lu Jingsong was feeling depressed right now, so he didn't hide anything when he heard this, and told him that Fong Qiuyan had been avoiding him. Du Wangxian looked at his distressed expression and suddenly fell silent. You mean you care about her now, but she doesn't care about you anymore? Isn't this too fantastical? How much he hated Fong Qiuyan in the past few years. I didn't even dare to mention that name in front of him, because he would definitely turn against me if I did. The look of deep sorrow and hatred. Lu Jingsong. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact now. Seeing him nod, Du Wangxian now really felt sympathy for his brother. Patting his shoulder, he sighed and said, I'm not saying anything. You haven't been home for a few years. How can you expect others to treat you well? Without mentioning anything else, you should treat her to the warm house dinner first, introduce her to everyone, and let her feel that you value her. After hearing this, Lu Jingsong also felt that this made sense. Wait a while. She sprained her ankle. And he had to go back and discuss it with her. Okay, I'll wait for you. If not, I'll ask my wife to do some ideological work on her. After saying that, he lowered his voice and taught him some tricks on how to coax his wife. Lu Jingsong.
This.
Reliable? But no matter what, he still accepted his kindness. At the same time, Lin Wan Shu and several military wives had just come out of Fong Qiuyan's house. Knowing that she sprained her leg, everyone came over to help her spontaneously. Help her go to the toilet, cook for her, etc. Fong Qiuyan was well taken care of throughout the morning. Although she knew that the military wives were all very nice, Fong Qiuyan never thought that they would actually come directly to her house to take care of her. She was deeply moved by this kind of concern without any blood relationship. After the military wives went back, Fong Qiuyan took out the book and started reading again. The test is tomorrow, and although she has memorized the entire book, Fong Qiuyan is still worried. She reads whenever she has free time. As soon as Lu Jingsong came back, he went straight to Fong Qiuyan's room. He had originally prepared to knock on the door, but he didn't expect that her door was not only unlocked, but also open. He walked to the door anxiously and was about to ask her how she was, but he froze on the spot. On the bed, a slender figure was sitting on the headboard, reading a book. Bright light shone through the window, hitting her focused and serious little face. Lu Jingsong felt his heartbeat suddenly become uncontrollable. Plop, plop. From ancient times to the present, people have naturally admired cultured people. Lu Jingsong is no exception. Just looking at her made his heart beat incredibly fast. The man's gaze was so scorching. How could Fong Qiuyan not feel it? But she really didn't want to pay attention to him, so she just pretended not to know. But Lu Jingsong came back to find her in the first place. So, how could he let her escape? Qiuyan, how is your foot? Do you need to go to the toilet? I'll take you there. In the morning, he was afraid that it would be troublesome for her to go to the toilet, so he brought her a bucket specifically for urine. But now he stood at the door and didn't smell any strange smell. No, my sisters-in-law came to see me just now. If you have nothing to do, go and have dinner. I still need to read. Fong Qiuyan said, without raising her head. Although I was mentally prepared, she would not pay attention to me. But after hearing this, Lu Jingsong couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, he did not go into the house for fear of disturbing her reading. Well, I'm going to eat and I'll come see you later. After saying this, he paused, then retracted his gaze, and went to the kitchen. But after the meal, he didn't even have the chance to find Fong Qiuyan as the assembly horn sounded from the military camp again. Lu Jingsong only had time to say a few words to her before he hurried back to the camp. And he left and didn't come back the whole night. Yang Zheng was afraid that Fong Qiuyan would have to get up to go to the bathroom at night and no one would take care of her, so she came over and slept with her. Early the next morning, she went back to wash up, then brought breakfast for the mother and daughter. After a while, Lin Wan Shu and other military wives also came over. Everyone brought the same food with them. It was obvious that he was here to deliver breakfast to Fong Qiuyan. Fong Qiuyan was so moved by the variety of breakfasts on the table that she almost cried. Qiuyan, eat quickly. After you finish eating, we will gather at the square. Tang Qian couldn't wait any longer and urged. Used to study as if her life depended on it, but now she has been studying very hard in the past few months, just for today. The other military wives also looked eager to try. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan didn't say anything else and started to eat breakfast seriously. Meow Meow also went to the square with her mother today and is now sitting next to the tofu pudding. I saw that she was holding a fried dough stick in her hand. Every time Dohua took a mouthful of porridge, she would feed her a mouthful of fried dough stick. Sister Huahua, imitating the way her grandmother usually fed her, she coaxed Dohua like a little adult. Fong was watching from the side and was almost dying of laughter. She teased her. Meow Meow, you are biased. Why did you only feed Sister Huahua and not Brother Jianxi? Looking at her son, who was staring at her eagerly, she directly gave him an assist. Hearing this, Meow Meow blinked in confusion. Didn't Brother Jianxi eat it already? But she only hesitated for a moment before handing the fried dough sticks to Fong Jianxi and coaxed him in the same way. Brother. Fong Jianxi never thought that his mother would let Meow Meow feed her. He immediately felt sick. He stepped back suddenly and shook his head desperately. I don't need it. You can feed it to Dohua. Shen Yu, who was standing by, saw this and clapped his legs and laughed. Jianxi, why don't you eat? When you see him looking back. Fong Jianxi frowned and rolled his eyes at him. If you want to eat it yourself. I'm a man, I don't need to be fed. Meow Meow saw that Jianxi didn't eat and was even avoiding him. She looked at Shen Xiai for help.
Shenchi.
Meow Meow, give Dohua some to eat. Jianxi won't be hungry. Even if he was hungry, it was not Meow Meow's turn to feed him. Hearing this, Meow Meow took back the fried dough sticks and fed them to Dohua. While feeding him, she said to Fong, Brother doesn't want to eat. You Fong. Looking at her son with a resentful look on his face, she smiled a little awkwardly. Why is he glaring at her? Isn't she doing this to help him? Fong Jianxi sighed deeply, indicating that he was extremely tired. Several military wives couldn't stop laughing when they saw the mother and son loving and hating each other. Originally a little nervous, but now I feel a lot more relaxed. After a while, Fong Qiuyan finished her breakfast. Tang Qian was the strongest here, and without giving anyone else a chance to attack, she simply carried Fong Qiuyan on her back. The group of people walked towards the square of the family compound, chatting and laughing. The square was already crowded with people, and all the military wives in the entire family compound were here. Lin Wan Shu approached. She heard someone calling her. Are you Comrade Lin Wan Shu? Lin Wan Shu turned around. She saw a strange young girl. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail and her fitted apricot shirt tucked into her trousers, looking neat and capable. I don't know why she called me, but Lin Wan Shu still nodded politely. I am Lin Wan Shu. May I ask who you are? Upon hearing this, the female comrade immediately smiled warmly and extended her hand to her. Nice to meet you. I'm Su Mingqi's sister. My name is Su Menjing.
Shumeni?
Isn't she the deputy political commissar's wife? Don't hit a smiling person. When someone took the initiative to get to know her, Lin Wan Shu returned a polite smile and shook her hand. Nice to meet you. Su Menjing was obviously a very outgoing person. After shaking hands with her, she immediately started talking. I heard that you were the one who founded Shengchun Pharmaceutical Factory. How come you are so powerful? Shengchun Pharmaceutical Factory was a name that Lin Wan Shu and several military wives came up with. Lin Wan Shu smiled modestly. I don't deserve it. It's all thanks to everyone. I just made some suggestions. Hearing this, Su Menjing looked at her with disapproval. Comrade Wan Shu, you are too modest. I have heard about your deeds before I came to the family compound. If I had half of your ability, my parents would wake up laughing in their dreams. It was clearly a compliment, but it made one hear how favored she was at home. Lin Wan Shu had heard before that Su Mingqi's father and mother were both university professors in the eastern province, and his family could be said to be a scholarly family. also looked gentle and elegant, which was completely different from the lively and erratic personality of Su Menjing. Lin Wan Shu still maintained a polite smile on her face, neither eager nor cold. Comrade Su, thank you for your compliment. I have other things to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. After all, today is a big day for the military wives to take exams, and she has a lot to do. Hearing this, Su Menjing still waved at her enthusiastically with her smile on her face. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll come back to you later. Lin Wan Shu nodded and left. Meow Meow went out to play with her brothers and sisters, and with Xin Ci and Wang Qingqing around, Lin Wan Shu had nothing to worry about. The exam was held in one of the conference rooms. The tables in the conference room have been moved and arranged in a row, neatly arranged on the table, and today's test is to identify the herbs. The admission scores are ranked from high to low, and 2/3 of the people are selected to enter the factory. In order to be fair, in addition to Lin Wan Shu and Ma Qiuping, 2 doctors and Deputy Political Commissar Nanjing were also invited to the conference room. The doctor and Lin Wan Shu were responsible for judging whether the wives' answers were correct, while Ma Qiuping and Nanjing were responsible for monitoring whether there was any cheating. Soon the exam began. The military wives waited in the square, and only those whose numbers were called could come in. I don't know how lucky Fong Qiuyan was. She directly drew number 1. Tang Qian carried the person to conference room number 1. Seeing that she had sprained her foot, Ma Qiuping took over and helped carry her from the first herb to the last. They passed and answered the questions along the way. Not every military wife can read, so they don't have to write in the exam. Answer directly, stating the name of the herb and its main effects. Fong Qiuyan can fluently tell the name and specific function of each one after just one look. Among the 20 kinds of herbs, this shocked Ma Qiuping, who was carrying her on her back. Xiao Fong, don't tell me you were a doctor before, right? After all, she had read her information, so how come she didn't know how amazing she was? Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan smiled shyly. I'm not a doctor. I just have a very good nose. I can remember any medicine after smelling it.
Ma Qiuping.
Well, it turns out he is gifted. As long as someone is talented, there is no one in the army who doesn't like them, and the same goes for Ma Qiuping. Knowing that she had a very sensitive sense of smell, she looked at her as if she were some rare treasure. Fong Qiuyan blushed at the sight. There were many people waiting outside, so Ma Qiuping didn't chat with her for long. He carried the person to the stone bench under the tree outside. Although it was an oral answer, after all, not everyone is as good as Fong Qiuyan. Therefore, Lin Wan Shu also set a time. If you can't answer within 20 seconds, try another herb. The numbers drawn earlier went smoothly. The military wives answered the questions they could answer, and those who couldn't answer did not cheat even if they exceeded the time limit. But when it came to Guan Hongmei's turn, the style changed. This is obviously Bai Ji. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me because you don't like me? Lin Wan Shu had already prepared herself for someone to cheat, so she wasn't surprised. This is Fong Ji. 20 seconds have passed. Please continue to answer the next one. But Tan Hongmei had already answered 5 herbs incorrectly in a row. How could she accept this? Doesn't even know if she recognizes the person behind her. If she gets deducted points for this, will she still have a chance to enter the factory? I don't care. You did it on purpose. I won't accept it. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Lin Wan Shu. A doctor wearing glasses next to him was keeping score. Hearing this, he looked up at Guan Hongmei. This is indeed Stephania Tetrandra. The cross-section is flat, grayish-white, powdery, and has sparsely arranged radial textures on the surface. The cross-section of Angelica dehirica is white or grayish-white. Although it is also powdery, the cambium ring is brown and close to square or nearly round. Guan Hongmei know what cross-section and powder properties are? She was certain that this thing was Baiji, and they were deliberately making things difficult for her. When she thought that she might not be able to get a job at the factory, she suddenly felt sad. She sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started crying. I have a miserable life. Lin Wan Shu, you are taking revenge on me. I answered the question correctly. but you colluded with other doctors to deliberately embarrass me and deduct my points. I am not convinced, and I will report it to my superiors." Seeing that she was throwing a tantrum, everyone present looked a little unhappy, especially Ma Qiuping. She is not only the director of the Women's Federation, but also the former director of the Family Compound Committee. Such a weird thing happened in the family compound, and she felt ashamed. "Guan Hongmei, that's enough. Look at what you look like now. There are so many people waiting outside. If they all cheat like you, will we be able to continue with the exam?" Guan Hongmei felt extremely aggrieved. "This is obviously by Ji. What basis does she have to judge that I am wrong?" Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu finally raised her eyes and looked at her. "If you're new, practice more. It's been more than 4 months since the news came out, and other military wives are busy studying every day. What about you? What are you doing? Busy using connections? Sorry, I don't take backdoors here. Whoever has the ability can do it." As soon as these words fell, Guan Hongmei's face suddenly turned red. She wanted to say that she learned too. But when she thought about other military wives who kept mumbling to themselves even while working, she felt a little guilty. In the end, it was Nanjing who made the final decision. This comrade has exceeded the exam time limit and can leave now. Hearing this, Guan Hongmei felt like the sky was falling. Why is the time limit exceeded? I only answered 10 kinds of herbs. Nanjing looked at his watch and said gently, "The test time is 7 minutes, and you have exceeded it by 2 minutes." His smile looked so gentle and polite, but Guan Hongmei inexplicably felt uneasy in her heart. A few times, but in the end she didn't dare to defend herself.
"No."
As she spoke, she lowered her head and walked out in a daze, like a defeated rooster. Guan Hongmei had the courage to throw a tantrum. She didn't dare to go too far. If the man at home is implicated, she will lose her only hope. The people outside heard that Guan Hongmei got the answer wrong and was cheating, and was asked to leave before she could even finish the rest of the answer. There was an uproar. With her experience as a lesson, the people who followed her did not dare to act rashly, and all answered the questions honestly. If you answer incorrectly, you may still have a chance, but if you are asked to leave, you will have no chance at all. Guan Hongmei knew that she had no hope. She still refused to leave and sat under the tree wiping her tears. After a while, a figure sat down next to him. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Guan Hongmei was feeling upset, so how could she have the mood to talk to anyone? The visitor didn't seem to mind and took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. "Sister-in-law, please wipe your tears first." Hearing this, Guan Hongmei finally reacted. Seeing the pink handkerchief in front of her, she took it without hesitation. She wiped her tears, blew her nose hard, and then handed the handkerchief back. "Thank you." Su Menjing looked at the handkerchief handed to her and almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. "Sister-in-law, we are destined to be together, so I will give this handkerchief to you." Heard that she was going to give her the pink handkerchief, her eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, she put the handkerchief she had just used to wipe her eyes and blow her nose into her pocket. "How can I be so embarrassed? Thank you so much."
"Menjing."
"You're welcome. We'll have plenty of time to interact in the future." Guan Hongmei took the handkerchief and felt much better. She also finally realized that the person in front of her looked very unfamiliar. "Comrade, who are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Thinking she was a new military wife, she asked curiously. "I am Su Mingqi's sister, and Nanjing is my brother-in-law." Guan Hongmei. "Is he the deputy political commissar who just invited her out?" "Oh, I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore." After saying that, Guan Hongmei got up and left. Her brother-in-law should at least take half the responsibility for not getting the job. What's the point of her pretending to be nice to her now? Seeing her expression change so quickly, Su Menjing was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Weren't we chatting just now?" After hitting a wall one after another, she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Are the things that the man said to her in the dream true? Could someone really take away everything that belonged to her? A country bumpkin? Is it? Su Menjing carefully searched the military wives in the square, but found nothing wrong. However, When she thought about how that person could always accurately predict things about her, Su Menjing did not dare to take it lightly. Not far away, Fong Chuyen also looked at her curiously several times. For some reason, she felt that Su Mingqi's sister looked strangely familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. But she thought about it for a long time and couldn't remember where she had seen it. In the end, she could only suppress the strange thought in her heart. First test, she had nothing to do and is now waiting for other military wives. What I'm testing all day today. Practical test tomorrow, and the grades will also be given on the spot. The scores will be written on a piece of paper and taken home by the military wives. The admission results will be announced 3 days after both exams are completed. The morning exam lasted until about 12 noon. Not long after, Tang Qian and a few others came out, surrounding Lin Wan Shu. Unlike the military wives who looked sad, they all looked very relaxed, and you could tell at a glance that they had done well in the exam. Guan Hongmei looked at their smiling faces and became so angry that her nose became crooked.
Cheating. You all cheated.
Lin Wan Shu, you must have told them the answers in advance, right? Otherwise, why would they all look so confident of victory? Hearing this, the military wives who had not done well in the exam immediately cast suspicious glances at those people. Yes, they have such a good relationship with Lin Wan Shu. Maybe she had already revealed what the test would be about today. If that's the case, it would be so unfair to them. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu rolled her eyes suspiciously. Let me tell you, today's herbs were brought by the 2 doctors on short notice. I don't even know their names or which hospital they are from. Also, I don't know what medicine they will bring this afternoon. But the military wives didn't believe this at all. As long as one is a human being, there will be selfishness. These people play with Lin Wan Shu every day. How could she not tell them the content of the exam? Lin Wan Shu hadn't thought about satisfying everyone. Facing the questioning gazes, she said calmly, "They have collected no less than 50 kinds of herbs for me in the past few months. If you collect them every day, it will be difficult for you to forget them." Hearing this, the military wives who had been full of doubts suddenly lowered their heads. It turned out that they all thought going up the mountain to collect herbs was too tiring. After collecting it a few times, it didn't go up much. Only when I needed to see a doctor would I collect a little to pay for medical expenses. If I really couldn't collect it, I would exchange it with bills. Even after the news of the exam came out, quite a few people still failed to persevere. After all, many of the wives of soldiers living in the family compound came from the city. How could they have ever done such hard work? Can persist in collecting them every day. They don't charge for their medical treatment, and even the herbs they collect are for the purpose of training them for their jobs. Now that they didn't do well in the exam, who can they blame? A group of military wives left dejectedly. Guan Hongmei was still very unwilling, but she couldn't say anything, so she could only leave angrily. Fong Chuyen didn't have to take the exam in the afternoon, so she just stayed at home obediently. Applying Lin Wan Shu's medicine yesterday, my feet no longer hurt as much as they did at the beginning. But she didn't dare to walk directly, because she was afraid that the recovery would be slow. Tang Qian just brought her the crutch her father used before, and she used it to walk, which was quite convenient. Knowing that Lu Jingsong had not returned, several military wives came over in the afternoon to help her cook dinner and feed the chickens. Yang Zheng was the last to leave, and they even brought her bath water into the shower room. If Fong Chuyen hadn't insisted, she probably wouldn't have wanted to go back. After making sure that she could really walk normally with the help of crutches, Yang Zheng gave her a few more instructions before leaving. There were 2 stools in the shower room, one for her to sit on and the other for clothes. Sitting on a stool, she took a quick bath. But when she was about to put on her clothes, she suddenly discovered that one piece was missing. And it was the one that embarrassed her the day before yesterday. But she clearly remembered that she had taken it, so how could it be missing? Fong Chuyen, not giving up, searched carefully again. After she was sure that there was nothing wrong, she felt terrible. Tofu pudding. There was no other way. She could only ask her daughter for help. But after shouting several times, there was no response. Just then, a familiar sound of footsteps suddenly came from the yard. Perhaps he heard her call, and he ran towards the shower room quickly. After a while, Lu Jingsong's nervous voice came from outside the door. "Qiuyan, what's wrong? Did you fall?" Fong Qiuyan. Fong Qiuyan didn't expect that he would come back suddenly, and she felt terrible. When she remained silent, there was an anxious knock on the door. "Qiuyan, speak." Fong Qiuyan was afraid that he would break in directly, so she quickly said, "I didn't fall. Duet knock." As she spoke, she put her clothes on carelessly. But in her haste, she accidentally scratched her injured foot when putting on her pants, which had already healed a lot, suddenly hurt so much that she couldn't help but gasp. Now Lu Jingsong outside the door became even more nervous. Thinking that she had fallen and still refused to let him in, he knocked on the door again. Fong Qiuyan was almost naked and was afraid that he would break in, so she could only bite the bullet and say, I'm really fine, I just missed a piece of clothing." After saying this, the knocking on the door finally stopped. After a moment, the man's voice was heard again at the door. "Whatever you missed, I'll get it for you." Fong Qiuyan. She didn't want him to take it at all. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have called Dohua and would have just worn a shirt and gone back." Now, it's not right if she says it, and it's not right if she doesn't say it. Seeing that she was silent again, Lu Jingsong suddenly had an idea and asked in a low voice, "Did it leak out?" Through the thin door panel, Fong Qiuyan subconsciously covered herself, her face almost burning. But he had already guessed it, and there was no point in her arguing with him. Thinking of this, she suppressed her shame and said, Although her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Lu Jingsong still heard it. "Wait, I'll find it for you now." After saying that, he turned and ran to her room. But just as I reached the door, I saw a vest lying on the ground. Realizing that it must have been dropped here by her, Lu Jingsong bent down and picked it up. However, as soon as he got the vest in his hands, he was stunned. It turned out that it had rained the day before, and the light in the house was dim. When he was looking for clothes for her, he couldn't actually see clearly what her clothes looked like. At this moment, looking at the cloth in my hands that had been washed into a thin piece, a feeling of sourness mixed with pain suddenly surged into my heart. The vest in her hand seemed like her silent accusation. Remind him how bad he had been to her in the past. Whenever he thought of what she had gone through in those years, Lu Jingsong wished he could slap himself hard a few times. She didn't hit him lightly that day. Holding the vest in his trembling hands, he walked towards the shower room with mixed feelings. Fong Qiuyan had slowly put on her pants and was now waiting for him to hand her a vest, feeling uncomfortable. Time seemed to have stopped, and every second seemed so long. I don't know how long it took, but the footsteps came towards the side again. But Fong Qiuyan felt inexplicably heavy as she listened. But I didn't have the mind to think about what happened to him. At this moment, she just wished she could put on her clothes quickly and hide in her room. So embarrassing. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, there was a knock on the door. Fong Qiuyan hid behind the door, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened a gap. The gap was narrow enough for just one arm to fit through. But even with such a small gap, Lu Jingsong still smelled a warm fragrance with a hint of moisture. Looking at the white and delicate arms stretched out in front of him, he was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. Fong Qiuyan had her hand stretched out for a long time, but when she saw that he hadn't given her the clothes yet, she suddenly became furious. Where are the clothes? It must be said that she had a good voice. Even her angry voice made Lu Jingsong feel tingling and numb. But he didn't dare to think about it anymore, and he put the vest stiffly into her open palm. Fong Qiuyan had been waiting for so long that she was getting extremely anxious. The vest in her hands, she couldn't wait to grab it and take it back. However, it was unclear whether her movements were too fast or Lu Jingsong's movements were too slow. She grabbed his hand directly. The moment their fingertips touched, Lu Jingsong felt as if his whole body was electrified, numb and tingling. But Fong Qiuyan was so frightened that she let go of her hands and vest. Careful! Lu Jingsong quickly caught the vest, paused, and put it in her hands again. After Fong Qiuyan was sure that she was grabbing the vest, she quickly withdrew her hand and closed the door with a bang. Lu Jingsong. After getting her vest back, Fong Qiuyan was very upset. She paused for a moment before gritting her teeth and putting it on. Looking at the expression on her face, if one didn't know, one would think that this vest had some deep hatred with her. The vest was already at the end of its strength and could not withstand the slightest disturbance. Fong Qiuyan had just put it on and was pulling it down when she heard a sizzle sound and the battered vest broke into two pieces. Fong Qiuyan looked down at the half-cut vest in her hand, her face full of disbelief. In the end, I don't know if she was too angry, but she calmed down. She took off the vest and put on her shirt with a stern face. Isn't it just half a vest? No one can see it. After getting dressed, she stuffed all the dirty clothes, including the piece of vest, into the bucket. Her leg is injured now, and she can't fetch water, so she can only go to the water tank to wash tomorrow. Half of the vest was missing, and she felt a little chilly. But there was nothing Liang could do. She couldn't go to the commune now, so she could only endure it for a few days. When I opened the door, Lu Jingsong had disappeared. Fong Qiuyan had just finished eating with Do Hua and went back to her room on crutches. After she returned to the room, Lu Jingsong also came into the shower room carrying a bucket of water. After taking a quick shower, he saw Fong Qiuyan's clothes in the bucket and picked them up, planning to wash them together. It was the first time that Lu Jingsong washed clothes for a woman. In my hometown, housework is tacitly done by women. If a man carries clothes to the river to wash, he will definitely be laughed to death. However, he had heard when he was in the military camp that the deputy regiment commander would wash clothes for his wife on weekdays. If others can do it, there is no reason why he can't. However, it was getting late, and he didn't plan to take it to the river to wash, so he decided to wash it at home. Anyway, you don't need to carry water here. It's all brought down from the mountains, so it's very convenient. His own clothes were very dirty, so he put them in a separate bucket and just stepped on them. His wife and daughter's hair were placed in another bucket. He took them out and washed them carefully with his hands. Especially for those too tight-fitting clothes, he subconsciously reduced his strength. But he is a man after all, and no matter how weak he is no match for a woman. Besides, Fong Qiuyan's vest and underwear were already old, so how could they withstand his rubbing? Lu Jingsong was washing his wife's underwear with red ears, but unexpectedly, the vest in his hands suddenly tore apart with a sizzle. Looking at the piece of cloth in each hand, Lu Jingsong almost tore his heart apart. He ripped her vest? It took him a long while to realize that the old vest was folded in his hands. Lu Jingsong didn't even dare to think about how angry Fong Qiuyan would be if she knew about this. Finally, he put the cloth aside with a guilty conscience, planning to hide it and buy her a new one. In his mind, he went on to wash the rest of the clothes. Who would have thought that while washing, a piece of cloth would be pulled out from the bottom of the bucket? A moment, Lu Jingsong couldn't help but doubt his memory. Didn't he just wash a whole piece of clothing? Thinking of this, he took out the cloth that had just been torn and pieced it together again. Looking at the intact vest on the laundry table and then at the extra piece of fabric in his hand, Lu Jingsong was not clear at all. Fong Qiuyan's clothes were also torn. This time, he almost died of heartache. If it wasn't getting dark, he would have wanted to fly to the commune right now to buy her some underwear. Pursing his lips, Lu Jingsong carefully rinsed the 3 pieces of cloth and put them in a clean bucket. Then, washed the rest of the clothes. Before dark, Do Hua came back from outside skipping and jumping. When she saw him, she grinned at him.
Dad.
Hearing her crisp call of Dad, Lu Jingsong's heart softened. Hey, where did you go just now? Putting the clean clothes into the bucket, he tried to chat with his daughter. I'm going to find Meow Meow. Let's play house together. Do Hua is now becoming bolder and bolder, and as soon as he opens his mouth, he starts to tell him about the game he just played. Before Lu Jingsong joined the army, he was a servant earning work points in the Lu family. After joining the army, he became a money-making machine. It can be said that he has not experienced much family love since he was a child. At this moment, just listening to his daughter's happy voice, a kind of blood bond, made his heart feel like it was filled with something sour and swollen. Without any impatience, he listened carefully to her talking about her playing with friends and would occasionally interject a few words. In the room, Fong Qiuyan was practicing calligraphy. Whenever she feels upset, she would write because writing can calm her down. But at this moment, she was holding a pen in her hand, but she didn't put it down. Listening to the affectionate voices of the father and daughter outside, a hint of confusion appeared on her face. I can't let go of the past, but what about tofu pudding? She be willing to leave here and live in the dormitory with her? Here are her favorite friends and Lu Jingsong, who is gradually beginning to play the role of a father. When she thought of this, her thoughts, which had finally calmed down, became chaotic again. She held the pen tightly in her hand, and her fingertips turned a little white. She had only written 2 or 3 lines in the notebook, but she no longer had the energy to continue writing. I don't know how long it took, but Dohua finally came back. Fong Qiuyan used her crutches to open the door for her. When she saw that Lu Jingsong was not outside, Dohua skipped back to the room, took off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Mom, tell me a story and I will tell it to my sister tomorrow. Dohua now always talks about how the older sister is taller or the younger sister is shorter. She obviously likes her group of friends very much. Fong Qiuyan lowered her eyes to hide her thoughts, paused, and then said, "Okay, lie on the bed, and I will tell you a story." After Lu Jingsong hung up the clothes, he went straight back to his room. It's not that he didn't want to find Fong Qiuyan, but he understood her personality. If I go to her myself at this time, not only will I be turned away, but I might even make her angry. Restraining the restlessness in his heart, he forced himself to lie on the bed. Just as I closed my eyes, I heard Fong Qiuyan's gentle voice from the next room. Lu Jingsong couldn't remember how long it had been since he heard her tell stories at night. Hearing that voice again at this moment, he pricked up his ears almost greedily. Why didn't he realize how outstanding she was before? Just thinking of this, Lu Jingsong couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. I used to have resentment towards her, so how could I possibly understand what kind of person she was? Thinking of the complicated entanglement between them, he felt mixed emotions. That night, Lu Jingsong suffered from insomnia again. The next room stopped at some point, but he still couldn't fall asleep. I tossed and turned in bed and finally fell into a drowsy sleep. In the dream, he seemed drunk and his mind was a little unclear. At the same time, he felt an indescribable restlessness in his body, and in a daze, he heard Fong Dongshua's voice. "Qiuyan, why don't you come in?" "Qiuyan?" Lu Jingsong chewed on the name, and suddenly, a ball of fire ignited in his lower abdomen and instantly rushed to his limbs and bones. A few messy fragments flashed through my mind again. One moment she was seen with her eyes closed, looking pitiful. The next moment she was glaring at him with eyes blazing with fire, and finally the picture froze on that extremely scene in the rain. The fire burned more and more fiercely until it consumed the last shred of his sanity. All night long, Lu Jingsong was wrapped in the fire in his dream, until one moment, he suddenly woke up. In the dim light, he smelled a strange smell in the air. Then, he lowered his head and looked down in disbelief. The next second, Lu Jingsong's ears started to burn. Maybe because he felt guilty or something else, he quickly changed his pants, rolled up the bed sheet, and took it outside. I planned to wash it and hang it up before Fong Qiuyan woke up. However, things went against his wishes. While he was washing the sheets, Fong Qiuyan's room door creaked open, was rubbing the bed sheets with his hands. When he turned around, he met those clear and surprised eyes. Lu Jingsong. He didn't expect her to get up so early and be caught by her. Lu Jingsong's ears, which had finally cooled down, became hot again. The whole person seemed to be frozen in place. Just when he was anxiously wondering what she would say, Fong Qiuyan walked away with a cane. Lu Jingsong. Fong Qiuyan simply thought it was weird that he got up so early to wash the sheets, but she didn't think much about it. After all, she had never been to school before, and her marriage with Lu Jingsong was abnormal, so naturally she didn't understand the physiological conditions of men. He only took a glance, then looked away and walked towards the shower room with the help of his crutches. Seeing that there was no contempt on her face, Lu Jingsong breathed a sigh of relief with a barely perceptible smile. But his eyes subconsciously followed her figure. Fong Qiuyan was going to wash up and then wash her clothes. But when I walked into the shower room, I saw that the place where the bucket was originally placed was empty. Fong Qiuyan felt a little strange. I clearly didn't take out the clothes last night. Could it be that Lu Jingsong took it out? Thinking of this, she forced herself to go out and look for it. I looked outside the shower room and next to the water tank, but didn't see her bucket. Just as she was wondering, she saw Lu Jingsong walking up to her. Are you looking for clothes? I did the laundry last night. Fong Qiuyan? He washed her clothes? When she thought of her vest that was broken in half, she felt terrible. Shame and anger surged into her heart, and she glared at him angrily. Who asked you to wash my clothes? Lu Jingsong. I didn't expect the boomerang to come so quickly. He said to her, at the beginning hit him on the head today. Lu Jingsong felt extremely regretful. Fong Qiuyan was too busy cursing to do anything, so she turned around and walked towards the clothesline. Lu Jingsong was afraid that she would fall, so he hurriedly followed her. Fong Qiuyan didn't care about her foot injury. She supported herself with a crutch with one hand and used her other hand to turn over the clothes hanging on the clothesline. But after searching around, I couldn't find the piece of my vest. Not only that, but even her unbroken vest was gone. Lu Jingsong had already guessed what she was looking for, so he stammered, That piece of clothing I accidentally tore while washing. Fong Qiuyan almost got furious when she heard this. Why did you touch my clothes? The great shame and embarrassment made her face turn red with anger. Although everyone knew what kind of life she had lived, Fong Qiuyan still didn't want anyone to see her embarrassment. Lu Jingsong thought she would be angry, but he didn't expect her to be so angry. He suddenly felt panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Can I buy it for you later? But Fong Qiuyan became even angrier after hearing this. I don't need your kindness. Stay away from me. As she said that, she reached out and pushed him. But Lu Jingsong was a soldier who had been trained for many years after all. When she pushed him, not only did the man not move at all, but he also made her, a lame duck, bounce back. The whole person lost his balance and fell backwards. Fong Qiuyan was so frightened that her face turned pale and her right foot dropped to the ground in panic. Careful. Just when Fong Qiuyan thought she was going to fall, the next second, her waist tightened and she was caught steadily. The force of inertia also caused her to crash directly into the arms full of masculine aura. Then, the man's nervous voice sounded in her ears. Did your feet hurt? Fong Qiuyan. Unexpectedly, she failed to push the person away and was hugged instead. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Let me go. The crutches had fallen to the ground, and now he was holding her waist and lifting her up. Fong Qiuyan reached out and pushed his chest and began to struggle violently. But to him, her strength was no different from tickling. After a struggle, the man not only did not let go, but also lifted her thighs again and hugged her like last time. You sprained your ankle. You can't step on the ground. Lu Jingsong's voice had an indescribable hoarseness. Regarding her foot injury, his attitude has always been strong. Although Fong Qiuyan had no memory of that night, she still inexplicably felt a sense of danger when she heard his voice. The man's body was strong and solid, and his arms were like two iron arms, firmly holding her legs so that she could not move at all. Through the thin summer clothes, she could feel his scorching body temperature and his solid muscles. Her heart skipped a beat, and she didn't know whether it was panic or fear that made her dare not move at all. The whole person was like a frightened rabbit, allowing himself to be held in his arms. When Lu Jingsong looked up, he saw her frightened little face, and his heart was immediately filled with pity. He had no intention of putting the man down, so he lowered his voice and asked, Did you hurt your foot just now? Can I take a look? Although he spoke in a negotiating tone, his actions were extremely forceful. He carried her directly back to the room. Fong Qiuyan was frightened just now. She never thought that he would actually carry her back to his room. When she came to her senses, She felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth.
I don't want to go in. Put me down.
Unable to hold back, she began to struggle again. But the man who entered his territory seemed to have awakened something. He hugged the soft woman, and the blood in his body couldn't stop boiling. Xiuyan, be good. Don't move, I'll just take a look. Barely suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he coaxed people without any instruction. It was not known whether it was because his voice was too gentle or because he was afraid that struggling would lead to unpredictable consequences, or because of the animal instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Fong Qiuyan finally stopped talking. Lu Jingsong put her on a stool, then took off her shoes, untied the bandages, and began to examine her. Seeing that he was really checking her foot injury and did not do anything else out of the ordinary, Fong Qiuyan felt relieved. This was the first time Fong Qiuyan entered his room. The furniture in the room was no different from hers. Even the style was the same. The only difference was that the room was filled with a masculine scent. Being in the middle of it, Fong Qiuyan's heart beat very fast, as if some unpredictable changes were happening. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and said, I'll go back and apply the medicine myself. I have an exam later. Heard that she was going to take an exam, he was stunned. Then, he gently put her feet down and said, Where is your medicine? I'll get it. During the examination just now, he found that the medicine on Fong Qiuyan's feet had been changed. And it seems to be very effective. The swelling has gone down a lot. Maybe I'll be able to walk normally again in a few days. Since she had such a good medicine, he naturally gave priority to using hers. Fong Qiuyan. Knowing that he had a stubborn temper, it was useless to argue with him, and it might even delay the exam. Fong Qiuyan pursed her lips and said reluctantly, It's on the table, a round box. Okay, wait a moment. Lu Jingsong said this, and went out. Fong Qiuyan was left in the room, feeling very confused. Sometimes it was the days when she and Do Hua had been starving in the past few years, and sometimes it was his clumsy way of cooking and washing clothes. The two emotions intertwined back and forth, and finally turned into Do Hua's cheerful, Dad. Looking at the gradually brightening sky outside the window, her eyes were a little dazed and no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Jingsong hurried back with the medicine, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw her in a trance again. All of a sudden, he couldn't help but feel a deep pain in his heart. After a pause, he took the medicine and slowly walked towards her. Qiuyan, I got the medicine back. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan came back to her senses. Looking at the man squatting in front of her and carefully applying medicine to him, she blinked and spoke in a complicated tone. Thank you. Hearing her voice, which was obviously less cold and hard, Lu Jingsong was stunned. When he realized what was happening, he paused for a moment, and then an overwhelming ecstasy spread uncontrollably in his heart. Restraining his excitement, he said with a trembling voice, You are my wife, no need to say thank you. Fong Qiuyan pursed her lips, said nothing, and turned her head away. But the fact that she didn't object was enough to make Lu Jingsong ecstatic. Bit by bit, and then tied the bandage again. He said with tenderness in his eyes, I'll get you some water to wash up. I'll cook for you later.
You can eat before taking the exam.
Fong Qiuyan had just taken the initiative to talk to him, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Now meeting his fiery gaze, she felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Lu Jingsong knew that the gap between them was too big, and it would be impossible to achieve it overnight, so he could only take it slowly. Not daring to do anything else for fear of offending her, Lu Jingsong went out to help her get water to wash. By the time we finished our meal, it was almost 7 o'clock. Lu Jingsong is on a day off today and doesn't have to go to the army, so he goes to take the exam with Fong Qiuyan. He wanted to carry her over, but she didn't give him the chance. In the end, he could only follow a group of military wives and walk towards the square. Fortunately, he was not alone. Du Wangxian and the battalion commander also accompanied their wives to the square today. Hey, Lao Lu, don't tell me that is your wife. Du Wangxian pointed at Fong Qiuyan, who was leaning on a cane, and asked. He went out early and came back late, so he had no chance to see Fong Qiuyan. He only heard Lu Jingsong say that she sprained her foot, so he guessed that the person using crutches was her. Lu Jingsong nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips that he was not even aware of. Hearing this, Du Wangshuan's eyes widened. After a long while, he came back to his senses. He couldn't help but lower his voice and asked, "How could you leave such a beautiful wife at home for so many years?" If it were him, and he was schemed against by such a beautiful woman, he would at most be angry for a few days. How could you bear to leave it at home for so long? Lu Jingsong, could you please stop bringing up things that are not related to the topic? Earlier, Su Menjing followed a group of military wives to take the exam today, and she was very outgoing and soon became friends with the military wives. "Sister-in-law, where is your hometown?" After they got to know each other better, Su Menjing asked calmly. The person in the dream said that the person she was looking for was also from Eastern Province, but she didn't specify which city. Su Menjing had no choice but to inquire one by one. It's impossible to rely on her sister. Her sister never goes out of the house, just like the rich girls in the old society. Su Menjing suspected that she might not even know many military wives. Such a boring person, but her brother-in-law treats her like a treasure. I really can't understand it. Although she didn't know how that man would take away everything from her, Su Menjing was not someone who would just sit there and wait for death. She had to find someone in advance and deal with this matter as soon as possible. She asked was Wang Chunling. Wang Chunling was also a military wife from the countryside. Unlike Lin Wan Shu, she usually dressed very simply. Seeing her asking, she didn't think much about it and just answered honestly. "My family is from Western Province." Hearing this, Su Menjing's enthusiasm slightly diminished when she didn't get the answer she wanted. After a while, she went to chat with other military wives. But deep down, I couldn't help but resent the person in the dream, thinking that she was too useless. I don't even know the other person's name, and I have to let her find them one by one. Wang Chunling thought she was a little weird, so she started whispering to Yang Zheng. "Why do you think she came to our family compound? She left the big city and came here to suffer." She said she came to see her sister, but she didn't accompany Su Mingqi. Instead, she wandered around the staff quarters. Although Yang Zheng was an expert in gossip in the family compound, she really had no idea what Su Menjing's situation was. "Maybe you just want to come here to experience military life?" Wang Chunling thought about it and probably thought that was the case. After all, girls these days all admire soldiers, and maybe they just want to come here to experience life. Thinking of this, the two didn't say anything more. Had just found a military wife who looked rustic and was about to start a conversation with her, but unexpectedly, when she turned around, she was met with a handsome face. For a moment, she froze in place. My heart was beating uncontrollably. Qin Yan was carefully protecting his wife and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Lin Wan Shu was busy talking to her baby and didn't notice the unusual look. Meow Meow held her father's left hand and her mother's right hand, and walked in a skipping manner, obviously looking very happy. Su Menjing was just busy looking at the man and didn't notice that he was still holding the child. When he saw the woman and child beside him, his heart was suddenly filled with anger, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. She reluctantly withdrew her gaze. She was no longer in the mood to chat with the soldier's wife. Soon, the group arrived at the square. Today's exam was different from yesterday's, as 10 people were taking it at the same time in batches. However, for the sake of fairness, the two candidates were separated by wooden boards so that no one could see each other. After the medicinal materials are processed, they are taken for grading. Lu Jingsong only knew that Fong could now read and write, but he had no idea about anything else. He didn't even know until just now that she was here to take the test for medicinal material processing. Standing by the window at this moment, looking at Fong who was concentrating on processing medicinal materials inside, his face was full of shock. Although he couldn't understand it, he could tell how professional she was just from her calm and decisive actions. Du Wangxian was also watching the military wives taking the exam. He couldn't help but be amazed at the excellent performance of Lu Jingsong's wife. "Old Lu, I'm a little envious of your luck. The last time someone made him so envious was the battalion commander." Lu Jingsong. Qin Yan did not go to the window to watch, but chatted with Shin Shuwen under the tree. Old Shin, have you heard that the deputy head of the regiment is going to be transferred? Qin Yan also heard about this matter and nodded when he heard it. I heard that he will be transferred to the Northwest Military Region, and there is a high probability that he will be promoted to a full group position. Promotions and transfers are very normal in the army, and they're used to it after serving in the army for many years. I just don't know whether the vacant position will be filled by airdrop or selected from the camp below. In the past few days, some people in the military camp have become uneasy. Doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. As long as one is a soldier, there is no one who does not desire to make achievements. Shun Shuwen patted him on the shoulder and said, Old Qin, I think you have a chance this time. If it weren't for his seniority, he would have been promoted long ago based on his military achievements. Hearing this, Qin Yan was not complacent. We have many talented people in our regiment. The commander of the 5th Battalion has more experience than me and has made outstanding military achievements. If anyone wants to be promoted, he should be promoted first. The army has never lacked capable people. Shen Shuwen naturally felt that his brother's abilities were much better than Old Chu from the 5th Battalion, but given their seniority, it was hard to say what the outcome would be. After the two chatted for a few sentences, Shen Shuwen was called away. Qin Yan was the only one left under the tree. He didn't like noise and had no plans to join in the fun at the square, so he just planned to wait for Lin Wan Shu under the tree. Su Menjing had just finished chatting with a few military wives when she felt the sun above her head getting hotter and hotter. She clearly remembered what the man in her dream said, that she couldn't stay in the sun too often, otherwise her skin would deteriorate. Therefore, she didn't bother to chat with other military wives and hurried towards a big tree. But just as I got closer, I suddenly saw the handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Plop, my heart started beating uncontrollably again. How come such a handsome man has a wife? And she is Lin Wan Shu. Su Menjing thought with some regret. At this moment, an excited cry suddenly came from my mind. Ah! What a powerful look! Hearing this voice, Su Menjing almost jumped up in fright. When she came to her senses, she said in horror, Can't you only appear in dreams? Who told you that I can only appear in dreams? I don't have enough energy, so I have to talk to you when you are sleeping. But Su Menjing had already been frightened to such an extent that her legs and feet could not help but become weak. Nonsense. There is someone talking in your mind anytime and anywhere who wouldn't be afraid. Then why did you come out today? Finally, she asked after calming down enough. She didn't know what this person was, but he had appeared in her dreams since she was 16 or 17 years old. She said she was here to help herself. At first, Su Menjing naturally didn't believe her nonsense. But as she predicted several things one after another, Su Menjing finally believed it completely. This time she could appear during the day, and she felt nervous and scared, but also a little excited. Of course it's because of this man. I can feel his luck even from such a distance. The voice was like that of a young woman, full of greed. Hearing this, Su Menjing's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but secretly glance at the man. His luck really that strong? And the voice in my head was still saying excitedly, If you can take him down, you'll have endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life. Su Menjing. Doesn't she want to? He has a wife, Su Menjing said with a wooden face. But just as she finished speaking, the voice in her head said with some regret, What does it matter if you have a wife? He is a man of great luck. You may not meet one among a million people. Don't be so stubborn. If you can be with him, my energy will be replenished, and then I can help you more. Hearing her say this, Su Menjing was moved. She can help me so much without energy. If she has energy, wouldn't she be even more powerful? Well, okay, I'll try. As Su Menjing spoke, a sweet and lovely smile appeared on her red little face. Every time she smiled like this, men would look at her with admiration or obsession. Therefore, Su Menjing is very confident in herself. Just as she was walking towards him with great anticipation, the man who had been standing quietly under the tree suddenly took a step forward with his long legs and walked towards the bustling square without any warning. She didn't expect him to leave like this. After Qin Yan walked into the crowd, no one took the initiative to talk to him. He did not feel uncomfortable and continued to wait quietly for Lin Wan Shu. Although they were far apart, he could still accurately capture her voice amidst the noise. Your medicine is substandard. Not only is it ineffective, but it may also cause diarrhea in patients. Looking at the medicine placed in front of her, Lin Wan Shu said in a calm voice. The person standing in front of her was Fong Bailey. Hearing this, her face suddenly turned red. Why do you say that? My medicine looks the same as theirs. As she spoke, she pointed to the medicinal herb that had just received a high score and was placed next to it. The one who got the high score was none other than Yangzheng. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes toward the sky. I have forged it with fire. Have you forged it with fire? Hearing this, Fong Bailey suddenly stammered and was speechless. She didn't even know what forged meant. The two doctors next to him also said to Fong Bailey with a serious face, Comrade, your medicine is indeed substandard. Pharmaceutical production is no joke, and you can't be careless at all. Hearing this, Fong Bailey disagreed. I don't believe that the factory will not provide training before starting work. If training is required, why should I study so hard in private? Can't you just tell me directly that you don't want me to go to work? Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu almost laughed out of anger. We run a pharmaceutical factory, not a textile factory or a machinery factory. The medicines produced by the pharmaceutical factory are for treating people. If we are not careful, they may kill people. Fong Bailey was a little embarrassed, but she still wanted to seize the first opportunity and continued. After you have been trained, I will definitely not make mistakes again. After hearing what she said, Lin Wan Shu's face immediately became stern. Why should I choose someone with a bad attitude when there are so many dedicated military wives out there? Who will be responsible for the patient if something goes wrong?
Can you do that?
These words left Fong Bailey speechless, and the news soon spread outside the square. The rest of the people didn't dare to say anything and just processed the medicine according to the requirements. After a morning of work, Lin Wan Shu felt extremely tired. The little guy in my belly hasn't been making much noise lately, but my belly is so big that it's inconvenient to do anything. After finally finishing scoring the last military wife, she felt her head buzzing. When I finally walked out of the meeting room, Qin Yan was already waiting outside. Lin Wan Shu had just forced a smile at him when she heard Su Menjing's voice coming from the side. Comrade Wan Shu, you have worked hard. Lin Wan Shu was so exhausted. How could she have the energy to pretend to be nice to a stranger? Hearing this, he just nodded at her politely. Thank you for your concern. I feel a little uncomfortable, so I won't chat with you anymore. Qin Yan was already worried about her, and when he heard that she was not feeling well, his heart suddenly tightened. Not caring about the many eyes watching him, he stepped forward and supported her. Wife, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the clinic? I just saw such a cool and aloof person, but now he has turned into a wife-staring maniac. It was as if there was no room for anything else in his eyes except his wife. Su Menjing still had a sweet smile on her face, but she never expected that the man didn't even look at her. Seeing that his heart and eyes were filled with Lin Wan Shu, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I'm a living person standing here, but he didn't even notice me? Thinking of this, she also walked forward and wanted to support Lin Wan's other hand. Yes, Comrade Wan Shu, what's wrong with you? I'll accompany you to the clinic. They look so familiar that if you don't know them, you would think they're close friends. But only Lin Wan Shu knew that they were not familiar with each other at all. After saying hecko yesterday, Su Menjing was busy chatting with other military wives and had no time to pay attention to her. Now that he suddenly came to her again, Lin Wan Shu had an inexplicable, strange feeling. However, before she could avoid Su Menjing's support, Qin Yan helped her to the side. No need to bother. Thank you for your kindness. Clearly said thank you, but anyone could see the displeasure in his eyes. How could Su Menjing have thought that she would be rejected in her first attempt? Suddenly, I felt depressed. Her lips moved, and she wanted to say something, but Qin Yan had already helped Lin Wan Shu leave. He didn't even give her a spare glance. Su Menjing's signature sweet smile froze on her face. Looking at the man who took care of Lin Wan Shu wholeheartedly, her heart was suddenly filled with resentment. If she had known him first, would she be the one being pampered now? Lin Wan Shu didn't take the little episode just now to heart. Seeing her man so nervous, she spoke to comfort him.
I've fine.
I just feel a little uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. I'll be fine after walking around. Hearing this, Qin Yan was still worried and looked at her face carefully again. Are you really okay? Lin Wan Shu nodded. Well, let's go back quickly. I'm hungry. Qin Yan saw that except for a little fatigue, her face still looked rosy and shiny, and he finally let go of his worry. Okay, let's go back first. Mom should have prepared dinner. With Sun chiefing around, they don't need to cook at all, as she always prepares meals on time. When it comes to food, Lin Wan Shu becomes excited. Without any delay, the couple went straight home. As soon as she returned home, Lin Wan Shu saw Yu Fong squatting at her door. He supported his chin with both hands and looked unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Wan Shu walked forward anxiously. What's wrong, Fong? When Yu Fong saw her, her eyes turned red, her mouth pursed, and she looked like she was about to cry. Woo.
Wan.
My husband, Mr. Fong, will be transferred soon, and I can't bear to leave you. As soon as she heard the news, she ran over. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan Shu hadn't come back yet, so she squatted at the door waiting. How could she hold back when she met someone like that? Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Fong Yandong to be transferred so suddenly. Looking at Yu Fong with red eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in her heart. Reaching out and patting her shoulder, she comforted her. Don't be sad, Fong. Even if we are separated, we can still write to each other. But it would have been better if she didn't comfort her. This comfort made Yu Fong even more sad. It takes so long to receive a letter, and we men are so busy. Will I ever have the chance to see you again in this life? The more she talked, the sadder she became, and she finally burst into tears. Lin Wan Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fong, have you forgotten that I have a house in Beijing? Maybe we can meet in Beijing someday. Including the one given by her uncle master, she now owns several courtyard houses in Beijing. Hearing this, Yu Fong stopped crying. Grabbing Lin Wan Shu's hand, she said whimsically, why don't we all go live in Beijing and let their men stay in the army? The more I thought about it, the more I thought this was a good idea. Beijing is so great. You can get whatever you want, and everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation is convenient. The most important thing is that she can meet Lin Wan Shu every day. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Qin Yan's face turn black, but even Fong Yandong, who came here to find his wife, was scared to death. Yu Fong. Fong Yandong's expression was tense, and he stared at the woman who was eager to leave him. Even though Yu Fong is usually very spoiled, once Fong Yandong gets stern, she immediately becomes timid.
I
was just talking. Why are you so fierce? Her eyes were still red as she spoke aggrievedly. Fong Yandong's gloomy expression didn't last for more than a few seconds before it suddenly disappeared. Sighing, he rubbed her head and said, I'll bring you back to find them when I have the chance. That being said, soldiers have very little vacation time. How can you not go back to see your family when you finally get a vacation? How much time can you really spend with your friends? Since I joined the army, brothers who have been through life and death with me have come and gone. How many of them can see each other again after separation? It is because of this that friendship in this era is particularly precious. Yu Fong knew it too. All the words were just comfort. She pouted and hugged Lin Wan Shu again, saying in a muffled voice, I don't care. You have to promise to write me a letter every week.
Not
every 2 days. Lin Wan Shu. If she wrote one letter every 2 days, her hands would probably break from writing. But seeing her pitiful appearance, it was hard to say no. Okay, I'll write you a letter every 2 days, just in case you find me annoying. How is that possible? I can be annoying to anyone but you. You are my sworn sister. I can't deny it. Hearing this unilateral sworn brotherhood again, Lin Wan Shu almost laughed at her. Okay, we are good sisters, I won't deny it. After coaxing him for a long time, I finally managed to calm him down. Suddenly, thinking of something, Lin Wan Shu asked again. By the way, when are you leaving? I will make some delicious food for you. And Jianxi, he likes grilled fish the most. I will cook him a meal before you leave. Hearing this, Fong's body stiffened and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. I heard about it for half a month. Lin Wan Shu. Seeing you crying so sadly, I thought you would leave in 2 days. There were still tears in Fong's eyes, and the expression on her face became even more embarrassed. I'm just getting familiar with it in advance, so that I won't be unable to adapt when the day of separation comes. Lin Wan Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can this thing be rehearsed in advance? Okay, I get it. There's still half a month left, which is enough time for me to prepare a lot of delicious food for you. When it comes to delicious food, Fong's eyes light up and she starts ordering without any hesitation. Make me some peanut candy, some meat jerky, some mushroom sauce. Qin Yan listened from the side and his face darkened again. Doing so much, isn't it likely that his wife will be exhausted to death? Feeling Qin Yan's unfriendly gaze, Fong, who was about to place another order, shut her mouth. That's all for now. Just tell me what materials you need, and I'll ask my old Fong to prepare them. Lin Wan Shu calmly pinched her man and warned him not to scare Fong. Then she said, Why do you need to prepare? Just wait. Their friendship, this little thing, is really not worth anything. Fong had been with Lin Wan Shu for a long time, and she knew that if she said that, she would definitely not accept her ingredients, so she didn't say anything else. But in my heart, I was secretly thinking about giving her something powerful. This would save her from having to leave and having other military wives take her place. After chatting for a few more sentences, the two men tacitly separated the two women and took their wives home, as if they were afraid that they would really abandon them on a sudden whim. On the other hand, Fong Qiuyan finished her exam and went home early. After Lu Jingsong sent her home, he went out and hasn't returned yet. He cooked porridge in the morning. He deliberately cooked lunch porridge as well. Now I can have lunch just by cooking a dish. Although he had asked her not to cook before he left, Fong Qiuyan still planned to steam an egg at home, so she took out 3, beat them in a basin, added warm water, and stirred them, squeezed off the foam on the surface, and after the water boiled, put the basin into the pot and steamed it for 8 or 9 minutes. Steaming, she also put a lid on the basin to prevent water from the pot lid from dripping into the basin. The eggs steamed in this way are tender and smooth. After the eggs were steamed, she was about to serve them out when Lu Jingsong came back from outside. I also brought back some tofu pudding. Look, Mom, this is what Dad bought for me. As soon as she entered the door, Dohua held up a small tin frog and ran towards her happily. Her the frog like a treasure. The little frog was green, with a spring on its side. Dohua twisted the spring a few times and put the frog on the ground, then saw it jumping up and down. Look, it jumps. Dohua's little face turned red with excitement. In this age when people can't even get enough food, such a toy is unimaginable for rural children. Fong Qiuyan looked at her excited and happy expression and felt more and more mixed emotions in her heart. Mom, do you want to try it? Dohua picked up the little frog and looked like she was sharing something good with her. Fong Qiuyan touched her head and smiled lovingly. Thank you, Dohua. Then Mom will play for a while. Her foot was not healed yet and she didn't dare squat on the ground, so she supported herself with a crutch, put her center of gravity on her left foot, picked up the frog, twisted the spring twice, and then placed the frog on the stove. The frog was put down, it jumped up, da-da-da. Dohua clapped her hands and giggled with joy. Lu Jingsong stood at the door with a lunchbox in one hand and a bag in the other, watching the mother and daughter playing with the little frog. His eyes and brows were incredibly gentle. His gaze was so direct. How could Fong Qiuyan not feel it? But she was not used to such looks after all, and in the end she could only pretend not to know. But Lu Jingsong still keenly noticed something different. Was filled with tenderness. After a pause, Lu Jingsong walked to Fong Qiuyan's side. This is for you. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan finally turned her head. Looking at the bag handed to her, she asked in confusion, "What's in it?" Lu Jingsong's ears turned slightly red, and there was a hint of discomfort on his face. "You'll know when you see it later." He said this in a somewhat slurred voice and stuffed the bag into her hands. Seeing him like this, Fong Qiuyan somehow recalled what he said to her in the morning. He really be going to buy himself a vest? Just as I was thinking this, I felt the unique soft touch of the fabric in the bag. In an instant, her face turned red.
How? How do you buy this?
When she thought about how he, a grown man, ran to a vest shop to buy this thing for her. At the same time, there was a strange feeling in my heart. Lu Jingsong was also a little embarrassed. Especially when he thought of the strange look of the salesperson just now, he felt extremely embarrassed. "I was afraid you had nothing to wear, so I went to buy it." He was the one who rubbed the vest, and her feet were still injured, so no matter how embarrassing it was, he had to buy it back for her. If it had been before, Fong Qiuyan would definitely not have accepted the vest bought by Lu Jingsong. But when she saw Do Hua happily playing with the little frog next to her, after hesitating for a moment, she still accepted it. "Thank you." Seeing that she accepted it so easily, Lu Jingsong was stunned at first. Then, a heat surged in his heart, and his eyes seemed to be burning with two flames, and he looked at her straight. "You are my wife, no need to say thank you." How could Fong Qiuyan resist? Not sure whether she was embarrassed or uncomfortable, she turned around and said calmly, "It's time to eat. Go wash the dishes." Seeing that she still didn't object, Lu Jingsong felt a little dizzy and disoriented. "Hey, I'll wash it right away. I'll help you sit over there first. Not to mention washing the dishes. Even if you ask him to clean the house, he can do it clean immediately." Settling his wife down, Lu Jingsong went to wash the dishes. He went to the commune. It was time for lunch, so he packed a box of braised pork that he had prepared in advance. Add Fong Qiuyan's steamed eggs, and there are 2 dishes in total. There is no need to do anything else, just eat it. Fong Qiuyan glanced at the man who was busy running around with a look of excitement on his face, then looked at Do Hua who was following him eagerly, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Forget it. Let the past be the past. After dinner, Fong Qiuyan wanted to wash and hang up the new vest he had bought. If she didn't wash it, she would have no underwear to wear at night. Lu Jingsong is a man and has no idea of washing new clothes. Anyway, he just put on the military uniform issued by the army. Was a little surprised when he saw Fong Qiuyan carrying a bag to the water tank. "What are you going to do?" "Just let me do it." Her foot hasn't healed yet, and he wants to feed her every meal. How could he let her do anything? "No need for you. I'll just rinse the vest." Although she has decided to try to live a good life with him, Fong Qiuyan is still not used to him washing her underwear. As she spoke, she opened the bag and prepared to take out the vest. But as soon as she opened the bag and saw clearly what was inside, her face turned completely red. "What? What did you buy?" Fong Qiuyan closed the bag in embarrassment and threw it back into his arms. Lu Jingsong caught it in a panic, his face full of confusion. "I told the salesperson I was buying underwear for my wife, and she asked me about my height and weight, then picked out 2 sets for me. Is there something wrong with that?" It was embarrassing for him as a grown man to buy underwear for his wife, so how could he dare to look at it? He took the bag, paid for it, and went back. Now seeing Fong Qiuyan so angry, Lu Jingsong felt very nervous. With trepidation and confusion in his heart, he opened the bag, and the next second, he saw 2 pieces of strangely shaped cloth in the bag. Did she misunderstand what I meant? Lu Jingsong couldn't tell what it was, so he just took it out. In my hand was not made of much material. It was 2 semicircles in the middle, with a strap on each side and hooks at the end of the straps. As I was watching, somehow, the scene of that day's rainstorm suddenly flashed through my mind. Guessing how this little underwear was worn, Lu Jingsong's face turned red. Qiuyan, I'm sorry, I didn't know she brought me this. I'll go buy you 2 more now." Had finally been eased, and Lu Jingsong was afraid that she would suspect he was a pervert, so he spoke anxiously. Seeing him like this, Fong Qiuyan knew clearly that he did not mean it. Thinking of this, her complexion finally looked a little better. Then you can return it. Asking her to wear this underneath, Fong Qiuyan felt extremely embarrassed just thinking about it. But when Lu Jingsong heard this, he looked a little embarrassed. He is a grown man, and when he negotiated with the salesperson with this kind of underwear, others might think he was a hooligan. I won't return this one. I'll buy you 2 more. Having said that, he turned around and was about to walk out. Fong Qiuyan. When she heard that he had no intention of retreating, she was puzzled at first, but then she quickly figured out the key. It was already shocking for a man like him to buy underwear for a woman. Maybe now everyone in the commune knows him. It would be too difficult for him to return the goods now. Thinking of this, Fong Qiuyan felt a little hesitant. Biting her lip, she called out to the person, etc. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong stopped. What's wrong? He was now afraid of leaving a bad impression on her and wished he could fly to the commune immediately to buy her a vest. Fong Qiuyan called out to the person, but her face turned red and she didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that she was hesitant, Lu Jingsong thought that she had something else to confess, so he turned around and walked to her. Do you have anything else to say to me? Fong Qiuyan blinked, and her face turned even redder. After a moment, she quickly said, No need to buy it. It costs a few dollars to buy a vest, and this kind of underwear is even more expensive. If you don't return it, it will be a waste of money. After thinking about it, Fong Qiuyan decided to forget it. Although she was from the countryside, she heard from the girls in the team that this was what the educated youth in the city wore in their underwear. Moreover, the educated youth privately laughed at the village girls for wearing vests that could not cover anything. In fact, the girls with fuller figures in the village can't really cover anything when wearing a vest. Although she was embarrassed, she felt that she could still try new things in order not to waste money. The most important thing is Lin Wan Shu seems to be wearing this too. Although her voice was very soft, Lu Jingsong was close and could still hear it clearly.
Does no need to buy mean?
Can she accept this? When he thought of that scene, Lu Jingsong's breathing became heavier. But he didn't dare say anything or even make the slightest move that might overstep the mark, for fear that he might accidentally make her retreat again. Okay, then don't buy it. I'll wash it for you and hang it up. Having said that, he turned and walked to the water tank. Fong Qiuyan wanted to say that she could wash it herself, but the man didn't even give her a chance to speak. Just pour all the clothes in the bag into the basin. Only then did Fong Qiuyan realize that he not only bought 2 pieces of bras, but also 2 pairs of underwear. The whole set probably doesn't cost as much as the vest alone. Looked particularly small in his big dark hands. Fong Qiuyan didn't understand why things suddenly turned out like this. He bought her underwear and washed it for her? Just by looking at it, her face was so hot that it could almost cook the eggs. In the end, she didn't dare to look at it any longer and forced herself to go back to her room. Looking at her fleeing back, Lu Jingsong's eyes became even hotter. It was not until she returned to her room and closed the door that he withdrew his gaze regretfully. Just rubbing the cloth in his hands, his heartbeat became uncontrollable again. On the other side, Su Menjing returned home feeling a little unhappy. As soon as I entered the door, I saw her sister writing calligraphy in the room. Pursing her lips, she couldn't help but complain in her heart that she was obviously very young, but she was as boring as an old man in his 40s or 50s. However, she only dared to think such words secretly in her heart. After entering the room, she walked to Su Mingqi with a depressed look. What's wrong, Menjing? Being used to her energetic appearance every day, Su Mingqi couldn't help but ask worriedly when he saw her so depressed. Hearing this, Su Menjing let out a long sigh. Nothing, it's just that when I saw Comrade Wan Shu, I suddenly felt that I was really useless. The reason why Su Menjing knew about this person was because Su Mingqi told her about it in a letter he wrote home. It turned out that Su Mingqi had a long-standing problem with headaches. Whenever it rained, his head would hurt as if it was going to split apart. Later, I still went to Lin Wan Shu for help. Su Menjing came here not only to find the bumpkin, but also to thank Lin Wan Shu on the orders of her parents. However, She didn't take the thanks too seriously, thinking her parents were making a fuss out of nothing. She is a doctor. Isn't it normal for her to treat patients? Why would she need to come all the way here to thank her? When Su Mingqi heard this, he quickly put down the brush in his hand, took her hand and comforted her. You don't have to compare yourself with others. You are the apple of your parents' eyes, and you were born to enjoy happiness. Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed in Su Menjing's eyes. But there was still that distressed expression on his face. But I've grown up and can't be the same as before. Sister, I've decided to stay with you for a few more days so that I can experience your hardships. Hearing this, Su Mingqi smiled with relief. Our Menjing has grown up and become sensible. You can stay here if you want. You can go back home whenever you want. Seeing that she agreed, Su Menjing was overjoyed. After a pause, she tentatively said, Sister, can I visit Comrade Wan Shu more often in the future? I want to learn from her. Hearing this, Su Mingqi looked a little embarrassed. Lin Wan Shu's belly was so big already, so she naturally didn't want to go over and disturb others. But looking at the gaze of his sister, he couldn't say no. If you want to find her, I'll take you there tomorrow. Su Menjing knew that Qin Yan was going to the military camp tomorrow, so how could she be willing to wait until tomorrow? Grabbing Su Mingqi's hand, she shook it and said coquettishly, Can we go today? And just at this moment, Nanjing also came back. What is it? Seeing Nanjing, Su Menjing paused in her coquettish behavior, and then an awkward smile appeared on her face. Sister, brother-in-law, you're back? Although Nanjing looked gentle and kind, Su Menjing always felt that his eyes were too sharp, as if they could see through all the truth. This is why every time she sees him, she feels like a mouse seeing a cat. Nanjing nodded, the smile on her face looking like a spring breeze. What were you two sisters talking about just now? Su Mingqi didn't notice anything wrong with her sister. Upon hearing this, she smiled and said to Nanjing, My sister said she wanted to stay in the family compound for a while longer and make more friends. Although she seldom goes out, Su Mingqi has heard that her sister has a great time with the other military wives in the family compound. Oh? Nanjing glanced at Su Menjing with a look of surprise on his face. Su Menjing suddenly felt her scalp tingling, as if the secret in her heart was about to be seen through by him. Fortunately, he quickly looked away. Of course it's fine if you want to get to know military wives, but don't go there on your day off. Hearing this, Su Menjing suddenly felt unwell. How could she see Qin Yan if the day off didn't pass? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Su Mingqi say with some annoyance, Look at me. I was confused. Fortunately, your brother-in-law reminded me. Menjing, it's rare for a soldier to rest and reunite with his wife. It's not a good time for us to go there. I will take you to see Comrade Wan Shu tomorrow. On weekdays, their training intensity is so high that they are often not at home until late at night. They finally have a holiday and now they are acting like light bulbs. How can that be wrong? Seeing that she really didn't plan to take her to see Lin Wan Shu today, Su Menjing couldn't help but feel angry. She listens to her brother-in-law in everything. Why is she so useless? But in front of Nanjing, Su Menjing didn't know what to say, for fear that he would notice her thoughts. In the end, she could only agree sullenly. 3 days later, the test results came out. The military wives ran to the family committee office early in the morning to look at the list. Although the scores were given on the spot, everyone had some idea of how they performed. But even so, they still hold on to a glimmer of hope. What if others don't do well in the exam? You might still have a chance to be selected. Therefore, after the list was announced, the entrance of the Parent-Teacher Association office was surrounded by 3 layers of people. Those who saw their names on the list were ecstatic, while those who did not find their names were dejected. Parent-Teacher Association office. It was a mess outside, but it didn't affect Ma Qiuping in the office at all. She was extremely excited when she thought that the pharmaceutical factory could solve the employment problem for 1/3 of the military wives. The difficulty for military wives to find jobs has always been a concern for her. She has thought of ways to solve the problem, but the positions are limited and if the employees don't leave, how can she possibly squeeze in the jobs for them? Now that so many jobs have been solved at once, How can she not be excited? At that time, Lin Wan Shu and Fong Chuyen appeared in the uphill team. Fong Chuyen was the first to look at the list. Although I already know that my grades are good, if nothing unexpected happens, I will definitely be able to enter the factory. But when she actually saw her name on the admission list, she was still very happy. It just so happened that her foot healed today and she walked with a breeze. I have to say that Lin Wan Shu's medicine is truly miraculous. For a sprained ankle like hers, if she took ordinary medicine, it would probably take 10 days or half a month to heal. But after using the medicine for a week, she now feels almost well. I can walk on my own without a cane. Today is the last day of acupuncture for Wen Xianghan. Besides Fong Chuyen, Yang Zheng and Tang Qian also came with her. The four arrived at Lu Xiaoying's house. A lot of people gathered at the door. As soon as they saw her, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up with eagerness. Doctor, are you here to check Xianghan's eyes again? Doctor, can you take a look at me too? My leg hurts a lot when it rains. Ever since the villagers learned that she had cured Wen Xianghan's eyes, they acted as if they had seen a miracle doctor. Every time Lin Wan Shu came to see Wen Xianghan, they would wait outside, hoping to get a chance to see the doctor. Captain Wu Jiang was afraid that the crowd would crowd Lin Wan Shu, so whenever she came, he would send militiamen to the scene to maintain order. This is why the villagers can only watch from outside. Lin Wan Shu basically responded to the villagers' requests for medical treatment. But she was still pregnant after all, and it was impossible for her to treat so many people. She only treated some illnesses that the barefoot doctor could not cure. But even so, it was enough to make the villagers ecstatic. Lin Wan Shu entered the room. The villagers stretched their necks and waited outside. Since the first day when Xianghan could see the light, his eyesight became clearer and clearer. To this day, she feels her eyesight is almost back to what it was before she became blind. As soon as Lin Wan Shu entered the yard, she went to greet him. Dr. Lin, you are here. When Xianghan was in very good health before she became blind. Now that she can see again, she can walk very skillfully. Reaching out and holding Lin Wan Shu's hand, her eyes were full of joy and gratitude. Lu Xiaoying had also prepared water early, and when Lin Wan Shu came over, she quickly asked her to sit down and drink water. Even Mimi came happily to bring a handful of wild fruits. And this is sweet. Give it to my brother. Ever since she first met her, Mimi would call her belly brother. Lin Wan Shu touched her head with a smile and said, Thank you, Mimi. I just had dinner at home, and I'm very full. The child's words to heart. For Lin Wan Shu, it made no difference whether the baby in her belly was a boy or a girl. She likes everything as long as it is between her and Qin Yan. Mimi felt a little disappointed when she saw that she didn't accept it. Why doesn't Annie want it? My brother likes it very much. As soon as these words fell, Lin Wan Shu felt like she was kicked in the stomach, as if in response to Mimi's words. Unable to refuse such a kind offer and not wanting to disappoint Mimi, Lin Wan Shu finally took two. Thank you, Mimi. Mimi saw that she accepted her wild fruits. She immediately smiled and urged her to eat them quickly. Lin Wan Shu herself is a doctor and a Chinese medicine practitioner at that. She is very familiar with all kinds of wild plants and knows clearly which ones are edible and which ones are not. The wild fruit in my hand is just the ordinary dragon fruit. It tastes similar to passion fruit, but it is very mini in size. Lin Wan Shu got the fruit. She pelleted it and ate it directly. The sweet and sour juice has the unique aroma of passion fruit and is really delicious. The little guy in my stomach really liked it. As soon as he finished eating the fruit, he moved again. For some reason, Lin Wan Shu remembered the fruit she had eaten in her dream and the snake that brought her the fruit. Is it tasty? Mimi tilted her head back and looked at her expectantly. It's delicious, thank you. Lin Wan Shu touched her head again. Mimi immediately smiled happily. Lu Xiaoying's overall condition has visibly improved recently because her mother-in-law's eyesight has improved. She is no longer as haggard as she was a few days ago, and now she looks full of energy. Mimi, go play with your sister and don't disturb Auntie from treating Grandma. Even in the most difficult times, she never lost her temper with her two children. Now that things at home are getting better, she is in a good mood and always has a smile on her face when she speaks. Mimi likes the way her mother is now. Just looking at her smiling face makes her feel better. Hearing this, she said hecko to Lin Wan Shu and then skipped off to play. Lin Wan Shu did not delay. After Mimi left, she took Wen Xianghan's pulse. After taking her pulse, I started to perform acupuncture on her according to the routine procedures. After this period of treatment, the blood clots in Wen Xianghan's head have almost dissolved. If I have another acupuncture treatment today, I will be basically cured completely. Fong has helped Lin Wan Shu a lot and is now very skilled. Whether it is disinfection or delivering needles, she is like a professional nurse. With the cooperation of the two, today's treatment ended smoothly. After pulling out the last needle, Lin Wan Shu smiled and said to Wen Xianghan, "Today is the last treatment. After taking the medicine I prescribed, your eyes will be completely healed." Hearing this, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were immediately excited. "Very good. Thank you, doctor." Of gratitude over and over again, but when Xianghan still felt unable to express her feelings. Maybe this was just a momentary kindness on the part of the other party, but it was precisely this bit of kindness that directly supported their home that was about to collapse. If it weren't for Lin Wan Shu, they might have quickly run out of options and wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. "Comrade Wan Shu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do," said with red eyes, holding her stomach. "My mother-in-law's eyesight has improved. Now she has someone to take care of her after she gives birth to the baby, and she doesn't have to worry about anything when she works in the fields." Lin Wan Shu was relieved to see that both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law looked better. I patted her hands and she smiled and said, "I have received your words of thanks. The most difficult days are over. Things will get better and better in the future." This was not the first time that Lin Wan Shu had said this, but Lu Xiaoying was still deeply moved every time she heard it.
Well,
"We will live a good life, and will not let you down." Even when things were most difficult, she never thought of giving up this family. Now that her mother-in-law is better, what reason does she have for not living a good life? Fong watched the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law thanking Lin Wan Shu again, and the shock in her heart was beyond words. She witnessed with her own eyes how Lin Wan Shu rescued this suffering family and brought them hope to survive. Just like before, she kindly pulled me back. A seed, whose identity was hard to describe, was quietly buried deep in her heart. The eyes that Yang Zheng and Tang Qian looked at Lin Wan Shu were full of admiration. It turned out that when they came today, in addition to accompanying Lin Wan Shu to treat Wen Xianghan, they also brought a basket of eggs and a bag of supplies. Lin Wan Shu finished examining the patient. The two handed the basket and bag to Lu Xiaoying. "What are these?" The basket was covered with cloth. Lu Xiaoying couldn't see what was underneath and didn't dare to reach out to take it. "These are eggs. The sisters-in-law in our family compound heard about you and said they would send you some eggs to nourish your body. There is also this bag, which contains some clothes and other miscellaneous things. Please take them." Because Fong Qiuyan injured her foot a while ago, Tang Qian and Yang Zheng accompanied her to treat Wen Xianghan's eyes. Indeed an expert in gossip. Wherever she goes, there is nothing she cannot find out. After learning about the story of Lu Xiaoying and her husband, she was immediately deeply moved. After coming back, she told this to other military wives. When the military wives heard this, they felt sympathy for this miserable but strong woman, and without saying a word they organized themselves to donate clothes and eggs to her. When Lu Xiaoying heard that the military wives had donated things to her, her eyes couldn't help but become red again. She be so lucky? How could she meet so many kind people? But although she was touched, Lu Xiaoying felt it was not easy to accept other people's things. After all, no one is rich these days, and she is lucky to have received Lin Wan Shu's help for free. How can she have the nerve to ask for anything else? "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept these."
you can take them back.
Ever since Yang Zheng heard about her deeds, she guessed that she was a strong-willed person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a big belly and was supporting a blind mother-in-law and 2 children. Therefore, she was not surprised by her rejection. He stuffed the egg into Wen Xianghan's hand. "Aunt, your daughter-in-law is about to give birth, and she needs to take care of herself by then. Don't refuse this egg." Tang Qian also carried the bag and put it next to her. These are some clothes that the sisters-in-law in the family compound found. They are all without patches. There are clothes for both adults and children. They are all here for summer and winter. If you don't mind, you can accept them. When Xianghan originally had no intention of taking these eggs, after all, they were too expensive. But when it came to her daughter-in-law, she couldn't say the words of refusal. Although her eyesight has recovered, she has been relying on her daughter-in-law for support. The rice jar at home is almost empty. What can she use to nourish her daughter-in-law? Carrying a full basket of eggs and looking at a big bag filled with clothes, when Xianghan could no longer hold back her tears. "Okay, thank you, Auntie. There are indeed more kind-hearted people in this world." After examining Wen Xianghan's eyes, Lin Wan Shu did not leave immediately, but stayed and saw a few more patients. These patients came to her because they could not be cured by barefoot doctors. Lin Wan Shu studied both Chinese and Western medicine. In her previous life, she spent 6 years reading countless books. Therefore, when treating the villagers, she also adapted to local conditions and did not prescribe Chinese medicine specifically. After asking the barefoot doctors what medicines were available in the clinic, she would prescribe the clinic's medicines if possible. She only prescribes Chinese medicine if it is not available at the clinic. However, she didn't plan to give them her own medicine since she prescribed Chinese medicine. After all, the current situation is still very serious, and prescribing medicine by yourself is a hassle regardless of whether you charge for it or not. Many eyes and gossips in the village. If you don't charge any fees, there will definitely be people who take advantage of you. But if you charge a fee, it will be troublesome if you are reported by someone with ulterior motives. Although she didn't have to worry about anyone coming to arrest her in the staff quarters, she still tried to avoid this kind of trouble if possible. Villagers also knew her rules and dared not complain. There is no other reason, it's just that most of the patients in the village who come to her for treatment have recovered. How foolish would they be to offend such a great doctor? After treating the villagers, Lin Wan Shu returned to the military compound with several military wives. Before I got home, I saw a familiar figure standing at the door from afar. Why is she here again? Tang Qian was the one who couldn't hold back her words and immediately couldn't help but curl her lips. No way, who made us Wan Shu so popular? Yang Zhen couldn't help but joked. She had been with the army for quite some time, and apart from Ji Hualan, she had never seen any military wife more popular than Lin Wan Shu. Even the arrogant Du Fuling is now following her around. Even if Lin Wan Shu didn't pay much attention to her, she didn't mind. He looks like he is willing to accept a cold reception even if it means his face is warmed by others, which is really amazing. But Tang Qian still felt that things were not that simple. Is it necessary to dress up so fancy to visit Wan Shu? Mutter as she looked at the floral dress she was wearing. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu suddenly realized that Su Menjing seemed to have really dressed up carefully. Not only did she wear a well-tailored dress, but she also tied her hair into a princess bun, looking quiet and pretty. Yang Zhen couldn't help but frown. She doing wearing such beautiful clothes and running to someone else's house? Su Menjing was standing at the door of Lin Wan Shu's house, posing in the most graceful manner according to the voice in her head. Her head slightly at a 45-degree angle, pretending to look casually at the tree in front of her, and stood sideways with her belly tucked in, revealing her slender waist. Su Menjing has already figured out the time. Qin Yan will come back at this time. It just so happened that Lin Wan Shu was not at home, which was the best time for her to carry out her plan. When Su Menjing thought of that tall and handsome man, her eyes became even more fiery. Today is her favorite style. It not only sets off her fair skin, but also shows off her figure. In her father's school, she attracted countless attention just by wearing this skirt. Su Menjing believed that if Qin Yan saw it, he would definitely be amazed by her. Just as she was daydreaming and waiting for Qin Yan, suddenly, a puzzled voice came from the side. "Comrade Su, did you sprain your waist?" Hearing this, Su Menjing, who was already posing stiffly, almost staggered. Still in shock, she turned away angrily. But who knew that I would be met with 3 pairs of curious eyes? Unexpectedly, she had calculated the time well, but instead of waiting for Qin Yan, she waited for Lin Wan Shu and the other 2. Su Menjing suddenly froze in place. Tang Qian had already walked forward and was holding her arm with a concerned look on her face. Oh, poor kid. Where did you twist your waist? It happens that our Wan Shu is a great doctor. Why don't you ask her to take a look at you? Hearing this, Su Menjing's face almost turned pale. Is she blind? She has such a beautiful posture, but she actually said she twisted her waist? Yangjing knew that Tang Qian had a sharp tongue, but she didn't expect it to be so sharp. She almost couldn't help laughing. Reluctantly restraining her smile, she asked with concern, Comrade Su, I see that you don't look well, and there are pimples on your forehead and chin. Are you not used to sleeping here and getting irritated? Su Menjing's skin was not that good to begin with. After all, the ultraviolet rays in places like Eastern Province were too strong. Even if she was careful to avoid the sun on a daily basis, her pores were not as delicate as those of other people's naturally good skin. I don't know if it's because of the unfamiliar climate these days, but I got a sore throat and developed 2 pimples. She had carefully put on a layer of powder to cover it up before going out, but she never thought that someone would point it out to her right in front of her. Her face darkened by 2 shades. However, when she thought of the purpose of her trip, she forced herself to suppress her unhappiness and forced a smile on her face. I really haven't had a good rest these past few days. The bed here is too hard. After sleeping all night, I feel pain all over my body. So I wanted to come to Comrade Wan Shu to get some medicine. Since the 2 of them said so, Su Menjing simply went along with what they wanted. Lin Wan Shu also wanted to find out what Su Menjing was trying to do, so she didn't refuse. Then come in with me and I'll show you. Seeing her invite herself in, Su Menjing almost suppressed the smile on her lips. Thank you, Comrade Wan Shu, you are such a nice person. Having said that, she didn't hesitate and followed Lin Wan Shu into the yard. Her sister brought her here a few days ago, but Lin Wan Shu was always lukewarm towards her. I would rather chat with her sister, that wooden person, than talk to her. Su Menjing came here by herself today. Without waiting for Qin Yan, she simply changed her plan and decided to get along well with Lin Wan Shu first. Yang Zheng was a person who loved to watch the fun, and Su Menjing didn't look like a good person, so she simply stayed to see what she was going to do. Tang Qian had already been admitted to the pharmaceutical factory, and she was very happy. She didn't plan to work today, so she followed him in. Even Fong Qiuyan didn't leave. Soon, the pharmacy was packed with a group of 5 people. Lin Wan Shu and Su Menjing sat face to face, and she reached out to take Su Menjing's pulse, just like she usually did when seeing a doctor. After she put her hand on it for a while, her eyebrows couldn't help but jump. How strange. She had never seen such strange meridians. Each meridian is connected to a red line that is so thin that it is almost invisible. And this red line was like a living parasite, absorbing the energy in her meridians bit by bit. How about it? Originally, Su Menjing didn't come to see a doctor, and she treated Lin Wan Shu with a nonchalant attitude. But seeing her serious expression at this moment, she couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as she finished asking the question, that excited voice suddenly came into her mind again. Ah, this woman's luck is also very strong. The sharp voice almost frightened Su Menjing to jump up. Barely restraining herself from losing her composure, she gnashed her teeth and cursed in her mind. Can you please not scream so loudly all of a sudden? What good will it do if you scare me silly? Hearing this, Chi-Chi smiled a little embarrassedly.
Saw thee.
I was just too excited. It turns out that the thing in Su Menjing's mind is called Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi said she didn't know where she came from. She just said she felt her presence as soon as she woke up. It just so happened that she could sense the direction of her destiny, so she decided to stay and help her. Su Menjing naturally had reservations about Chi-Chi's words. The reason why she didn't find a Taoist priest to take her in was because she saw that she really had some abilities. Hearing Chi-Chi's words at this moment, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. She is a woman. What does her strong luck have to do with me? Is it possible that she would date a girl just for this thing? Just thinking about that scene made her shudder. Of course it does. Get close to her and see if there is anything special about her. If you find anything, I will help you take it away, and this luck will belong to you. Chi-Chi discovered that this woman's aura was very strange, different from that of the man. But she couldn't detect exactly what was different, so she could only ask Su Menjing to check it out. Hearing this, Su Menjing was immediately moved. That's luck. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew how powerful this illusory thing was. Okay, I'll get close to her and see if there's anything strange about her. Anyway, she was going to get close to Qin Yan. Being close to one is being close to two is also being close. By then, as long as she gets familiar with Lin Wan Shu, she doesn't believe that she won't be able to find her flaws. Lin Wan Shu felt that the silk thread in Su Menjing's body became very excited. While twisting, it also quickly absorbs energy. What on earth is this thing? Why is it so strange? Su Menjing felt anxious when she saw that she was slow to speak. Without caring about whether she was lucky or not, she asked again, "Comrade Wan Shu, why don't you say anything? What happened to me?" Whether she likes Lin Wan Shu or not, Su Menjing has no doubt about her abilities. After all, Su Mingqi had seen countless doctors for his headache, but none of them could cure it. Now that she has been cured by Lin Wan Shu, how could she dare not believe in her medical skills? Lin Wan Shu looked at the unconscious Su Menjing with a complex look in her eyes. After taking her hand back, she said, "You are suffering from heat stroke. It's nothing serious. Just go back and boil some honeysuckle to drink." But when Su Menjing heard this, she looked skeptical. "Are you really okay?" Then why did she have that expression just now? For Lin Wan Shu to say that there was a parasitic red thread in her body. After all, the fact that she could see the meridians was too unbelievable. Would let anyone know except Qin Yan. After a moment of silence, Lin Wan Shu continued, "It's nothing serious, just a little constipated. Drinking some honeysuckle water will be fine. Not only is there a lot of dampness in her body, but there is also heat. It would be strange if she didn't get irritated." Su Menjing was very concerned about her reputation and did not tell Lin Wan Shu that she was constipated. This time she was pointed out directly, and she was immediately embarrassed. Just at this moment, the voice of a baby suddenly came from the door. "Dad, Mom is here." Hearing this voice, Su Menjing suddenly had a very bad feeling. He turned his head mechanically, and the next second, he saw a familiar tall figure standing at the door. With a boom, Su Menjing's face turned completely red. Not shame, but embarrassment. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He heard what Lin Wan Shu said just now. When Su Menjing thought about how she dressed up so carefully and posed so gracefully, and he didn't see it, it would have been fine, but he caught her in such an embarrassing scene. She felt like vomiting to death. Just as she was daydreaming, Qin Yan walked in. To a few military wives, he walked straight towards Lin Wan Shu. "Wan, there's a letter for you." As he said this, he handed over the letter in his hand. From beginning to end, it was as if he had not even seen Su Menjing, a living person. Qin Yan's disregard immediately made Su Menjing's embarrassment seem extremely ridiculous. She looked at him in disbelief. He really not see her? Why didn't he say hecko to her? Lin Wan Shu's attention was on the letter Qin Yan handed over, and she didn't notice Su Menjing's expression. "Was it sent by my uncle?" she asked expectantly before she even took the letter. Sun Haidao would send her a letter every month, and considering the time, it was time now. But just as she asked this question, she noticed that Qin Yan's expression looked a little strange. "It's not Jing City, it's the Red Star Brigade." Qin Yan recognized the notes above, which seemed to be written by the Lin family. Seeing that his expression was not right, Lin Wan Shu quickly guessed that it must have been sent by her parents again. In an instant, the anticipation on her face turned into lack of interest. Reaching out to take the letter, she casually put it in the drawer without any intention of opening it. If they could send her a letter, It must be nothing good. Seeing that Lin Wan Shu didn't open it, Qin Yan didn't say anything. After handing her the letter, he didn't stay long and turned away. Su Menjing felt more and more uncomfortable. She was dressed so beautifully. Why didn't he even look at her? Just as she was thinking this, another idea suddenly came to her mind. Qin Yan was deliberately not looking at her because he was concerned about Lin Wan Shu? Otherwise, how to explain that he greeted other military wives but ignored her? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was true, and Su Menjing was suddenly full of confidence again. Meow Meow did not go out with her father. She had been playing with her friends this morning, and now that she rarely sees her mother, she just wants to be close to her. The military wives all liked Meow Meow. When they saw her coming, they couldn't help teasing the baby. Meow Meow is a smart kid. He is only 2 years old, but he speaks like a little adult. The military wives were so fond of them that they wished they could take them home right away. Su Menjing had hidden thoughts in her heart. She did not have the slightest fondness for this child, who looked very similar to Lin Wan Shu. But she knew that if she wanted to deal with Qin Yan, she would have to put some effort into this kid. Therefore, even though she didn't like it, she still put on a gentle smile. Your name is Meow Meow, right? How old are you this year? The first 2 times Su Menjing came over, Meow Meow was playing with her friends and didn't recognize this strange Anne at all. However, she kept in mind her mother's words that she should respond politely when others greet her. Therefore, even though she didn't know him, she still said obediently, My name is Meow Meow, and I'm 2 years old. That adorable look melted the hearts of the military wives. But Su Menjing found it very annoying. If she gave birth to a daughter, she would definitely be prettier and more well-behaved than this one. With a gentle smile on her face, she was about to praise her for being so well-behaved when she saw the child pointing at her belly and asking curiously, Andy, are you pregnant too? Hearing this, Su Menjing almost turned pale. What does this little brat mean? Is he saying that his belly is big? Tang Qian didn't expect Meow Meow to say that, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Wan Shu was also a little helpless, so she tapped the little guy's forehead and said, Meow Meow, this is not Auntie. This is Auntie. Auntie has a stomachache, not a baby. Hearing this, Meow Meow's eyebrows were wrinkled together, and her eyes were still staring at Su Menjing's belly with curiosity. It was as if he couldn't understand why the aunt's belly was bulging, but there was no baby inside. The child's gaze was too direct, and it was hard for Su Menjing not to understand. Suddenly, the expression she had managed to control with great difficulty almost broke again. Tang Qian reached out and pulled Meow Meow to her side, saying protectively, Comrade Su, Meow Meow is still young, and she doesn't understand that constipation will cause her stomach to swell. Don't bother with her. If she hadn't worn such a tight skirt, who would have been able to tell that she had a bulging belly? Hearing Tang Qian saying constipation and stomach bloating all the time, Su Menjing's face turned completely black. If she didn't have a trace of rationality, she would have wanted to curse. But she knew that she couldn't break up with him now because if she did, she wouldn't be able to find Lin Wan Shu again. Thinking of this, she forced a smile and said stiffly, How could that be? The child is still young, and I won't take it to heart. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Had originally dressed up carefully to impress Qin Yan, but now she just wanted to go home quickly to avoid further embarrassment. Seeing that she ran away without even taking the medicine, the military wives in the room all looked puzzled. Isn't it just constipation? Is it necessary to have such a big reaction? Lin Wan Shu was also puzzled and felt that Su Menjing was a little weird. Only Fong Chuyen, looking at the hurriedly leaving figure, felt more and more familiar with it. They had obviously never met before, but why did it feel so familiar? Several military wives originally wanted to see what Su Menjing was doing here. Now that she was gone, they had no plans to stay any longer, so they said goodbye and went back. After the military wives left, Lin Wan Shu opened the drawer and took out the letter Qin Yan had just given her. When I opened the letter, it was just as I expected, sent from my mother's side. Lin Wan Shu knew without even looking that he was trying to get her to send money back by playing the victim. I just don't know what the reason is this time. He frowned and quickly read the contents of a letter. Soon, she found out that Lin Jianmei was getting married in September, and her father asked her to go back to attend the wedding. However, Lin Wan Shu could guess with her knees that it must have been Li Xiuji's idea to ask her to go back. After all, her father doesn't have the nerve to look for her. Thinking of this, Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but smile coldly. She didn't believe that Li Xiuji didn't know that her due date was in the 8th month of the lunar calendar. Even if she is out of confinement in September, can she really travel a long distance just to attend a wedding banquet? Obviously, Li Xiuji's purpose was definitely not to invite her to the wedding. Sure enough, after a lot of long-winded words, the last sentence of the letter read, "If you can't come back, please send some money to Jianmei for her dowry." Even though Lin Wan Shu knew that Li Xiuji was thick-skinned, she didn't expect her to be so shameless. Not to mention that Lin Jianmei was brought here by her and has no blood relationship with her at all. Just talking about what the mother and daughter did to her, how could she have the nerve to talk to him like that? With a dark face, Lin Wan Shu frowned and began to think. It was acceptable to be apart from each other, but it was not reasonable for her to not express anything at all. But asking her to send money is absolutely impossible. She would rather spend dozens of dollars to send some useless things than send them a dime. What kind of thing may seem acceptable to you in appearance, but is actually of no use? You need to think about it carefully. On the other side, Fong Qiuyan had just returned home when she saw Lu Jingsong walking and carrying a big fish. Where did the fish come from? Why is it so big? Their relationship has eased a lot in the past few days, and Lu Jingsong seems like a different person. Not only did she wash her clothes every day, but she also sent her this and that. He was extremely kind to Dohua. He almost held her in the palm of his hand. Fong Qiuyan saw everything he did. The mental defenses that were originally built high also gradually began to loosen. Lu Jingsong looked at her wide eyes, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his lips. "I asked a fellow villager to save it for me a while ago. He happened to catch it today, so I bought it back." Lu Jingsong could never forget the fish cooked with chili pepper made by Fong Qiuyan. The two of them broke the ice he was already thinking about when she would cook another meal. Now she no longer avoids him or rejects him, and she happens to catch a big fish. Lu Jingsong felt that God was helping him. Although Fong Qiuyan had begun to accept Lu Jingsong, she was still not used to the way he looked at her. Suppressing her uneasiness, she reached out to take the fish and asked calmly, "What do you want to do?" Lu Jingsong looked at her red ears, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. His gaze also became more scorching. After a pause, he said, "Just like that day, cooked with chili peppers."
Good.
Fong Qiuyan said this, and carried the fish to the water tank in the kitchen. The fish was still alive, and it started jumping around with crackling sounds as soon as it was put down. Fong Qiuyan picked up the kitchen knife and struck it with a sharp click. But maybe it was because the fish was too big, but it not only did not faint after being hit, but also jumped up suddenly. Fong Qiuyan was caught off guard and was hit directly. She was startled and stepped back subconsciously. But she forgot that the water tank was surrounded by bricks. As he stepped back, he tripped over a brick. Careful! Lu Jingsong happened to be standing next to her. When he saw her trip, he quickly caught her. Fong Qiuyan couldn't remember how many times she had fallen in front of him. Maybe she was used to being embarrassed, so she was still quite calm.
Thank you. I'm fine.
As she spoke, she moved her arm, signaling him to let go. But Lu Jingsong seemed not to have heard it. His big hand was still tightly holding her arm, with no intention of letting go. Fong Qiuyan is wearing that gray shirt today. The shirt is made with short sleeves. Without the barrier of cloth, the man's rough big hand just grabbed her arm. Feeling the scorching heat in his palm, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. From a distance of a fist, the man's extremely aggressive aura came, and Fong Qiuyan's heart began to beat wildly. I don't know if it's because of fear or something else.
Lu
Jingsong, her lips moved and she spoke in a trembling voice, wanting him to let her go. Was holding her limp arm, had already been stunned on the spot. In the palm of my hand, the woman's skin is delicate and smooth, and in my nostrils, her fragrance is mysterious and alluring. When he thought that she had accepted him, Lu Jingsong's blood began to boil uncontrollably. Looking at her red lips opening and closing, he seemed to be bewitched by something and moved closer to her uncontrollably. Fong Qiuyan's heart beat faster and faster. My hands subconsciously pressed against his chest, not knowing whether to grab or push away. Soon, their breathing blended together. Seeing that the man's lips were about to fall, Fong Qiuyan closed her eyes as if she couldn't bear it any longer. He tried his best to restrain himself from moving back. Just when she thought the man's lips were about to fall, suddenly, Ji Hualan's voice came from outside the door. "Is Qiuyan at home?" That shout was like a thunderclap, suddenly pulling the two people who were caught in an ambiguous relationship back to reality. Fong Qiuyan was so frightened that she pushed Lu Jingsong away. Someone called me. I went to check it out." After saying these words, she ran out as fast as a frightened deer. Lu Jingsong almost kissed someone but was interrupted. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Rubbing his face violently, he followed out with a somewhat unhappy expression. Outside the door, Fong Qiuyan walked up to Ji Hualan with a red face. "Hualan, do you have something to talk to me about?" Fong Qiuyan's heart was still beating wildly, and her voice was not very steady. But she couldn't care less. When she thought about how she was almost kissed by Lu Jingsong just now, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to stay away from him. Ji Hualan was an experienced person, and she knew what Fong Qiuyan had just done as soon as she saw her expression. Just that it's normal for a couple to be together behind closed doors, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "I'm here to deliver a letter to Captain Lu." As she spoke, Ji Hualan handed over the letter in her hand. She didn't know whether Lu Jingsong was at home or not, so she called Fong Qiuyan. But they are husband and wife, so it doesn't matter who receives the letter.
Oh.
Thank you." Just hearing Lu Jingsong's name, Fong Qiuyan's heartbeat became uncontrollable. Ji Hualan saw that she looked like a little woman. A smile flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but made a joke. "No thanks, I still have a letter to deliver, so I won't disturb you and Captain Lu." Being teased, Fong Qiuyan was so embarrassed that her hair almost burned. In order to hide her embarrassment, she responded casually, picked up the letter, and pretended to read it. Ji Hualan knew that she was embarrassed, so she didn't say anything else. She just said hecko to her and left. Who had originally intended to just pretend, was stunned when she saw the handwriting on the envelope. The blush on her face disappeared completely in an instant. Just at this moment, Lu Jingsong also came out. Seeing her standing at the door in a daze, he walked over quickly. "Qiuyan, what's wrong?" Fong Qiuyan unconsciously clenched her hand, holding the letter tightly, until she heard Lu Jingsong's voice. She suddenly came to her senses. Looking at the concerned man in front of her, the emotions in her eyes were complicated and difficult to discern. Seeing her like this, Lu Jingsong suddenly had a bad feeling. Just when I was about to ask her what happened, I heard Fong Qiuyan say calmly, "There is a letter for you." As she said this, she stuffed the letter into his arms and went back to the kitchen. Lu Jingsong looked at her back, which had become distant again, and his heart suddenly tightened. Exactly happened? Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the letter she had just stuffed into his arms. After seeing the familiar handwriting on the envelope, Lu Jingsong's pupils shrank. Is it Fong Dongxue? She write to herself? Since they got married, Lu Jingsong and Fong Dongxue have never had any contact with each other. It was many years since he received her letter again. Holding the letter, he was a little dazed, as if he didn't know how to react. In the kitchen, Fong Qiuyan had knocked the fish unconscious and removed the scales. She sharpens the kitchen knife frequently, so it is very sharp. A big fish was quickly split in half in her hands. Cut off the fish head and bones and place them on a plate, then cut the fish meat into thin slices. Fong Qiuyan was so calm that it seemed as if she was not the one blushing and having her heart beating fast just now. After the fish fillets were ready, she added starch, egg white, and seasonings, mixed well, and set aside. Then, prepare other materials: chili pepper, Sichuan pepper, onion, ginger, garlic. Fong Qiuyan placed the ingredients onto the plate one by one in an orderly manner. These were given to her by Lin Wan Shu. She had only made them once, so there were still a lot of materials left. The ingredients were prepared. Fong Qiuyan lit the fire and washed the pot and heated it up. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jingsong finally came back. The moment the footsteps sounded, Fong Qiuyan's hands paused slightly and then became smooth and nimble again. Lu Jingsong walked step by step to the stove, sat down, and watched the fire, without saying a word. The atmosphere in the kitchen was strange and depressing. It was as if the ambiguity just now was just an illusion of the two of them. Fong Qiuyan did not ask him what was in the letter, nor did she question why he was silent. It was as if everything had returned to the starting point. She and he were just strangers living under the same roof. Looking at the silent Fong Qiuyan, Lu Jingsong felt as if his heart was being pressed down by a huge stone. It was so heavy that he could hardly breathe. Lu Jingsong wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. It turned out that Fong Dongxue wrote to tell him that the man in the city had cheated on her, and after tricking her into giving birth to a son, he abandoned her and her son and went back to the city. Now she has become a joke in the village and is pointed at whenever she goes out. The letter also said that she had jumped into the water twice. If someone hadn't rescued her, she would not be alive now. She said she had nowhere else to turn and wanted to come to him for help. If he hadn't wronged her, how could she have been deceived? If he was still a man, he would be responsible for her. After reading the letter, Lu Jingsong had never felt so helpless as he did at that moment. He had clearly decided to let go of the past and start a new life, so why did something like this suddenly happen? She wants to come and rely on me, so what should I do with Qiuyan? Qiuyan is now his legitimate wife. In response to Lu Jingsong's silence, Fong Qiuyan still had no intention of asking anything. Because based on her understanding of Fong Dongxue's personality, the content of the letter was either that she had encountered some trouble and needed Lu Jingsong's help to solve it, or that she knew she was joining the army and wrote the letter to annoy her. No matter which situation it was, Fong Qiuyan found it extremely boring. It was because of tofu pudding that she decided to live a good life with Lu Jingsong. But now that Fong Dongxue is here, she doesn't want to force herself anymore. The base ingredients were quickly fried, and Fong Qiuyan brought the fish bones and put them into the pot. With a sizzling sound, a delicious aroma wafted through the kitchen. However, Lu Jingsong, who was originally full of expectations, now had no appetite at all. Fong Qiuyan didn't care about Lu Jingsong's mood. After making the boiled fish step by step, she put the pot on. She took out 2 eggs from the cupboard, beat them, added water, and put them in the pot to steam before she turned around and went out to order tofu pudding. Fong Qiuyan didn't walk far before shouting a few times at the door. After a while, Dohua came back jumping and skipping. "Mom, I have delicious peanut candy." Dohua held an oil paper bag in his hand and ran towards his mother happily. Walking up to him, she first gave one to Fong Qiuyan, then asked, "Where's Dad?" Fong Qiuyan looked at her innocent, smiling face. She, who was originally calm and seemed to have no emotions, suddenly felt a pang in her heart. An unexpected pain spread throughout her limbs. After finally suppressing the strong emotion, she pulled the corners of her lips. "He's in the kitchen." Dohua was so anxious to share the delicious food with his father that he didn't notice that his mother looked strange. Holding the peanut candy, he skipped towards the kitchen. While running, he shouted, "Dad, look, I have delicious peanut candy." As Lu Jingsong looked at the tofu pudding running towards him happily, he felt as if several pounds of Coptis chinensis were suddenly poured into his heart, bitter and astringent. Just like in the previous few days, Dohua threw himself into his father's arms, raised the candy in his hand, and fed it into his mouth. "Dad, eat quickly." Lu Jingsong mechanically held the tofu pudding and mechanically opened his mouth. It was obviously sweet peanut candy, but he tasted bitterness in his mouth. The eggs in the pot had been steamed, and Fong Qiuyan, who had calmed down again, took out the eggs. She took out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, washed them, and made the porridge. Then she called out, "Come and eat." The sound was so calm that there was no difference from before. Here we come. Dohwa said this and flew over like a happy little bird to help her mother move the stool. After moving, he waved to his father. Dad, come quickly. It's time for dinner. Lu Jingsong swallowed the half-chewed peanut candy in his mouth, and his throat felt like it was scratched hard by something, causing him to feel a little sore in his eyes.
Good.
Dry voice and came to the dining table like a wandering soul. Fong Chiuyen still didn't speak to him, but took a spoon and beat a spoonful of egg into the tofu pudding. Eat quickly. After you finish eating, Mom will take you to pick mushrooms. Hearing this, Do-hwa's eyes lit up. Great, I want to go. Do-hwa likes to go up the mountain to play the most. Not only can he pick delicious mushrooms, but also sour and sweet wild fruits. However, since Fong Chiuyen had to collect herbs, it was not convenient for her to take her with her. On weekdays, she would either go up the mountain with other military wives or go alone, and she rarely brought tofu pudding with her. When she heard that her mother was going to take her to the mountains to pick mushrooms, without being urged, she ate mouthful after mouthful of porridge. The porridge was cooked in advance and the temperature was just right, not hot. The egg cooled down soon after being put into the porridge, and Fong Chiuyen was not afraid of getting burned. On the table, but only Fong Chiuyen took some. Lu Jingsong hardly moved his chopsticks. Fong Chiuyen didn't care. After finishing her meal, she took the tofu pudding out. Watching the mother and daughter's backs gradually disappearing into the distance, Lu Jingsong's tightly clenched hands finally loosened slowly, and a bright red bloodstain was faintly visible in his palms. Because of Fong Dongshua's letter, the relationship between Fong Chiuyen and Lu Jingsong once again reached freezing point. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but Fong Chiuyen once again began to leave late and return early. Living under the same roof, the two rarely bump into each other. Even on weekends, she stayed at Lin Wan Shu's house. The factory's equipment was pulled in yesterday. It was delivered by Hyun-ju. Her belly is almost 7 months old and looks much bigger than Lin Wan Shu's. Cheo-young looked terrified and refused to let her go to work. Coincidentally, his mother Wang Guifan also came and was living in the family compound, taking care of her daughter-in-law who was pregnant with twins. Hyun-ju originally didn't want to take a vacation, but her belly was too big and it was inconvenient for her to work. Finally, she followed Cheo-young's suggestion, and after delivering the equipment to the pharmaceutical factory, she settled down in the staff quarters. She was also at Lin Wan Shu's house at this moment, watching her make mushroom sauce for Yufong Fong. In a few days, Yufong Fong will leave here. She has also completed the job transfer procedures these days and doesn't have to go to work. She spends almost the entire day at Lin Wan Shu's house. Like a follower, she followed Lin Wan Shu wherever she went. Lin Wan Shu felt so upset that she wanted to make all the food she could cook and force it on her. Not only did she make mushroom sauce, she also made beef sauce and chili sauce. There are also a variety of long-lasting and delicious snacks. Although she knew that she was not good at cooking, Lin Wan Shu still prepared a lot of practical food for her. These things are our Yun province's specialties. You can take them with you. If you don't eat them yourself, you can give them to others. Although Fong Yandong is going to be promoted to the rank of colonel when he gets there, there are only benefits and no harm in establishing good relationships with other military wives. Listening to Lin Wan Shu's nagging instructions, Yufong Fong's eyes felt sore and bitter. In the past, she would never lower herself to make friends with the person who took the initiative. After all, her grandfather's status is there, and it's up to others to curry favor with her. How could she take the initiative to make friends with others? But after getting along with Lin Wan Shu for a long time, she now realizes how important harmonious neighborhood relations are. Not to mention anything else. Just in the 6 months since Lin Wan Shu came to join the army, there have been fewer quarrels in the family compound. Everyone is either busy collecting herbs or learning how to make medicine. Who has time to argue about trivial things? Even the men couldn't help but praise it privately, saying that the atmosphere in their family compound was better than anything they had ever seen before. The women at home are well-behaved and don't make trouble, while the men are training in the front with full of enthusiasm. Maybe she couldn't do what Lin Wan Shu did and unite so many military wives. But she is also willing to learn from her. Holding Lin Wan Shu's arm and resting her head on her shoulder, Yu Fong said gloomily. Wan, you are so good to me. I will not be used to it when I go to the Northwest in the future. Lin Wan Shu was also a little sad, but she still cheered up and joked with her. Didn't you say we are sisters? Since we are good sisters, how can I not be nice to you? When Yu Fong heard this, her mood immediately improved a lot. Without any hesitation, she packed all the things that Lin Wan Shu had prepared into another sack. Tang Qian felt so painful watching this. Fong, can you carry so many things? Do you want me to help you digest them? Beef sauce, chili sauce, lots of meat jerky, lard. Hiss. She couldn't help drooling when she thought about it. Hearing this, Yu Fong reflexively sealed the bag and looked at Tang Qian with a vigilant look on her face. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. If I can't carry it, I still have my old man Fong. Don't say that these are all delicious. Even if they are not delicious, she will take them away. After all, they were all prepared for her by Lin Wan Shu, and she treasured them very much. Tang Qian saw that she looked like she was on guard against thieves and couldn't help but mutter something. Is it that serious? You already have so many delicious foods. What's wrong with giving me two? Yu Fong. As for that, I'm not like you. I can see Wan every day. This is the only thing I think about. After a while, the two of them started arguing again. The military wives were already used to it, and they felt a little amused and helpless watching the two of them pecking each other like elementary school kids. Hyunju has been busy in the machinery factory these days and has a rare vacation. Seeing that Lin Wan Shu's place is still bustling with activity, the smile in her eyes never stops. How wonderful! They can finally bask in the sunshine of peace, play and fight as much as they want, without having to worry about the artillery fire that may fall on their heads at any time. Amidst all the hustle and bustle, there was one person who seemed out of place. Lin Wan Shu looked at Fong Qiuyan, who was sitting in the corner in a daze and couldn't help but feel worried. But there were so many people around now that she couldn't ask her anything, so she planned to ask her later. Today is a rest day, and Lin Wan Shu's house is packed with people. Yu Fong is leaving in a few days, so everyone decided to prepare a meal together as a farewell banquet. Qin Yan and Fong Yandong went to buy meat early in the morning and have not returned yet. Qiu Yong, Shen Shuwen and others were helping to chop wood and kill fish in the yard. Women were not idle in the kitchen either, helping Yu Fong pack things. I started picking vegetables, washing the pot, and boiling water to prepare to kill the chicken. Wan Shu, I'm not saying this, but your chicken is really good looking. Early in the morning, Lin Wan Shu asked Qin Yan to catch a castrated chicken, which was now tied under the foot of the stool. Yang Zheng looked at the big fat chicken and couldn't help drooling. Other people's chickens may not grow this big even after 1 or 2 years of raising them, but hers can reach 4 or 5 kilograms in just over half a year. Such a growth rate is simply terrifying. If they could all raise chickens like this, would they still have to worry about not having meat to eat in the future? It turned out that this chicken was the first brood of chickens hatched by the hen in Lin Wan Shu's home, and it was one that was accidentally left out. She was too lazy to send it over, so she just raised it herself. Even the castration was done by her own hands. Also doing well. Its growth rate is as fast as a balloon. It has grown to nearly 5 kilograms in more than half a year. Kong Bufan and the other man were so greedy that they were drooling. As soon as she talked about chickens, Tang Qian immediately became excited. She didn't bother to argue with Yu Fong. She also came over to Yang Zheng and said, "My chicken is also well raised. Although it's not as big as Wan Shu's, it has grown for a few months and now weighs 3 pounds. She was shameless and asked Lin Wan Shu for a pair of chicks. Knowing that Lin Wan Shu had a rooster, she did not keep any chickens for breeding and directly castrated the male one, which grew very fast. The others who didn't get the rooster were immediately extremely envious. I don't know when my little hen will hatch chicks. Because Lin Wan Shu's chicken breed is so special, the army does not limit the number of chickens that can be raised. The military wives can raise as many chicks as they can hatch. Those that cannot be raised will be recycled by the army in order to expand the breeding scale. Since being allowed to raise unlimited chickens, the wives of the military personnel have been as excited as ever, trying their best to hatch a nest of chicks as soon as possible. But so far, none of them has successfully hatched its first brood. After all, what they got was the second batch of chicks. The hens had just learned to lay eggs, so they would have to wait for some time before they could hatch them. The first hen in Lin Wan Shu's family is expected to lay eggs again next month. This is the efficiency of a model worker. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing this? Several people gathered around the chicken, talking to each other. The chicken seemed to sense danger and kept shrinking under the stool. But this is not a problem for the battle-hardened military wives. The water boiled. Tang Qian reached out her hand and reached back, and the chicken was caught in her hand. When Fong Qiuyan saw that everyone was preparing to kill a chicken and cook, she collected her thoughts and hurried over to help. Someone was killing chickens, so she helped pick beans. Because there were many people coming today, the military wives prepared a lot of vegetables. There was a huge bundle of beans alone, and it would probably take more than 10 minutes to pick them. The kitchen was too crowded, so Fong Qiuyan put the beans in a basket and took them outside to pick. The beans are not sprayed with pesticides, the insects are caught by hand. Therefore, there are quite a few insect holes on it. Fong Qiuyan lowered her head and broke the beans one by one, peeling off the fibers on the sides. In the yard, the children were playing war games again. Dohua was holding a wooden gun in her hand, which Lu Jingsong had made for her 10 days ago. Fong Qiuyan listened to her daughter's carefree voice, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There is heartache and reluctance. Among the group of playing children, Fong Jianxi seemed particularly silent. Being shot by Meow Meow, he fell to the ground and never got up again. Xiao Meow Meow was shocked when she saw this. Without caring about the war game, she quickly ran forward and pushed his arm. "Brother, get up." But Fong Jianxi was feeling depressed and didn't want to open his eyes at all. Even though Xiao Meow Meow pushed him a few times, he still kept his eyes tightly closed. Xiao Meow Meow saw that he couldn't get up. She thought she had really hurt him and suddenly became anxious. He ran to find help. It happened that Xinyu was closest to her, so Xiao Meow Meow took his hand and came to Fong Jianxi. "Hurry up and save him." Xinyu looked at Fong Jianxi lying motionless on the ground. For the first time, he, who had always loved to play and make noises, was silent. Without saying a word, he sat next to Fong Jianxi. After a while, Shin Xiai also came over. Has always been a sinister person and likes to cheat others, also kept silent. Xiao Meow Meow looked at this, then looked at that, and her little eyebrows were almost wrinkled. Why didn't they save Brother Jianxi? Seeing that no one was helping, she moved closer to Fong Jianxi and said in a baby voice, "Don't be afraid, brother. I'll bandage you." She has seen movies, and that's how it's played out in movies. If you are injured, just bandage it. After hearing Meow Meow's comforting words, Fong Jianxi finally opened his eyes. But his eyes looked a little red. Qin Jiao. Hearing this strange yet familiar name, Meow Meow blinked. It took him a while to realize that someone was calling him, so he raised his little hand and shouted, "Here," in a baby voice. Fong Jianxi sat up and looked at Xiao Meow Meow with his red eyes. "Brother Jianxi is leaving. You must not forget me in the future, understand?" Although his eyes were red, Fong Jianxi remembered his father's words firmly. "A man bleeds, not tears. How sad you are. You can't cry." Meow Meow was still young and didn't know what separation meant. She only knew that Fong Jianxi was crying. She stretched out her little hands and hugged Fong Jianxi like her mother usually hugged her. "Don't cry, brother." Shin Xiai saw this. He instinctively wanted to take a step forward. But I don't know what he was thinking about, he just endured it. Xinyu's eyes also turned red. Unable to hold back, he imitated Meow Meow, stretched out his arms and hugged Fong Jianxi and Meow Meow together. "Jianxi, don't be sad. At worst, I can give you my courage. You can take it with you and think of it as me accompanying you." Brave is the parrot raised by Xinyu, his favorite, and he is reluctant to give it away even to Meow Meow. It can be seen that he really can't bear to part with his brothers. No matter how mature Fong Jianxi was, he was just a kindergarten kid. When he heard that Xinyu wanted to give him the parrot, he immediately forgot about his sadness. Really, you really want to give me your courage? Raised by Xinyu is not only beautiful, but can also talk. He treats it like a baby. Even Meow Meow can only look at it and is not allowed to touch it. Xinyu regretted the moment. He impulsively said he would give the pet as a gift. But when he saw that Fong Jianxi finally stopped crying, he gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and nodded.
Well,
I give it to you. Be a man and keep your word. Xiao Meow Meow also knew that Yonggan was a parrot. When she heard that Xinyu was going to give the parrot to Fong Jianxi, she was extremely envious. Meow Meow wants one too. Pulling Xinyu's clothes with both hands, she looked at him eagerly.
Xinyu.
My head hurts. Brave was given to him by his grandfather during the Chinese New Year. Where did he get such a parrot for her? At this moment, Shen Xiai, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Meow Meow, I know where I can find one. I'll bring one back for you next time. Fong Jianxi. Suddenly, I felt that the parrot that was about to be obtained was not so attractive anymore.
Xinyu.
Insidious. So insidious. When Xiao Meow Meow heard that Shen Xiai had a parrot, she immediately smiled. Without bothering to bandage Fong Jianxi's wound, she happily ran towards Shen Xiai. Where? My uncle will deliver it in 2 days. Meow Meow, please be patient and wait. Meow Meow didn't know how long 2 days was, but she knew what it meant to wait. Hearing this, he nodded obediently. Good. With this interruption, Fong Jianxi's sadness was somewhat alleviated. It just so happened that Lin Wan Shu was going to make grilled fish, so he volunteered to help. Sister, I'll grill some fish for you later. He must make the most delicious grilled fish, so that his sister will never forget his cooking skills. When she heard about grilled fish, Xiao Meow Meow swallowed subconsciously. I want grilled fish. Fong Jianxi is now the main cook at home. At such a young age, she would stand on a stool and cook at the stove. If she didn't do it right, she would run over to ask Lin Wan Shu. After working for half a year, his level has made a qualitative leap. Yu Fong is a person who loves her son, so she naturally doesn't think there is anything wrong with such a young son cooking. Fong Yandong believes that boys should be hardworking, and he naturally has no objection to his son learning to cook from a young age. Lin Wan Shu was also aware of their family situation. When she heard that Xiao Jianxi wanted to make grilled fish, she did not stop him and handed him a prepared fish. Xiao Jianxi got the fish. He happily walked back home, followed by 6 or 7 children, all of whom went to watch him grill the fish. Yu Fong still had some conscience. She was afraid that he might get burned accidentally while making the fire, so she followed him back. Bring the fish over after it's grilled. The children had finished running, and the yard suddenly became a lot emptier. After Fong Qiuyan picked the beans, she started picking water spinach. As I was picking them, suddenly, a burning gaze came towards me from the door. Fong Qiuyan saw the familiar figure out of the corner of her eye, and her breath paused, and her action of picking vegetables also paused slightly. How come he came here? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Lin Wan Shu greet me enthusiastically. Captain Lu, you're here?
Come in and sit down.
Lu Jingsong couldn't remember how many days it had been since he last saw Fong Qiuyan. Seeing her picking vegetables seriously in the corner, his eyes seemed to be glued to her and he couldn't move them away. Hearing Lin Wan Shu's voice, he barely came back to his senses. Thank you.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I just caught a rabbit and brought it here to make a snack for everyone. As he spoke, he raised the big fat rabbit in his hand. Lin Wan Shu saw this. She naturally couldn't help but scold him, and then she welcomed the person in. She is popular in the family compound, and most of the people who are on good terms with Fong Yandong and his wife are also familiar with her. When she invites people to dinner, she usually invites couples. Fong Qiuyan didn't know Lin Wan Shu's rules, and when Lin Wan Shu called Lu Jingsong, Fong Qiuyan was not there. She also didn't know that the couple had a conflict, so the couple, who hadn't seen each other for 7 or 8 days, finally met at her house. Lu Jingsong carried the rabbit and followed Lin Wan Shu into the yard. A pair of eyes looked vaguely towards the person in the corner. Fong Qiuyan pursed her lips. Not wanting to see him, she simply turned around and pretended not to see him. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Jingsong's eyes. But there were so many people, he couldn't do anything. What's more, the regiment commander and deputy regiment commander were both busy. So how could a small company commander like him not have the nerve to work? Reluctantly looking away, he picked up the rabbit, asked Lin Wan Shu for some tools, and started to work on the rabbit. After a while, Nanjing and his wife and Su Menjing also came over, and they did not come empty-handed. Lin Wan Shu enthusiastically ushered the person in. As soon as Su Menjing entered the yard, she couldn't help but search for Qin Yan's figure. But there is no need to look for him, because his appearance is so outstanding. She immediately saw Qin Yan chopping bones in the yard. I saw him waving the machete, and with a few slashes of the knife, the big bones were easily chopped into pieces. His technique was so skillful that it seemed as if he was not chopping big bones, but cucumbers. Although it was just a bone-chopping action, Su Menjing was still fascinated by it. During these 7 or 8 days, she came here every few days. Although she couldn't see Qin Yan most of the time, as she got to know him better, Su Menjing's fascination shifted from his appearance to his abilities. He is indeed a man of great luck, as he was able to save so many comrades from almost certain death and still survived successfully. Even the leg that was nearly amputated was restored to its original state. Qin Yan once again noticed that unusually burning gaze. His bone-chopping action paused slightly, and then an indescribable disgust flashed in his eyes. Who was squatting beside him washing fish, keenly felt a chill and couldn't help shivering. He looked at his brother strangely and found that he did not look very well. Who annoyed him off? Su Mingqi didn't notice Su Menjing's thoughts, so he smiled at Lin Wan Shu and said, "My sister, and you really get along well. She urged me to bring her to see you early in the morning." Lin Wan Shu did not comment on Su Mingqi's words. Although Su Menjing did come to see her often, she could still sense her absent-mindedness hidden beneath her enthusiastic smile. However, she did not point it out, but greeted people politely. "Guests are welcome. Today is a farewell party for you Fong, and she doesn't want it to be ruined. Dishes to cook today that it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that I finally finished them. There were so many people that everyone brought 3 tables and more than 20 stools from their neighbors. 3 octagonal tables were put together to form a long table. The remaining seat is for the children to sit on. Every table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Even the grilled fish made by Fong Jianxi was served. When they saw the delicious grilled fish, Fong, how did you give birth to your child? How can he be so outstanding?" Yang Zheng said with envy. Hearing this, Yu Fong chuckled, without any embarrassment on her face. "That's easy. If you're a little lazy, he'll naturally become diligent." Yang Zheng. I really can't learn anything. She would feel guilty for ordering such a young kid to do so much work. It turned out that she was born to be a hard worker, and there were some blessings that she could not enjoy. While chatting and laughing, Lin Wan Shu had already asked everyone to sit down. Those who came were all couples, so they naturally sat together. When it was Fong Qiuyan's turn, she was full of resistance and didn't want to sit next to Lu Jingsong at all. But she knew very well that today's meal was for Yu Fong and her husband. No matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't cause unhappiness at this time. It wasn't until she sat next to him that Lu Jingsong finally relaxed his held breath. After not seeing each other for so many days, he realized that he couldn't stand her avoiding him like this. Sniffing her scent greedily, Lu Jingsong finally felt as if he were alive again. I don't know what he was thinking about, but he restrained himself from approaching her. Fong Qiuyan frowned and subconsciously moved her body towards Yang Zheng next to her. Yang Zheng is a chatterbox. As soon as Fong Qiuyan came over, she started chatting with her. Was completely ignored, suddenly felt depressed. Lin Wan Shu didn't notice the undercurrents between the couple. After everyone was seated, she went back to the kitchen. Sun Shifeng hurriedly followed. "Wan Shu, what do you want?"
Just let Mom get it.
Although in my hometown, it is normal for pregnant women who are about to give birth to work in the fields. But Lin Wan Shu was born delicate, so she subconsciously took better care of her. Lin Wan Shu now gets along with her mother-in-law like real mother and daughter, So naturally, she wasn't polite to her. That's great, Mom, help me get that jar of medicinal wine out. She pointed to the jar of wine in the corner. Heard that she was going to take the wine out to entertain people. She immediately felt distressed. This is good stuff. I don't know how she made it, but drinking this wine can not only replenish qi and blood, but also relieve back and leg pain. How could she bear to give all this good medicinal wine to them? Lin Wan Shu saw her mother-in-law's expression. She knew what she was thinking and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mom, I have a few more jars of this medicine. I asked my eldest brother to take a jar back with him last time. Don't be reluctant to part with it. Have a drink later. Heard that she had brewed several more jars of tea. She couldn't help but be amazed. This is so much. She was so stingy that she didn't want to drink it, for fear that there wouldn't be anything left for the old man at home after she finished it. Unexpectedly, the daughter-in-law had already given Qin Hua a jar. And she did all this without ever taking credit for it. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. I can't find her even with a lantern. No wonder even though I introduced so many potential partners to my son, he refused to come back to see any of them. Just by mentioning Lin Wan Shu's name, he ran back overnight. Knowing that there was still a lot of this medicinal wine, Sun Shifeng generously took out the whole jar. Lin Wan Shu took out a bottle and poured out a bottle of crystal-clear red wine from another jar. The wine was brought out. The military wives were all extremely curious. Wan, what are you holding in your hand? Without caring about chatting, Yangzheng asked impatiently.
This is fruit wine.
I specially prepared it. It has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Heard that it could beautify and nourish the skin, they immediately became excited. If someone else said this, they would definitely not believe it. But who is Lin Wan Shu? Not only is she an excellent doctor, she can also make skincare products. As for the effect, just look at Fong and you will know, she is a walking advertisement. Just half a year, a pale and thin woman can become radiant and beautiful. Which woman wouldn't be tempted by such means? When the military wives heard Lin Wan Shu say that the fruit wine in her hand could also beautify the skin, they all flocked to it. Regardless of whether they could drink or not, everyone expressed their desire for a drink. Lin Wan Shu also fell to them one by one. But when it was He Wenju's turn, she didn't pour it for her. Wenju, bear with it for a few more months. I'll send you another bottle after you give birth and finish your confinement. Knowing that she liked to drink, Lin Wan Shu comforted her. He Wenju felt a little disappointed, but what else could she do for the little one in her belly? Qiu Yom kept his attention on his wife, fearing that she would suddenly feel like having a drink. Now that he saw she didn't drink, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaned his head to whisper something in her ear. Good wife, I will drink with you again in the future. He Wenju blushed and couldn't help pinching his thigh under the table. Even after being pinched, Qiu Yong grinned and seemed to be enjoying it. He Wenju. Shameless. He turned his head away and ignored him. Lin Wan Shu fell down, and only Yangzheng and Fong Qiuyan were left. After pouring a glass for Yangzheng, she looked at Fong Qiuyan, who was in a trance, and asked with a raised eyebrow. Qiuyan, would you like some? This wine is sour and sweet, not spicy. Fong Qiuyan looked at the crystal-clear fruit wine in her hand, with a hint of excitement on her face. But when she thought that Lu Jingsong was right next to her, she endured it. But before she could shake her head to refuse, Yangzheng picked up her cup and placed it in front of Lin Wan Shu. Of course I have to drink it. How can we usually see such a good thing? Today, I am blessed by Fong. It would be a waste if I don't drink a glass. Come on, Wan Shu, pour her some. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu didn't say anything more and poured her a glass directly. Fong Qiuyan. She couldn't refuse the invitation and didn't want to spoil the fun, so she didn't say anything about not wanting to drink. Who was standing by, looked at the wine in front of her with an expression that seemed to want to say something but was hesitant. Fong Qiuyan ignored his gaze and didn't even look at him from beginning to end. Yangzheng couldn't wait to take a sip of the wine, and it was just as Lin Wan Shu said, sour and sweet, without any astringency. Good things should naturally be shared with friends. On the left was her husband, who was drinking medicinal wine. There was nothing much to say, so she moved closer to Fong Qiuyan and said excitedly, "Qiuyan, try it. This wine is not strong and tastes good." Hearing that the alcohol content was not high, Fong Qiuyan felt relieved and picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Sure enough, it is sour and sweet, not spicy, and very delicious. How about it? Yang Zheng was still waiting for her feedback and was looking at her expectantly. Meeting her sparkling eyes, Fong Qiuyan felt much better. Pursing her lips and smiling, she nodded. "It's delicious." Hearing this, Yang Zheng said contentedly, "Fortunately, I asked Wan Shu to pour you a cup, otherwise you would have missed out on something good." Fong Qiuyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was standing by, heard her talking and laughing with the military wife, and she had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. He felt mixed emotions. On the other side, Su Menjing originally wanted to sit next to Qin Yan, but his brother-in-law had already taken Su Mingqi to sit next to Feng Yandong, and there was an empty seat next to them, which was obviously reserved for her. No matter how anxious Su Menjing was, she couldn't just ignore other people's eyes and run to sit next to Qin Yan. It would be too obvious. Fortunately, her position was facing Qin Yan. A few days ago, and her constipation was relieved, and the pimples on her face also disappeared. Now she found her confidence again. Holding the wine glass, she posed gracefully according to Chi-Chi's advice. After taking a sip of the wine, she exclaimed with enjoyment, "The wine has a rich aroma, a long aftertaste, and the fragrance goes straight to the palate, filling the entire mouth and nose. It's a great wine." As soon as these words were spoken, the people who were chatting suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but look towards her. Su Menjing subconsciously sat up straight to make herself look more elegant. The flowing eyes were directed towards Qin Yan intentionally or unintentionally. He must be amazed by his own talent, right? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Yu Fong's somewhat surprised voice. "Comrade Su, isn't that bayberry juice? Can you taste the flavor of wine? How amazing! I'll try it too." As she spoke, she picked up the cup used for juice next to her wine glass. It turned out that Lin Wan Shu not only prepared fruit wine today, but also cooked a pot of bayberry juice with bayberries, specially for the children and the military wives to drink. Although the colors look similar, juice and wine are served in 2 different cups. After hearing this, Su Menjing suddenly realized that the way people looked at her was not with appreciation and admiration, but with strange surprise. In an instant, Su Menjing's heart was filled with an ominous premonition. She lowered her head in panic and saw, as expected, 2 cups of liquid of different colors in front of her. Boom! Her face swelled up into the color of liver. It turned out that Su Menjing was in a hurry to show off herself, and she had never drunk alcohol before, so when she heard them say that the wine was sour, sweet and not spicy, she did not doubt it and just copied the wine-tasting sentence given by Chi-Chi and recited it. Not only did she fail to impress Qin Yan, but she also lost face in front of everyone. "Chi-Chi, why didn't you tell me that this cup is juice?" When she came to her senses, she cursed angrily in her mind. What responded to her was Chi-Chi's extremely specious voice. "How do I know you can't even tell the difference between wine and juice? No matter how mildly spicy the wine is, it is still wine, and it has a unique alcoholic flavor." So embarrassing that Chi-Chi felt like her toes were about to dig out a 3-story villa for her. How could someone be so stupid? She didn't know how to adapt at all. She just followed what she taught. Su Mingqi didn't expect that his sister would do such a thing, and he felt extremely embarrassed. But she was her sister after all, and she couldn't just sit there and do nothing while she got into trouble. Thinking of this, she quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Menjing was just joking with everyone. She likes to play pranks in private. But to be honest, the fruit wine made by Wan Shu is really good. Let's raise our glasses to congratulate Comrade Fong Yandong on his further success in his career. Although this attempt to smooth things over was very forced, but now that things had come to this, for her sake, everyone could not openly laugh at Su Menjing anymore, so they raised their glasses and congratulated Fong Yandong. Became lively again. Has already become socially dead, wishes she could disappear right there. But she knew that if she ran away now, she would only be put in an even more embarrassing situation. By staying where she was, at least she could prove that she was joking. Although no one would believe it, for the sake of their brother-in-law and sister, they had to acknowledge this statement even if they didn't believe it. Finally, Su Menjing, who originally wanted to come and surprise Qin Yan, now just hopes that he doesn't notice her. Sitting opposite him, she felt very uncomfortable. How could she be in the mood to charming anyone? Lin Wan Shu couldn't drink alcohol, so she just drank some bayberry juice. Bayberry is in abundance this season. It is very sour when eaten alone, but if you boil it in water with rock sugar and let it cool, it will become sour and sweet and very appetizing. She was already used to Su Menjing's pretentiousness and didn't take it to heart. She just drank the juice and ate the food. Qin Yan chatted and drank with his male comrades and did not forget to pick out fish meat and bones for his wife. His considerate look, Su Menjing felt as if her heart was being gnawing at by ants. But everyone at the table was chatting animatedly and no one paid any attention to her. But Su Menjing was right about one thing. The medicinal wine brewed by Lin Wan Shu is indeed mellow in taste and has a long aftertaste, making people want to take a second sip after taking one. Fruit wine is mellow and sweet, with a rich fruity aroma. It leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth after drinking it, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. The most important thing is that she generously took out a lot of such good wine. He also said that it was enough and you could drink as much as you wanted. Everyone drank and ate, and kept praising Lin Wan Shu's wine. When Su Menjing saw the woman opposite her who was being treated like a celebrity, her face almost distorted with jealousy. What's so great? Isn't it because of her luck that she is loved by so many people? After she takes away her luck, will those people still care about her? Su Menjing was secretly calculating in her heart, with a sinister gleam in her eyes. But she lowered her head and no one noticed her gaze. There was wine and delicious food, and the meal lasted until 7 or 8 o'clock. Lin Wan Shu's belly was big, and everyone was very tactful and spontaneously packed up their things before leaving. Fong also got a small jar of medicinal wine and a bottle of fruit wine. Holding the wine Lin Wan Shu gave her like a treasure, she said with a touching look on her face, "Wan, I knew that the person you love most is me. Qin Yan. Fong Yandong." The two men didn't say anything, but their actions were surprisingly consistent as they separated their wives. It was as if they were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would become redundant. Fong Chuyen just drank 2 glasses of wine. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any alcohol content in the wine when I drank it. But after drinking it, the aftereffects started to set in. Although she is still conscious now, her movements have become a little slow. Walking feels like walking on cotton, so light and fluttery. Lu Jingsong could tell at a glance that she was drunk. Seeing the woman who seemed to be floating even when she was walking, he didn't care about anything else and went forward to support her. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, she dodged as if she had eyes all over her body and avoided his support. "Don't touch me," Fong Chuyen said coldly. Lu Jingsong's hand froze in the air awkwardly. Looking at the woman with a face full of resistance, his heart suddenly felt like it was stuffed with a ball of cotton, making it hard for him to breathe. Fong Chuyen didn't care about him. Although she was indeed drunk, she was terribly clear-headed. She remembered Fong Dongxue writing him a letter, and also remembered his silence. Even though her hands and feet were weak, she still gritted her teeth and supported herself, walking home step by step. Lu Jingsong thought that his heart would never hurt more than it did now. But when he saw that she was obviously so drunk that her SP was slow, but she still straightened her back and tried to walk as steadily as possible so as not to give him the chance to support her, he realized what it meant to cut flesh with a blunt knife. I don't know when my hands clenched into fists again and my nails dug into the flesh again. But it can't relieve the pain in my heart at all. Looking at her strong and lonely figure, he wanted to hug her regardless of anything several times. However, he knew in his heart that he was not qualified. The next day after receiving the letter, Fong Dongxue called the army, implying that she wanted him to return to the brigade as soon as possible and be responsible for her. She also said that if he didn't come back, she would take her son and die immediately. Naturally, Lu Jingsong was extremely unwilling to do this. But he was the one who had let Fong Dongxue down in the first place, and he couldn't just ignore her life or death. It's not that he still has feelings for her, it's just purely out of humanitarian concern. However, even so, Lu Jingsong knew in his heart how much harm such concern would cause to Fong Qiuyan. Because he didn't know how to face her, Lu Jingsong once again let her hide from him. It wasn't until today, when Lin Wan Shu invited him to dinner, that he finally couldn't hold back his longing for her. After catching a rabbit, he couldn't wait to rush to the battalion commander's house. However, what awaited him was her indifference and rejection. Lu Jingsong knew he deserved it. Even though he was still facing Fong Dongxue's entanglement, he still couldn't control his desire to see him. Being ignored and excluded at this moment is what he deserves. But even though I knew it, the pain in my heart was becoming more and more unbearable. Lu Jingsong didn't know what to do. Follow her blankly, like a puppet. Fong Qiuyan finally got home, and her feet didn't seem so weak anymore, so she went to boil water for a bath. Seeing this, Lu Jingsong no longer cared about the sadness in his heart and stepped forward to help her, but still was coldly rejected. "Please stay away from me." Hearing this, Lu Jingsong froze on the spot. He looked at her straight in the eyes, but did not dare to move his hands at all. Fong Qiuyan bit her tongue, and the pain seemed to relieve her drunkenness. Taking advantage of this moment of clarity, she quickly washed the pot, filled it with water, and then lit a fire and put it in the stove to start burning. Everything went so smoothly that you couldn't tell she was drunk. Lu Jingsong stood there blankly, watching her busying around. Soon the water was boiled. Fong Qiuyan's drunkenness had dissipated a little. She mixed hot water with cold water, and when she was done, she carried half a bucket of water into the shower room. During this process, every time Lu Jingsong wanted to say something or do something to her, he was discouraged by Fong Qiuyan's cold gaze. After taking a quick shower, Fong Qiuyan was almost sober. After giving Dohua another bath, the mother and daughter hid back in the house again. Dohua finally realized that something was wrong with his parents these days. So young, she didn't know what to do. She wanted her mother to stop being angry, and she also wanted to comfort her father and tell him not to be sad. But in the end, she found that she could do nothing. Because of the depressing atmosphere at home, she, who had originally become lively and cheerful, returned to her silent and taciturn self when she first arrived at the family compound. Fong Qiuyan was much more sober now. Her sleepiness showed no sign of going away. In the end, she didn't notice anything unusual about Dohua and just closed her eyes and fell asleep. Outside the door, Lu Jingsong stood there for almost the entire night in a self-torturing manner. It was almost dawn before he put on his military uniform again and set out for the troops. Fong Qiuyan woke up and found that Lu Jingsong was not at home. She ignored him. After making breakfast and eating tofu pudding, she picked up the hoe and prepared to go to the fields to work. Lin Wan Shu has stopped collecting herbs recently, and since she is about to join a pharmaceutical factory, she has stopped going up the mountain to collect herbs. I plan to use these few days to clear out the rice straw in the rice fields and plant some sweet potatoes. As soon as I arrived at the field, I unexpectedly saw Su Menjing. Su Menjing lost face so much yesterday that Fong Qiuyan thought she would stay out of the spotlight for a few days. I didn't expect her to come to the field, but she didn't look like she was cut out for hard work. She was holding a hoe, standing in the rice field with a look of disgust on her face, digging up the straw in the field from time to time. It turned out that the early rice had been harvested and the late rice would soon be planted. The military wives have been busy working in the fields these days, and even Su Mingqi is no exception. Fong Qiuyan took just one look and then looked away. She put on her sleeves and prepared to dig up the straw. But before she could go down to the field, she heard Su Menjing's terrified scream coming from the rice field next door. There's a snake. Come and save me." Fong Qiuyan was also startled when she heard the snake. Subconsciously raised the hoe, intending to hit the snake with a hoe if it jumped over. Seeing how brave she was, Su Menjing instinctively ran towards her. Sure enough, there was a snake 2 fingers thick following behind her. The snake moved very quickly and bit Su Menjing on her calf. Su Menjing was immediately frightened out of her wits. Screaming awe in her mouth, she dragged the snake and ran towards Fong Chuyen. Save me.
Save me.
He grabbed Fong Chuyen's clothes and she rescued him in panic. Originally, Fong Chuyen was planning to kill the snake with a hoe, but now she was caught and couldn't kill the snake at all. The snake seemed to have some deep hatred towards Su Menjing, and it refused to let go after biting her. Just like that, Su Menjing had a snake wrapped around her legs, jumping, and she was so scared that she almost fainted. Let go, I can't help you like this. Fong Chuyen, who was being held tightly by her, had a very dark face, and she spoke to Su Menjing with gritted teeth. I don't want it, please help me get it away. Why don't you help me?
I'm dying.
Why did the snake change its target even though she was holding Fong Chuyen? Su Menjing was shocked and frightened, and she even spoke out what was in her heart so carelessly. Fong Chuyen was almost amused by her. Raising her hand, she pushed her hard. Get out of here. I have no obligation to be bitten by a snake for you. But Su Menjing was almost scared to death. How could she dare to let go? As she pulled, two snapping sounds were heard, and two of Fong Chuyen's buttons were torn open by her. Fong Chuyen became even angrier. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she saw Su Menjing, who had a crazy and collapsed look on her face, standing there in a daze, staring straight at her.
Shoulder? Why?
Why do you have this birthmark here? Menjing, how are you? Su Mingqi had just carried the straw to the edge of the field when he turned around and saw that his sister had been bitten by a snake. He was immediately frightened and ran towards Su Menjing. He looked like he was going to help her drive away the snake. But the fields were full of dug-up straw heads, making it extremely difficult to walk. In a panic, Su Mingqi tripped twice. After finally rushing to Su Menjing's side, I saw a snake wrapped around her feet.
Snake.
Snake. Su Mingqi was so scared that her face turned pale, but even so, she still mustered up the courage to pull the snake's tail. He looked as if he was going to pull the snake off his sister's leg even if he was frightened to death. Fong Chuyen had taken advantage of Su Menjing's daze to successfully push the person away. At this moment, his hands were covering his collar, and his face turned red and black with anger. When Su Menjing saw Su Mingqi coming to save her, she no longer cared about whether she had a birthmark or not. To change the target, she grabbed Su Mingqi's hair randomly, stomped her feet, and cried, Sister, please help me. I am about to be bitten to death by a snake. Su Mingqi was already bent over to help her catch the snake, and was very close to her legs. When Su Menjing struggled, the snake almost hit her face, and her hair was caught, so she couldn't hide. She was already scared, and now she was almost scared to death. In the end, Tang Qian sprinkled a handful of sulfur on Su Menjing's legs, and the snake finally let go. Fong Chuyen was quick-witted and swung the hoe to smash the snake to death. But the snake was also magical. The moment the hoe was swung down, it suddenly jumped out and ran away. Fong Chuyen's hoe hit nothing. What kind of snake is it? Why is it so powerful? Tang Qian couldn't help but patted her chest. It's a pit viper, it's poisonous. Heard that it was a poisonous snake, her eyes went dark. Sister, save me. Send me to the hospital quickly. I don't want to die. Su Menjing grabbed Su Mingqi's clothes tightly, completely forgetting that she almost shoved the snake into Su Mingqi's face. But Su Mingqi still remembers it. She was most afraid of snakes in her life. If it weren't for saving Su Menjing, she would never have caught a snake's tail. However, she never expected that her beloved sister would treat her like this. She afraid that the snake will bite her face? Su Mingqi thought of this. He felt extremely chilled. But human life was at stake, so she didn't say anything. She just half knelt down and motioned for her to lie down. I'll carry you to find Wan Shu. She must have a way. Su Menjing was now scared to death, so she didn't say anything and just lay on her back. The two have quite different body shapes. One is tall and has a big frame, while the other has a small frame and is petite. As Su Menjing pressed forward, Su Mingqi almost staggered. It was only after Tang Qian reached out and helped her that she was able to stabilize her body. Sister, let's go. As soon as she lay on Su Mingqi's back, Su Menjing couldn't wait to urge him. Su Mingqi pursed his lips, said nothing, and walked out of the field with her on his back. But Su Menjing behind her was really heavy and the road was difficult to walk on, so she staggered and almost knocked Su Menjing down several times. Su Menjing was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hugged her neck tightly with both hands, strangling Su Mingqi so hard that she almost rolled her eyes.
Meng.
Ing, please. Let go. A little. Was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, and he barely uttered a few words. I don't want it. I'm about to fall. It's all your fault. If you hadn't asked me to do the work, how could I have been bitten by the snake? Speaking of this, Su Menjing was full of complaints. Her parents at home didn't even want her to wash the dishes, but they asked her to go to the fields? Hearing this, Su Mingqi's face showed some disbelief. Didn't she say she wanted to stay here and experience her life? How come I ended up being the one to blame? Listening to Su Menjing's angry curse, Su Mingqi suddenly felt that she was extremely unfamiliar. In the end, she didn't say anything else, but gritted her teeth and carried her back home. Lin Wan Shu heard that Su Menjing was bitten by a snake. She did not delay and quickly drained the poisonous blood from her wound and fed her an antidote pill. Su Mingqi watched from the side, silent. She was strangled all the way and almost suffocated. Her eyes were a little dazed and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Wan Shu treated Su Menjing's wound and fed her medicine. She motioned for her to stretch out her hand so that she could take her pulse. Although she had squeezed out the poisonous blood and taken medicine, Su Menjing still felt uncomfortable all over, with dizziness, nausea, weakness in her limbs, and chills all over. She was afraid that she would confess, so when she heard Lin Wan Shu ask to take her pulse, she quickly stretched out her hand. Lin Wan Shu felt Su Menjing's pulse. She felt the strange parasitic thing from last time. That was originally so weak that it was about to dissipate at any time, now seems to have become a lot thicker after a period of parasitism. I don't know if it's because of this that the SPE at which it absorbs energy has increased. What on earth is this? What exactly did it absorb? Why didn't Su Menjing show any other symptoms of weakness besides being poisoned by the snake? Seeing that she was silent again, Su Menjing thought that the poison had invaded her internal organs and was immediately frightened. How is it? Is my poison incurable? After asking this, she felt that she was having difficulty breathing. Su Menjing collapsed when she thought that she might die from the poison. Turning her head, she glared at Su Mingqi and cursed resentfully. It's all your fault. Why did you make me go to the fields to work? You did it on purpose, didn't you? You're jealous of how good my parents are to me, and if I die, you can have them all to yourself, right? Hearing this, Su Mingqi's face was full of disbelief. What makes you think that? She good enough to her? Every year she would send her food and clothes, and even a piece of beautiful fabric that she couldn't bear to make clothes herself would be left for her. The result was such accusations from her? You're still saying no? You've always been good at pretending since you were little. Everyone else is playing, but you're either studying or doing housework every day. Don't you just want to steal my parents' attention because they're treating me well? The fear of death was infinitely magnified, and Su Menjing began to speak more and more without thinking. Su Mingqi didn't expect that her sister, whom she had always cherished in her heart, actually thought of her like this. The shock in my heart cannot be described in words. And just at this moment, Lin Wan Shu finally finished taking the pulse. When she took her hand back, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for Su Mingqi. He's a nice guy. How could he have a sister like this? Your poison has been controlled. You are not in danger of death. You just need to rest for a few days. As Lin Wan Shu spoke, she prescribed medicine for Su Menjing. Hearing this, Su Menjing, who was still hysterical, was stunned for a moment, and the cursing involuntarily stopped.
You.
What did you say? I won't die? Su Menjing asked with trembling lips. Lin Wan Shu was still picking up medicine. When she heard this, she didn't even look up. She said calmly, Comrade Mingqi brought it in just in time. The venom didn't penetrate into the internal organs. Then why didn't she say it earlier? Su Menjing was furious. It was all her fault for playing tricks, which made me so angry with Su Mingqi. When Su Menjing thought of the words she had just said accidentally, her face turned purple. Meeting Su Mingqi's disappointed gaze, she couldn't help but feel flustered.
Sister.
Sister, listen to me. I was so scared just now that I talked nonsense. That's not true. Waking up, Su Menjing knew that she couldn't scold Lin Wan Shu, otherwise she would never be able to come to her house again. At the same time, she also had to coax Su Mingqi and make her forget what she had just said. But what she had done one after another today had already made Su Mingqi extremely disappointed. How could it be reversed with just a few words? I'll help you go home. Once you've recovered, you can go back in a few days, Su Mingqi said with some tiredness. Hearing this, Su Menjing immediately became anxious. Sister, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please don't send me back. If she goes back, how can she have a chance to win over Qin Yan? He was a man of great fortune. As long as she could win him over, she wouldn't have to worry about the wealth and glory of the rest of her life. And there is Lin Wan Shu. She hurt me so badly. How can I get rid of the hatred in my heart if I don't take away her luck? When Su Menjing thought about losing such a great opportunity because of this, she was suddenly overwhelmed with grief and cried so sincerely. Although Su Mingqi was heartbroken that Su Menjing said that about her, after all, they had been friends for many years, and she still felt a little bit sorry when she saw her crying so sadly. I'm not rushing you back, but I really don't have time. I have to plant rice during this period and can't take care of you. Your parents are waiting for you at home. You should go back. Although he still didn't give in, Su Mingqi's voice sounded a lot softer. Seeing that she insisted on letting her go back, Su Menjing suddenly became furious. In his heart, he couldn't help but make a note of Lin Wan Shu. She must have done that on purpose. Now that she sees that there is a rift between her and Su Mingqi, she must be so happy. But all these resentments were suppressed by Su Menjing. You can't lose your temper anymore, otherwise the situation will only get worse. Thinking of this, she didn't say anything. She planned to take advantage of these few days of rest to comfort Su Mingqi. Anyway, Su Mingqi is so stupid and easily influenced, she believes it won't be difficult to coax her. How could Lin Wan Shu not know that Su Menjing had such great malice towards her? The reason why she allowed her to come to her house with a purpose was just to find out what it was that could absorb energy from her. Looking at Su Menjing's expression, which she thought she had concealed well, she couldn't help but smile coldly in her heart. And since Lin Wan Shu said that she was fine, Su Menjing felt that the symptoms of dizziness, nausea, and chills had disappeared. Taking some medicine, she heard Su Mingqi say that he would help her go home. Because she felt guilty, Su Menjing didn't dare to refuse, and just left as she wished. However, not long after the two of them walked out of Lin Wan Shu's house, they ran into Fong Qiuyan, who was about to go home to change clothes. When he saw her, Su Mingqi was stunned at first, and then he remembered the scene in the field just now. Suddenly, my heart was filled with regret. Comrade Fong, my sister has been spoiled since she was a child. I apologize to you on her behalf for any offense I have caused you just now. Although he was very disappointed with Su Menjing, Su Mingqi still had to clean up her mess. Because in the eyes of others, they are a family. If Su Menjing offends someone, she will just walk away in a few days, leaving me to bear the consequences of my actions. Fong Qiuyan had just witnessed with her own eyes how Su Mingqi disregarded danger and endured fear to save Su Menjing, and how Su Menjing put her in danger and blamed her afterwards. Hearing that Su Mingqi wanted to apologize on behalf of Su Menjing, she felt inexplicably complicated. It doesn't matter. Fong Qiuyan envied Su Menjing for having such a good sister. Therefore, although she hated Su Menjing's personality, for Su Mingqi's sake, she didn't intend to argue with her about it. Who was listening to the two people talking, felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart, especially when she thought of the strangely shaped birthmark on Fong Qiuyan's shoulder. She became extremely irritated. It seemed like something was developing in a direction she couldn't accept. Fong Qiuyan said a few words to Su Mingqi and then said goodbye and left, but Su Menjing's eyes were fixed on her back. The more she looked at it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She frowned and said to Su Mingqi, "Sister, I want to ask you something." Su Mingqi's gaze was still following Fong Qiuyan's figure. Hearing this, she responded absent-mindedly. "What's up?" Su Mingqi seldom walked around the staff quarters before and was mostly busy with his own affairs. She had hardly ever met this new military wife. All I heard was that she came from the countryside, had a hard life before, and behaved timidly. But when she met him yesterday, she found that it was not the case at all. Not only is he graceful and elegant, he also has an indescribable scholarly air. I guess no one would doubt if he said he was a college student. The conversation just now made Su Mingqi appreciate him even more. With that kind of conversation, is it true that he has never been to school? Su Menjing saw that she was also staring at Fong Qiuyan, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. After taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. "Does Mom have a birthmark on her shoulder?" After hearing this, Su Mingqi finally came back to her senses. Looking at Su Menjing with a tense expression, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Although I don't know why she asked this, she is also her mother's daughter, so it's understandable that she wants to know more about her mother. "Yes, there is a birthmark on my mother's shoulder. It is in the shape of a butterfly." Hearing this, Su Menjing's pupils shrank. A huge panic surged towards her like a tide. "It's her. It must be her. Chi-Chi was talking about who would take away everything from her must be this woman." Before, Su Menjing didn't understand who had such great ability to take away everything from her. But at this moment, she suddenly understood something. No wonder people have said since she was a child that she looks like neither her father nor her mother, and they also secretly laughed at her for being adopted. Because of this, she felt extremely inferior. Because of fear, she often had nightmares in which she was abandoned by her parents. After waking up, Su Menjing just kept crying. It is also for this reason that her parents have taken special care of her since she was young. For her, I didn't even consider having another son. But even though she was pampered, Su Menjing always had a feeling of unease. Until now, she finally realized that her worries were not groundless. "Chi-Chi, tell me honestly, what is the relationship between Fong Qiuyan and me?" Su Menjing asked in a trembling voice. "Old swan, you finally found it. I was so anxious that I almost died." Chi-Chi spoke slowly in her mind, and it was hard to tell that she was in a hurry. Instead, Su Menjing was so angry that she died. "You know? Then why didn't you tell me so that I had to figure it out bit by bit on my own?" If she had told the truth earlier and told herself who the other person was, she might have already dealt with that person by now. Hearing this, Chi-Chi was somewhat speechless and said, "I also want to tell you, but your qualifications are too poor, and I am afraid that you will not be able to bear it if I reveal too much. If I wasn't so weak, how could I possibly give myself to this weakling? Not only can she not absorb much luck, but sometimes she even has to give her some. It's built and it's built. The key is that she is impossible to train. She is like a piece of wood. She can only copy and paste and can't understand anything at all." Before in the East Province, she had secretly helped her to find several marriages with good luck, but she failed to win any of them. In the end, she had no choice but to let her come to find the real daughter who was exchanged with her. Because she found that the real daughter, whose luck was almost close to zero, had suddenly become stronger recently, even surpassing the average rich kid. Chi-Chi's plan is to find the real daughter and then try to snatch her luck again. But Su Menjing's ability is too poor. "Not only have I not found anyone after being here for so long, but I have also lost face so many times." She felt extremely awkward just being inside her body. Seeing that she still despised her, Su Menjing was so angry that she almost vomited blood. But she didn't dare to turn against her. After all, she still had to rely on her to snatch her luck. Thinking of this, she suppressed her anger and said with a stern face, "Then tell me, what should I do now?" She no longer wanted to ask herself whether she was her parents' biological daughter. She was afraid that she could not bear the result. Without definite confirmation, she could still deceive herself and pretend that this thing did not exist. It's very simple. Let her make mistakes and ruin her reputation. Then you can perform better and surpass her. As long as she loses her self-confidence and is no longer appreciated by others, her luck will be transferred to Su Menjing, whose fate is related to her. Hearing this, a hint of viciousness flashed in Su Menjing's eyes. I know what to do now. If you want to blame someone, blame her bad luck. Who made her block your way? Still want to take away everything from you? She's dreaming. Here, Su Menjing was discussing with Chi-Chi how to deal with Fong Qiuyan. On the other side, after Fong Qiuyan changed her clothes, Ji Hualan came over. Qiuyan, there's a call for you. It's from your hometown. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan was stunned. Hometown? Who would call her? Her parents or Fong Dongxue? No matter who they were, Fong Qiuyan was extremely certain that they were looking for her for no good reason. Okay, I understand. She took a deep breath before following her to the communications room. She was no longer the Fong Qiuyan of the past, so she didn't have to be afraid no matter what they wanted from her. In this day and age, it costs money to make or receive a call. And the cost is not low. After the other party called, he hung up. After Fong Qiuyan arrived, Ji Hualan directly helped her call back the number she had just called. The phone beeped a few times before being picked up, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Is it Qiuyan? Fong Dongxue. It's indeed her. What does she want to do with herself? I am Qiuyan. Although her mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, Fong Qiuyan spoke in a very calm voice. Other side was obviously very anxious. After confirming that it was her, he started talking quickly. Qiuyan, I've already written to Jingsong and told him that Han Guang cheated on me and left us mother and son to go back to the city. If you still have a conscience, return Jingsong to me. After all, if you hadn't shamelessly climbed into his bed, how could I have ended up like this? After hearing this, how could Fong Qiuyan not know what was written in the letter? A moment, she didn't know whether to laugh at her for bringing it upon herself or laugh at her for being so shameless. Give it back to you? Fong Qiuyan sneered, as if the other party was telling a big joke. What exactly is Lu Jingsong in your mind? A thing that you can take when you want it and throw away when you don't want it? What do you mean? The person on the other end obviously didn't expect her to say that, or didn't expect her to refute. The voice paused for a long time before some disbelief sounded. Fong Qiuyan's eyes were filled with mockery. After a pause, she said, what it means is, was it me who climbed into his bed, or did you do something shameful? Do you need me to tell him? As soon as the words fell, there was silence again in the phone, and then Fong Dongshua's voice was heard, so sharp that it was almost out of tune. You are slandering me. What shameful thing is this? I don't understand. Stop talking nonsense to Jingsong. Do you think he will believe you? Originally, Fong Qiuyan was just suspicious about what happened that night and had no evidence at all. What she said just now was just a lie to Fong Dongxue. But now seeing how excited she was, how could she not understand? Fong Dongxue really drug herself and Lu Jingsong. It is easy to guess why she did this. She betrayed Lu Jingsong and was afraid to bear the consequences, so she pushed herself out. This way, not only can she withhold all the betrothal gifts, but she can also use Lu Jingsong's guilt to control him. Now that the educated youth she wanted to marry had abandoned her, she wanted to drive me away and get back together with Lu Jingsong? Fong Dongxue, do you think everyone is stupid and can only be manipulated by you? Thinking of everything she had gone through, Fong Qiuyan's voice was icy cold. Fong Dongxue originally thought that with Fong Qiuyan's cowardly and easily bullied character, she would be able to easily drive her away with just one phone call. But after being confronted several times in a row, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Are you really Fong Qiuyan? How could Fong Qiuyan say such flowery words? At first glance, she seemed no different from the educated youth in the team. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan smiled with a hint of sarcasm.
People change.
Thanks to you, I not only learned to read after joining the army, but also passed the exam to get into a pharmaceutical factory. Now, I'm about to become a worker in the pharmaceutical factory. Fong Dongxue heard this. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Impossible. How could you possibly know how to read? You must have gotten this job because of Lu Jingsong. That job should be mine. Give it back to me. Is literacy such a simple thing? You must be kidding. Without Lu Jingsong's help, how could she have entered the pharmaceutical factory and become a worker? That's work. Han Guang abandoned them and their son just for the job in the city. But Fong Chuyen could get a job just by marrying Lu Jingsong. How could she stay calm? Hearing her frantic voice, Fong Chuyen felt somewhat relieved. After a pause, she said angrily, "It is true that I got the opportunity to enter the factory because of Lu Jingsong, but so what? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such good luck." After saying this, Fong Dongxue was really furious. Fong Chuyen could even hear her rapid breathing. Just when she thought Fong Dongxue would lose her temper, she suddenly calmed down. "Fong Chuyen, what are you so proud of? Do you know what Lu Jingsong was like before we got married? He would send me things every month and give me money to spend. He even rushed back during his 7-day vacation just to see me. I called him a few days ago, and he promised to take care of us. If you're smart, you should leave on your own so that you don't get chased away and lose face." Hearing this, Fong Chuyen, who had been feeling somewhat happy, suddenly felt completely bored. Forget it. Why should she argue with Fong Dongxue about this? She had no intention of living with him anymore. But she was unhappy, and she didn't want Fong Dongxue to be proud. Thinking of this, Fong Chuyen sneered again. "All that is in the past. I don't care. Anyway, he treats me very well now. Not only does he cook for me and wash my clothes, he also eagerly gives me his allowance for safekeeping. Seeing that I am thin, he buys me meat every now and then. I am fed up with it." After saying this, Fong Chuyen suddenly realized that she had not exaggerated at all. She didn't even mention how nice he was to Do Hua. But what's the point of all this? He treated her well only because she was his wife. If it were Fong Dongxue today, he would definitely do the same. On the other side, Fong Dongxue went berserk after hearing these words.
Witch.
"You shameless witch. What are you so proud of? Just wait, I'm going to ask Lu Jingsong to divorce you right away." Hung up the phone before she finished scolding. Hearing the beep, beep, beep sound, Fong Dongxue almost vomited blood, slammed the microphone down, and started cursing. Like beautiful girl are as dirty as they can be. Hey. What's wrong with you? How can you throw a phone like that? Do you know how much it costs to install a phone? Let me take a look. If it's broken, you have to pay for it. Even though workers these days only earn a few dozen yuan, it costs thousands of yuan to install a telephone. The reason why it is so expensive is that the country's telephone technology is backward and can only be imported from abroad. A loan costs several $100s. When Fong Dongxue heard that she had to pay for the phone, her face turned pale with fright. Without caring about being angry, she apologized in a trembling voice. I'm sorry, comrade. I didn't mean it. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with me." She used all her money to give Han Guang travel expenses and originally thought that he would take her and her son to the city to live a good life. Who would have thought that after he left there would be no news from him again? Fong Dongxue didn't even have $10 on her, and the phone call she just made would probably cost her several more dollars. But the staff did not listen to her and instead called a technician to carefully check the phone. Finally, after a check by the technician, it was discovered that a button was broken by her. The repair fee plus the phone bill is a total of 138 yuan. Do you want to pay it now, or do you want us to go back with you to get it? Upon hearing this, Fong Dongxue's eyes suddenly went dark and she almost fainted. I have no money. Where did she get the money? $138. She couldn't have that much money even if she turned her family upside down. Comrade, you should think carefully. You are intentionally destroying public property. This matter can be serious or minor. If things go wrong, you may end up in jail. When Fong Dongxue heard that she was going to be taken to the police station, her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. I don't want to go to jail. I can't go to jail. She's having a hard time now. If she ends up in jail, she can't imagine what the team will do to her. Suddenly, Fong Dongxue thought of Lu Jingsong again. Wait a minute, I'll call my boyfriend, he has money. Hearing this, the staff were so angry that they almost laughed. You broke the phone buttons, how can I make a call? Hurry up and go back to get the money, or we will blame you for calling the police. In the commune, and she broke it. They can't wait for her to call other places to raise money. Who knows when the money can be remitted? In the end, Fong Dongxue could only lead the group with weak legs and a pale face. But deep down, she didn't hold any hope at all. Ever since Han Guang left, her brother and sister-in-law felt embarrassed and refused to let her into the house. Although her mother felt sorry for her, she had drained all her money. For Han Guang, she could be said to have gambled everything she had. But in the end, it ended up like this. Thinking that Fong Qiuyan was not only about to become a worker but would also have meat to eat every now and then, she immediately felt very regretful. She's so obsessed and insisted on being with Han Guang. If it was me who married Lu Jingsong today, all that meat and that job would be hers. No, she has to call Lu Jingsong again. On the other side, after Fong Qiuyan hung up the phone, she went directly to Lin Wan Shu's house. You said you wanted to apply to live in the pharmaceutical factory dormitory? Hearing the reason for her visit, Lin Wan Shu was a little surprised. She broke the ice with Lu Jingsong a while ago. Why is she suddenly asking to live in the dormitory again? Fong Qiuyan nodded.
Well,
is it okay? If not, forget it, I'll think of another way. In fact, when Fong Dongxue sent the letter, Fong Qiuyan had already thought about moving to the dormitory, but when she saw that Do Hua liked her father so much, she held back. I thought that as long as I could avoid Lu Jingsong, there would be nothing wrong with living under the same roof. But at this moment, she found it unbearable to live under the same roof. Fong Qiuyan just wanted to leave the family compound as soon as possible and never see Lu Jingsong again. As long as they don't meet, she can quickly let go of these annoying things. Seeing her like this, Lin Wan Shu finally understood why she was absent-minded yesterday. Lin Wan Shu didn't want to comment too much on right or wrong, but now she refused to even stay in the family quarters, so Lin Wan Shu naturally had to show some concern. What happened? Fong Qiuyan did not hide anything and said bluntly, his ex-fiancé just called me and said that her man in the city ran away and asked me to return Lu Jingsong to her. Lin Wan Shu. The ex-fiancé. Isn't that her younger sister, Fong Dongxue? I didn't expect her to be so shameless. Lin Wan Shu was speechless. So, what do you think? Didn't you tell Captain Lu about what happened that night? Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan let out a long sigh, feeling indescribably upset. I didn't say it because I didn't think it was necessary. She hated complicated relationships between men and women. If he was with her because he fell in love with Fong Dongxue after knowing her true face, then that was unnecessary. She doesn't want it. What's more, after hearing about how sweet he and Fong Dongxue were in the past, she was even less interested in it. Fong Qiuyan knew that her thoughts were abnormal, but when it came to feelings, she was stubborn to the point of being paranoid. I would rather have never had it than be involved in a complicated emotional entanglement. Hearing her say this, Lin Wan Shu didn't know how to persuade her. Although they are good friends, emotional matters are like drinking water. Only the person who drinks it knows whether it is hot or cold, and no one can empathize with the other person. Of course, you can, but the wives of the soldiers living in the dormitory are not from our family compound, but are hired from outside. In addition to technicians, pharmaceutical factories also need quality inspection, procurement, accounting, sales. Some of the positions, but for some other positions, she plans to hire professionals. This means we have to recruit people directly from outside. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan smiled. It doesn't matter, as long as I have a place to stay. She didn't expect to live in a comfortable place, nor did she expect her roommates to have gentle personalities. She just wants to get away from all this trouble now. Having said that, Lin Wan Shu did not try to persuade her any further. Okay, I'll help you take a look. If she doesn't want to live there anymore, I can take it back and give it to other female comrades. Seeing that Lin Wan Shu agreed, Fong Qiuyan felt as if a huge stone pressing on her heart had been removed, and her expression became a lot more relaxed. In the following days, she continued to work in the fields as usual during the day. Although she no longer planned to live in the staff housing complex, she came from a rural background and had been hungry all year round, so she couldn't just sit there and watch the land go uncultivated, even if she planted them and gave them to other military wives. However, she was very careful to avoid the time when Lu Jingsong came back. As long as he came back, she would go up the mountain to make sure she would not meet him. Apart from farming, Fong Qiuyan spends the rest of her time packing up her and Dohua's things. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Dohua collects her things or not. The factory is close to the dormitory, and she can play in the staff quarters during the day and sleep with me at night. The pharmaceutical factory will start operation in one day. Fong Qiuyan also packed up most of her things. Fortunately, she didn't have much stuff, so it was easy to pack up. She took the packed things directly to the dormitory. Although the tofu pudding was not big, she had already vaguely guessed what her mother was going to do. Suddenly, my heart felt heavy. But she didn't say anything, and just followed her mother to pack up things. To her, no matter how good her father is, he can never compare to her mother. Her mother is the one who takes care of her and protects her. She would naturally stand on her side, unconditionally. Lu Jingsong didn't see Fong Qiuyan after get off work for several days in a row. The more he couldn't stand it, the more he felt like his heart was being gnawing at by ants, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. That day, he finally got off work early and returned to the staff quarters early. I originally thought that I would be able to meet them when I returned, but after looking around, not only did I not see the mother and daughter inside or outside the house also became exceptionally clean and empty. It was so clean that it seemed as if Fong Qiuyan and Dohua had never existed. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling in his heart, and Lu Jingsong looked around again like a madman, until he pushed open the closet door of the room where she slept that he saw nothing inside except the 2 sets of underwear he had bought. Lu Jingsong felt dizzy. She really took away her and Dohua's things. Where did she go? What does she want to do? Fong Qiuyan had already sent the clothes and other things to the pharmaceutical factory dormitory. Work will start tomorrow, so she wants to stay in the dormitory tonight. Although I really don't want to see Lu Jingsong, some things are better to be said in person. For this reason, Fong Qiuyan specially bought a fish and planned to cook a meal so that she could say goodbye to him properly, so that they could part ways in peace. After all, no matter what, he has done her a favor. If he hadn't brought her to the army, she wouldn't have met Lin Wan Shu and changed her destiny. Furthermore, he is a good father to Dohua. Even for tofu pudding, she had no intention of breaking up with him. Fong Qiuyan had already made up her mind, but when she walked to the kitchen door with the fish in her hand, she saw Lu Jingsong coming out of her room with his clothes disheveled and looking mad. Their eyes met, and they both stopped at the same time. Fong Qiuyan didn't expect Lu Jingsong to come back so early today. When she met the man's red eyes, her eyebrows jumped involuntarily, and she had an inexplicable... Furthermore, he is a good father to Dohua. Even for tofu pudding, she had no intention of breaking up with him. Fong Qiuyan had already... After the initial shock, Fong Qiuyan has now come to her senses. Although she didn't understand why he had tortured himself like this, she didn't intend to ask. She raised the fish in her hand and smiled. I'm going to buy some fish. I'll make some boiled fish for us to eat later. But after hearing this, Lu Jingsong still stared at her without blinking. It was as if he wanted to stare a hole in her. You know that's not what I'm asking. Where are your and Dohua's things? Where did you take them? There was a distinct tremor in Lu Jingsong's voice, as if he had used up all his strength to say every word. Originally, Fong Qiuyan planned to sit down and have a good talk with him after dinner, but now that he had made it clear, there was no point in hiding it any further. Thinking of this, Fong Qiuyan put away the smile on her face and looked back at him straight. Since you already know this, I'll just tell you straight away. I plan to move into the dormitory in the future. Although he had already guessed it, when he heard her confirm it in person, Lu Jingsong was still so shocked that he almost couldn't stand. Why? He heard his own voice, asking woodenly. Fong Qiuyan smiled slightly and said, Haha, Lu Jingsong, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? But no matter what, I want to congratulate you on being able to reconcile with your lover soon. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong's face changed. What do you mean? What, sweetheart? What reconciliation? Seeing that he was still pretending to be stupid, Fong Qiuyan's smile became more sarcastic. Literally, Fong Dongxue called me a few days ago. I heard that her husband ran away, leaving her and her son behind. It's so pitiful. It just so happens that our marriage was a mistake. I will make room for her, and you two can get back together. The word, get up, she was interrupted viciously by the man. Fong Qiuyan. Hearing the sound of him gritting his teeth, Fong Qiuyan's heart skipped a beat, and she saw that the man's eyes suddenly turned red. Fong Qiuyan had never seen him like this before, and she was so frightened that she froze in place. Her hands unconsciously clenched the bamboo strips that strung the fish together until her palms were almost cut by the strips. Only then did she force herself to calm down. Lu Jingsong, I'm not saying this out of anger. Our marriage was originally a ridiculous farce. Now that she's single again, let's get a divorce and put an end to the mistakes. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He took a step forward and walked towards her step by step. Is that what you want? Push me to her? The man's strong sense of oppression made Fong Qiuyan's legs and feet tremble uncontrollably, and her heart rose to her throat. But she did not avoid his gaze, but said seriously, it's not a push. Divorce is just returning to each other's position. You can continue your relationship, and I will take Dohua to the pharmaceutical factory. Lu Jingsong stared straight at the woman in front of him, who was calmly saying, divorce. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Have you wanted to divorce me for a long time? His voice was very soft, but Fong Qiuyan felt an inexplicable sense of fear in her ears. But she still straightened her back and didn't even flinch her gaze.
Yes.
It was because of Dohua that she decided to live a good life with him. But now that Fong Dongxue is here, she doesn't want to force herself anymore. Even though the man's face looked ugly, Fong Dongxue still spoke firmly. However, just as she finished her words, she saw the man take a step forward. Don't even think about it. Hearing his vicious voice, Fong Qiuyan's heart skipped a beat. A premonition of extreme danger made her subconsciously turn around and run outside. She had only run 2 steps when, in the next second, she was suddenly hugged into that strong embrace. What are you doing? Fong Qiuyan could finish her exclamation. The man's lips fiercely blocked her voice. Lu Jingsong had never felt so painful as he did at that moment. How could she say those 2 words so lightly? As if he was nothing to her. Just hearing the word, divorce, his heart felt like it was torn apart, and he was so painful that he just wanted to block her mouth so that she could never say such hurtful words again. Fong Qiuyan took a step back, straightened her back, and looked at him straight. Lu Jingsong looked at the woman standing upright in front of him, and suddenly had a premonition that the next words would be something he could not bear. Thinking of this, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't rest for a moment. Fong Qiuyan's lips were still red and swollen, but her eyes were filled with frightening hatred. I admit that I was wrong to walk into the wrong room, but didn't you sleep with me? You took away my innocence and left me in your house for so many years. My Dohua almost died, and now can you erase the hurt I have suffered by saying live a good life? Lu Jingsong, I tell you no. I can't get over this hurdle. Although it was Fong Dongxue who was behind this, the harm was real. Originally, Fong Qiuyan had already persuaded herself that even for the sake of tofu pudding, she had to let go of the past and look forward. But now that Fong Dongxue has jumped out, she can no longer deceive herself. How can I not mind? Her tofu pudding looked so pitiful, so skinny without any meat on it, and she almost died of illness. She knelt before her mother-in-law and begged again and again, but she refused to give her even $1. If I hadn't borrowed money from the team leader later, I might not have any tofu pudding now. Whenever she thought of this, Fong Qiuyan felt so heartbroken that she couldn't stop crying. I don't want to say anything more about the past. I just hope you can stop nagging me for Dohua's sake, and let's part ways amicably. Seeing her red eyes, as if she had suffered all the injustices in the world. Lu Jingsong's originally upright posture collapsed in an instant. His lips moved as if he wanted to explain something. But when he thought about how Do-hwa almost died of illness, and how he didn't even know she existed at that time because of his resentment, he lost the strength to defend himself. That is his flesh and blood, born to him by her. And he just left them to fend for themselves. How can such a great harm be erased by just saying, "Live a good life"? The two of them had been in such a quarrel that Fong Chiuyen no longer had the mood to cook. Holding the fish, she turned and walked out. Behind her, Lu Jingsong stood there blankly, watching her leaving, his whole body looking a little dazed. The blood in the palm of his hand had already flowed between his fingers, but Lu Jingsong no longer cared. There was only one thought flashing back and forth in my mind. She wants to divorce him. There is no room for redemption between them. The next day, the pharmaceutical factory that everyone had been looking forward to finally started operations. After breakfast early in the morning, the military wives came to the pharmaceutical factory early. Since the pharmaceutical factory was almost entirely founded by Lin Wan Shu, the higher-ups decided that she would be the one to manage it, and Ji Hualan, as her deputy, assisted her in handling factory affairs. On the first day of work, after Lin Wan Shu gave a mobilization speech to the military wives, the sound of firecrackers rang out in front of the pharmaceutical factory. When the work just started, Lin Wan Shu didn't expect the military wives to be able to get started right away. Therefore, the first week was almost entirely spent on training. However, in order to speed up efficiency, it is also to keep the formula confidential. The pharmaceutical factory's processing is divided into several workshops according to different procedures. Each workshop is responsible for different things. The factory was first built. The layout of the factory was also designed according to Lin Wan Shu's requirements. Lin Wan Shu opened a food factory in her previous life, so she was very familiar with factory management. Because almost all the people in the factory were military wives who were familiar to each other, Lin Wan Shu had already explained the factory's rules and regulations when she mobilized them. And let me be frank with you, anyone who does not abide by the rules will be expelled after 3 warnings. The military wives all understood Lin Wan Shu's personality. They knew that she only looked easy to talk to, but was actually very ruthless and impartial when it came to doing things. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly and just worked honestly at work. After all, this job is much easier than working in a textile factory. Not only is the work content much simpler than the pharmaceutical materials they usually handle, but the working hours are also not long. Only 8 hours a day. In textile factories are long, the work intensity is high, and the workers have to work in 2 shifts, day and night. Such a good job in a pharmaceutical factory is hard to find even with a lantern. They must be crazy not to cherish it. In the factory, the wives of the soldiers worked very hard, and outside the factory, several teams of soldiers were as energetic as ever, going up the mountain to collect herbs at dawn every day. It turns out that the job of collecting herbs is relatively easy, but the work points are not small at all, and even a female comrade can easily get full work points. However, the work points for collecting herbs are separate from those in the village. After unified calculation, cash settlement is made every quarter. This means that everyone who collects herbs can earn money, just like a worker. However, the village also has to ensure food production, so each household can only send one person to collect herbs and the rest stay in the team to grow crops. Although money is important, food is more important. The members of the cooperative decided that since women could earn full work points by collecting herbs, it would be more cost-effective for women to go up the mountain to collect herbs while the men stayed in the team to do farm work. The women earned more work points, and they felt more confident and even spoke with more confidence. That day, when Xianghan handed over the medicinal materials to the team leader, after registering them, he hurriedly prepared to go home. Traveling with them was Wang Chunyi. Aunt Xianghan, congratulations. I heard that your Xiaoying gave you a grandson. It turned out that Lu Xiaoying had labor last night, and it was the midwife from the team who delivered her. Everyone was poor in those days, and few people would go to the hospital to give birth. Instead, they would find an experienced midwife and give birth like that, early in the morning, and everyone couldn't help but feel happy for them. Hearing this, Wen Xianghan couldn't stop smiling. Yes, he was born at 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday. It's a grandson, but he's a little small. Wang Chunyi heard this and comforted him. Hey, what's there to be afraid of if it's small? As the old saying goes, if there's a seedling, there's no need to worry about it growing. Now we women can also make money, and our lives will get better and better in the future. Someone nearby echoed. Isn't it? Xianghan, you have finally gotten what you deserve. When Xiaoying is out of confinement, you two can work together to earn work points. You can definitely help raise these little ones. Originally, they were all worried that Lu Xiaoying would not be able to support her blind mother-in-law and raise children alone. Who would have thought that the army opened a pharmaceutical factory and they would also benefit from it and make money? In the past, they would never have dared to imagine such a good thing. When Xianghan's face no longer had the sadness of previous days, and even the wrinkles between his eyebrows had smoothed out. Hearing what the two said, she also smiled happily. Thanks to Dr. Lin, if it weren't for her, we wouldn't know what to do. More than half a month ago, she felt that there was no hope in life and just wanted to die. But in just over 20 days, everything changed dramatically. Her eyesight has improved, and the team has taken on a job delivering medicinal materials to pharmaceutical factories, so she can earn some money. Now her daughter-in-law has given her a grandson. All of this is so beautiful, like a dream. The other two also earned a lot of work points in the past few days, and they were equally grateful to Lin Wan Shu. If it weren't for her, how would they have the opportunity to make money? After chatting for a few minutes, they went home. When Xianghan was in a hurry to go back to take care of Lu Xiaoying and her grandson, she walked very fast, carrying a pair of baskets. It's already noon now, and I wonder how the mother and child are doing? Muttering to herself, she walked all the way back home. Before I even entered the door, I heard a familiar voice coming from inside. Your body is too weak. You need to rest more and recuperate. Don't overwork yourself. 1 or 2 days of work won't make a difference. When Xianghan heard that it was Lin Wan Shu, he felt excited. Quickly and said with a look of surprise, Dr. Lin, you are here? Lin Wan Shu hadn't been to the Shangpa team for some time. She was very pleased to see that when Xianghan seemed to be in better shape again. Hey, Aunt Wen. I heard Xiaoying gave birth, so I came to see her. She had just arrived and had already taken Lu Xiaoying's pulse and examined the newborn. Probably because of the lack of nutrition during pregnancy, Lu Xiaoying was seriously depleted. Fortunately, the baby was strong and although small, he was quite healthy. The little guy looks wrinkled, his features are quite regular. Looking at Lu Xiaoying's happy and nostalgic expression, it is not difficult to guess that the child looks very much like his father. When Xianghan was deeply moved when she saw Lin Wan Shu specially come over to check on her daughter-in-law and grandson. He quickly and enthusiastically moved the stools and greeted people. Dr. Lin, Comrade Fong, please take a seat. I'll go get some water. You can all stay and have a meal before leaving. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm here to see Xiaoying and will be back soon. As she spoke, she took out a bag from her backpack. I'll give you this. After 15 days, steam it with eggs and eat it. Lin Wan Shu had taken Lu Xiaoying's pulse last time and was familiar with her physical condition. I will do my best to help her recover her health while she is in confinement. The mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law knew Lin Wan Shu's abilities, and they were immediately very grateful. If Lu Xiaoying's health is improved, they won't have to worry about their lives anymore. Thinking of this, they did not reject her kindness. But I secretly decided in my heart that I must repay him when I have the chance in the future. After seeing Lu Xiaoying and her son, Lin Wan Shu did not stay long and said goodbye and left with Fong Qiuyan. The pharmaceutical factory had been in operation for a week, and Fong Qiuyan had not returned to the family compound and had basically stayed in the factory without coming out. Work during the day and go back to the dormitory to continue studying at night. Because of her particularly sensitive sense of smell, Lin Wan Shu did not let her do ordinary work. Instead, she was assigned to a technical position where the work intensity was greater than that of other military wives. But the salary is also a bit higher. The military wives have already witnessed Fong Qiuyan's strength. Not only is she gifted, but she is also extremely hardworking. They can't help but be convinced. It was already afternoon, and the two of them had lunch in the factory before coming out. The factory starts work at 8 a.m. every day, gets off work at 12 p.m., and works from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. There was still half an hour before work started and time was not tight, so the two of them walked back slowly. Chiuyen, what are you and Captain Lu going to do? Because Fong Chiuyen moved to the factory, almost everyone in the staff quarters knew that she had a conflict with Lu Jingsong. Du Wangxian had come to her several times to do ideological work and even mobilized several military wives to persuade her. However, Fong Chiuyen remained unmoved. I plan to go to him in a few days and ask him to file for divorce. Fong Chiuyen was silent for a while before she spoke. These days, whenever she thought of Fong Dongshua's words, she felt like something stuck in her throat. After realizing that she did have feelings for Lu Jingsong, she became more and more eager to cut off ties with him. It seems that only in this way can I calm myself down completely. The sooner they get divorced, the better it will be for them to get back on track. Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She let it go. She was clearly trying to escape. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but persuade him. Chiuyen, I think you should find a chance to tell Lu Jingsong about what happened that night. No matter what, he is also a victim and has the right to know the truth. Hearing this, Fong Chiuyen fell silent again, until she felt a pain in her palm that she came back to her senses. Pursing her lips, she responded softly. Work in the afternoon, Fong Chiuyen went to the staff quarters to pick up Dohua. The little guy was waiting at the gate early. As soon as he saw her, his little face brightened up, and he ran towards her happily with a bag in his hand. Mother. During this period, I ran between Dohua's housing compound and the factory. I played with other children in the housing compound during the day, ate with her at the factory at noon and in the afternoon, and slept with her in the dormitory at night. I don't know if it's because she's gotten used to it, but she gradually regained her previous liveliness and cheerfulness. Asked curiously, "What is this?" Hearing this, Xiao Dohua subconsciously hid the bag behind her, hesitatingly saying, "Nothing. Nothing." Looking at her expression, how could Fong Chiuyen not guess? It must have been given to her by Lu Jingsong. A complex expression flashed across her face, and after a pause, she touched her head and said, "Dohua, you can accept the gift your father gave you. Don't worry about your mother being unhappy." Her and Lu Jingsong was Dohua. Fong Chiuyen knew that what she did was selfish, but she just couldn't bear living under the same roof with Lu Jingsong. Whenever she saw him, she would remember how good he had been to Fong Dongxue. Whenever Fong Chiuyen thought of how good she was to Fong Dongxue, she felt more and more unable to forgive the suffering she and Dohua had endured. Fong Chiuyen had already decided to divorce Lu Jingsong, so she could only try to comfort Dohua as much as possible to minimize her harm. Dohua saw that her mother was really not angry. She immediately became happy again. Fong Chiuyen held her hand and walked towards the factory. As they walked, she said, "He is your father. Even if he doesn't live with your mother, this fact will never change. You can accept whatever he gives you." Hearing this, Dohua became even happier and even skipped as he walked. These days, her father gave her a lot of delicious food and fun things, but she didn't dare tell her mother for fear that she would be angry. Now that she didn't object to his contact with his father, Dohua was extremely excited. The mother and daughter walked slowly back to the factory, talking all the way, and where they didn't notice, a figure was following them from a distance. In the family compound, Du Wangxian saw Lu Jingsong secretly sending his wife and children away again, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. When he came back, he couldn't help asking again, "What did you do to your wife? Why is she so angry?" "I asked so many people to help you persuade her, but it didn't work. Since last week, he has been training like crazy, risking his life every day. I won't stop until I'm exhausted." Du Wangxian was frightened by her madness. After asking, he found out that Fong Chiuyen had actually moved to the factory dormitory. But when he asked him again what the reason was, he remained silent. If Dohua hadn't come to the staff quarters during the day, Du Wangxian suspected that he would have exhausted himself to death on the training ground. After Lu Jingsong returned home, he still looked a little dazed. After hearing this, it took him a long while to react to what Du Wangxian said. After twitching the corners of his lips, Lu Jingsong finally told the story of Fong Dongxue. After hearing his words, Du Wangxian also fell silent. This is indeed a difficult matter. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to completely ignore Fong Dongxue. After all, he was the one who made the mistake first. But if he really did that, Yang Zheng would probably twist his head off. Finally, he let out a long sigh. You should deal with Fong Dongxue's matter first, otherwise I won't be able to help you persuade others. How could Lu Jingsong not know this truth? In fact, he had already started making arrangements after receiving Fong Dongxue's letter. And on the day Fong Dongxue called, he told her very clearly that he could find her a job in the brick factory in town so that they and their son could live a stable life. Apart from that, there was nothing else. No possibility that she will come to me for help. But Fong Dongxue was determined to stick with her. Not only did she refuse to take the job at the brick factory, she also called Fong Qiuyan to talk about all sorts of things. This completely annoyed the person off. Faced with her entanglement, Lu Jingsong felt overwhelmed and powerless. Because of his debt, he could never be too harsh on her. Fong Dongxue seemed to have figured out his plan and refused to give in. If he can't handle Fong Dongxue, what qualifications does he have to ask for Fong Qiuyan's forgiveness? In the end, Lu Jingsong had no choice but to train hard. Only when he was extremely tired could he barely get a good night's sleep. Seeing his brother's anxious look, Du Wangxian patted his shoulder sympathetically and said a few words of comfort before leaving. Du Wangxian left. Lu Jingsong stood there blankly for a long time. It was almost dark before he took a hasty bath. However, he did not return to his room, but went to the room where the mother and daughter usually slept. The room remained as empty as it was before she left. Her body fragrance was gradually fading away, as if in 2 days, all traces of her presence would be gone here. Lu Jingsong lay on the bed, greedily sniffing the faint fragrance that still lingered on the mat. My heart aches. Lu Jingsong knew that he liked Fong Qiuyan, but he had no idea how much he liked her. It was not until she said the word, divorce, that he suddenly realized how important Fong Qiuyan was in his heart. Lu Jingsong had never experienced this kind of pain in his heart, as if it was being tortured every moment. Even though that night caused the failure of his marriage with Fong Dongxue, he was mostly filled with anger and disgust at being plotted against. V never felt such a heart-wrenching pain before. It felt like even breathing hurt. Lying on the bed in a daze for an unknown amount of time, Lu Jingsong suddenly thought of something and stood up and walked towards the closet. After standing for a while, he opened the cabinet door. On the other side, Su Menjing's leg that was bitten by a snake had recovered from the swelling. After a period of pestering, Su Mingqi finally gave in and allowed her to stay. However, after what happened last time, Su Menjing has become much more low-key now. She was afraid of upsetting Su Mingqi and having him drive her away, so she behaved herself well for a while. She kept a low profile every day, and only after she finally coaxed Su Mingqi into submission did she start walking around the staff quarters again. Because Su Mingqi stayed at home most of the time, she rarely went out to play with other military wives, and she would never listen to gossip. Therefore, Su Menjing had no idea that Fong Qiuyan had moved into the factory dormitory. When she heard the news, she almost laughed out loud. I was just wondering how to get her out of the family compound, but I didn't expect her to go out on her own. Su Menjing excitedly said to Chi-Chi in her mind. Chi-Chi no longer had much hope in her, so upon hearing this, she gave her a warning. You must plan carefully this time and don't act impulsively again. When she thought about the outrageous things she had done a while ago, she couldn't bear to watch it. Chi-Chi, don't worry. I won't do anything rash this time. Su Menjing narrowed her eyes and smiled sinisterly. Lin Wan Shu is now 8 months pregnant and has 2 months left to give birth. As her belly grew bigger, it became more and more inconvenient for her to move. She got off work in the afternoon. The military wives treated her like a national treasure and carefully escorted her all the way home. When I got home, Sun Shifeng had already prepared dinner. Seeing her coming back, he hurried over to greet her and asked with concern, "Wan Shu, how are you? Are you tired today?" Hearing this daily question, Lin Wan Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, I know what I'm doing. I'll rest when I'm tired. I won't try to be stubborn." Although she said so, Sun Shifeng was still not reassured. After all, this is the Qin family's great treasure. I originally thought it was amazing that she could become a doctor. Who would have thought that she would even open a pharmaceutical factory? She was said to be the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory, but in fact she was the factory director. Others would wake up laughing in their dreams if they could become a worker, but she is a factory manager. What is the concept? She even suspected that the smoke coming out of the Qin family's ancestral tomb was not real, but that it was on fire. Since her daughter-in-law is capable, Sun Shifeng naturally pays more attention to her. Even though she said she was not tired, Sun Shifeng still hurriedly asked her to sit down and rest. "Qin Yan should be back soon. I'll go call Meow Meow. Dinner will be ready soon. If you're hungry, eat something first." The main theme is doting. Lin Wan Shu was of course aware that her mother-in-law's love was conditional, but she still wouldn't dwell on it. The mother-in-law to be nice to her than to cause trouble, right? Even if this love is out of self-interest, so what? After all, she is not her biological mother, so she won't ask for too much. It's enough for them to get along well with each other. "I'm not hungry yet. Go find Meow Meow first." She hadn't seen the little guy for a long time, and she missed him so much. Sun Shifeng responded and went out. After she left, Ma Qiuping came over. As soon as she entered the room, she said cheerfully, "Wan Shu, congratulations." Lin Wan Shu didn't understand what was going on, but she still quickly stood up to greet the person. "It's Sister Ma, come in and sit down." Ma Qiuping was startled when she saw her making such a big movement, and she hurried forward to support her. "Ouch, go slower. You're heavier than usual." As she spoke, she helped him sit back on the stool and then said, "I'll just say a few words, and then I'll leave." Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu asked curiously, "Sister Ma, what did you congratulate me for just now?" "I'm here to congratulate your Qin Yan on his promotion." Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu's eyes lit up.
Real?
Although she knew that his promotion to deputy regiment commander was a matter of time, she couldn't help but feel happy for him when she got the confirmed news. No one knew better than her how much he loved this job. "In my previous life, I even sacrificed my own life for it. Being promoted to deputy head means he can go further. How could it be false? You'll know when your man comes back." Ever since Lin Wan Shu helped her solve the employment problems of so many family members, Ma Qiuping liked this excellent military wife even more. Naturally, I would also be happy to give her some advice. Lin Wan Shu was extremely grateful for this. "Sister Ma, don't go back later. Stay and have dinner with us at home, and fish and meat every now and then. The food standard is extremely high. We happen to have meat and eggs today, so it wouldn't be bad to use them to entertain guests directly." "I won't eat. I have something else to talk to Hualan about. I will definitely not be polite to you when I am free some other time." Ma Qiuping patted her hands, then said goodbye with a smile and left. Lin Wan Shu was left behind, waiting for her man with joy. After thinking about it, she went to the pond, picked up a fish, killed it, and prepared to make a dish of pickled fish. Knowing that Lin Wan Shu liked to eat fish, Qin Yan put a few big fish into the pond. "You want to eat it, just scoop it up and kill it." Lin Wan Shu was preparing to fillet the fish when Sun Shifeng came back with Xiao Meow Meow. I don't know where the little guy went to play. His little face was covered with soot, and he looked like a little cat. As soon as Meow Meow saw her mother, she smiled. "Mom, I'm back." When Sun Shifeng saw her killing the fish, she felt it was a bit of a waste, but she didn't say anything. She just thought she suddenly wanted to eat it. After all, pregnant women's appetites are always strange and picky. "Wan Shu, how do you want to kill this fish? Tell me, and I'll help you kill it." I know that she knows many ways of cooking fish, and different methods involve different ways of cutting fish. Therefore, she did not rashly plan to kill according to her own ideas, but asked Lin Wan Shu first. Xiao Meow Meow came to Lin Wan Shu by herself and rubbed her thighs. Lin Wan Shu's heart softened when she rubbed against her, and she didn't care whether her trouser legs would be soiled by her. After patting the little guy's head, she said with a smile, "Meow meow, wait here for a while. Mom will fillet the fish for you to play with." After saying this, she shared the good news with her mother-in-law with a happy face. "Mom, Ayan has been promoted to Deputy Regiment Commander. I'm going to kill a fish to celebrate." Hearing this, Sun Shifeng's eyes widened.
What?
"You said our Qin Yan got promoted?" She didn't know how high the deputy head of the group was, but her son's previous position meant that the commune leaders were always polite to her when they saw her. "We upgraded to the next level?"
Yes.
Director Ma came over and said just now. Lin Wan Shu said this with a smile on her face and started to slice the fish with swift hands and feet. When Sun Shifeng finally realized that what she said was serious and not a joke, she was so excited that she almost fainted. Lin Wan Shu quickly reached out to support him. "My son has made great progress. He has been promoted to the next level. It's time to kill the fish."
No.
"Killing the fish is not enough. I'll go find some sausages." Hearing the good news, Sun Shifeng was even more exaggerated than Lin Wan Shu. "I wish I could spend all my family's savings to celebrate for my son." Lin Wan Shu was almost dizzy because of her. In the end, she had no choice but to hold her back and said, "Mom, there are already enough dishes for today. You don't need to cook anymore." Hearing this, Sun Shifeng finally calmed down. There were meat, eggs, fish, and sausages, which was not even as sumptuous as the Chinese New Year. Thinking of this, she smiled a little embarrassedly. "Look at me. I'm so happy." She is now very sure that the ancestral tomb in her family must have caught fire. Otherwise, how could such good things happen one after another? "No, I have to call the old man tomorrow and tell him about it to make him happy too." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were busy preparing additional meals, and Qin Yan did not come back until it was almost dark. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a woman's cheerful voice. "Welcome home, Vice Captain Qin." Standing at the door, she gestured a welcoming gesture to him. Qin Yan looked at her cute and funny appearance, a smile flashed in his eyes, and there was an indulgent look on his face. He didn't think she was childish at all. "Thanks." Seeing that he really agreed, Sun Shifeng was delighted. "Come and eat. Today the table is full of delicious dishes." Even little Meow Meow came forward, hugged his thighs, and called, "Daddy, Daddy." Qin Yan, who was not so happy even after getting a promotion, felt so satisfied at the moment as he looked at the most important people in his life. On the other side, when Su Menjing heard that Qin Yan had been promoted, her eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. "So, he will work with my brother-in-law in the future? Two people work together, there should be many opportunities for them to meet, right?" Su Menjing felt that the reason why she had not been able to get close to Qin Yan for so long was because they had too few opportunities to meet. Qin Yan is now the deputy head of the regiment, and her brother-in-law is the deputy political commissar. For two people to work together less often. As long as they have the opportunity to meet often, Su Menjing feels that she will definitely be able to win Qin Yan. Moreover, he was promoted to deputy regiment commander at the age of only 26 or 27. Such rocket-like SP-ped made him a man with great luck. Such people should belong to themselves. After all, she still has Chi-Chi. She is so special. Why wouldn't Qin Yan be fascinated by her? In order to ensure that the plan would not go wrong, Su Menjing made a detailed battle plan with the help of Chi-Chi. The content includes, but is not limited to, how to approach Qin Yan and how to capture his heart. In addition, Su Menjing also wrote down her plan on how to deal with Fong Chiyan. As for Lin Wan Shu, keep it for now. After she deals with those two people, I'll come back and deal with her. Making the schedule, Su Menjing carefully hid the notebook. Although Nanjing and Su Mingqi would not enter her room at will, Su Menjing was still worried. Finally, I simply pressed the notebook under the mat and covered it with a pillow. Chi-Chi was speechless when she saw that she actually put this kind of thing here. Can't you just remember it in your mind and then destroy the contents? If anyone saw it, it would be living evidence. Hearing this, Su Menjing disagreed. Don't worry, no one will come into my room. I will burn it when I'm done. She didn't know what was going on, but she felt that her memory was getting worse recently. I often forget things. If I don't write it down, she might forget it later. Chi-Chi didn't know what to say in the end. I can only secretly plan to find a suitable host as soon as possible. Su Menjing is so stupid. Maybe one day she will be dragged into this mess. On the other hand, after a month of processing, the pharmaceutical factory successfully produced the first batch of drugs. Fong Qiuyan is a technician and is also responsible for quality inspection. Her sense of smell is extraordinary. She can almost tell whether the ointment is good or not just by picking it up and smelling it. However, the factory is also equipped with professional testing equipment. Lin Wan Shu's guidance, she is now able to use the equipment skillfully. Although she can tell whether a medicine is qualified just by smelling it, she will still use equipment to test it for the sake of rigor. Fortunately, the military wives are very supportive and every process is carried out strictly in accordance with the training. There are very few substandard drugs produced. It was not until now that Fong Qiuyan finally understood why Lin Wan Shu had conducted the examination selection with such fanfare. In addition to shutting up other people who cannot enter the factory, the selected military wives also have extraordinary execution and perseverance. Look, the factory only trained them for a few days and they were able to get the job done, and the quality is so high. Lin Wan Shu's ointment had no trouble selling. Many troops had already placed orders before the factory even started production. After all, the clinical trial results of this drug are really amazing. Orders started lining up almost as soon as the pharmaceutical factory started construction. This is also the reason why the pharmaceutical factory can run so smoothly. The higher-ups are eager to let them produce the medicine as soon as possible, so naturally they give the green light to all aspects. After the ointment is tested and packed, it is ready for shipment. The afternoon, a military green vehicle wrapped in tarpaulin drove into the factory. The first batch of medicine will be supplied first to the troops in this military region. As soon as the car drove into the factory, 3 or 4 soldiers got out of the cab. Fong Qiuyan led a few people to the warehouse where the goods were stored. There were boxes of ointments neatly stacked inside. Thanks to the equipment improved by Huinju, the production speed of the ointment is not slow. 1 month, several thousand boxes of ointment were produced. A military vehicle was completely packed. After all the goods were loaded onto the truck, it was already 5 o'clock. I looked at the time and knew that at this time the team would come to deliver the medicinal materials. Fong Qiuyan waited for a while. Because the factory was established not long ago, some staff have not yet arrived. Although Fong Qiuyan is a technician, in addition to solving various problems that arise during the production process, she is also responsible for inspecting and shipping goods and collecting medicinal materials. It can be said that her job is the busiest in the entire factory. However, Fong Qiuyan had no complaints. On the contrary, she was very grateful to Lin Wan Shu for giving her this opportunity. The more she does, the more she learns. Although it will be a bit tiring, it is better to be a little tired because when you are tired you won't have time to think about random things. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the people from the downhill team came over in ox carts. The person driving the ox cart was a tall and thin young man named Chen Fengliang. Originally delivered the medicinal materials to the Xiashan Brigade. He was replaced in the last half-month. However, after half a month, Fong Qiuyan became very familiar with him. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Fengliang greeted her cheerfully. "Sister Fong, why are you here so early today?" Chen Fengliang has 2 canine teeth and a pair of peach blossom eyes, and he looks particularly sunny and cheerful when he smiles. "Yeah, you're early too." Fong Qiuyan also greeted with a smile. As he said this, he was about to move the medicinal herbs from the ox cart. But just as she grabbed the corner of the sack, she heard Chen Fengliang say with disapproval, "Sister Fong, you are a female comrade. This thing is heavy. You really don't need to move it. Just wait by the side. I will move it." As he spoke, he picked up a sack and walked towards the scale in the shed. Fong Qiuyan didn't take to heart what he said every time. Still picked up another sack. A sack weighs almost 100 kilograms. However, Fong Qiuyan does a lot of farm work on weekdays. Although she looks thin, she is very strong. Carrying a sack, he walked steadily to the scale. Seeing this, Chen Fengliang said helplessly. Sister Fong, you are just too strong-willed. Women should do light tasks. How can they do such heavy work? If someone else said this, it would be a bit over the line. However, Chen Fengliang is not very old, only in his early 20s, and he is sweet talker, speaking to every female comrade in the same way. Fong Qiuyan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just smiled and said, the chairman has said that women hold up half the sky. I am no less armed or legged than a man, so why can't I move? As he spoke, he put the sack on the scale and started weighing it. Hearing this, Chen Fengliang scratched his head and chuckled. I'm worried about you, aren't I? After saying that, he continued to move other medicinal herbs. There was no way to respond to this, so Fong Qiuyan ignored him and went to call the accountant to come out for the registration. The accountant is a female comrade named Zhu Xiaozhu, who was recruited from the county and has 3 years of work experience. I heard that he was sick before, and his job was taken over by his younger brother, so he has been idle since then. It just so happened that the pharmaceutical factory was recruiting, so she came over. Now I live in the same dormitory with Fong Qiuyan. Fong Qiuyan weighed the herbs while she registered them on the side. And Chen Fengliang is a lively person. All the herbs, he also came to the scale and helped weigh the herbs while curiously asking some questions about drying the herbs. Drying the medicinal herbs is a job that the team has to do. When Fong Qiuyan saw him asking this, she thought he had never dried them before, so she began to explain it to him carefully. Chen Fengliang also listened very carefully and asked 1 or 2 small questions from time to time. After the talk, the herbs were weighed. Zhu Xiaozhu calculated the total for him and then gave him a bill. He would take the order back and hand it over to the team and take it to the factory to settle the cash once every quarter. Sister Zhu, you are really amazing. You are really good at calculating. After taking the list, Chen Fengliang praised Zhu Xiaozhu with a smile. No one doesn't like to hear good words. The same goes for Zhu Xiaozhu. Hearing his amazed praise, she smiled and scolded him. You are the only one who talks too much. Chen Fengliang smiled happily again and then said goodbye to the two of them. Sister Fong, Sister Zhu, I'm going back now. I'll come back tomorrow. He was clearly greeting the two of them, but his gaze paused on Fong Qiuyan for several seconds. Fong Qiuyan was moving medicine and didn't notice it. Upon hearing this, she waved at him and turned around to go about her business. Chen Fengliang's eyes flashed slightly, with some disappointment on his face. He paused before turning around and leaving. Collecting the medicinal herbs, it was time to get off work. After Fong Qiuyan received the tofu pudding, she went to the cafeteria to eat and then returned to the dormitory. Lin Wan Shu arranged a double dormitory for her. In the entire factory, except for the security guard and a few male comrades, the rest are all girls. The dormitory area from the factory and the dormitory area is divided into male and female dormitories. The male and female dormitories are located in the east and west respectively, with a high wall in between. The two sides basically do not touch each other. It can be said that there is no need to worry about safety when living in the dormitories. In the dormitory are shared and are cleaned every day by an auntie who is in charge of sanitation in the factory, so they are quite clean. Living there for a while, Dohua has become accustomed to life in the dormitory. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, I happily put the bag in my hand on the table. The dormitory has 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 wardrobes. Fong Qiuyan's desk was already piled with bags. Zhu Xiaozhu looked at them and couldn't help asking, Qiuyan, what's in these bags? Why don't you open them? Fong Qiuyan took a glance and then shook her head. I don't know either. Dohua brought it back. Although they lived in the same dormitory, she never mentioned anything about herself and Lu Jingsong. In addition, Zhu Xiaozhu was not a military wife, so she didn't know that she was divorcing her man. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaozhu continued, Why don't you help her keep it? She can't put it down anymore. How could Fong Qiuyan say that her closet was also filled with these bags? Not only can the table not accommodate it, but even the cabinet can't hold it anymore. Fong Qiuyan was not curious about what Lu Jingsong gave Dohua, nor did she want to see. But the things on the table really don't look good when they're placed there. I'll go find a box to put it in. discarded boxes in the factory, and Fong Chuyen picked up 2 of them. It comes in handy now. She got down to work right away. She brought back a box from outside and started tidying up the things on the table. Do-hwa saw her mother was helping her collect things. She squatted beside her to help, muttering to herself as she collected things. This is a tank, this is a plane, this is a bazooka. It turned out that most of the things in the bag were toys that Lu Jingsong made for her. In addition to toys, there are also a lot of candies and cakes. Mom, here's your favorite sweet-scented osmanthus cake. He picked up a piece of tofu pudding, opened the oil paper bag, and revealed the bright yellow pastry inside. Seeing the osmanthus cake in her hand, Fong Chuyen was stunned. The bag of osmanthus cake he bought for her when the 3 of them went to the county together as a family for the only time flashed through her mind. Do-hwa and Lu Jingsong are allergic to osmanthus and won't eat it at all.
So,
This osmanthus cake is not for tofu pudding at all. Fong Chuyen blinked and stepped back reflexively as if she had been electrocuted. Do-hwa saw this. He was stunned at first, and then his eyes turned red. Mom, why don't you eat it? Don't you like sweet-scented osmanthus cake the most? She had told her father secretly before. Dad bought a lot of things for Mom last time. Mom obviously likes it and is very happy, so why doesn't she eat it this time? Didn't she say that even if she didn't live with her father, she could still accept things from him? Fong Chuyen saw her daughter crying and felt distressed. She quickly said to comfort her, Do-hwa, Mom just had a meal and is not hungry yet. Put it aside and eat it when I want to, okay? Hearing this, the tears in Do-hwa's eyes finally stopped falling. Well, I'll put it away for Mom. As she spoke, she wrapped the osmanthus cake again and put it carefully into the bag. Had just brought back the osmanthus cake. She had originally wanted to give it to her mother as a surprise later, but she didn't expect that she didn't look very happy. Tofu pudding is a little disappointed. Fong Chuyen felt her depressed mood, and her heart suddenly ached. But she didn't say anything and continued to put things in her place. Next, there are a few more toys. Brings different toys to the staff quarters to play with her friends every day, and puts them back into the bag when she comes back. She knows all the toys in the bag by heart. Every time Fong Chuyen took out an item, she introduced it to her, and soon her voice became cheerful again. Fong Chuyen heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that she was no longer sad. I continued to open the bag in my hand, and what came into view was a water blue broad dress. And in the bag containing the skirt, there was also a watch.
wow.
Chuyen, when did you buy this skirt? It's so beautiful, isn't it? Zhu Xiaozhu had just gone out for a while, and when she came back, she saw her holding a beautiful dress in her hands, and she couldn't help but speak with envy. Fong Chuyen. She pulled the corners of her lips and said stiffly, It's not mine. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaozhu felt a little strange. It's not yours? Did you buy it for your family? It's really beautiful.
Can I try it on?
As soon as Fong Chuyen finished speaking, Do-hwa snatched the skirt away and held it tightly in his arms before she could say anything. No, this is what Dad bought for Mom. You can't try it. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaozhu looked a little embarrassed. So it was given to you by your man? And you're still saying it's not yours. Although Zhu Xiaozhu felt somewhat resentful of Fong Chuyen for not telling the truth, she did not dare to say anything unpleasant in public. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see how good the relationship between Fong Chuyen and Lin Wan Shu is. In other words, the vast majority of military wives in the entire factory are good friends with Lin Wan Shu. As an outsider, no matter how much I talk and laugh with them on a daily basis, I can never compare to their kindness. Fong Chuyen pursed her lips and didn't intend to explain anything. She put the skirt and watch in Do-hwa's arms back into the bag. Zhu Xiaozhu had sharp eyes, and when he saw the watch, he became even more envious. Is this also a gift from your man?
Chuyen, your man is so good to you. She gave me a dress and a watch as a gift.
If she could marry a man like this, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Do-hwa said proudly, My father gave it to me. He also gave my mother many other things. But my mother didn't even look at it and just put it in the cupboard. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaozhu became even more envious. But after feeling envious, she felt a little strange. Then why don't you live in the family compound? Instead, why do you live in the factory? She had heard that the military family compound was very close to here and that military wives would sometimes go back to the compound after work at noon. After asking, I don't know what he thought of, and without waiting for Fong Chuyen to speak, Zhu Xiaozhu continued. I see. You probably haven't met the conditions to join the army, right? Fong Chuyen. She had said everything she wanted to say, so she simply didn't explain anything and just let her guess. Just thinking about what Dohua said, that Lu Jingsong also gave her a lot of things, Fong Chuyen became a little uneasy. After Zhu Xiaozhu took her clothes and went out to take a shower, she took out all the bags on the table and in the cabinet and opened them. Sure enough, there were vanishing cream, gauze scarves, pens, and even passbooks randomly stuffed into a bag. Fong Chuyen. Biting her lip, she stuffed all these things back into the bag. Dohua, Mom has to go out for a while. You can play by yourself for a while. I will be back soon. After saying that, she went out with the bag. Dohua was playing with the toy he had just taken out. Upon hearing this, he replied without even looking up.
No.
It's not even 7 o'clock yet. The days are long in summer, and it's still bright outside. Fong Chuyen carried the bag and hurried towards the family compound. Because she has not divorced Lu Jingsong, she is still free to come and go. But when he entered the door, the sentry on duty moved his eyes and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was time to cook and eat, and she didn't meet any other military wives on the way, so she went all the way back to her original house. After entering the yard, it was very quiet. There were some weeds growing on the ground, making it look inexplicably desolate. Fong Chuyen looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar yard and subconsciously tightened her hand holding the bag. Doesn't he live here anymore? When Lu Jingsong returned to the family compound, the sky was already a little gray. After a whole day of training, he was already stretched to the limit, but he still didn't want to rest. In the afternoon, after secretly following Fong Chuyen and Dohua back to the factory, he went out for a run for half an hour. If Du Wangxian hadn't dragged him back, he wouldn't have wanted to go back home so early.
Back here?
My wife and daughter are not here. The house was empty, and every second he stayed there was torture. Lu Jingsong was like a wooden man without a soul, walking home in a daze. But just as he stepped into the house, his steps paused involuntarily, and his whole body stood still like a sculpture. Looking at the familiar figure in the yard, his face was full of disbelief. Chuyen? He suspected he was dreaming. How could she possibly come back here? But even though he thought so, he still couldn't wait to walk towards her. Only when he got closer and smelled the familiar fragrance did Lu Jingsong dare to believe his eyes. Is she really back? Instantly, a wave of ecstasy swept through his whole body. Lu Jingsong looked at the woman in front of him greedily. She became more beautiful, but also lost a lot of weight. Didn't she eat well at the factory? In just a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Jingsong's mind. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll make it for you. He wanted to ask her why she lost weight. Although Lu Jingsong could see Fong Chuyen every day, he was afraid of being discovered, so he didn't dare to get close to her and always kept a distance from her. I can't see clearly. Plus, she was wearing a loose factory uniform, so you couldn't tell whether she was round or flat. Looking at her much thinner face at this moment, he felt so distressed. Fong Chuyen didn't know why she had to wait until now. It was not until he came back that she suddenly realized that it was almost dark. Hearing his concerned words at this moment, she felt like running away. But in the end, Fong Chuyen still forced herself to stay where she was. No need. I just came to talk to you about something, and then I'll leave. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong's heart tightened. He inexplicably had a bad premonition. She stuffed the bag in her hand into his arms without saying anything. These are back to you. Lu Jingsong took the bag in a hurry and found that they were the things he had given away. Suddenly, he looked a little helpless.
Why?
Don't you like it? If you don't like it, can I buy you something else? He said humbly. After hearing this, Fong Chuyen felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She looked away, barely suppressing the strange feeling, and said in a light voice, "It's not appropriate. I came here to tell you that I would trouble you to file for divorce as soon as possible." As soon as these words fell, Lu Jingsong's vision suddenly showed a hint of blood red. After a long while, he asked in a trembling voice, "Is this why you came back?" Uttered a low, Lu Jingsong laughed and looked straight at the woman in front of him. It was unknown how long it had been, so long that Fong couldn't help but wonder if time had stopped before he slowly uttered 2 words. "Not leaving." Although she had a premonition that this marriage would be difficult to divorce, Fong couldn't help but blush with anger when she heard him personally refuse. A pair of eyes glared at him like fire. Lu Jingsong looked at her angry expression, but he seemed a bit abnormal and actually felt happy. "Heart," he walked forward, held her hand and said, "Wife, let's not talk about divorce, okay? Let's live a good life without Fong Dongxue. I won't accept her letters or answer her calls anymore. I will make it up to you and the child in the future for what I owe you." But Fong Chuyen, whose hand was held, felt as if she was burned when she heard Fong Dongxue's words. He suddenly pulled his hand back.
Impossible.
"It's not good for anyone to waste time like this. I hope you will think about it carefully." After saying that, she left quickly without stopping. Lu Jingsong looked at her leaving back and felt a sudden pain in his heart. At this moment, he wished he could go back and beat himself to death from a few years ago. "Why do you treat her like that?" Gritting his teeth, Lu Jingsong picked up the bag and followed again. It was almost 8 o'clock, and it was completely dark. Fong Chuyen's mind was in a mess, and she didn't know whether she was angry or something else. Originally, she wanted to have a good talk with him about the divorce, and after the divorce, she would tell him what happened that night. But how could she have imagined that he would be such a scoundrel? Not only did he refuse to leave, he even dared to touch her. The road was pitch black and you couldn't see her hand in front of you. However, Fong Chuyen had walked this road countless times. She could tell where it was with her eyes closed and was not afraid of falling into a ditch while walking. But she had not walked far when she heard familiar footsteps coming from behind her. Fong Chuyen paused for a moment, then quickened her pace. But the person behind her seemed to be dependent on her. She quickened her pace, and he even faster. After a while, he actually followed her. Fong Chuyen was both angry and furious. "Why are you following me?" On the dark road, Lu Jingsong's voice was full of innocence. "I just wanted to take a walk in the factory and didn't follow you." "Fong Chuyen, do you believe this yourself? Stay away from me." Although it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything clearly, she couldn't help but glare in his direction. There was a hint of helplessness in Lu Jingsong's voice. "It's not that I want to be so close to you, it's just that the road is too small." Hearing this, Fong Chuyen was almost amused by him. A 2-meter wide road wasn't enough for him to walk on? In the end, she was too lazy to argue with him and quickened her pace. But the road was too dark. Fong Chuyen opened her eyes wide, but still couldn't see anything. The road that she was so familiar with became darker as she quickened her pace. So quickly, when suddenly, she stepped on something and stumbled. "Careful." Lu Jingsong had been paying attention to her, and almost as soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and caught her. It was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional, but his hand tightened and Fong Chuyen fell into his arms. The soft body pressed against his. Lu Jingsong couldn't help but sigh, his face full of nostalgia. Fong Chuyen had lost count of how many times she had fallen down in front of a man. She wondered if he had some strange magic that would cause her to fall if she got close to him. Was held tightly in his 2 iron arms, which made her even more angry. Stepped hard on his foot. "Let me go." Fong Chuyen's kick was really ruthless, but the man remained calm and even muttered something. "You don't eat enough, so it doesn't hurt at all." Holding her thinner body in his arms, Lu Jingsong felt even more distressed. Without giving her time to react, he simply picked her up and walked forward with big strides. Lu Jingsong now figured it out. For her, waiting slowly and giving things silently won't work. She was not moved at all, and even asked him for a divorce. In that case, it would be better to be shameless and just pester people directly. Fong Qiuyan never thought that he was so bold. He dared to carry her like this outside. Her hands pushed his chest subconsciously. She struggled and cursed in a low voice. "Put me down, or I'll call you a hooligan." Hearing this, Lu Jingsong couldn't help but smile softly. "Yes, I am a gangster. You can yell at me." Fong Qiuyan. How did he become like this? Isn't he afraid? By his words that she was speechless for a long time and even forgot to struggle. When Lu Jingsong saw that she stopped struggling, his heart suddenly surged. He was such a fool before. Why should she be alone at home and suffer silently? He should have held her tightly in his arms like this a long time ago, and then, the kiss at the kitchen door before, his breath suddenly changed. Fong Qiuyan realized something was wrong and was immediately shocked and frightened. "Struggle using my hands and feet. Don't move." In the darkness, the man's low and magnetic voice carried an indescribable sense of depression. It was as if she moved again, he would do something she couldn't accept. Fong Qiuyan inexplicably thought of that wild kiss again. Suddenly, the whole person became stiff as a stone. How could he dare to move? Lu Jingsong sensed her fear and did not dare to act rashly. With a sigh, he bent down and kissed her hair. "It's too dark now. I'm afraid you'll sprain your ankle. Be good. I'll let you down when we're almost to the factory." Is this what you mean by explaining to her? But Fong Qiuyan didn't want to listen at all, so she turned her head away. But the place on the top of the head that was kissed just now felt like it was burned. It was very hot. Lu Jingsong looked at her awkward appearance, and his heart softened incredibly. How can it be so popular? Even when she's angry, she's so cute. I really hope this road will never end, and he can hold her forever. Even though he slowed down his pace again and again, he still arrived very quickly. Away from the factory, Lu Jingsong reluctantly let the man go. As soon as she got off the ground, Fong Qiuyan couldn't wait to run away. But her arm was grabbed by the man's hot big hand. Fong Qiuyan was angry. "What are you doing? Why don't you let go?" Lu Jingsong grabbed her hand and put the bag she had just stuffed into his hand back into her hand. "These are for you. If you don't want them, just throw them away." After saying that, as if afraid that she would stuff it back into her, he turned and left. Fong Qiuyan was left holding the bag, extremely angry. She raised the bag and wanted to throw it at him, but he seemed to have predicted something and walked very quickly. The next second, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Fong Qiuyan hadn't thrown away, yet just frozen midair. With one final stamp of her foot, she cursed before retrieving the bag. "It's not that I can't bear to throw it away, but there is a passbook in the bag." He had told her before that there was more than $1,000 in it. Thinking she couldn't afford the compensation if she threw it away, she could only put it away angrily. "I plan to throw the bag at his face next time." However, Fong Qiuyan did not wait for this opportunity. She originally thought that Lu Jingsong was so shameless that he would definitely appear in front of her the next day, but she didn't expect that she didn't even see his shadow in the next few days. The expected scene of throwing the bag back to him did not happen. Fong Qiuyan held her breath, feeling annoyed and depressed. Dohwa's face was almost wrinkled into a ball, and he looked depressed. Seeing this, Fong Qiuyan no longer cared about Lu Jingsong and hurried to take care of her own daughter. "Mom, my aunt said that Dad is on a mission, and we don't know when he will be back. I miss him so much." Dohwa hasn't seen his father for several days and even speaks weakly. Fong Qiuyan. "It turns out he was on a mission, no wonder I wasn't there." Just thinking about this, she felt annoyed again. His mission have to do with her? Why should she care about his whereabouts? Suppressing her troubled thoughts, she patted Dohwa's head and comforted him. "It's okay, your mother is here, and she can make you some beautiful toys." Heard her mother say she wanted to make a toy for her, she finally perked up. Fong Qiuyan took out the crochet hook and thread and quickly crocheted a small sunflower for her. Dohwa picked up the sunflower, and his eyes instantly burst into amazing light. How beautiful! She held the sunflower in her hand and looked at it over and over again, unable to let it go.
Mom, how can you do this? It's amazing. Dohwa looked at Fong Qiuyan with sparkling eyes. She felt that her mother was becoming more and more amazing. Not only could she tell her so many stories, but she could also make such beautiful flowers. As long as you like it, this is what your Aunt Wan Shu taught you. Fong Qiuyan saw Lin Wan Shu crocheting socks and shoes for the baby and thought it was very interesting, so she learned a few things from her. When Dohwa mentioned Lin Wan Shu, his eyes were filled with admiration. When I grow up, I want to be as awesome as Aunt Wan Shu. She can read simple stories now. Aunt Wan Shu even praised her. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan was very pleased. Well, Mom believes Dohwa will be as good as this in the future. Xiao Dohwa jumped around happily, holding her sunflower, thought of something and ran back to her mother with a cautious look on her face. She asked in a low voice, "Mom, can you make something for me?" Seeing her like this, Fong Qiuyan felt distressed before she even asked what it was. Patting her head, she said gently, "You are my daughter. If you want to do something, just say it. You don't have to be so careful." Hearing this, Dohwa's small face broke into a bright smile again. I want to be a dad, in a military uniform. When talking about his father, Dohwa's face was also filled with admiration. I know my father's a soldier, and he drove away the enemy. How amazing! Dohwa had never seen his father before and didn't know what his father did. Later, after she joined the army and often played war games with her friends, she finally realized how powerful her father was. And her father is not only awesome but also so good to her. I miss my dad, can you make one for me? At the end, Dohwa pleaded cautiously again, as she listened to her daughter adoringly talking about how good her father was. She didn't want to hook Lu Jingsong out at all, but when she met her daughter's anxious look, she couldn't say no. Sighing inwardly, she nodded. Well, but it will take a few days. I have to ask Aunt Wan Shu for advice. She is still a novice, and it is good enough for her to be able to crochet a sunflower. When Dohwa heard that her mother was willing to make one for her, she jumped for joy. Very good. In the next few days, Fong Qiuyan worked on the production while crocheting a figure in military uniform according to Lin Wan Shu's teachings. In the family compound, Su Menjing kept a low profile for a while and then started to dress up again. Various colors and styles, and I can change them all over the week without repeating them. After a long time, the military wives couldn't help but grumble in their voices. What do you think the deputy political commissar's sister-in-law wants to do by dressing like that every day? Fong Bailey felt a little unhappy. Every time Su Menjing passed by the staff quarters, her husband became a little absent-minded. This made Fong Bailey couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Su Menjing came here intentionally to charming her man? Who knows? I don't think she is a quiet person. Su Mingqi looks so reserved. How could she have such a sister? The clothes she wore were so tight around her waist and made her chest look so puffy, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know she had a lot of flesh. His butt wiggles when he walks. To put it bluntly, what's the difference between her and someone who comes from a brothel? During this period, the men in the family compound were a little restless, which made the military wives very unhappy, and they spread unpleasant words behind their backs. However, due to Nanjing's identity, they did not dare to tell the Nan family. Plus, Su Mingqi is a low-key person who doesn't like to visit others. I don't know what kind of rumors about Su Menjing are spreading outside. Su Menjing is a person who thinks highly of herself. She really enjoys being noticed and admired by men. She didn't take the sour words the military wives said behind her back to heart. He still wanders back and forth in the family compound every day. The reason why she was so high profile was, on the one hand, to show off her charm and let her good name spread in the army, and secondly, of course, she wanted to find an opportunity to create an encounter with Qin Yan. Hard work pays off. After working so hard for so long, Su Menjing's reputation has indeed spread in the army. Everyone knows that the deputy political commissar has a beautiful sister-in-law. However, the chance encounter she wanted to create was never successful.
She didn't know what was going on.
She had been walking around the staff quarters for such a long time, but she couldn't run into Qin Yan. Even when I went to Lin Wan Shu's house, I rarely ran into him. In the end, Su Menjing had no choice but to block him on the road he had to take to go home. In order to charm people at once, she wore a cheongsam today. The fitted skirt perfectly outlines her curvy figure. To match the dress, she tied her hair up, put powder and lipstick on her face, and looked as delicate as a blooming flower. Su Menjing was very satisfied with her outfit. Coming to the road between the military camp and the family compound, she hid behind a corner and began to wait silently. Not long after, soldiers came out. She was standing in a very clever position, with not only a wall but also a tree, which just happened to cover her figure. Su Menjing poked her eyes out and searched carefully. But there were too many people, and she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. With so many people around, how can she implement her plans smoothly? Just as I was thinking this, I noticed that there were fewer and fewer people, until all the soldiers had left. Su Menjing felt a little strange and lost. Is he not going back to his family compound today? Otherwise, why hasn't he come out for so long? Just when Su Menjing was extremely disappointed and was about to go back home, suddenly, that familiar tall figure appeared in the distance. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she felt that even God was helping her. Otherwise, why didn't he show up with so many people just now but appeared at this time? Isn't it obvious that you want to give her a chance? Su Menjing lay dormant, excited and nervous, counting his footsteps silently in her heart. Until the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and only 2 steps away from passing here, she screamed and rushed outside.
Ah!
Help! There's a snake! Su Menjing had already calculated that according to the distance Qin Yan had traveled and her SP of rushing out, she would definitely fall accurately into his arms. By then, he will definitely be fascinated by his own outfit. After all, so many men in the family compound were fascinated by her, and she didn't believe that Qin Yan would remain indifferent. Therefore, in order to have the most beautiful encounter, she even carefully designed her rushing posture. It shows off her plump and attractive figure to the fullest. Su Menjing screamed at the top of her lungs and pounced towards the army green figure with precision. Help, there's a snake! With tears in her eyes, she held onto the man tightly with both hands and tried to push herself against him. Her pretty face turned pale, and as she looked so pitiful. But just when Su Menjing was feeling very proud that her plan was flawless, she heard Chi-Chi scream in her mind.
Ah!
You idiot, can you look carefully before you jump? You hugged the wrong person. Wrong person? Su Menjing seemed unable to understand what she said. How could he have picked up the wrong person? Qin Yan was the only one on the road. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, a strange and embarrassing voice came from above my head. Comrade Su, are you okay? Where is the snake? Let it go first, I'll go check it out. Clearly heard that the voice was not Qin Yan's, Su Menjing still didn't believe it. How could she have pounced on the wrong person? With her eyes wide open, she looked up and saw a dark and honest face.
Ah!
Hooligan. This time, Su Menjing's scream was very sincere. The high decibel sound is so piercing that it hurts the eardrums. By her, was completely at a loss. I'm not. I didn't. It was clearly she who threw herself into his arms, so how could he call him a hooligan? You are. If you are not a gangster, why are you hugging me? Su Menjing was a little overwhelmed. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at his nose with the other hand and cursed. She looks like a shrew. How can she be elegant at all? Hearing the shouting and cursing, the soldiers who had already walked away came back one by one. After finding out what happened, Gao Wangjin looked at Li Yicheng with a serious face. Lao Li, what's going on? Li Yicheng was like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express his grievances. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he said in a tone that sounded like a bamboo tube pouring beans, I was just passing by here fine, and Comrade Su suddenly rushed out and said there was a snake there. As for the fact that she hugged him just now, Li Cheng saved her face and didn't say anything. But he didn't say anything. Su Menjing turned the tables and said, I was scared, but you can't hug me. You're being a hooligan. This is a serious matter. Being a hooligan is a serious crime, not to mention that he was wearing a military uniform and hugging a female comrade like this. No matter how you look at it, he is not in the right. Instantly, the faces of several soldiers became solemn. They are comrades in arms, so naturally they don't want to see Li Yichen make any mistakes. Old Li, tell me what happened just now. Out of emotion, Gao Wangjin did not directly accept Su Menjing's one-sided statement and asked Li Yichen again. I really didn't hug her. I just passed by here. She hugged me herself. Look, she rubbed so much powder on my clothes. Li Yichen felt that he was more wronged than Do Yi was just going home. Why did a disaster suddenly happen? What did he do to offend anyone? Heard that he dared to say that she had rubbed his powder all over her body. She immediately got furious. She even insisted that he was a hooligan and hug her on purpose. Naturally, Li Yichen was unwilling to take the blame, so he argued with reason. If she really accuses me of hooliganism, it's not only a matter of whether I can keep my job, but I might even have to go to labor camp. But he didn't even hug her, so how could she swallow this? But just now there were only Su Menjing and Li Yicheng here, and there were no witnesses. A while, the husband said he was right, and the wife said she was right. No one would give in to the other. But when it comes to the reputation of girls, Li Yichen's argument is of little use. If he still can't produce evidence, there is a high probability that he will be convicted of hooliganism. A moment, Li Yichen was so angry that he wanted to strangle this inexplicable woman to death. Where on earth did this crazy woman come from? It was clearly she who threw herself into his arms, but she insisted on accusing him of being a hooligan. Did she do this to trick him on purpose? The soldiers watching the scene saw Li Yicheng looking frustrated and angry, so they knew it clearly. He was probably being wronged. After all, they are all brothers in the same trench. How could they not know what kind of person he is? But why did Su Menjing wrongly accuse him? Just as the two were arguing, the surrounding soldiers were all worried about Li Yicheng. Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the crowd. I think Coach Shun, and I can testify to this. Hearing this, everyone turned around reflexively. Then I saw Qin Yan and Shin Shuwen standing outside the crowd with serious faces. When Su Menjing saw Qin Yan, her heart skipped a beat and she immediately had a bad feeling. Can he testify? Did he just see it? When Li Yicheng heard that Qin Yan could testify for him, his eyes immediately turned red. Deputy Captain, please tell everyone that I really didn't hug her just now. I am innocent. He has fought in the army for so many years, shedding blood and sweat. If he was unjustly discharged from the army, he would never be willing to die. Ever since Qin Yan stood up, Su Menjing's face turned as pale as a ghost. How is that possible? She clearly didn't see him just now. Where did he see it? Just as I was thinking this, I saw Qin Yan pointing at a tree opposite. I was just talking with Instructor Shin there and happened to witness the whole process. Comrade Li Yicheng passed by here, and it was this female comrade who rushed out and hugged him. As soon as these words fell, everyone was in an uproar. These days, Su Menjing dressed up beautifully and wandered around the family compound, and many men couldn't help but have dirty thoughts about her. Now when they heard that she had wrongly accused someone for no reason, they couldn't help but feel scared. How could this be a beauty? She was clearly a poisonous snake. In a minute, when Su Menjing heard that Qin Yan had really testified for Li Yicheng and exposed her lies, her eyes suddenly went dark and she felt a little shaky.
No.
It shouldn't be like this. How can you say that? He's obviously the one being a hooligan. Seeing that she was still stubborn, Shin Shuwen smiled coldly. Comrade Su, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Do you think the trick you just used is perfect? Then you will be disappointed. Not only did Deputy Regiment Qin, and I see it, but the sentry over there can also testify for Comrade Li Yicheng. As he spoke, he pointed to the watchtower in the distance. Sure enough, there was a soldier standing there on sentry duty. And what a coincidence, his face was facing this way. In an instant, Su Menjing's legs went limp and she fell to the ground. It's over. It's all over. Qin Yan witnessed her framing Li Chen with her own eyes. How could she get close to him in the future? When the surrounding soldiers saw Su Menjing fall to the ground, they subconsciously stepped back and had no intention of helping her up. Just kidding. Regardless of whether this woman is beautiful or not, she is really poisonous. If they helped her, and then she turned around and accused them of being hooligans? Thinking of this possibility, the soldiers took another step back, as if she was some terrible viral plague. When Su Menjing saw their reactions, she felt like the sky was falling. Her efforts these days were in vain. Chi-Chi, why didn't you tell me in advance? Did you make me pick up the wrong person? Su Menjing cursed in her mind in a state of collapse. Chi-Chi was even more devastated than her. I shouted, but you didn't hear me. You just kept throwing yourself into that person's arms. What on earth is your brain made of? How can there be someone as stupid as you? What sin had she committed? How could such a host be tied up?
Impossible.
I didn't hear anything. Su Menjing felt that she was just making excuses. Didn't you say you were great? Why can't you even do such a small thing? What's the use of you? Ever since she came to the family compound, nothing has gone her way. She has never suffered so much in her life. A moment, Su Menjing's mentality was a little broken. Tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably. She had put on her face rubbed onto Li Yichen's body, ruining her makeup beyond recognition. Now that she was crying, she looked even more disheveled. But no one sympathized with her. After all, she still remembered clearly how she had wrongly accused Li Yichen. But she is Nanjing's sister-in-law after all. Although everyone is dissatisfied with her behavior, they can't do anything about it. Finally, Shin Shuwen left a sentence, "Take care of yourself," and everyone left without staying for long. The evening, Su Menjing, dressed in a seductive manner, threw herself into Li Yichen's arms and accused him of being a hooligan. Somehow, the news spread throughout the family compound. Guan Hongmei almost exploded when she heard that Su Menjing was hooking up with her man. If Li Yichen hadn't stopped her, she would have definitely gone to the deputy political commissar's door and cursed. "Do and go find her. This woman is poisonous. Stay away from her." Originally, Li Yicheng thought that his wife was unreasonable enough, but when he met Su Menjing today, he realized that there are always people better than you. With such a comparison, he even began to like his own overbearing wife. Guan Hongmei snorted. Although she agreed not to look for Su Menjing, she had already decided in her heart that she would teach her an unforgettable lesson. It's so shameless. Who had always lived a reclusive life, also heard about the good things his sister had done, and was so angry that he almost fainted. What a curse! What a curse! Why did she do this? Those were the brothers with whom her man had been through thick and thin, yet she went and framed them for being hooligans. Is she crazy? Nanjing's face was also very dark. Usually takes great care of his wife, but this time, he rarely went forward to comfort Su Mingqi. Menjing is already 25 years old, not young anymore. You are already a mother of 2 children at your age, but she is still causing trouble everywhere. If you can't make it, you should let her go back early. Our temple is small and can't accommodate such a big Buddha like her. After saying this, he put on his military cap and went out with a sullen face again. Left sitting on the stool, holding his chest, feeling like he was almost unable to breathe. Su Menjing stayed in her room, still a little dazed. Why is this happening? She had clearly planned everything out, but in the end, not only did she fail to accomplish anything, her reputation was also ruined. How proud she was of her good name spreading among the troops a few days ago. How scared she is now. What would they think of themselves? Chi-Chi, tell me, why is this happening? Why am I so unlucky? In my mind, Chi-Chi's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of guilt.
But
maybe Fong Qiuyan's luck has become stronger, which is why it has affected you. It's Fong Qiuyan again. Su Menjing clenched her fists, and her eyes looked like they were filled with poison. Don't go looking for Qin Yan for the time being. Take care of Fong Qiuyan first. When her luck weakens, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Su Menjing agreed with this when she heard it. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll ask that person to pet up his actions later. Keep dithering like this. When will Fong Qiuyan's reputation be ruined? The two were whispering to each other. There was a knock on the door. Menjing, please open the door. When Su Menjing heard that it was Su Mingqi, her heart tightened. A feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart. Sister, are you okay? I'm taking a rest. Su Mingqi seemed to have guessed that she would not open the door, so he did not force her and just stood at the door and started talking. I have discussed this with your brother-in-law. I will send you to the train station in 2 days, and you can go back to Eastern Province. Heard that he was trying to chase her away again. She almost burst into tears. Sister, I don't want to go back. Why do you insist on driving me back? She had suffered such a great injustice, but not only did she not comfort her, she even drove her away. As expected, this is what happens when they are not biological sisters. If it was Fong Qiuyan today, would she still chase people away? Seeing that she insisted on staying here and refusing to leave, Su Mingqi became so angry again that he saw black spots in front of his eyes. But she was a stubborn person, and it was useless to persuade her, so she finally stopped trying. Instead, he prepared to make a phone call and ask his parents to come and take her back. In short, she couldn't stay here any longer. Su Menjing didn't know what Su Mingqi was thinking, but seeing that she agreed, she continued to stay there with peace of mind. Next few days, Fong Qiuyan discovered that Chen Fengliang from the downhill team was a little too enthusiastic. Every time I delivered medicinal herbs, I would bring some food for her. Righteously refused every time, he still enjoyed doing it. Still happy to bring delicious food. Sometimes it is glutinous rice cake, sometimes it is papaya, and sometimes it is an egg. Soon, people in the factory began to look at her in a strange way. However, Fong Qiuyan only spent a short time with the army, and most of her time she was either doing her own work or studying at home. Getting along well with Lin Wan Shu and a few other military wives, she was not very familiar with most of the other military wives. She didn't know that they had already started talking about her in private. I was wondering why Fong Qiuyan had to live in the factory instead of the family housing complex. Now, it seems something is wrong. Who says it's not true? There was a wife like this in our team before. She looked down on the man at home and thought he didn't know how to be warm and cold. She only liked the kind of men who were good-looking and spoke well. Could it be that Fong Qiuyan moved to the dormitory just to meet this pretty boy? That's probably the case. Otherwise, why would she refuse to go back home despite so many people trying to persuade her? Yang Zheng has a good relationship with Fong Qiuyan and is also a bystander. When she heard these words, she immediately got angry. We are all from the same family compound. How can you say such nonsense? If these words get out, will Qiuyan still be able to live as a human being? They were chatting animatedly, but they didn't expect Yang Zheng to suddenly appear. They were all startled. When he came to his senses, Xian Quan greeted her awkwardly. Hee, it's Yang Zheng, have you eaten? Yang Zheng was so angry that she was exhausted. How could she have the mood to eat? With a straight face, she said seriously, Qiuyan and Captain Lu did have some conflicts, but what does this have to do with other people? We are all women and military wives. Don't you know how much these words hurt her? It was just hearsay, and no one had actually seen what happened between Fong Qiuyan and Chen Fengliang. However, this romantic topic was too explosive, and Fong Qiuyan's performance in the factory over the past month was too outstanding. When people thought of her humble and cowardly appearance when she first came to the army, they suddenly felt a little subtly uncomfortable. Out of some dark psychology, when they heard the rumor, they spread it without waiting to confirm it. It seemed as if this could prove that Fong Qiuyan was not as good as she appeared to be, or at least her character could not stand up to scrutiny. Originally, everyone said so they followed the discussion without any psychological burden. But when they heard Yang Zheng's angry rebuke, everyone present felt very guilty.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Yang Zheng. I just heard someone say that, and I made a few comments. Xian Quan lowered his head and apologized awkwardly. I'm sorry too. Others followed suit and apologized. Yang Zheng's face still didn't look very good. The person you should apologize to is not me, but Qiuyan. After saying that, she didn't even eat, and prepared to go find Fong Qiuyan to tell her about the situation. But Fong Qiuyan had already gone to the county with the factory's purchasing department and was not in the factory at all. It turns out that Lin Wan Shu's pharmaceutical factory not only produces ointments, but also several types of pills. One of the raw materials was shipped from other place, so Fong Qiuyan needed to go and test the sample. Two people rode over on a bicycle. Su Yuan was riding the bike in front, and Fong Qiuyan was sitting behind. Bicycles in this era are purely a means of transportation. It is normal to carry one person on a bicycle, and there is no such thing as having to be in a relationship before you can ride on a gay man's bicycle. Moreover, the back seats of bicycles are widened and enlarged. Fong Qiuyan held the frame behind her with her hands and was very careful not to get close to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was recently recruited. I heard that he was an educated youth from Chiempa Brigade and also a college student. He was not only good at math, but also eloquent. Lin Wan Shu handed over all the purchasing and sales work to him. Fong Qiuyan had been doing the job of receiving medicinal materials with him these past few days, so naturally the two of them became more familiar with each other than with other people. Su Yuan is also a talkative person, but he looks decent and his words and actions are very measured. Fong Qiuyan also had a good impression of him. The two chatted about sales all the way. On the other hand, Lu Jingsong returned to the army exhausted. Without even having time to go back to his family compound, he couldn't wait to come to the factory. That night, despite her objections, he carried her directly to the factory. After Lu Jingsong returned, he was nervous all night. I was just planning to coax her nicely the next day, but she unexpectedly went to another emergency training session. During these days of training, his heart was in a state of anxiety, and he could not have a moment of peace. He was afraid that if he delayed his return for a few more days, she would ignore him even more. After finally returning to the army, how could he stay there? He immediately ran to the factory to wait for someone. It was just time to get off work, and Lu Jingsong was afraid that the military wives would see him asking questions, so he stood in the corner, waiting for Fong Qiuyan attentively. But Fong Qiuyan didn't wait for it, but waited for rumors about her. Do you think Fong Qiuyan wanted a divorce because she had her eyes on Chen Fengliang or Su Yuan? Although Yang Zheng had warned several military wives, there were too many people in the factory. She alone couldn't stop the gossip. As soon as they got off work, the military wives began to talk in low voices again. I guess it's Su Yuan. He's a college student, good-looking, and of the right age. Didn't you see how well they were chatting? But what about Chen Fengliang? Why does he send her gifts every day? Who knows? Maybe because she's pretty and she's getting divorced, he wants to take her over. After all, she's a skilled worker now and earns a good salary. Even if it's her second marriage, she's still very popular. Lu Jingsong was waiting for Fong Qiuyan with great anticipation and anxiety, but he never expected to hear such words. What do they mean? What divorce? What second marriage? Fong Qiuyan has fallen in love with another man? When he thought of this possibility, Lu Jingsong suddenly felt a surge of blood in his throat. How could the military wives have imagined that there was someone standing in the corner? All the way, they returned to their family compound in groups. Lu Jingsong's dark eyes searched the crowd intently, but he could not see Fong Qiuyan. Thinking of what he had just heard, that another man also lived in the factory dormitory, he suddenly couldn't stay there anymore. It happened that at this time, most of the military wives had left, and there was no one else on the road. Lu Jingsong walked hurriedly towards the factory gate. Just as I stood still, I saw a bicycle coming towards the factory. The person riding the bicycle is a man wearing a white shirt and black trousers, and if the person riding behind him is not Fong Qiuyan, then who else could it be? Seeing this scene, Lu Jingsong felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. Did she really fall in love with another man? And even rode on his bicycle? Fong Qiuyan was sitting on the back seat of a bicycle, on which there was a wooden stick with a sack tied to each end. The road was not easy to walk on to begin with, and my butt was hurting from sitting on the back of the bicycle. Now there is a wooden stick, and although it is placed at the back, it still hurts a lot. As soon as the car stopped, she jumped out impatiently. But she was pricked all the way, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, She felt like countless ants were biting her, and she felt numb and painful. She almost couldn't stand.
Careful.
Su Yuan was about to reach out to help, but someone was one step faster than him. I turned my head in surprise and met a pair of cold and hostile eyes. "Thank you. I can help my wife myself." "Fong Qiuyan?" "He come back." Just thinking about this, Fong Qiuyan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. What does it have to do with her when he comes back? Especially when she thought about how he dared to carry her away like that night. Fong Qiuyan wished she could stay away from him. "Let go." With a low scolding, she struggled to pull her arm back. But her resistance was seen by Lu Jingsong as confirming what the military wives had just said. Is she really attracted to this pretty boy? When he thought of this possibility, Lu Jingsong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Not only did he not let go, he tightened his grip and pulled her directly to his side. Seeing that something was wrong, Su Yuan got out of the car quickly. "Comrade Fong, what's going on? Do you need my help?" As he spoke, he looked at Lu Jingsong with caution. When Lu Jingsong saw him acting like a flower protector, his eyes were so cold that it seemed as if they could pierce through him. Unnecessary. Does he think he is? Fong Qiuyan felt that what happened between her and Lu Jingsong was a private matter and she didn't want to trouble others, so she shook her head. "It's okay. Just send the herbs back to the factory." Su Yuan was still worried, but since Fong Qiuyan didn't want him to interfere, he had no choice but to reply. "Okay then, call me if you need help." After saying this, he pushed his bicycle back to the factory. After he entered, Lu Jingsong could no longer hold back and asked through gritted teeth, "Who is he?" Fong Qiuyan rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back forcefully. "It's none of your business." Hearing this, Lu Jingsong sneered. "You are my wife. Do you think it has anything to do with me?" Fong Qiuyan ignored her and turned to walk towards the staff quarters. She had to pick up Dohua. Lu Jingsong was furious. "I wish I could catch her and give her a good spanking. How can it be so infuriating?" With a dark face, he followed her. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and they returned to the family compound in silence. However, Dohua, who always waited for her obediently at the door, was nowhere to be seen today. After Fong Qiuyan waited at the door for a while, she still didn't see her come out. She had no choice but to go in and look for her. Lu Jingsong followed her from beginning to end. His eyes were dark and no one knew what he was thinking. Fong Qiuyan didn't care and planned to find the tofu pudding quickly and go back to the factory. It's not long since we got off work, and the family compound is full of people. Saw Fong Qiuyan and Lu Jingsong coming back together. They were all shocked. Then they greeted the two of them one after another. Fong Qiuyan moved out of the family compound in a huff, and now she's surrounded by so many military wives. It would be a lie to say she isn't embarrassed. But she still calmly responded to these greetings, whether curious or tentative, one by one. Lu Jingsong was in a bad mood and hardly spoke along the way. If eyes could become material, Fong Qiuyan felt that a hole had been stared out of her. But she didn't care about all these and went around looking for tofu pudding. "I know where the tofu pudding is. When I met Xiao Wangwei on the road, he spoke enthusiastically."
Where?
Fong Qiuyan couldn't find tofu pudding anywhere and was getting a little anxious. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly asked. She said she was tired and wanted to go home and sleep. Home? Fong Qiuyan subconsciously looked towards the house where she used to live in the staff quarters. She go back there to sleep? A moment, Fong Qiuyan didn't know what to feel. Thinking that there was a dangerous person following her, she didn't want to get close to the house at all. But she couldn't really not go looking for tofu pudding. She would definitely be scared if she couldn't see herself at night. Finally, Fong Qiuyan gritted her teeth and turned around and walked towards her original house. Behind him, Lu Jingsong's eyes flashed. Then he raised his foot and followed. But the steps seemed inexplicably more urgent. The two returned to their home, one after the other. As soon as they entered the door, Fong Qiuyan saw the room where she had slept before, which was half open. You don't have to think about it to know that tofu pudding must be in it. Fong Qiuyan walked quickly towards the room and saw the small figure curled up on the bed. When Fong Qiuyan saw that extremely insecure sleeping posture, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She stood at the door without moving for a long time. I don't know when my eyes turned red. At this moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, and then the man's hot body pressed tightly against her. "Wife, please come back. We can live a good life from now on." The hot sigh, along with the man's deep and rich voice, penetrated into her eardrums. Fong Qiuyan felt as if her tailbone was electrocuted. The roots of his ears instantly turned red, as if blood was dripping from them. When Lu Jingsong saw this, his aura became disordered. Looking at the delicate ear, he couldn't help but kiss it. While kissing her, he coaxed her. "Look, Dohua also likes this place. Even if it's for her, why don't you move back?" Fong Qiuyan had never been kissed on the ear in such an intimate way before. The electric shock almost made her unable to stand. If the man's arms hadn't been holding her tightly, she might have slipped. Realizing this, she felt ashamed and embarrassed. She felt that she was really spineless. He just coaxed her like that, and she was actually shaken. Thinking of this, Fong Qiuyan couldn't help but struggle again. "Let me go. I want to take Dohua back." Seeing that she still refused to give in, Lu Jingsong's eyes became more bloodshot. Why not? Is it because of that man just now? When he thought of the scene of her sitting on the back of that man's bicycle, Lu Jingsong's blood suddenly boiled again. "Don't let go." After saying this viciously, he lifted her little face and kissed her. Divorce him and marry another man? She shouldn't even think about it. Unless he is dead. Fong Qiuyan never thought that he would suddenly kiss her. She was stunned on the spot, until she felt the domineering and aggressive aura that she suddenly came to her senses. Stomped on him hard. But the next second, she was turned around and picked up, with her legs lifted up and hung on his waist. The sudden weightlessness made her scream out in surprise. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around his neck, fearing that he would fall backwards and break his neck on the spot. But this made the two people's postures even more ambiguous. Especially when she felt some unspeakable burning sensation. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could faint on the spot.
You
are obscene." She stepped her head back and stayed away from him. Fong Qiuyan cursed in shame and anger. But the man who heard this couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You are my wife. If I am not rude to you, am I still a man?" As he spoke, he carried the person towards his room. Fong Qiuyan was scared to death. I couldn't help but started struggling again. "Don't want." Her trembling voice sounded like crying, and her little face, which originally had a pink blush on it, now looked a little pale. You can tell at a glance that he was scared. Lu Jingsong looked at her pitiful little appearance, and his heart felt like it was scratched by a cat, sore, itchy, and painful. He didn't know what to do with her, sighed in frustration, and muttered something. "I really can't do anything about you." Having said that, he let the man go. Fong Qiuyan was put down. She stepped back reflexively and looked at him defensively. Lu Jingsong was so angry at her that he almost laughed. Finally, for some unknown reason, he threatened her. "If you stare at me again, I'll kiss you." Fong Qiuyan's eyes widened when she heard this. She looked at him with disbelief on her face. It was as if he was suspecting that he had been switched. When Lu Jingsong saw her, he just thought she was so cute. Then he teased, "You liked it just now too, right? You don't know how sweet, fragrant, and soft your little mouth is." Fong Qiuyan couldn't bear it anymore, so she raised her foot and kicked him hard. "Lu Jingsong, you pervert." The word rogue cannot describe what he did. Who was kicked couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fong Qiuyan had never seen him smile so happily before, and she was stunned on the spot. I have to say, Lu Jingsong actually looks pretty good. His slightly rugged facial features are angular and full of masculinity and toughness that are unique to men. He is not that kind of effeminate beauty, but rather a handsome man with overflowing hormones. Laughing like this makes you seem even more heroic. Fong Qiuyan felt her heart was pounding out of control. After Lu Jingsong finished laughing, he looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but rub her head. "If you don't want to come back yet, I'll wait until you are willing." Fong Qiuyan pursed her lips and turned her head away. I'm going to take some tofu pudding back home. It's too late, and there's no food in the cafeteria. Hearing her voice, which had obviously softened a lot, Lu Jingsong couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He lowered his voice and coaxed gently. Dohua is tired from playing. Let her sleep for a while. I'll go cook. We'll eat here tonight. I'll take you back later. Fong Qiuyan wanted to say no. She wanted to go back now. She just didn't know why. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't say them. Lu Jingsong is a man who will take advantage of every opportunity. For him, not refusing means agreeing. He didn't hesitate and put his arm around her waist and walked towards the kitchen. As he walked, he said, I've been cooking a lot lately and my cooking skills have improved a lot. I'll show you how good it is later. Fong Qiuyan wanted to pull his shameless hand away. But the man was so overbearing that he didn't even give her this chance. He took her into the kitchen and sat her down at the dining table. Just wait here, I'll be done soon. Having said that, he went to put the rice in and wash it. Fong Qiuyan watched him become much more proficient in washing rice, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She didn't know why she listened to him and stayed. Clearly agreed to stay away from him. The final result turned out to be like this. On her lips. When she thought of the scene just now, Fong Qiuyan's cheeks turned red. Lu Jingsong had already put the pot in the stove and started a fire. Just when he was about to ask her whether she wanted fried eggs or steamed eggs, he turned around and saw the charming face of a woman with a rosy face. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, but he didn't dare make a sound, for fear of waking her up. He just stared at her blankly. What is she thinking about? Why is your little face so red? Thinking of the scene of picking her up just now, his whole body was tense and painful. But the woman finally softened a little, and Lu Jingsong didn't dare to act rashly. I'm afraid she'll get angry and ignore me again. In his life until he was 26, he had never been so obsessed with a woman as he was now. Even Fong Dongxue, who almost married him, couldn't make him so anxious and infatuated. Lu Jingsong couldn't imagine what would happen to him if she really divorced him. She is so beautiful and outstanding. Just like other military wives said, even if she leaves him, she can find another good man. But he couldn't accept it at all. When he thought that she might marry another man, he couldn't help but feel a surge of rage in his heart. She can only be his. I turned around and went to the chicken coop on the firewood pile. I hadn't been back for a few days, and the chickens had already laid several eggs. Since his wife and daughter were both here, Lu Jingsong simply didn't ask any questions and planned to make fried eggs and steamed eggs together. Taking the eggs, he took out some dried salted fish from the cupboard. The salted fish is sea fish, which was sent by his comrades in the coastal areas. It's a pity that it's late, otherwise he would like to buy some meat. Being in a good mood, Lu Jingsong worked very efficiently. Fong Qiuyan couldn't help but frown when she saw that he just casually put the salted fish into water to wash it and then prepared to fry it. However, she had no intention of taking over and just turned her head away, trying not to see it. In the quiet kitchen, the only sound could be heard was the crackling of burning firewood. Lu Jingsong was afraid that the person would run away, so he was worried even when frying an egg and would look back from time to time. I don't know how long it took, but I heard Dohua's surprised voice outside the yard.
Dad.
Are you back? Hearing that her daughter had woken up, Fong Qiuyan quickly stood up and walked out of the kitchen. When Lu Jingsong saw this, he didn't care that there were still eggs frying in the pan. He put down the spatula and chased after him. Dohua was happily running to the kitchen, but she didn't expect to see her father and mother coming out of the kitchen together.
Mother?
When she saw Fong Qiuyan, her little face showed surprise and delight. Fong Qiuyan was a little embarrassed, but still waved at her. Come here, Mom will tie your hair. Her hair is like her, growing very fast with some nutrition. In just half a year, she can tie it up. I just woke up and my hair is a mess. When Lu Jingsong saw that Fong Qiuyan had no intention of leaving, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I also said hecko to Dohua. Come on, tofu pudding. Dad will make you some steamed eggs. You can eat soon. Dohua looked at his father, then at his mother, and finally he dared to believe his eyes. She really wasn't seeing things. Mom is home? With Dad? Just like other people's dads and moms? When Fong Qiuyan saw the surprise and anxiety on Dohua's face, she felt a sudden pang in her heart. Certain persistence also quietly collapsed at this moment. She felt a little uncomfortable just moving back like this. The meal was just as expected, it was just cooked and the quality was really not much better. However, Fong Qiuyan didn't have much appetite, so she just ate a little bit casually. After she finished eating, it was almost dark. We're going back. She had things to do and didn't plan to stay any longer. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Jingsong's eyes. But he knew that today's situation had been too radical and he couldn't force it anymore. He had to take it slow. Thinking of this, he nodded. Okay, I'll take you there. Dohua walked between his father and mother, and the smile on his little face never disappeared. Fong Qiuyan had something on her mind, so she didn't say anything and just listened quietly to the father and daughter chatting. But even if she didn't say anything, Lu Jingsong was already extremely happy. Looking at the two, one big and one small, his heart seemed to be filled with something. The three of them walked slowly. Fong Qiuyan was a little absent-minded along the way. When she turned the corner, she almost bumped into someone. Fortunately, Lu Jingsong, who was standing by, reached out and pulled her up. After Fong Qiuyan stood still, she looked up at the person who came with some apology. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention when I was walking just now. Did I bump into you? Ding Suya was about to say it was okay, but after seeing the person opposite her clearly, she was stunned. Indescribable throbbing surged in my heart. When Su Mingqi saw that it was Fong Qiuyan, he quickly said, It's okay. It's normal that you can't see clearly in the dark. Where are you going? Fong Qiuyan felt it was a little strange that the middle-aged woman didn't say anything. But she didn't say anything, and just smiled at Su Mingqi. Let's go back to the factory. We have some work to do in the evening. Su Mingqi had just returned from the station after picking someone up. Logically, she should have been in a hurry to take her mother back to rest, but for some reason, she couldn't help but care about Fong Qiuyan. You still have to work so late? No wonder you've lost so much weight. You need to get more rest. Your health is the capital of revolution. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan nodded gratefully. Thanks for your concern. I will. After a brief chat, Fong Qiuyan didn't stay any longer and just said goodbye and left. After Su Mingqi watched the family of three leave, he held Ding Suya's arm and said, Mom, let's go back first. However, Ding Suya's eyes were still following that figure. Even though the man had disappeared into the darkness, she still couldn't come back to her senses. Su Mingqi saw that her mother looked strange and couldn't help but ask with concern, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? After asking twice in a row, Ding Suya finally seemed to react. She retracted her gaze, rubbed her temple and said, It's okay. Maybe I was a little carsick just now. The roads here are all mountainous, and the military vehicle was going uphill and downhill. Ding Suya was shaken so much that her stomach felt uncomfortable. Really confused. Why did she feel that the girl looked so much like her mother when she was young? Ding Suya's mother died in the war when she was young, leaving her siblings to follow their father all the way to the eastern province before they settled down. Although my mother died early, she left behind a photo. Ding Suya had seen it in her father's study before. When she suddenly saw the female comrade at this moment, she couldn't help but be stunned. Hearing this, Su Menjing felt extremely distressed. Then let's go home. I just made some soup in the pot. I'll heat it up later. If you drink a bowl, your stomach will feel better. Having said that, she took her arm and walked home. After a while, Nanjing followed with her luggage. It turned out that when the car was parked just now, it seemed that there was some minor problem with it, so he asked Su Mingqi to take Ding Suya back to the family compound first. It seemed that it was done now, so he stepped forward and supported Ding Su's other arm. Hey, I'm fine, just a little carsick. A night's sleep will be enough. Ding Suya is extremely satisfied with her son-in-law. He has good character, ability, and a good temper. There is really nothing wrong with him. Mom, it's rare for you to come here, so let Nanjing show off. If you don't let him help you, he might not be able to sleep well at night.
Shumengi dal frokingli.
Nanjing, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a little nervous when facing her mother-in-law. Instead of refuting his wife's joke, he nodded in agreement and said, "Mom, you've had a hard time riding the bus. Let me hold you up." The sister-in-law refused to leave no matter what, and Nanjing was helpless. When he saw Ding Suya at this moment, he felt like he had seen a savior. What Su Menjing did a few days ago has spread in the army. Even political commissar Su Kongmian had a few words with him. Nanjing had never been so embarrassed in his entire life. If it were someone else, he would have 100 ways to make her leave. But this person was his daughter-in-law's younger sister, so he was restricted and couldn't do anything to her. A moment, I was extremely upset. Ding Suya still doesn't know what good thing her little girl has done. Seeing that she was not returning home for a long time, and that she had indeed not come to Lan County to see her eldest daughter, he followed Su Mingqi's suggestion and made this trip. Su Mingqi still wanted to save face for Su Menjing, so he didn't say anything on the phone. She asked her mother to come over just to ask her to persuade Su Menjing to return to East Province as soon as possible. Because she didn't know about Su Menjing, Ding Suya was in a relatively good mood. The three of them returned home. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a cheerful voice. "Grandma is here." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures, one tall and one short, ran out of the kitchen. Ding Suya was also very happy when she saw her two grandchildren. "Oh, my dear grandson, like Grandma, see if you have grown taller?" It turns out that Su Mingqi gave birth to two sons. The elder one is named Nanjing Yuan, who is 9 years old this year, and the younger one is named Nanjing Hui, who is 7 years old this year. Although they are young, they were thrown into the army for training by Nanjing very early, and they rarely play in the staff quarters on weekdays. The family of four had not returned to Eastern Province for 3 years. How could Ding Suya not be excited when she saw her two grandchildren? After the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren met and reminisced about the past, Ding Suya then asked about her little girl. "Where's Menjing? Why can't I see her?" Hearing this, Su Mingqi fell silent. Her son was shouting so loudly just now, but Su Menjing didn't hear it at all. Although he felt a little disappointed in his heart, Su Mingqi did not show it on his face. "She should be in the room. I'll go call her." "Mom, please go sit in the kitchen first." As he said this, he asked his eldest son to heat up the soup in the pot. Then he turned around and called Su Menjing. In the room, Su Menjing was talking to Chi-Chi with an excited look on her face. How could she hear what people outside were saying? "You mean my plan has worked?" Ever since she got into trouble, she has rarely been around the staff quarters. She ran out of the staff quarters every day, and no one knew what she was doing except Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's voice also sounded very excited. "That's right. I detected that her luck is declining. Tell Chen Fengliang to try harder and add fuel to the fire." After living in the family compound for so long, this was the first time everything went so smoothly. Even she couldn't believe it. Is there any need to ask? Su Menjing wished Fong Qiuyan would be ruined as soon as possible. Only when Fong Qiuyan was disgraced could the topic of the family compound be diverted away from herself. She will do a few more good things to restore her reputation. By then, she would have a better chance of winning when she attacks Qin Yan. The two were whispering about their next action plan when suddenly, Su Mingqi's voice came from outside the door. "Menjing, come out for a moment, Mom is here." Although Su Mingqi asked her to wait in the kitchen, Ding Suya hadn't seen Su Menjing for so long, so how could she agree to do that? Following Su Mingqi, he came to the door of Su Menjing's room. "Menjing, come out for a moment, Mom is here." Su Mingqi knocked on the door and said. But just as she finished her words, she heard Su Menjing's sharp voice coming from inside. "What did you say?" There really wasn't a hint of surprise or joy in that tone. Su Mingqi had gotten used to what she had been doing recently and didn't find it strange. Instead, Ding Suya on the side couldn't help but frown. What does this kid mean? Not welcome to come? Before she could think about it, she heard the sound of footsteps from inside. The footsteps came closer and closer, and soon arrived at the door. Then, the door was opened with a swish. Su Menjing almost burst into tears when she saw that it was really Ding Xia who came. Mom, why are you here? Su Menjing's voice was filled with shock and frustration. How could she come here? What if she ran into Fong Qiuyan? Su Menjing dare not underestimate the bond of blood. Seeing that she really didn't welcome her, and it wasn't just an illusion, Ding Xia couldn't help feeling depressed. You haven't been home for so long, and you hung up on the phone after only a few words. I just wanted to come and see you, didn't I? But when Su Menjing heard this, she was not moved at all and felt very annoyed. I'm not a child anymore. Why are you so nervous? I'll go back when I've had enough fun. No. She had to think of a way to get Ding Xia to leave the army as soon as possible. If she knew that Fong Qiuyan also had a butterfly birthmark on her shoulder. She had come all the way here with great enthusiasm to see her little girl, but not only did she not appreciate it, she was also so impatient. For a moment, Ding Xia didn't know what to feel. When Su Mingqi saw her mother's lonely expression, she felt even more distressed. Menjing, how did you talk to me? I've been sitting in the car for so long to see you that I'm carsick. You could just say a few words of concern, but why are you talking like this?
You.
She wanted to say that she was such a disappointment. But in the end, she didn't say this. Ever since Su Menjing found out that she was not her biological sister, she had a very subtle feeling in her heart. I felt that all the kindness she had shown me in the past was just fake. Isn't his true face exposed now? Don't think that she doesn't know that she was the one who called Ding Xia here. She just doesn't like her and wants to drive her away. However, Su Menjing still had some rationality and did not say these words out loud. Instead, he forced a smile and said, Mom, that's not what I meant. I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to handle it. I was a little hasty just now.
Please don't be angry with me.
As she spoke, she walked forward and took Ding Xia's hand, acting in a coquettish manner. Ding Xia could tell that her words were not sincere. She was her daughter after all. What could she do to her? Thinking of this, she clapped her hands, sighed and said, You are not young anymore. Why haven't you made up your mind yet? The two girls have had completely different personalities since they were young. Su Mingqi is quiet and highly self-disciplined, so she doesn't have to worry about him at all. Su Menjing has been a crybaby since she was a child and has a domineering personality. Although she has become sweeter and can coax people later on, there has not been much change in her essence. How could she not know what kind of person the child she had watched grow up was? But after all, it was her own child, so she couldn't help but be more tolerant. Su Menjing curled her lips, feeling very dissatisfied. It turns out that this is what happens when the child is not your biological child. In her eyes, Su Mingqi was perfect in every way, but when it came to her, she was just disobedient and ignorant. But she still endured these words. Mom, didn't you say that no matter how old I am still a child in your heart? Why did you change your mind so quickly? I won't agree. Seeing her acting like a little girl, Ding Xia couldn't help but soften her heart. Forget it. Why should she bother with her? Didn't we already know that she has been like this since she was a child? A brief period of tension, the atmosphere quickly turned into a joyful one. Who was smiling, couldn't help but plan to take another drastic measure in her heart. We must make sure that even if Ding Xia recognizes Fong Qiuyan, she will regard her as a shame and dare not acknowledge her. Ding Xia's coming to the army only caused a brief ripple in the family compound, but things soon returned to calm. Because everyone's attention has been attracted by a bigger news. Have you heard? Our family compound is going to set up a chicken farm. Early in the morning, people who heard the news ran around telling others. Really? Where did you hear that? Lao Shitsue said with a look of surprise. I heard from Hualon that the chicks Wan Shu gave to the troops were so good that the higher-ups decided to expand the scale and pet up the breeding of these broiler and laying hens. There was no way, they were really short of meat. The only time in the whole year when we can enjoy a good meal of meat is during the Chinese New Year. It is difficult to have any meat on ordinary days. If this kind of chicken, which has such excellent egg-laying and growth performance, can be promoted nationwide, you can imagine how many people's nutritional problems it can solve. The superiors attached great importance to this and directly approved a document requiring the scale of breeding to be expanded as soon as possible. I also heard that the chicken farm is going to recruit 10 people this time. Upon hearing this, everyone became upset. During this period, seeing the military wives who passed the assessment go to work every day, those who failed the exam were extremely envious. Who doesn't want a job? No matter whether it is a pharmaceutical factory or a chicken farm, as long as there is a salary, it's enough. What's more, chicken farms are not necessarily worse than pharmaceutical factories. If you work here, you might even get some eggs every now and then on weekdays. After all, people who work in meat factories eat more meat than ordinary people. The news spread. Everyone rushed to Lin Wan Shu and Ji Hualan's house. At that time, Lin Wan Shu had just finished discussing the opening of a chicken farm with Kong Bufan, so she was not surprised to hear so many military wives coming to visit her. So I invited them all in. Wan Shu, is it true that our family compound is going to open a chicken farm? Lao Shitsue asked impatiently. Lin Wan Shu nodded. It's true. Comrade Kong from the logistics department has just come here. Hearing that it was true, the military wives were all extremely excited. Wan Shu, how are we going to recruit people this time? This is the issue that everyone is most concerned about. They failed the assessment last time, and after returning home they all beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing they could beat themselves to death for being lazy. I heard that the pharmaceutical factory will continue to expand, and they are afraid that they will not be selected next time. After returning, many people study very hard in private. Of course, some people really have no talent and cannot learn it, so they can only rely on the chicken farm. We're going to use a lottery this time. Anyone who wants to enter the chicken farm should go to Hualan to register. We'll organize a lottery in a few days. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Although only 10 people were recruited, 1/3 of the military wives in the family compound had already gone to the pharmaceutical factory. Among the remaining 2/3, some are determined to go to pharmaceutical factories. It is estimated that less than half of the military wives will participate in the lottery. The chances of winning are very high. In other words, they all have a high probability of getting a job. At the thought that they could become workers one day. And all this is thanks to Lin Wan Shu. If she hadn't brought so many good things, how would they have had the opportunity to become workers? The military wives started sending gifts to Lin Wan Shu's home, as if they were free. The most common items given away are children's clothes, shoes, hats, and diapers. Until Lin Wan Shu's due date. The baby in her belly is actually full term, which means that the little one may give birth at any time within this month. Although she had already given birth to Meow Meow, Lin Wan Shu was still a little nervous. As she was. Although she was 1 month younger than her gestational age, she was carrying twins, so there was a high possibility that she would go into labor early. The two of them often get together to chat. Because she was about to give birth and the factory was already back on track, Lin Wan Shu rarely went to the factory these days. Fong is now able to manage the operation of the entire factory single-handedly. With Ji Hualan visiting from time to time, she doesn't need to worry too much. Only step in to deal with things they couldn't decide. In the late stages of pregnancy, having a big belly not only makes it inconvenient to do anything, but even sleeping is extremely uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to turn this way or that way, and sometimes my legs cramp. Qin Yan was already nervous, and seeing her in so much pain, he felt even more distressed. Every time Lin Wan Shu's legs cramped, he would always wake up immediately and give her a massage. The closer it got to the due date, the more Lin Wan Shu could feel him tense up. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the other side of the bed was empty. Lin Wan Shu thought he was going to the bathroom and didn't think much about it. The little guy in my belly has been very fussing recently. Sometimes I would be sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, but would suddenly be woken up by him kicking me. Being woken up by the baby's kick again that night, Lin Wan Shu patted her belly to comfort the little guy. Then I went to see Meow Meow. But I saw that she had rolled from one side of her crib to the other, with her 2 little hands spread out and 1 foot hanging on the fence. Her sleeping posture was very heroic. Lin Wan Shu gently took her little feet down, then found a towel blanket and covered her belly. After doing all this, Just as I was about to get out of bed to go to the bathroom, Qin Yan came back. Is your leg cramping again? As soon as he entered the room, he walked quickly towards her and asked in a nervous voice. Lin Wan Shu was about to say it was okay. She smelled a faint scent of tobacco on him. You smoked? She asked in surprise. He doesn't usually smoke this stuff. Hearing this, Qin Yan's body stiffened visibly, and then he said, softly. After saying that, he half squatted down, picked up her legs skillfully, and massaged her gently and carefully. If he was not pressing on the leg, but on some precious treasure. Lin Wan Shu felt very complicated. Although he didn't say it, how could she not feel his panic? Just like every time she thought about what would have happened if she hadn't come to the army to find him in time last year, she felt an indescribable fear in her heart. After the man finished massaging, Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but put her arms around his waist and gently leaned her face against him. The closer we got, the stronger the smell of tobacco became. It doesn't seem like it was the first time I smoked it. After sighing in her heart, she comforted him in a relaxed tone. Ayn, it's just giving birth to a baby. It's not like you haven't given birth before. Don't worry. But it would have been better if she didn't say this. The more she said this, the more Qin Yan couldn't stand it. The first time he saw Xiao Meow Meow, he was filled with joy and had no idea how hard it was for her to be pregnant. Until he accompanied the whole pregnancy that he realized how difficult it is to have a baby. And this is not the time for production yet. The closer he got to delivery, the more afraid he became. Childbirth is risky, especially in this era of backward medical care. In the past, there were women in the team who died from childbirth complications. Whenever he thought of this, Qin Yan couldn't fall asleep. But he didn't say this out loud, for fear that she would worry. He just responded to her comfort with a Then he asked, do you want to go to the bathroom? I'll take you there. Because she always got up at night, not only were the lights on in the house, but also in the yard. However, the lights in the yard are wind-powered lights made by Huanju, so no electricity is wasted. Sun Shifeng doesn't feel bad, even if they are kept on all night.
Yes.
Lin Wan Shu didn't bother to be polite with him and asked him to help her out. Outside the yard, the sounds of frogs and crickets could be heard. The stars above our heads fill the entire sky, the Milky Way hangs high in the sky, and occasionally you can see a meteor with a long tail streaking across the horizon. Feeling the night breeze and looking at the starry sky, Lin Wan Shu's heart felt more peaceful than ever before. Being pregnant is indeed not an easy thing, but because he is considerate, she feels that all the pain is worth it. At the same time, Su Menjing, who slept in the same room with Ding Suya, was feeling very upset. It was already 1 o'clock, but she still didn't feel sleepy at all. It turned out that Ding Suya had already told her that she would go back in 2 or 3 days and asked her to go back with her. But how could Su Menjing be willing to go back with her? Don't think she doesn't know that she will definitely be arranged to go on blind dates and get married when she returns. After all, she is already 25 years old. It was impossible for Ding Suya and her husband to let her stay single forever. But Su Menjing is now determined to marry Qin Yan. Apart from him, she feels that no one is worthy of her. It's all the fault of that idiot surnamed Chern. After so long, he still hasn't been able to take down Fong Chiuyan. It seems we have to think of another way. The next day, Yang Zheng came to see Fong Chiuyan as soon as she got to work. Chiuyan, that Chen guy hasn't come to see you these past 2 days, right? It turned out that she had mentioned to Fong Chiuyan 2 days ago, asking her to stay away from Chen Fengliang for fear of gossip. Fong Chiuyan also understood why the military wives had been looking at her strangely these days. I ran into him outside the factory yesterday. He wanted to talk to me, but I ignored him. She was also very annoyed with the inexplicable Chen Fengliang. Fortunately, the job of collecting medicinal herbs is no longer her responsibility. Yesterday, as soon as he saw her, he came over. If he hadn't stopped 2 steps away from her, Fong Chiuyan would have wanted to call him a hooligan. She didn't know what he wanted to do. You could say he was harassing her, but he spoke in a serious manner, and all the questions he asked were about medicinal herbs. Even when talking to her, I would keep a safe distance. But if he didn't harass her, he would bring her some food every day. She had clearly stated that she didn't want it, but he still gave it to her, saying it was to thank her. Hearing this, Yangjing finally felt relieved and reminded, "If you see him, stay away from him. I don't think he has good intentions." Has been at the forefront of gossip for many years, she has a very sharp intuition in certain aspects. Fong Qiuyan nodded gratefully. "Okay, I understand." In a forest, Su Menjing crossed her arms over her chest and glared at Chen Fengliang with disgust. "Didn't you say that she would be ruined in less than a week? What's going on now? Can you explain it to me?" Chen Fengliang is about 1.8 meters tall and looks like a grandson when standing in front of Su Menjing. He lowered his head and let her scold him with contempt.
Msari, kamredsu.
"I didn't expect her to be so vigilant," Chen Fengliang said with a guilty look on his face. But Su Menjing didn't want to listen to his useless nonsense. "I don't care what method you use. After today, I must hear everyone spit on her and despise her." Hearing this, Chen Fengliang did not dare to refute and nodded repeatedly. I will find a way. Don't be angry." Hearing this, Su Menjing finally felt somewhat satisfied. "Just hooked your finger at him." Chen Fengliang's eyes lit up and his ears turned red instantly. He walked towards her hand and foot, looking straight at her with his dark eyes. Su Menjing enjoyed her fascination with him. Wearing a cheongsam, she showed off her curves intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Fengliang's face turned even redder, but he didn't dare to look around. His eyes were wandering. Su Menjing chuckled and walked towards him, twisting her waist. She raised her finger to him and hooked it. "Bow your head." Each action and each instruction, Chen Fengliang bent down and lowered his head obediently. Su Menjing stretched out her hand, gently hooked it around his neck, and then gave him a light kiss on the lips. Chen Fengliang's eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body seemed to be under a spell, unable to move. My heart was beating wildly. "As long as you can help me finish this matter afterwards." What happened afterwards? But Chen Fengliang couldn't wait and nodded his head. "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory result today." To see that she could control him so easily. She has begun to look forward to the day when Qin Yan will also be fascinated by her. After getting the answer she wanted, Su Menjing didn't stay any longer and left with a twist of her waist. Chen Fengliang looked at her buttocks wrapped in the cheongsam, twisting and turning, his eyes wide open, and he didn't even notice when 2 lines of deep red blood flowed from her nose. As soon as she got off work in the afternoon, Fong Qiuyan left the factory. Normally, she wouldn't come out so early, but Lu Jingsong always came to block her at the factory gate these days. Fong Qiuyan didn't want to be watched, so she left the factory early. As soon as she walked out of the gate, Fong Qiuyan subconsciously looked to the right side of the factory gate. But unexpectedly, Lu Jingsong was not here today. Originally thought she should be relieved, but she felt a hint of loss in her heart. In the end, she didn't dare to think too much and walked towards the staff quarters. These days, Lu Jingsong didn't mention asking her to move back home, but instead asked her to go back for dinner. But when Fong Qiuyan thought of what happened that afternoon, she became panicked and scared. How could she be willing to go back to his family compound with him to have dinner? She originally wanted to tell him what happened that night, but because of this, she hesitated. "I haven't even told him yet, but he's already so shameless." Fong Qiuyan suspected that if she told him, he would move her things back to the family compound that very day. But she still wasn't ready. Or rather, she still cares about it. Mind that he once had only 7 days of vacation just to go back and see Fong Dongxue. You have to know that it takes 3 days to get to Eastern Province by train from here. Excluding the journey, you only have 1 day left to stay at home. How much do you love each other that you can't wait to see each other? Sighed heavily in her heart. Suppressing the messy thoughts in her mind, she walked quickly towards the family compound. But I had not walked far when suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind me. "Sister Fong, wait a minute." Heard that it was Chen Fengliang again. She was speechless. Not only did she not stop, she even quickened her pace. But her legs were not as long as the others, and soon Chen Fengliang caught up with her. Fong Qiuyan stopped and looked at him coldly. "Chen Fengliang, what do you want to talk to me about?" she asked directly, without beating around the bush. What surprised Fong Qiuyan was that Chen Fengliang, who was always sunny and cheerful, looked disheveled and a little anxious today. Sister, didn't it rain a few days ago? There's something wrong with the medicinal materials in our team. The team leader asked me to come over and ask you to take a look. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan was stunned. It turns out that he wasn't coming for her, but to ask her for medicinal herbs? As if afraid that she wouldn't believe it, Chen Fengliang took out a handful of medicinal herbs from his pocket and handed them to her. Look, what's growing on these herbs?
Can they be saved?
Fong Qiuyan entered the factory. She studied with Lin Wan Shu for a long time. She is fully aware of any problems that may arise during the pharmaceutical factory's processing. This condition occurred because the medicinal material obviously absorbed too much water and was not dried in time. The raw materials are related to the quality of the finished product, so Fong Qiuyan did not dare to take it lightly. She said to him with a serious face, "Take me to have a look." Seeing that she agreed, Chen Fengliang's eyes flashed slightly. Hiding the joy in his eyes, he said with gratitude, "Thank you so much, Sister Fong."
Come with me.
As he said this, he made a gesture to her to invite him in. Fong Qiuyan nodded, and without delay, she walked ahead. But after a while, Chen Fengliang also followed. In his hand, his face showed an indescribable urgency. "Sister, do you think this herb can still be used?" Fong Qiuyan felt that he was getting a little too close, so she subconsciously moved to the side and said, "We need to take a look to know." Seeing that she didn't answer, Chen Fengliang was not discouraged. He took the medicine and continued to ask. He really looked extremely anxious, and he put the medicine directly in front of Fong Qiuyan. Fong Qiuyan felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart and turned to the side again. Just as she was pulling away, Chen Fengliang came closer again. Holding the medicine in his hand, he kept asking questions. But his distance was not so close that people would think he was being a hooligan, not to mention that he was asking why the medicinal materials had become like this. Fong Qiuyan felt uncomfortable. She still answered the questions seriously. However, because she was keeping her distance, the two of them soon reached the bushes on the side of the road, without knowing when. Fong Qiuyan looked very unhappy and was about to yell at him not to get so close to her when suddenly, Chen Fengliang seemed to step on something accidentally, staggered, and fell towards himself. Fong Qiuyan saw, out of the corner of her eye, a group of military wives walking out from the corner. Suddenly, a bad premonition came to her mind, and she subconsciously wanted to dodge to the side. She had just moved her feet when suddenly, her arm felt tight, and the next second, she was pulled aside by a strong force. Fong Qiuyan had just been pulled away, and the next second, she heard a bang and the sound of something hitting the ground heavily. Looking closely, Chen Fengliang actually fell flat on his face. "TSK. Comrade, why don't you look at the road when you walk?" Suddenly, Lu Jingsong's ambiguous voice came from the side, and Fong Qiuyan realized who had helped her just now. Chen Fengliang fell so hard that he saw stars and his mouth and face felt hot, as if they had been scratched by the mud and sand on the ground. At this moment, he was still lying on the ground in a dog-chewing mud posture, dazed and unable to recover. Hearing this, he looked up subconsciously and met a pair of icy cold eyes. "Just now, he was the one who tripped me?" Lu Jingsong had a cold smile on his lips, but he stretched out his hand towards him with concern on his face. "Comrade, the ground is dirty. Let me help you." Having said that, without waiting for him to refuse, Lu Jingsong grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. Chen Fengliang felt a sharp pain in his wrist and almost screamed out. But at the last moment, he still managed to hold it back. "Thank you, soldier comrade. I was not paying attention when I was walking just now." Even though his wrist was in great pain, Chen Fengliang still had to force a smile and thank the other party. Lu Jingsong snorted coldly. Not looking at the road when walking is a bad habit and needs to be changed. How could Chen Fengliang dare to refute? He nodded repeatedly, hoping that he would let go of his hand quickly. At this moment, many military wives came up and asked what had happened just now. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw Fong Qiuyan standing very close to a man. I was just about to eat some melon, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Fong Qiuyan couldn't recover for a long time after what happened just now. Hearing what the military wives said at this moment, she seemed to finally realize something. Looking at Chen Fengliang, who was restrained by Lu Jingsong, and thinking of the rumors in the factory a few days ago, her face suddenly turned bad. Just now this comrade came to me and said that there was a problem with the medicinal materials in their brigade and asked me to go over and take a look. I didn't expect that he would fall down while walking on flat ground and almost hit me. Hearing this, the military wives all looked at them strangely. Young man, how do you walk? How can you fall like this on a road like this? Xin Quan asked in disbelief. Chen Fengliang's face turned red and white, which was very ugly. Originally, he just wanted to create an opportunity to fall into the bushes nearby with Fong Qiuyan, so that the military wives behind them would mistakenly think that Fong Qiuyan was doing something with a man. But who would have thought that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway? Not only did this man pull Fong Qiuyan away, he also tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. But these people were obviously in the same group, and there was no way they could testify for him. He was bound to suffer this loss in silence. Chen Fengliang no longer cared about whether he could destroy Fong Qiuyan's reputation. He just hoped that Lu Jingsong would let go quickly, so that he could go back. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Fong Qiuyan picking up the herbs that had just fallen on the ground and looking at him coldly. Comrade Chen Fengliang, is it true what you just said about your team's medicinal materials having problems? Upon hearing this, Chen Fengliang's face suddenly froze. Not daring to meet Qiuyan's gaze, he stammered, yes. Some of the herbs have problems. Really? Fong Qiuyan smiled sarcastically. Why did I remember you just saying that there was something wrong with the medicinal materials in the warehouse? As soon as these words fell, cold sweat broke out on Chen Fengliang's forehead. Seeing him like this, how could Fong Qiuyan not know clearly? This man was deliberately approaching her under the guise of having problems with the medicinal materials. Thinking of this, her voice became even colder. You deliberately approached me and lied to me that there was something wrong with the herbs. What was your purpose? After hearing this, the military wives who were originally just watching the incident suddenly became alert. Could it be that he is an enemy spy who deliberately wants to sabotage our factory? After all, Fong Qiuyan is now in charge of all the affairs inside and outside the factory. If the enemy spies wanted to do something bad, Fong Qiuyan would indeed be a breakthrough point. When you put it that way, I'm a little skeptical. In addition to frequently sending food to Fong Qiuyan, this guy also chats well with many military wives. If he wasn't an enemy spy, why would he go to such great lengths and chat with so many military wives? Who knows what information he is trying to find out? The more they talked, the more it seemed to be true. The military wives' eyes suddenly widened in anger, and they looked as if they were going to send him to the security bureau for interrogation. When Chen Fengliang heard this, he was immediately frightened. If he was really regarded as an enemy spy, he might be shot. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said to Fong Qiuyan, "Don't you know why I approach you?" Fong Qiuyan found him inexplicable. "You and I only see each other every day when we collect medicine. We never meet at other times. You went to so much trouble to trick me into going to the downhill team, and you said you had no hidden purpose?" But after the initial panic, Chen Fengliang has calmed down. Looking straight at Fong Qiuyan, he said with some resentment, "What purpose can I have? You smile at me so beautifully every day. How can I not have some thoughts in my mind?" Hearing this, Lu Jingsong's face suddenly turned black. Was holding Chen Fengliang's wrist unconsciously used a little more force? Chen Fengliang's face twisted in pain, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to say a word. Lu Jingsong smiled coldly. "I heard that enemy agents are the most cunning. Today I saw that it was indeed true. My wife has to collect medicinal herbs every day. It is polite to smile at the villagers. Why does it taste so different in your mouth? It is hard for me not to suspect that you are deliberately throwing dirty water with ulterior motives." Seeing that he insisted on accusing him of being an enemy spy, Chen Fengliang suddenly panicked. But when he thought of Su Menjing, he clenched his teeth again. Can't betray her. He insisted that he was bewitched by Fong Qiuyan, and at best he was destroying a military marriage.
I'm not an enemy spy.
I really like Sister Fong. She's so pretty and smiles at me every day. She's in my dreams every night. As he spoke, he looked at Fong Qiuyan infatuatedly. It seems like he is really fascinated by her. Lu Jingsong's face turned so dark that it was unbearable to look at his wife being pursued by another man in front of him. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, but your behavior is indeed very suspicious. As a soldier, I have the obligation to maintain national security. Please come with me to the Security Bureau and cooperate with the comrades in the Security Bureau to conduct an investigation. Having said that, he didn't even give him a chance to look at Fong Qiuyan anymore and took her away directly. People of this age are very vigilant. Although Chen Fengliang just acted like he was completely fascinated by Fong Qiuyan. But this cannot explain why he used the matter of the brigade's medicinal materials to deceive Fong Qiuyan. If he had no ulterior motive, why would he do this? We cannot wrongly accuse a good person, but we cannot let a bad person go either. Wouldn't it be clear if we hand him over to the comrades in the Security Bureau for investigation as to whether he is an enemy spy? Because of Chen Fengliang's suspicious behavior, the original discussion about Fong Qiuyan and Chen Fengliang quickly turned into whether he was an enemy spy. Su Menjing was still in the family compound, anxiously waiting for Fong Qiuyan to be ruined. She never thought that after spending an entire afternoon in the family compound, not only did she not receive any rumors about Fong Qiuyan, but she also received news that Chen Fengliang had been taken to the Security Bureau. When Su Menjing heard that Chen Fengliang was arrested, she felt like the sky was falling. I really can't trust that idiot. If he is caught, will he give himself away? When she thought of this, she felt like an ant on hot pot, unable to rest. Because of this incident, Su Menjing was in a state of confusion. When she returned home, she was still dazed, like a wandering soul. Ding Xia happened to have cooked a pot of soup and brought it out. When she saw her, she smiled and greeted her. Menjing, come quickly. Mom made you your favorite pig's trotter soup. But Su Menjing couldn't hear anything at all, let alone respond. She walked straight across the yard without even looking at Ding Xia and went straight back to her room. Had been cooking the soup for 2 hours and was waiting for her daughter to come back and drink it. How could she have expected that she would not even look at her? Suddenly, I felt a sense of loss. This child is really getting more and more out of tune. Unable to help herself, she complained to Su Mingqi. Why can children with the same parents have such different personalities? Su Mingqi was afraid that her mother would be sad, so she could only comfort her and comfort her. Maybe she's worried about something. I saw that she looked a little off just now. After saying that, Su Mingqi couldn't help but frown again. She'd be doing something weird again? But then she thought again, Su Menjing would be leaving here in 2 or 3 days, so she should just endure it for this short period of time. Hearing this, Ding Xia couldn't help but become worried. I'll go see what's going on. As she said this, she took off her apron and walked back to her room. In the room, Su Menjing and Chi-Chi were scolding each other again. Who are you looking for? Why is he not reliable at all? He has been arrested now. What if he betrays me? Su Menjing was almost angry to death. How could he be so useless? He was just asked to destroy Fong Qiuyan's reputation, so how could he be arrested as an enemy spy? You also said if you hadn't made mistakes one after another, how could it have turned out like this? Chi-Chi has never seen such a stupid host. She was asked to hook up with Qin Yan, but not only did she hook up with the wrong person, she also got caught red-handed while framing him. She no longer has any hope for Su Menjing. I just want to absorb more luck and replenish my energy so that I can find my next host. Su Menjing didn't know what she was doing and kept cursing. You better think of a solution for me. If Chen Fengliang betrays me, I'll be finished. If it really comes to that, not to mention whether Qin Yan would still be attracted to her, her reputation in the entire Yun province military region would probably be ruined. Chi-Chi didn't want to help Su Menjing anymore, but she hadn't found her next host yet. Even though she was reluctant, she still agreed.
Got it.
I'll think of a way. Hearing this, Su Menjing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know how she would do it, she knew she could do it.
As long as she agrees, it's fine.
Just then, Ding Xia opened the door and came in. Seeing her daughter sitting on the bed with a gloomy face, she asked with concern, Menjing, have you run into any trouble? Why don't you talk to your mother? Maybe I can give you some advice. Su Menjing was already feeling upset, so how could she have the mood to deal with her? Could she tell her that she wanted to steal other people's men, but failed repeatedly? If that were the case, given her and Su Weilin's pedantic personalities, they might break off relations with her. Thinking of this, Su Menjing suppressed her annoyance and said with a pitiful expression on her face, Mom, I really don't want to go back so soon. Just let me play here for a while longer. Ding Xia still doesn't know what good things she has done. After all, this was her own child whom she had raised since childhood. How could she really have the heart to be so cruel when she heard her pleading? She sighed and said, then stay a few more days. Although she only agreed to a few days, Su Menjing's mood improved visibly. There was already a lot she could do in a few days. When her luck improves, won't it be easy for her to stay for a while longer? As for Chen Fengliang, she had already forgotten about him. With Chi-Chi around, she wasn't afraid that he would betray her. After getting the consent, Su Menjing affectionately took Ding Xia's arm and acted coquettishly. I know that my mother loves me the most. After hearing this, Ding Xia was very pleased. It's good for you to know that your father and I have taken special care of you since you were a child. We don't ask you to be very capable in the future, as long as you find someone to live a stable life with. Hearing this, Su Menjing curled her lips in disapproval. Just wait and see. When she is with Qin Yan and becomes Mrs. Shangguan, they will all look up to her. Ding Xia had no idea what her daughter was thinking, and she was still trying to reason with her. Finally, Su Menjing was too impatient to listen, so she interrupted her and said, Mom, didn't you say you cooked soup? Where is it? Let's go eat it quickly.
I'm starving.
She was not in the mood just now, but now that she had dealt with Chen Fengliang's matter, she felt hungry again. Suya couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Forget it. After we get back, let her meet the child from Lao Guo's family. Maybe she will become more stable after getting married. The next day was the day for the military wives to draw lots. In the family compound are still unemployed. After registering with Ji Hualan a few days ago, they went to the square in groups of 3 or 4 early in the morning. Ding Xia has been here for several days, but has not had a good look around the family compound yet. Thinking that she would be going back in a few days, she planned to walk around here and get a glimpse of her life here. When Su Mingqi heard that her mother was going out for a walk, she immediately became nervous. She didn't tell her about Su Menjing. Now there are still many people in the family compound talking about Su Menjing every day, and she is too embarrassed to go out and interact with them. Mom, why don't I go with you to collect some local specialties? You'll be going back soon, so it's a good opportunity to bring some mushrooms back to Dad. Su Weilin has a special liking for the mushrooms here, and Su Mingqi sends them back to him every month. But because of the high shipping costs, she couldn't send too much. Now that Ding Xia and Su Menjing are going back together, she might as well collect more. That's not urgent. My sister said she wants to play with it for a few more days. It won't be too late for us to collect it tomorrow. Looking at the groups of military wives walking towards the square, Ding Xia was extremely curious and asked Su Mingqi, where are they going? When Su Mingqi heard that Su Menjing had encouraged Ding Xia to agree to go back in a few days, he almost fainted. In a few days, will she be able to keep secret what she did? Thinking of this, her face was full of embarrassment, as if she wanted to tell Ding Xia but didn't know how to start. Hesitating, Ding Xia had already followed the crowd. Seeing that she really joined in the fun, Su Mingqi became anxious and hurriedly chased after her. Hey, Mom, wait a minute. But before she could catch up, she was stopped by someone. Mingqi, there's a phone number for you in the communications room. After hearing the phone call, how could Su Mingqi have time to pursue Ding Xia? After all, phone bills are very expensive these days. If it's not urgent, how can most people be willing to make a phone call? In the end, Su Mingqi had no choice but to follow the person who came. I just hope the military wives are so busy drawing lots that they don't notice their mothers. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have been afraid that she would feel bad and kept it a secret for so long. Now that it can't be concealed anymore, she doesn't even dare to think about how her mother would feel if she knew. Ding Xia followed the military wife and soon arrived at the square. There were already quite a few people standing in the square. Everyone looked a little excited, and each of them looked at the rostrum eagerly. There is a big box on the podium, which should be the box for drawing lots later. There were about 40 or 50 people who signed up. This means there is about a 1 in 5 chance of winning the prize. How could they not be excited? Ding Xia was also watching curiously in the crowd. Suddenly, a somewhat weird voice came from the side. "Hey, isn't this Su Menjing's mother? Why are you here?" Ding Xia is a professor, respected wherever she goes. Where has she heard such sarcastic words? She was suddenly a little surprised. However, her good upbringing prevents her from quarreling with others. Therefore, although she didn't know why the visitor was so hostile to her, Ding Xia still said politely, "I am Su Menjing's mother. My name is Ding Xia, Heko comrade." Ding Xia's temperament is truly outstanding, and her speech and behavior are so polite that there is nothing wrong with her. About to say something sarcastic, suddenly choked. Finally, she rolled her eyes, turned away, and muttered something. "What's good about this? My husband was almost charming and almost framed.
How can I be good about this?"
Guan Hongmei had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge on Su Menjing, but she just couldn't find the right opportunity, and she almost got internal injuries from holding her breath. After finally meeting Su Menjing's mother, she was about to go up and humiliate her. Who would have thought that he would be so polite? It made me look so vulgar. Finally, she had to give up the idea of mocking her. Guan Hongmei's voice was not loud, and Ding Xia could not hear clearly what she was saying. The only words I could hear clearly were, "Su Menjing." Could it be that Menjing had a grudge against this person here? Thinking of this, she felt powerless. How did she come to see her sister and offend the people around her sister? Wouldn't this cause trouble for her sister? Soon, Ding Xia discovered in despair that her little girl seemed to have offended more than 1 or 2 people. She just stood outside the crowd, and many people looked at her strangely. While watching, he was saying something. Some were more direct and simply approached her, saying tactfully, "Annie, if I were you, I would take comrade Su Menjing home as soon as possible. After all, this is a family compound, and it's not good for an unmarried girl like her to live here all the time." Hearing this, Ding Xia's face suddenly turned red, and she felt embarrassed. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she was not stupid. How could she not understand the meaning of her words? Considering that Su Menjing insisted on staying here and refused to go home, it was hard for Ding Xia not to wonder if she had fallen in love with some married man. Thinking of this, how could Ding Xia stay any longer? Without bothering to watch the excitement, she quickly left the square, wanting to find Su Mingqi and ask her what Su Menjing had done. Ding Xia was in a hurry to find someone and didn't pay much attention to where she was walking. By the time she suddenly saw the figure coming out from the corner, it was too late. Bang! 2 people who didn't look at the road bumped into each other. Today is a day off. Fong Qiuyan holds a report in her hand and is preparing to report the factory situation to Lin Wan Shu. Who would have thought that I would bump into someone without paying attention? Seeing the figure lying on the ground, she was startled and fell on her, but without caring about it. She quickly got up and walked forward to help the person. "Are you okay? Did you fall anywhere?" Ding Xia didn't expect that the person who bumped into her was the girl that day. Seeing her up close at this moment, her heart throbbed even more violently. In fact, if you look closely, she doesn't look that much like her mother. Her mother had thick eyebrows and looked more heroic, while the female comrade in front of her gave people a gentle and peaceful feeling. But for some reason, Ding Xia just couldn't take her eyes off. Fong Qiuyan thought she really fell somewhere and suddenly became anxious. "And did you fall somewhere?" "I'm going to Wan Shu's place. She's a doctor. Can I take you to see her?" After hearing this, Ding Suya came back to her senses. I'm fine, thank you. She said it was okay, but she subconsciously grabbed Fong Qiuyan's arm with both hands. Fong Qiuyan noticed that she looked a little strange and was about to ask her again if she was feeling unwell when suddenly a sharp voice came from the side. Fong Qiuyan, let my mother go. Fong Qiuyan turned her head and looked. If the person coming was not Su Menjing, who else could it be? Su Menjing had just gotten up and had breakfast and was about to go out, but she didn't expect to run into Ding Suya and Fong Qiuyan holding hands. The thing she feared most happened, and her head was buzzing. Without having time to think, she shouted angrily, rushed forward quickly, and forcefully separated the two people. How could Fong Qiuyan have expected that she would suddenly attack? I was not prepared and was pushed back a few steps, almost falling down. Ding Suya saw it. She became anxious and angry. Su Menjing, what are you crazy about? You scolded me? Su Mingqi looked at Ding Suya in disbelief. She actually scolded me for Fong Qiuyan? Did she discover something? Ding Suya had already stepped forward to support Fong Qiuyan. Comrade, I'm sorry, are you okay? My Menjing has been spoiled. I'll criticize her when I get back later. Heard that she was still criticizing herself for Fong Qiuyan. She exploded.
Mom.
What do you mean? It's fine that you scolded me for a stranger, but now you want to criticize me? Ding Suya was already furious because of the military wife's hints, and now seeing her pushing people without any reason, she was so angry that her face turned black. Su Menjing, what are you talking about? Where are your manners? Where are your manners? Is this what I taught you every day? Su Menjing was originally afraid that Ding Suya would discover the truth after meeting Fong Qiuyan. A few days ago, she had thought of ways to get Ding Suya to go back quickly, but she was not moved at all, and even said she would take her home. She was already exhausted from the successive failures, and when she saw Ding Suya defending Fong Qiuyan, her panic reached its peak. Unable to hold back, she stepped forward again to separate the two, stood in front of Ding Suya, and glared at Fong Qiuyan. Fong Qiuyan, it's you, isn't it? You heard that my mother is a professor, so you deliberately came to get close to her, and even instigated her to criticize and scold me. How can you be so vicious? Hearing this, Ding Suya was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Su Menjing, shut up. Apologize to this comrade immediately. How could she talk nonsense like this? I have only met this female comrade twice, and we haven't even spoken a few words to each other. How come she said that she was instigating me to scold her? Fong Qiuyan didn't expect that she would run into a mad dog when she went out, and she was speechless. No need to apologize, Auntie. I have something else to do. I'll leave you now. As she said that, she nodded politely to Ding Suya and left. He never argued with Su Menjing from beginning to end. That elegant and decent posture made Su Menjing look like an unreasonable shrew. Ding Suya looked at her back as she left gracefully, with a hint of loss in her eyes. When Su Menjing saw this, she felt even more panicked. Grabbing Ding Suya's arm, she asked, "Why are you looking at her like that?" Ding Suya looked at her aggressive look with disappointment in her eyes. Menjing, how could you become so unreasonable? Although she was domineering in the past, she was not like now, acting like a mad woman and making trouble for no reason. Hearing this, Su Menjing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur immediately stood up. You say that again. Have you disliked me for a long time? You dislike me for not being as sensible as Su Mingqi and not being as pretty as her. Don't think I don't know that you actually don't like me, and you like Su Mingqi more. Your kindness to me is all fake, right? Ding Suya, you are so hypocritical. Hearing this, Ding Suya's eyes suddenly went dark.
I'm pretending.
Su Menjing, do you have a conscience? When you were a kid, you had nightmares all night long. Who stayed with you until dawn? When other kids were picking up clothes from their older brothers and sisters, you made new ones every year. Even if there was not enough fabric, we would give it to you first. Your sister and your father don't eat spicy food, but we still had to consider your taste and put chili in every meal. Am I not good enough to you? Are you calling me hypocritical? There were many times when Mingqi's favorite things were snatched away by her, and she wanted to take them back, but she threw a tantrum and finally Mingqi was sensible and gave them to her. The whole family gave in to her in everything, but in return they got blamed by her. The more she spoke, the sadder she became. Ding Xia said with red eyes, "Su Menjing, you really disappoint me." Hearing this, Su Menjing stood there in disbelief. She disappointed in herself? How could she say that? Obviously, whenever I lost my temper in the past, she would always go along with me, but now she says she is disappointed in me. And you still say that it was not Fong Qiuyan's instigation and instigation? Haha, are you impatient with me so quickly? I knew you were just pretending. Your hypocrisy really makes me sick. As expected, they are not biological children. If Fong Qiuyan was standing here, she wouldn't believe that Ding Xia would say such a thing. After saying this, Su Menjing left angrily. Ding Xia was the only one left standing there, staring at her back, shaking with anger. Just at this time, Su Mingqi also came back after making a phone call. After searching for a while, I finally saw Ding Xia in the corner. But I saw her covering her heart with her hands, trembling all over, with a look of pain on her face. Su Mingqi was startled and quickly went forward to support her. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Ding Xia's face turned pale, and she was still gasping for air. When she saw Su Mingqi, she grabbed her arm. "It hurts. My chest hurts." After hearing this, Su Mingqi became extremely anxious. Without any delay, he bent down and half knelt in front of Ding Xia. "Mom, come up, I'll take you to see Wan Shu. Wan Shu is an excellent doctor and lives not far from here, so it would be most appropriate to find her." Ding Xia was indeed feeling very uncomfortable, but she didn't try to be brave and just lay on Su Mingqi's back. Su Mingqi carried his mother on his back and walked quickly towards Lin Wan Shu's home. As soon as she reached the door, and before she went in, she shouted inside, "Wan Shu, help me, help me." Lin Wan Shu was sitting in the pavilion listening to Fong Qiuyan's report on the pharmaceutical factory. Upon hearing this, she quickly stood up. Seeing Su Mingqi carrying her mother into the yard, she walked forward with her hands on her belly. "Hurry, carry her to the clinic first." Fong Qiuyan was frightened every time she saw her making such big movements. "Wan Shu, slow down." As she spoke, she reached out and held her arm, taking care of her like a fragile doll. Lin Wan Shu was worried about the patient, so she didn't say anything and let her help her into the clinic. Because Lin Wan Shu often treated patients, the family compound built a new house for her, which was used as a clinic. There are not only simple beds inside, but also a row of stools so that there is a place to sit when there are many people. At this time, Ding Xia had been placed on the bed in the clinic. Lin Wan Shu asked about the patient's condition. She took her pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and gave Ding Xia a massage. Then, he asked Fong Qiuyan to bring a towel and wet it with water. "Wan Shu, just tell me what to do." Fong Qiuyan quickly fetched some water and didn't let Lin Wan Shu do anything. She just wet the towel and said. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu did not force it and just gave instructions from the side. Unbutton her clothes and give her some heat. Thanks to the fact that she could now feel the meridians, Lin Wan Shu immediately determined that Ding Xia had chest wall muscle strain. This is not a big problem. Pay attention to rest more, avoid strenuous exercise, and then massage and apply hot compress. This was not the first time Fong Qiuyan had assisted Lin Wan Shu. Lin Wan Shu said this. She closed the curtain and unbuttoned Ding Xia's clothes. Had just unbuttoned her clothes when her eyes suddenly fixed, and she looked at Ding Xia's shoulder with some surprise on her face. Ding Xia felt a lot better in her chest after being pressed by Lin Wan Shu. He is now conscious again. Seeing Fong Qiuyan staring at her shoulder, she smiled and said, "This is a birthmark in the shape of a butterfly. It's amazing, isn't it, Fong Qiuyan? It's really amazing, because she has one too." Fong Qiuyan originally thought that her birthmark was very strange and rare. I didn't expect to see the same one on Ding Xia's shoulder, and I suddenly had an indescribable strange feeling in my heart. But she didn't think much about it. She smiled and praised her, then gave her a hot compress. Ding Xia didn't expect to see this female comrade again so soon. At this moment, watching her applying hot compress to herself seriously, I felt indescribable excitement in my heart. Unable to hold back, she started chatting with Fong Qiuyan about family matters. The hot compress lasted for quite a while, and Fong Qiuyan felt that the dry compress was a bit awkward, so she started chatting with her. A brief conversation. Ding Xia not only found out where Fong Qiuyan's hometown was, but also knew her date of birth and family situation. Hearing that she was not only from the same city as herself, but also born on the same day of the same month of the same year as Su Menjing, Ding Xia felt that fate was truly wonderful, but on the other hand, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Between people? They are both 25 years old, but he is so calm, while Su Menjing is still so willful. Sometimes she couldn't help but doubt whether she knew how to teach her children. Otherwise, how could I raise such a daughter? Knowing that she were from the same hometown, Ding Xia felt more familiar with her. I even spoke to her in my hometown dialect. I have to say that some local dialects are completely different from Mandarin. Lin Wan Shu didn't understand anything and had no idea what they were talking about. But she didn't care and just quietly prescribed medicine for Ding Xia. Su Mingqi stood outside listening to her mother and Fong Qiuyan chatting. The fingers of her hands were almost twisted into knots. Lin Wan Shu just said that her mother's heart pain was caused by anger. Su Mingqi didn't dare to imagine what had happened that could make her usually good-tempered mother so angry. The two people outside were quiet, while the two inside were becoming more and more interested in the conversation. Ding Xia has even begun to cordially invite Fong Qiuyan to visit her home with her children and husband when she is free. My home is in Qingshi. If you are late for the bus back home, you can stay at my place. From here back to Qing City did not arrive until 1 o'clock in the morning. Most people would choose to sit in the train station for a night, just to get by, and then walk home at dawn. Fong Qiuyan naturally appreciated her kindness. But she wouldn't really disturb anyone in the middle of the night. What's more, she had no intention of going back there. After all, neither the Fong family nor the Lu family had any place worth her staying. After applying the mask for about 20 minutes, Fong Qiuyan came out with the basin. Su Mingqi hurried inside, his face full of anxiety and guilt. "Mom, how are you?" Her eyes were a little red. Obviously, she was frightened just now. If she had known this, she should have explained the situation to her mother in advance. "My mother has lived a decent life all her life, but now she is very angry because of this matter. If anything happened to her because of this, she didn't know how to explain it to her father."
I've fine.
"I feel much better now." Ding Xia understands the younger daughter and also the older daughter. Knowing that she has always been kind and considerate, I knew without thinking that she must have been afraid that I would feel bad, so she didn't tell me about Su Menjing. Although she was indeed very angry with Su Menjing just now, this had nothing to do with the eldest daughter, and she would not take her anger out on her. Let's go back first. Ding Xia now couldn't wait to know what Su Menjing had done to cause so many military wives to look at her like that. But this is a family scandal after all, and it's not good to talk about outside. She got off the hospital bed and planned to go back to find out more about the situation. Su Mingqi hurried forward to support her. "It's okay. Mom is not that fragile." Seeing her uneasy expression, Ding Xia patted her hand and comforted her. Su Mingqi felt even worse when she saw her mother trying to comfort her. Lin Wan Shu had already prescribed the medicine, and Fong Qiuyan helped to get it. She has collected and processed every kind of medicine here, so she is naturally very familiar with them. Weighing the medicine is no problem for her. As soon as Ding Xia came out, her eyes subconsciously looked towards Fong Qiuyan. Seeing that she was skillfully dispensing medicine for herself, she couldn't help but flash a look of admiration across her face. A child who grew up in the countryside is so outstanding. Not only is she extremely capable, but she is also calm and composed when speaking to her, neither humble nor overbearing. I don't know how her parents raised her. Fong Qiuyan prepared the medicine. She took it to show Lin Wan Shu. After she confirmed that it was correct, she wrapped it in oil paper and handed it to Ding Xia. "Thank you, Qiuyan." Ding Xia called her name directly and familiarly. "You are too polite. go back and have more rest. Fong Qiuyan had a good impression of Ding Suya, and since they were all from the same hometown, she gave her some advice. Lin Wan Shu told Su Mingqi how to use the medicine. The mother and daughter received the medicine. They thanked the two men again before saying goodbye and leaving. They walked back home in silence and entered the room. After Su Mingqi helped Ding Suya sit on the bed, he stood in front of her with his head lowered. Ding Suya sighed and paused before asking, "Tell me, what did Menjing do?" Not to mention the fact that Su Menjing inexplicably targeted Fong Qiuyan and called her hypocritical, Ding Suya directly told Su Mingqi what the military wife had hinted at her. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqi's face suddenly turned red, and he felt an embarrassment that was difficult to speak of. After taking a deep breath, she told Ding Suya after a moment that Su Menjing had thrown herself into a man's arms a few days ago, framed him for hooliganism, and was finally caught on the spot. Hearing this, Ding Suya's eyes went dark again. She thought that Su Menjing must have done something to anger the public, but she never expected that she would be so stupid, vicious, and shameless. This is a military unit, and these soldiers are my son-in-law's brothers who have been through thick and thin with him. How can my daughter and her husband deal with what she has done? Originally, I didn't want to trouble Mom to run so far, but she refused to go back, so I had no choice but to let you come. Su Mingqi thought that after her mother and sister returned, she would repair her relationship with the military wives. But she never thought that in such a short time, Su Menjing would do so many things again. She even almost made her mother faint from anger. Seeing her mother's angry face at this moment, she felt very distressed. Hearing the whole story, Ding Suya squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. "Yes, I will take her back tomorrow." She was afraid that if she stayed one more day, she would really get angry to death. Su Menjing went out and came back almost when it was dark. After she had an argument with Ding Suya and ran away in the morning, she felt a little regretful. However, what she regretted was not that these words would hurt Ding Suya's heart, but that she was afraid of angering her and making her stop giving her money to spend. But she had more important things to do, so she didn't go back immediately. Now that she is back home, the first thing she does is to look for Ding Suya. "Sister, where's Mom?" As soon as she entered the door, she asked Su Mingqi as if nothing had happened. Su Mingqi was extremely disappointed in her. If it weren't for their years of sisterhood, she wouldn't want to say a word to her. "Mom is in the room." After saying that, she turned around and went about her own business. Su Menjing felt very unhappy when she saw that she was indifferent to her. Just wait and see. Once she takes down Qin Yan, she'll trample her under her feet. Snort. Su Menjing snorted coldly and turned back to her room. The most urgent thing is to admit the mistake to Ding Suya and coax her into peace. It would be best if she could return to Eastern Province as soon as possible. After going over in her mind what she was going to say, she reached out and pushed the door open. In the room, Ding Suya had just taken medicine and was lying on the bed, looking tired and haggard. When Su Menjing saw this, her heart skipped a beat. Afraid of really making the other person angry, she tried hard to hold back her tears, then lowered her head and walked up to her. "Mom." Su Menjing stood beside the bed with an attitude of admitting her mistake, calling out to someone in a low voice. However, Ding Suya, who was always good-tempered, didn't even look at her. Even lift his eyelids. "Pack your things and we'll go back tomorrow." After hearing this, Su Menjing, who had originally wanted to pretend to be pitiful and admit her mistake, was suddenly struck by lightning. What did you say?" The sharp sound almost blew the roof off, and her scream finally earned a look from Ding Suya. But that look was so calm and peaceful that it made people shudder with fear. "I said, we will go back to Eastern Province tomorrow." Ding Suya said a few words coldly, which made Su Menjing explode again.
Why?
"Didn't you promise to get back to me in a few days? Why are you breaking your promise?" Hearing this, Ding Suya smiled coldly. "What have you done? Don't you know what's going on? You have the nerve to stay here."
I don't have the face to do that.
Hearing this, Su Menjing, who was originally anxiously jumping for air, suddenly choked, and a trace of guilt flashed across her face.
Mom. You. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
I didn't expect that she would dare to act stupid. Ding Suya was almost amused by her. Are you sure you want me to tell you what you did? Su Menjing saw that she couldn't play dumb any longer, so she just gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. Mom, don't listen to their nonsense. I was wrongly accused. Seeing that she still refused to admit her mistake, Ding Suya felt disappointed again. Menjing, Mom is not stupid. I have my own judgment on whether it is true or not. I am not going to discuss it with you when I go back, but to inform you. Hearing that she was really determined to take her back tomorrow, Su Menjing could no longer pretend. I'm not going back. If you want to go back by yourself. Her plan hasn't been implemented yet. How can I go back with her? After she returns, she will definitely be forced to go on blind dates and get married. Seeing that she was adamant and insisted on staying here, Ding Suya became so angry that her heart ached. Su Menjing, you are already 25 years old, not a 15-year-old girl. Can you stop being so willful? Do you know how much trouble you have caused your sister and brother-in-law? Comrade Fong Qiuyan is the same age as you and is now a manager in a pharmaceutical factory. Mom doesn't ask you to be very capable, but at least don't cause trouble and live a quiet life, okay? When Su Menjing heard her actually praising Fong Qiuyan, the taut string in her head instantly broke. You praised Fong Qiuyan for her ability? Why did you praise her? Did you sneak off to see her again? Ding Suya, do you know who your daughter is? Ding Suya looked at her crazy face and felt a little confused. I just praised Fong Qiuyan. Why did she react so strongly? It was the same thing in the morning. She just bumped into Fong Qiuyan by chance, and she almost pushed her down. Others are excellent, so what's wrong with me praising them? Why are you so angry? Not sure if she was angry or something, Ding Suya asked back. When Su Menjing heard this, she became even more furious. Praise anyone except Fong Qiuyan. Why doesn't she praise so many people, but instead uses Fong Qiuyan to drag herself down? You're belittling me like this for a stranger. You've really disliked me in your heart for a long time. If you don't like me so much, why do you pretend to be nice to me? Hearing this, Ding Suya suddenly felt powerless. I was nice to you, but it turned out to be my fault? Su Menjing, can you be reasonable? Yes. I am unreasonable. You can choose whoever is reasonable to be your daughter. The worries and fears of the past few days were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Menjing uttered something hysterically, then turned around and ran out. Su Mingqi was afraid that Su Menjing would not know the seriousness of the matter and make her mother angry again, so she waited at the door. When she saw Su Menjing running out, the first thing she did was not to chase her, but to rush into the room. Sure enough, I saw Ding Suya covering her chest with her hands and looking uncomfortable. Mom, how are you? Su Mingqi hurried forward and stroked her back. Ding Suya finally recovered and grabbed Su Mingqi's hand and said, Go and see where Menjing is gone. It was already dark, and no matter how angry or disappointed she was, Ding Suya couldn't really ignore her. Su Mingqi heard everything the two of them said clearly from outside. He was already full of resentment towards Su Menjing in his heart. Hearing this, she didn't plan to chase after him immediately, but went to get a basin of hot water and asked Ding Suya to apply it on herself first. Only then did he reluctantly go out to look for someone. Originally, Su Mingqi thought that Su Menjing would just wander around the family quarters at most. After all, she was not very brave, and it was impossible for her to go anywhere so late at night. But after walking around the family compound twice and failing to find anyone, she finally panicked. In the end, I had no choice but to ask the people in the family compound to help find it. When everyone heard that Su Menjing had disappeared, although they were not very willing to do so, they still helped to look for her for the sake of Nanjing and his wife. First, they searched the family compound again, but didn't find anyone, so they went outside with a flashlight to look for him. It was late at night when we finally found the person in a trap. At this moment, she almost fainted due to excessive blood loss. Quick, send him to the clinic for bandaging first. Although he was afraid that she would blackmail others again, human life was at stake. Li Yicheng, who was the first to find the person,
did not care about anything else and rescued her from the trap. Guiyang came with him and was there to support him. The two men struggled to get the person out of the trap, only to find that there was a big hole in her foot which was still bleeding. They are soldiers and have experience in treating this type of wound. After simply tying up Su Menjing, Guiyang carried her on his back and walked quickly towards the military clinic. Hearing that someone was injured and lost too much blood and fainted, Zhang Qingfeng did not dare to be careless. She was immediately sent to the emergency room and prepared to give her a blood transfusion. Blood tests are done before a blood transfusion. Fortunately, the military clinic itself is a surgical clinic, and it has all the necessary testing equipment and plasma. The test results came out quickly, and Zhang Qingfeng did not delay and asked the nurse to give her a blood transfusion. But Su Menjing was found too late, and she had lost too much blood. Bag after bag of plasma was transfused, and soon the stock was running out. Director Zhang, there is not enough plasma. The nurse came in hurriedly to report. Zhang Qingfeng did not hesitate and said decisively, "Go and call some AB blood-type comrades to come over for support." Good. The nurse received the order and ran out quickly without delay. Just at this moment, Ding Suya and Su Mingqi, who received the news, also came over. Ding Suya was almost half supported and half carried over by Nanjing. Her face was pale, and her legs were so weak that she could hardly walk. As soon as she entered the hospital, Ding Suya grabbed a nurse and asked, "Nurse, how is my daughter Su Menjing?" The person she caught happened to be the nurse who was looking for someone to come and support the plasma. When she heard that she was Su Menjing's mother, her eyes suddenly lit up. "You came just in time. The patient has lost too much blood, and the clinic is running low on plasma. Go test her blood and draw some for her transfusion later." Domestic medicine was still very backward at that time, and there was no such thing as not being able to donate blood between relatives. Mutual blood transfusions were a very common phenomenon. Generally, blood transfusion is acceptable as long as the blood type is the same and there is no disease. Upon hearing that Su Menjing needed plasma, Ding Suya and Su Mingqi did not delay and went with a nurse to have a blood test. Even if they are biological mother and daughter, their blood types may not be the same. Therefore, after the nurse handed the two to another nurse to take them for testing, she hurried out to find other people for support. Ever since Ding Xia heard that Su Menjing was in trouble, her heart has been overwhelmed by self-blame. As she watched the nurse draw her blood for testing, she kept urging, "Nurse, can you be faster? My daughter is still waiting for blood." The nurse was also raised by her parents, so she could understand her feelings and comforted her. "We will do it as soon as possible, don't worry." Having said that, he took the blood sample and left. Su Mingqi's eyes were still a little red, and he kept saying, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I had gone to find her earlier, nothing would have happened to her." But how could she have thought that Su Menjing could run so far and fall into a trap? If anything happened to Su Menjing because of this, Su Mingqi would never be able to forgive himself. Ding Xia didn't say anything. Her eyes were a little dazed. She regretted in her heart. If she had known she was so angry, she would have said less. Mother and daughter looked remorseful, but Nanjing, who was standing by, had no other thoughts except feeling sorry for his wife. He could not feel any sympathy for his sister-in-law. Even though she was already in the operating room, he felt nothing in his heart. His compassion will not be wasted on a selfish person. Time passed minute by minute, and as Ding Suya and Su Mingqi were anxiously waiting, the test results finally came out. "I'm sorry, family member. The patient has AB blood type, and both of you are type O. Your blood types don't match the patient's, so you can't give him a blood transfusion." Having said that, the nurse handed the test form to Ding Suya and left. Took the order, felt as if struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze, unable to move for a long time.
Mom, don't be sad.
The nurse just said she's going to find someone to give her a blood transfusion. Menjing will be fine. Su Mingqi saw that his mother didn't speak for a long time and thought that she was sad and couldn't help Su Menjing, so he comforted her. But just as she finished her words, she saw Ding Suya rushing towards the nurse like flying. "Nurse, are you mistaken? How can I be type O blood?
My husband is type O blood. If I am also type O blood, how can I give birth to a child with type AB blood? She is a professor, so of course, she has this common sense. Before due to an injury. Ding Suya herself has never lost. When I was pregnant with my 2 daughters, there was no prenatal checkup. When the fetuses reached full term, I went straight to the hospital to give birth as soon as they started moving. Therefore, she didn't know what her blood type was. When Ding Suya heard that she also had type O blood, she felt surprised and absurd. With the test report, the nurse was also surprised when she heard her words. As a nurse, she naturally knew that 2 people with type O blood could not give birth to a child with type AB blood. But she was also very sure that she had strictly followed the testing procedures, and the results could not be wrong. Family members of the patient, our testing is professional, and there is no way we could have made a mistake. Moreover, we tested 2 blood samples, and the results were the same. The nurse said with certainty. Upon hearing this, Ding Suya staggered and almost fell unable to stand. Su Mingqi had just been following behind Ding Suya and heard the entire conversation between her mother and the nurse. At this moment, her face was full of doubts about life.
Mom.
You said Dad also has type O blood? Asked Riley. She and her parents all have type O blood, and only Su Menjing has type AB blood. What does this mean? Did Menjing get the wrong baby? Nanjing said doubtfully. Although it was a question, anyone could hear the certainty in his words. No wonder Su Menjing looks nothing like her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Not only do they look alike, but their personalities are also completely unlike those of the Su family. If the baby was taken away by mistake, then everything can be explained. Ding Suya's mind was blank, and she was completely unable to think. There is only one thought going back and forth. Su Menjing was taken away by mistake? She is not her biological child? What about her children? I remember that when I gave birth to Menjing, there was another woman in the ward who was in labor. She only stayed there for half a day before she passed away. And she also gave birth to a girl that day. Babies are born, they are all wrinkled, and when they are put together, it is difficult to tell which is which. Was it then that the mistake was made? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case, and Ding Suya could no longer sit still. I'd like to ask the nurse to retest her blood type later. Then he wanted to go back to Eastern Province to find out what was going on. Su Mingqi watched her stand up and sit down again, and her eyes were almost dazzled. Mom, calm down and wait for Menjing to come out first. Although her head was buzzing with shock at Nanjing's words, she was worried that her mother might not be able to handle it, so she tried to persuade her. Nanjing was the most pragmatic. After learning that his sister-in-law might have been taken away by mistake, his first thought was to call his father-in-law. Mingqi, stay here with Mom first. I'm going to call and talk to my father-in-law. If it is confirmed that he really has type O blood, then Su Menjing is most likely the wrong baby. My father-in-law is now in the Eastern Province, so it is much easier for him to investigate this matter than for them. Okay, go ahead. Su Mingqi also wanted to know the truth, so he nodded and urged. Nanjing left, and soon many people came to the hospital. Most of them are young and strong soldiers. When they heard that they needed to donate blood, they came over without saying a word. Moreover, all the soldiers have had their blood types checked, and they know their own blood types. Everyone who came here was type AB. With the plasma and Lin Wan Shu's quick hemostatic medicine, Su Menjing was quickly rescued. However, because her injuries were quite serious, she was still unconscious when she was taken out of the emergency room. Although Su Menjing was unconscious, Chi-Chi could still feel the outside world. After finding out that Su Menjing's background was about to be exposed, she was almost dying of anxiety. Not caring that she was still injured, he desperately shouted in her mind. Hopefully I can wake this idiot up soon. However, Su Menjing was probably injured too badly, and even though she screamed her throat out, there was no response at all. On the other hand, Fong Chuyen, who lived in the dormitory, had no idea that Su Menjing had run away in a huff last night and had fallen into a trap and almost died. When she heard the military wives talking about it the next day at work, but she didn't take it to heart. Still busy with my work step by step.
These days, because of the pill issue, she has to go to the county every day. To facilitate their travel, the factory is also equipped with a bicycle. But most of the time it was she and Su Yuan who rode. Everyone else was working in the factory and had no use for the bicycle. Leading to the county town are all mountain roads with dense forests on both sides. During the day, but after the sun goes down in the afternoon, it looks particularly creepy. Therefore, Fong Chuyen usually goes early and comes back early and does not stay too long. But there were too many things to do today, and by the time she came back, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although she was very anxious, Fong Chuyen did not dare to pedal too fast. After all, mountain roads are either uphill or downhill, and there are many turns. If you pedal too fast and accidentally fall down the hill, it would be no joke. In this way, she pedaled her bike all the way until the sun was about to set when she was halfway through the journey. At this time, there was no pedestrian on the road, and it was quiet everywhere. Occasionally, a bird's cry could be heard from the woods on both sides, adding an indescribable sense of weirdness. Fong Chuyen could only pedal her bicycle while memorizing the names and effects of the medicines to divert her attention. After pedaling for about 10 minutes, the sun finally set. The woods on both sides were already a little gray under the cover of dense leaves. Fong Chuyen continued to pedal her bicycle hard. At this moment, suddenly, several figures jumped out from the woods on the side. Fong Chuyen's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition instantly came to her mind. Without thinking too much, she pushed hard on the bicycle, trying to ped up and rush forward. But this is an uphill road after all, so no matter how fast she goes, she can't go much faster. As soon as the car passed those people, someone dragged the back seat. With a hiss sound, the bicycle was pulled to a stop. It turned out to be directed at me. Fong Chuyen felt cold all over and her heart sank to the bottom. What do you want to do? The car was stopped, and she had no choice but to get out. Trying to calm herself down, she shouted harshly. But her scolding not only failed to scare the men, but also caused them to laugh maliciously. TSK, 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 I thought it was a little lamb, but it turned out to be a little pepper? The leader was a tall and thin man who walked up to her in a frivolous manner and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the other men burst into obscene laughter. It's better to be spicy. How can it be tasty without being spicy? That's right, I haven't seen such a pretty girl in a long time, hiss. I can't stand it just by looking at her. Several people were talking to each other, looking her up and down with turbid eyes. Hearing these obscene words, Fong Chuyen felt both scared and nauseous. Said coldly, I'm a military wife. If you know what's good for you, just get out of the way. I won't pursue the matter. On the contrary, if you dare to do anything to me, the army will not let you go. They heard that she was a soldier's wife. They were all stunned, and there was a hint of fear on their faces. Fong Chuyen slowed down her voice and said, I know you were just impulsive. Everyone has their own thoughts. As long as you can stop in time, everything will be fine. I will just pretend that I have never met you. Otherwise, it is not worth it to risk your life for a moment of pleasure. It was not known whether her persuasion had any effect, but the men fell silent. But Fong Chuyen did not dare to take it lightly. Holding her breath, she tentatively pushed her bicycle. The car felt a little resistance, but not much. Fong Chuyen didn't dare to make any big movements. She gritted her teeth and pushed the bicycle forward step by step. After walking a few meters away and seeing that they still didn't make any other moves, Fong Chuyen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she was about to get on her bike again, suddenly, the tall and thin man's voice came from behind her again. Wait! Hearing this, Fong Chuyen's heart, which had just been relieved, became tense again. Suppressing the urge to run, she stopped and turned around. Comrade, is there anything else? The tall and thin man looked at her exposed white arms, and his eyes became cloudy again. You just left like that. How can I trust that you won't complain when you go back? Seeing his obscure and explicit gaze, Fong Chuyen's hair almost stood on end. After taking a deep breath, she tried to speak in a calm voice. You didn't do anything to me. Why would I complain about this? It's not easy for everyone, and I'm not the kind of person who won't let you go. Since I left here, I haven't seen you, and you haven't seen me either." Looking at her eloquent appearance, the tall and thin man's eyes showed a little more lust. He swallowed his saliva and said with a look of enlightenment, "You can let me go, but take off your underwear and give it to me. If you go back and complain, I will." His eyes roamed up and down her body, his greedy gaze obscene and vulgar. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan's face turned red with anger. "Don't go too far." "Too much?" The tall and thin man chuckled. "You haven't tried anything more extreme than that. Once you've tasted that, I guarantee you'll come looking for me again." As he spoke, he walked towards her. The other men looked at each other, hesitated, and followed the tall and thin man. Fong Qiuyan knew that they were not going to let her go. Immediately, she gave up her fantasy, put on a frightened expression on her face, and calmly reached into her trouser pocket through the cover of her crossbody bag.
You
guys don't mess around." Fong Qiuyan's voice was shaking and she was crying. Obviously, she was very scared. Heard this sound became even more excited. He, little beauty, don't be afraid. Let your brother have fun for once, and I will let you go back." The tall and thin man was so excited that his saliva was almost flowing out. He looked at Fong Qiuyan as if he was looking at some prey. The other men were not much better. Several people approached her step by step. Fong Qiuyan still looked pitiful and shivering, and no one could tell that she was silently calculating the positions and distances of several people. When the men were 2 steps away from her, she suddenly took out the pepper spray that Lin Wan Shu had given her for self-defense and quickly sprayed it in the direction of the men. The red spray instantly submerged the faces of several men. The next second, only several screams of "Ah!" were heard one after another, and several men covered their eyes and howled in pain. Fong Qiuyan scolded the person and immediately turned around and started pedaling her bicycle. But before she could get on the bike, the next second, someone kicked the bike hard from behind. Huge impact force caused her and the car to fall heavily to the ground. "You witch! You dare to plot against us. You deserve to die." It turned out that the short and fat man was standing relatively far back, and he dodged the pepper spray the moment it was sprayed out. Now, seeing Fong Qiuyan trying to escape, he kicked her down with her car. Fong Qiuyan was hit by a bicycle and felt a piercing pain in her calf. But she didn't dare to stop. She left the car and wanted to run. However, the man was prepared. He grabbed her hair and dragged her directly into the woods nearby. A severe pain came, and Fong Qiuyan felt as if her scalp was being torn off. With her hair pulled like this, she had no way to resist and could only be dragged towards the woods by him. She was so panicked that she could no longer remain calm. Enduring the severe pain from her scalp, she shouted with all her might, "Help! There are hooligans!" Although this place is still some distance away from the village, Fong Qiuyan still couldn't help but hold on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that someone could hear her cry for help. Fong Qiuyan didn't dare to shout, "Kill," because she knew that no one would come to rescue her if she did. If you shout, "You're a hooligan," maybe some people who want to watch the fun will come over. At this moment, she no longer cared about whether her reputation would be damaged. She just wanted to survive. However, the time limit was too strict. She shouted until her throat was almost hoarse, but no one came over. Instead, the men who had just covered their eyes stumbled towards her. "You witch! You dare to spray me with pepper? I'll kick you to death." The tall and thin man could no longer see, and he followed the sound and kicked Fong Qiuyan. Fong Qiuyan's hair was pulled. How could she move? She was hit hard by the kick. When a man is furious, he has extraordinary strength. Fong Qiuyan was kicked so hard that her internal organs seemed to be dislocated. The severe pain almost made her faint. The man seemed to be still unsatisfied and kicked her hard a few more times. All right, stop kicking me. It won't be fun if I kill him." The short and fat man also hated Fong Qiuyan to death. But he didn't like playing with dead bodies, so he spoke up to stop them. Hearing this, the tall and thin man finally stopped, but he was still not satisfied, so he covered his burning eyes and said to the short and fat man, "Skin her naked." The short and fat man was waiting for these words. Upon hearing them, he started to tear off Fong Qiuyan's clothes without saying a word. Only a swish sound was heard, and the sound of clothes being torn came from the woods. Fong Qiuyan clearly screamed, but regardless of the pain in her body, she covered her torn clothes and tried to run away. But where can she run to with several men surrounding her? Another sizzle sound was heard, followed by the excited voice of the short and fat man.
Duck.
This leather is so white. I made a fortune, haha. Being held down by several men and having her clothes torn off, Fong Qiuyan was overwhelmed by boundless fear. At this moment, apart from screaming for help, she seemed to have no way to protect herself. Is she going to die here today? Just when she was filled with despair, suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the bushes. Let her go. Hearing this familiar voice, Fong Qiuyan widened her eyes in disbelief. Is it Lu Jingsong? How come he is here? Today, Lu Jingsong went to the factory to find Fong Qiuyan as usual. I waited for a long time, but she didn't come out. After asking, I found out that she had gone to the county town and had not returned yet. Worried that it would be unsafe for her to come back too late, he immediately ran along the road to look for her. But he never expected that when he was less than half the distance to the factory, he heard her scream of terror. Knowing that she was in danger, Lu Jingsong was shocked and angry. She ran over as if she had lost her life, but was horrified to see that she was pinned down by a man. With a boom, Lu Jingsong's sanity collapsed on the spot. Rushing into the woods like a fly, he swung his fists like sandbags and beat those beasts like crazy. Dare to touch my wife? I will beat you beasts to death today. Several men had their eyes damaged by the pepper spray and couldn't see anything clearly. They couldn't even run away. In addition, Lu Jingsong had been to the front line before, and he was furious at the moment. Soon, several men were beaten half to death by him. They could only beg for mercy in pain.
Ah.
It hurts.
Ah.
Spare my life. I was wrong. Soldier comrade, please let me go. Moment Lu Jingsong appeared, something that Fong Qiuyan had been holding on to in her heart began to loosen. Her vision gradually became blurred as she watched him catch a few hooligans and beat and kick them like crazy. He came to rescue her? Is she okay? After learning that she was saved, Fong Qiuyan cried with joy. But seeing his red eyes, she became anxious again. Covering her clothes, she endured the pain, climbed up, walked to the man, and pulled his clothes. That's enough. Stop hitting them, or they'll die. Their deaths are not a pity, but Fong Qiuyan cannot watch Lu Jingsong's future ruined by these scumbags. However, Lu Jingsong's mind was filled with the image of Fong Qiuyan being pinned down by several thugs. Anger had taken over his entire mind, and he could not hear any sound from outside. With bloodshot eyes, he beat the scum in front of him desperately. Seeing that the short and fat man vomited blood, Fong Qiuyan became even more anxious. Without caring about anything else, she hugged his waist and pulled him back hard. That's enough, Jingsong. Stop hitting me. Feeling the soft body behind him and hearing her crying voice, Lu Jingsong suddenly froze on the spot. The wandering rationality slowly returned.
Qiuyan?
It's Qiuyan. After his slow brain gradually realized who was hugging him from behind, he turned around abruptly and hugged her in his arms. Wife. I'm sorry I'm late. He should have come to her earlier. Why was he so late? If he had come earlier, she wouldn't have suffered this.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Holding the person in his arms tightly, he kept apologizing with a feeling of heartache and self-blame. Fong Qiuyan leaned in the man's solid embrace, feeling his two strong arms holding her tightly. An unprecedented sense of security completely relaxed her tense nerves. Smelling his sweaty scent, her vision became increasingly blurred. It's a good thing you came. If he hadn't come, Fong Qiuyan felt that she would definitely have to die here today. Several people were used one person, and she was a military wife. It was obvious that there was no way they could leave her alive. Although the men were beaten to death, their desire to survive made them subconsciously prop up their bodies and try to escape. Lu Jingsong kicked the person closest to him without even turning his head. With kicking the man down, he stepped on his crotch. Only a heart-wrenching scream of, "Ah," was heard, and the remaining people lay back and pretended to be dead on the spot, not daring to think of escaping again. Lu Jingsong retracted his foot, quickly took off his military jacket, and wrapped Fong Qiuyan tightly. "Be good, wife. Wait here for a moment. I'll tie them up first." After kissing her forehead and saying something soothing, he turned and walked towards the men. When the men saw Lu Jingsong at this moment, they were trembling with fear as if they had seen a ghost. "Please spare my life, fellow soldier. I will never do it again. I was wrong. Comrade soldier, please let me go." There was another round of begging for mercy. Lu Jingsong didn't even look at them. He stripped off their clothes one by one and tied them tightly to the tree. He was a soldier, so he knew how to tie people up to prevent them from escaping. There were 5 men in total, each standing at a tree. After they were all tied up tightly, he walked towards Fong Qiuyan. Without waiting for her to speak, he reached out and carefully picked her up. Fong Qiuyan had just been kicked to death, and now that her nerves had relaxed, she felt pain all over her body. But she was not used to crying out in pain, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. However, even though she didn't cry out in pain, Lu Jingsong still treated her like a porcelain doll, holding her gently and carefully. It was as if he was afraid of making her uncomfortable. Fong Qiuyan had just suffered such despair, and at this moment she felt the pity that seemed to hurt her to the core, and an indescribable feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Ever since the woman in his arms joined the army, Lu Jingsong has never seen her so docile. But if this docility is bought with such danger, he would rather not have it. At this moment, Lu Jingsong's hands were still shaking violently. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen to her if he didn't come to see her today. Whenever he thought of this, he felt a dull pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe. After carrying the person to the road, Lu Jingsong lifted up the bicycle and slowly put her on the back seat. The moment Fong Qiuyan sat down, she couldn't help but gasp. When Lu Jingsong heard her painful voice, his heart suddenly tightened again. "Does it hurt?" he asked anxiously. Fong Qiuyan shook her head. "It's okay, let's go back. You take me to Wan Shu." When she encountered such a thing, she could only turn to Lin Wan Shu, and she didn't trust anyone else. Although Lu Jingsong felt anxious and painful, he couldn't bear the pain for her. He could only hold back his heartache and let her hold him. "I'll ride slower, just bear with me." "Good." Fong Qiuyan felt pain and fatigue, but she didn't say anything and just grabbed the clothes on both sides of his waist. The bicycle slowly pedaled to its feet, leaving a few scumbags with their mouths gagged moaning in the woods. It was completely dark when we returned to the family compound. After Lu Jingsong sent her to Lin Wan Shu's clinic, he hurried out with Qin Yan. Lin Wan Shu saw Fong Qiuyan's miserable appearance. She was immediately shocked. "Qiuyan, what's going on? What happened to you?" When she saw her, Fong Qiuyan's eyes immediately turned red. Unable to hold back, she hugged Lin Wan Shu and started crying. What she just experienced was a nightmare she could never imagine in her life. She could still hold back when facing Lu Jingsong. But when facing Lin Wan Shu, all her fear and terror were released uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, how could Lin Wan Shu not guess what was going on? Suddenly, she felt extremely distressed. Reaching out to hug her slender body, she comforted her with a trembling voice. It's okay. You are safe now, we are here. Don't be afraid." But Fong Qiuyan was so frightened that she couldn't stop crying. Lin Wan Shu also knew that she needed to vent, so she kept hugging her and comforting her. Only after her emotions had completely calmed down did she take out a handkerchief and wipe her tears. "Can I check your injuries?" Fong Qiuyan's eyes were swollen from crying. Upon hearing this, she nodded embarrassedly. She was still wearing Lu Jingsong's military jacket. Lin Wan Shu came in just now. She had already closed the door. Afraid that someone might come in and see something, she pulled the curtain again and then helped her take off her uniform. As soon as she took off her military uniform, Lin Wan Shu couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that her shirt had been torn to shreds. Her originally fair skin was now covered with bruises and crisscrossing red marks. Lin Wan Shu guessed what happened to her. She couldn't help but tear up when she saw it with her own eyes.
Beast.
She gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Fong Qiuyan had just cried, but now her emotions have calmed down. Seeing Lin Wan Shu so angry, she was afraid that it would affect the fetus in her belly, so she quickly comforted her. "I'm fine, Wan Shu. Don't be angry. Those people have been caught, and they won't have a good end." But how could Lin Wan Shu not be angry? What kind of beast could do such a cruel thing? Looking at the injuries on her body, she felt so heartbroken that she burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Qiuyan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered this." She shouldn't have been given so much work to do. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan immediately became anxious.
No.
I wanted to do it myself. Even if I were given another chance, I would go to the county, without hesitation. I miscalculated this time. If the man hadn't been pepper sprayed, I would have run away. For Fong Qiuyan, work is her life. How could she blame Lin Wan Shu for assigning her these tasks just because of this? Lin Wan Shu didn't know that she would come back so late this time. In order to let her protect herself, she prepared pepper spray for self-defense early on and taught her several times, for fear that she wouldn't know how to use it. She has thought so much about herself. How could she possibly blame her? Wan Shu, never blame yourself.
You don't know how important you are to me.
Without her, there would be no Fong Qiuyan today. To say that she is one's adoptive parent. Lin Wan Shu looked at Fong Qiuyan, who was obviously covered in wounds, but was still trying her best to comfort her, and she felt a mixture of emotions in her heart. She wiped her tears and said nothing more. She gently pulled her hand over and took her pulse. Because she can sense the veins, Lin Wan Shu now uses pulse diagnosis as X-ray. And it turns out that her skill is indeed very useful. After taking her pulse for a while, Lin Wan Shu discovered that Fong Qiuyan had suffered serious internal injuries. She was already extremely angry, and now she wished she could cut those scum into pieces. How could he be so cruel to a woman? Looking at it for a while, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. After the surprise, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Wan Shu, what's going on? Can I still go to work tomorrow?" Fong Qiuyan is most concerned about is her work. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu choked, and suddenly a feeling of helplessness surged in her heart. "No, you are seriously injured. You need to rest for at least a week. You should stay in the family quarters this week so that I can treat you more conveniently." When Fong Qiuyan heard that it would take a week to return to the factory, her face immediately fell.
Ah!
It takes so long. "Dear Wan Shu, can you be faster?" Holding Lin Wan Shu's hand, she couldn't help but act coquettishly. "Lin Wan Shu, don't even think about it. There's nothing urgent going on recently, so let Hualan do your job for now." Both of them are factory managers, but Fong Qiuyan is in charge of more detailed tasks. Because Ji Hualan also has to take care of the affairs of the family compound, her focus is not on the factory. Mainly responsible for coordinating matters between various units. After being flatly rejected, Fong Qiuyan gave up and decided to take good care of her injuries and try to go back to work as soon as possible. Seeing that she was obedient, Lin Wan Shu was satisfied. "I started applying medicine for her external injuries. They are all ointments that promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis." Both of them were women, so there was nothing to be shy about. Fong Qiuyan just lay on the bed, wearing only her underwear while she applied the medicine. Lin Wan Shu applied the medicine. She went back to her room and found a set of clothes for her. Her wardrobe contains clothes of various styles, even the most common gray shirts and black pants. Almost everyone in the family compound has one of these clothes, so she wouldn't attract attention if she wore it. After Fong Qiuyan changed her clothes with the help of Lin Wan Shu and tied her hair again, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost 8 o'clock when Lu Jingsong finally came back. When he entered the room, his dark expression softened the moment he saw Fong Qiuyan. Seeing that she had even changed her clothes, he quickly said to Lin Wan Shu, "Thank you, sister-in-law."
Don't be polite.
This is medicine for her wounds. Take it home and boil it for her to drink. Lin Wan Shu handed him another dose of internal medicine and then told Lu Jingsong about Fong Qiuyan's injury. When Lu Jingsong heard that Fong Qiuyan was injured internally from being kicked, he unconsciously clenched his hands into fists with an expression as if he wanted to eat someone. Took a deep breath, barely suppressing the violent emotion, and nodded. Okay, I understand. After saying that, he bent down and carefully picked up Fong Qiuyan from the bed. Fong Qiuyan was in so much pain all over her body, but she didn't try to be brave. She just quietly let him carry her back. Couple came out of the clinic. They saw Douhua and Meow Meow sitting in a row on the steps. Meow Meow raised one hand high and placed it on Douhua's shoulder, patting him and speaking in a baby voice to comfort him. Don't cry, sister. Don't cry. But this comfort was of no use. Douhua still kept crying.
Wow, Mom.
I want Mom. Douhua never waited for her mother to pick her up today. Thinking of the last time she saw her mother at home, she went home by herself. But I didn't expect that this time not only my mother was not there, but even my father was not there. I waited at home for a long time, but still didn't see anyone. Seeing that it was getting dark, she had no choice but to come to Lin Wan Shu and ask her for help. I didn't expect that when I just came here, I would run into my father, who was rushing out. Dad told her that Mom was injured and Aunt Wan Shu was treating her, and asked her not to go in and disturb her. Douhua has been waiting at the door until now. She was so young that she could not understand what it meant to be hurt, but she was scared when she heard her mother crying inside. But she still remembered what her father said, that she could not go in and disturb Aunt Wan Shu's treatment. In this way, she could only stand at the door and cry silently. Even when Sun Shifeng brought her food, she refused to eat. When Meow Meow saw her sister crying, she came over to comfort her. The two little ones sat at the door, until Lu Jingsong came back in a hurry and hurried into the clinic. Douhua saw that her father looked very unhappy and wanted to follow him in, but the door was locked again. Finally, she couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears. Fong Qiuyan, who had just escaped death, was so frightened that she was unable to take care of her daughter for a while. Hearing Douhua sobbing at this moment, she felt so heartbroken. Douhua, Mom is here, I'm fine, don't cry. Hearing this, Douhua was stunned.
Mom.
Mom? Is she okay? Won't she die, like Xiaohua's mother in the village? Fong Qiuyan endured the pain and waved to her. Come back with Mom and Dad. After hearing this, Douhua finally believed that she was really fine. Her eyes. She nodded solemnly. After saying that, she waved to Meow Meow and then followed her parents. Along the way, Lu Jingsong didn't say a word, and Fong Qiuyan could clearly feel his unclear emotions. Having just experienced such a horrible thing, even though he had cried in front of Lin Wan Shu, that kind of fear could not be eliminated in a short time. Just because she was afraid that Douhua would worry, she forced herself to respond. After finally getting home, Fong Qiuyan was exhausted. Leaning on Lu Jingsong's chest, she fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, she did not notice that she was being carried into the room full of masculine scent. Lu Jingsong carefully placed the person on the bed and covered him with a quilt. Only then did the gloomy emotion in his eyes reveal itself a little. Looking at the pale-faced woman, his hands were shaking badly. If he didn't have to cook for the mother and daughter, he wouldn't want to go out at all. He just wanted to stay here and watch over them. Douhua also stood beside the bed, looking at her mother eagerly, her big eyes filled with tears. Mom looks so weak, is she really okay? The father and daughter stayed by the bed in tacit understanding. It was unknown how long it had passed before Lu Jingsong stood up and stretched out his hand towards Douhua. Dad will take you to cook. His voice was unusually hoarse, and Douhua could barely make out what he was saying. She doesn't want to leave her mother, she just wants to stay here with her mother. However, Douhua is essentially still a child who is used to obeying the orders of adults. Although she wanted to stay, she finally followed her father. Fong Qiuyan slept very uneasily. Just as she fell asleep, the silver laughter of those gangsters rang out in her dream again. But this time, Lu Jingsong did not show up. In the dream, she was terrified and desperate and could only helplessly allow herself to be humiliated by a few scumbags. Don't want. As soon as Lu Jingsong walked in with the egg porridge, he saw her waving her hands wildly. It was as if something terrible had happened to him. That miserable and pitiful look was like a blunt knife that cruelly cut Lu Jingsong's heart. He rushed into the room quickly, put down the egg porridge, and hugged the person in his arms with heartache. It's okay. Don't be afraid, my wife. The hooligans have been arrested. But Fong Qiuyan, who was being hugged, struggled even harder. Let me go. Help. She pushed him away, shouting for help as if she was terrified. Wife, it's me, I'm Lu Jingsong. Open your eyes and look. Lu Jingsong thought his heart had become numb from the pain, but at this moment, he still couldn't bear it. Looking at the woman trapped in a nightmare, he didn't know what to do with her. I could only hold her in my arms and coax her gently. Don't be afraid, my wife. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will bully you anymore. While coaxing her, he kissed her hair and cheeks. It was not known whether his gentle coaxing had worked, but Fong Qiuyan's struggle gradually stopped. Lu Jingsong suddenly felt like crying for joy. His burning gaze stared at the woman in his arms, and after a moment, his crow-feather-like eyelashes trembled slightly. Lu Jingsong subconsciously held his breath and dared not say another word. But just when he thought she was about to open her eyes, suddenly, the woman buried her head in his chest. The little hand that was originally hanging by his side was also placed on his waist. With a bang, Lu Jingsong felt as if his heart was hit hard. Then, my heart began to beat wildly at an incredible speed. She hugged him? She actually took the initiative to hug him? Lu Jingsong couldn't believe his eyes, but the warm breath from his chest told him that it was real. She actually took the initiative to hug him. Unable to help himself, he tightened his grip and pressed her little head against his chest again. There was a sigh of satisfaction in his mouth.
Wife.
Turned red as she listened to his low voice. But she didn't say a word, like an ostrich, pretending that it wasn't her who took the initiative to hug the person. Lu Jingsong noticed her little awkwardness, but didn't expose it. After hugging her contentedly for a while, he finally lifted her up from the bed. Are you hungry? I cooked some egg porridge for you. Fong Qiuyan saw that he was holding her on his lap like a child, and now he was even feeding her porridge? She immediately felt extremely ashamed. I don't want it. Her voice was still a little hoarse, her face was red, and she stared at him with embarrassment and anger. If people knew that he fed her porridge like this, would she still be able to live as a human being? But Lu Jingsong was very frightened today. He wished he could hold her in his hands and cherish her, and he was unwilling to let her move even a finger. You are still injured, and my sister-in-law asked me to take good care of you. Fong Qiuyan. Lin Wan Shu did ask him to take care of her, but she didn't ask him to treat her like a child, right? I want to eat it myself, otherwise I won't eat it. Too embarrassed to let him feed her like this, Fong Qiuyan turned her head away, looking uncooperative. Hearing this, a trace of regret flashed across Lu Jingsong's face. In the end, he had no choice but to put the person on the stool helplessly.
Well.
Okay, I'll go make some medicine for you. If you feel uncomfortable, call me. Having said that, he went out reluctantly. Fong Qiuyan. I realized he was such a clingy person before, but when she thought of his gesture that seemed to hurt her deeply, her heart began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. After nearly dying today, Fong Qiuyan completely let go of her previous entanglement and shyness. Admittedly, she still cared about the fact that he once liked Fong Dongxue so much. But compared to the past, she now wants to look forward. Regardless of whether they can be together in the end, at least at this moment, she is willing to try to be with him. Even if this relationship changes one day, she now has the ability to bear all the consequences. Her confidence comes from her work and her ability to gain a foothold in this society. Thinking of this, Fong Qiuyan was no longer troubled, and her eyes suddenly became clear. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jingsong came back. Not only was he holding tofu pudding in one hand, he was also holding a bowl in the other. After entering the house, He first put the bowl on the table. Then, gently placed the tofu pudding on the bed. Fong Qiuyan was surprised to see that Dohua had fallen asleep. How did she fall asleep so quickly? Lu Jingsong was silent for a moment before he said, I coaxed her. Fong Qiuyan. It was just a simple sentence, but Fong Qiuyan couldn't help blushing. He could obviously let the child go back to the room to sleep, so why did he insist on coaxing the child to sleep before bringing him back? It's hard not to doubt his intentions. But Lu Jingsong has now developed a thick skin as thick as a city wall. Fong Qiuyan ignored him a few days ago, but he still stuck to her. Not to mention that she just hugged him. Meeting her accusing eyes, Lu Jingsong was not at all embarrassed by having his thoughts seen through. He picked up the medicine and handed it to her. This medicine is no longer hot. You can just drink it directly. Good. After figuring it out, Fong Qiuyan stopped being pretentious and took the medicine and started drinking it. Fong Qiuyan deals with the medicinal materials for this medicine a lot in her daily life. It doesn't smell like anything if they're alone, but when you cook them together, the smell is indescribably weird. It tastes bitter and astringent. Even though she was used to suffering, she couldn't help but frown. Lu Jingsong just stood aside and watched, without moving his eyes. It is said that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and Fong Qiuyan is quite good-looking. Even the frowning expression looked pitiful and cute in Lu Jingsong's eyes. As if he already knew that the medicine tasted bad. After she finished drinking it, he took out a few red dates from his pocket and handed them to her. Eat some red dates to help with the smell. I'll go wash the dishes and get you some water to clean it. Having said that, he went out with the bowl. After a while, another basin was brought back. It was so fast that Fong Qiuyan hadn't even swallowed a single red date. He had already wrung out the towel and was ready to wipe her. Fong Qiuyan? Leave it there, I'll do it myself. You go out and wait for a moment. She knew that he was good at climbing up the pole, but she never expected that he would go so far. Fong Qiuyan felt that if she didn't stop him, he wouldn't know what to do next. Seeing that she didn't wipe it for him, Lu Jingsong sighed with regret. In the end, I could only put down the towel, turn around and go out and close the door. She didn't know if it was because the medicine Lin Wan Shu prescribed for her had a pain-relieving effect, but not long after she drank a bowl of medicine, she felt that the pain all over her body was relieved a lot. Unbuttoning her clothes, she wrung out the towel and roughly wiped the uninjured parts of herself. After wiping it, she felt much more comfortable all over. She asked Lu Jingsong to fetch another basin of water, and she also wiped Dohua's body. Finishing all this, it was already 10 o'clock. Fong Qiuyan had just taken a nap and was not sleepy at all. Lu Jingsong was even more energetic and had no intention of sleeping at all. Just now, while Fong Qiuyan was wiping Dohua's body, he also quickly took a bath himself. Now the family of 3 were lying in one bed, and his heart was filled with joy. Especially since he had just placed Dohua at the innermost side, it meant that Fong Qiuyan was sleeping next to him. Beds in those days were not very big. After a family of 3 could barely sleep on them, there was no space at all in the middle. His arm touched her soft arm, and his heart was beating heavily again and again. Who was lying next to him was also extremely stiff. One reason is that I will be sleeping in the same bed with a man tonight. Secondly, it was because of what she was about to say. Originally, she had no plan to continue with him, and she didn't care whether Fong Dongshua's matter was mentioned or not. But at this moment, she suddenly felt like she didn't know how to start. Lu Jingsong put his whole body and soul into her. How could he not sense that she was hesitant to speak? But he didn't know that she was going to talk about Fong Dongxue and thought that she was so reluctant to talk about it because of what happened this afternoon. When he thought of a scene that made his eyes water, Lu Jingsong felt a dull pain, as if he couldn't breathe. Unable to hold back, he turned around, gently hugged her in his arms, and comforted her in a somewhat clumsy voice. Wife, what happened this afternoon is over.
Well, just think of it as a dog bite.
Don't be sad. I will make those scumbags pay the price. Fong Qiuyan was still thinking about Fong Dongxue. She was a little slow to react when she heard this. Was bitten by a dog. She blinked, confusion on her face. The room was dim, and the lighting was not very good. In addition, she was held in his arms, so Lu Jingsong could not see her expression. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he thought she was sad and continued, "Wife, you are not wrong. It's those beasts who are wrong." The word, beast, seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, making people feel cold and frightened. Don't feel any burden in your heart. To me, you are as pure and flawless as the snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain. The man's words of comfort were clumsy. They were serious and sincere. Fong Qiuyan finally understood what he meant from his stumbling words of comfort. Did he think those people succeeded? So, he was afraid that she would feel burdened? In an instant, an indescribable feeling filled my heart. She knew clearly that she had not been abused, but he didn't know about it. However, he had no grudge at all, and even comforted her. You have to know that when something like this happens, almost no man can accept that his wife has lost her innocence. Even though she was a victim, to men, she had still been violated. It's cruel, but it's the truth. In this conservative era, a woman's reputation is more important than anything else. Once you lose your innocence, no matter if you have been violated or not, drops of saliva can drown you. And he actually thought that she was violated, and he coaxed her with pity, comforted her, and told her that she was not wrong, and it was those scumbags who were wrong. Such words made it difficult for Fong Qiuyan not to be moved. No matter what the future holds, at least at this moment, she has been deeply moved by him. Unable to hold back, she raised her head and kissed those slightly thick lips. Lu Jingsong was nervously comforting the person in his arms, fearing that she would suffer some indelible psychological trauma. Who would have thought that his voice would be suddenly blocked by a woman's soft and sweet red lips? Boom! His mind went blank. She kissed him? She actually kissed him? Lu Jingsong felt that his brain was lacking oxygen, and his whole body began to feel dizzy. With a heart full of joy that he had no place to vent, he couldn't help but growl and kissed the tempting red lips deeply. I don't know how long it took, but a woman's vague voice was heard in the quiet room.
They didn't
succeed. At this moment, Lu Jingsong seemed to be floating in the clouds and had no idea what day it was. How can I hear what she is saying? When his brain finally received the information, he suddenly stopped and looked at her with his eyes fixed. Wife, what did you say? Fong Qiuyan looked at his stupid expression and suddenly felt like teasing him. I didn't say anything. There was a smile on the corner of her lips, her eyebrows curved into two crescents, and she turned her head away with evil intentions. Where had Lu Jingsong ever seen her be so naughty? He suddenly felt a little bit dead. Unable to hold back, he kissed her again. My dear wife, what did you say just now? Say it again. But what responded to him was the rebellious voice of a woman. No. Lu Jingsong felt uncomfortable being hung there and wanted to tickle her, but considering that she was still injured, he was helpless to do anything about her for a moment. In the end, it was Fong Qiuyan who was kind enough to stop torturing the man. I said. They didn't succeed. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong was stunned. After a long while, he seemed to realize what she meant, and he suddenly hugged her into his arms. Great, you're okay? The afternoon, he didn't dare to look at her at all, so he hurriedly took off his clothes and wrapped her up. After experiencing the pain of almost losing her, how could Lu Jingsong care about so-called innocence? For him, it was the greatest luck that she could be alive in front of him. But she told him now that she was fine? Those people didn't succeed? How happy he was. Fong Qiuyan couldn't help but get stuck in a rut. Huh, you still care. Having said that, she turned away somewhat unhappily. Lu Jingsong hadn't even gotten excited for a moment when he was knocked to the ground with a bang. My heart was suddenly tormented. But looking at her angry little face, he inexplicably found her so cute. With a sigh in his heart, he shamelessly hugged her into his arms again. Wife, be honest, if something like that really happened and I were to rub salt into your wounds, would I still be a man? Fong Qiuyan didn't listen and still turned her face away. He sighed again, paused, and then continued. What has happened cannot be reversed. I am only sad that I failed to protect you. How can I care? But I have to admit that I am an ordinary man. I am happy that I can have you all to myself." The man's deep, magnetic voice with a scalding breath penetrated into her eardrums. Fong Qiuyan felt as if she had been electrocuted all over her body, and even her toes couldn't help but curl up. It is said that sincerity is always the ultimate skill. His undisguised possessiveness not only did not disgust Fong Qiuyan, but instead gave her an indescribable feeling. The ambiguous and overbearing word, exclusive, made her blush and her heart beat fast. Even his originally stiff body softened unconsciously. Lu Jingsong felt it, and his blood boiled again. Their 20s are full of vigor and vitality. When the woman he had been thinking about so long was just lying so obediently in his arms. But because she had just gone through such a thing and her body was covered with wounds, he didn't dare to do anything excessive. Even though his whole body was as tense as a rock, he still endured it. Fong Qiuyan noticed something, and her face suddenly became so hot that she could fry an egg on it. "You jerk!" Secretly cursing in her heart, she finally remembered what she had not said just now. After preparing herself for it in her heart, she paused before she spoke. "There is something I have always wanted to tell you, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Hearing her somewhat serious voice, Lu Jingsong was stunned at first. Then he put away the wandering thoughts in his mind and looked down at her. "What's up?" Fong Qiuyan bit her lip, still finding it difficult to speak. "Although I was 70% to 80% sure, I didn't have any real evidence after all." Would he feel that he was deliberately discrediting Fong Dongxue? But she really wanted to know what his reaction would be. Finally, after taking a deep breath, she said, "About what happened that night." "Which night?" Lu Jingsong's mind was still on the days in the staff quarters, and he hadn't thought about what happened in his hometown, so he asked in confusion. Fong Qiuyan. If it weren't for the fact that his expression was a little confused, she would have thought he did it on purpose. After grinding her teeth, she said quickly, "It was the night you and Fong Dongxue got engaged." Whenever Lu Jingsong heard Fong Dongxue's words, his scalp went numb reflexively. "Wife, that's all in the past. I promise you, I will stay away from her from now on." Although he was indeed unfair to Fong Dongxue, he also gave her some compensation, so the matter was over. He could no longer bear it, and the woman in his arms asked for a divorce. Seeing his nervous expression, Fong Qiuyan felt helpless. "That's not what I want to tell you." Hearing that she was not going to bring up old matters, Lu Jingsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So what did you tell me?" Fong Qiuyan considered her words carefully before asking, "Didn't you feel something was wrong that night?" Hearing this, Lu Jingsong quickly realized that there seemed to be some important information in her words, and his expression suddenly became serious. "What's wrong?" Fong Qiuyan blushed slightly, and after a pause, she suppressed her shame and said, "Wan Shu said that when a man is really drunk, he can't do things." Hearing this, Lu Jingsong was stunned on the spot. What did this mean? She suspected that he took advantage of her while drunk and was putting the blame on her, but looking at her expression, it seemed that it was not what he thought. Lu Jingsong's mind worked rapidly, and he soon thought of something. "You mean the drink was the problem, and I wasn't actually drunk?" Lu Jingsong told Fong Dongxue that he seldom drank and had never been drunk. Therefore, the people from the Fong family only persuaded him to drink a bowl of wine that day and did not persuade him again. But after drinking this bowl of wine, Lu Jingsong felt a little groggy. He had never experienced being drunk, and he didn't know what it was like. After finishing his meal, he still felt dizzy, so he was helped into a room to rest. When he woke up again, he saw Fong Qiuyan beside him, and both of them were together. Then it was chaos. Fong Qiuyan nodded, and then told him Lin Wan Shu's guess. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong suddenly propped himself up and stared at her. "You mean we might have been tricked?" Now that things had come to this, Fong Qiuyan no longer concealed the fact that she had received the news. She told Lu Jingsong that Fong Dongxue had been in contact with a male-educated youth who dumped her for a long time, and that the reason she entered the wrong room on the night of their engagement was because she heard Fong Dongxue calling her. After hearing this, Lu Jingsong's face turned dark. "You already knew this?" Hearing this, Fong Chuyen felt a little uneasy, but she still said, softly. Lu Jingsong gritted his teeth. You knew it, but you didn't tell me? And you want to divorce me? Even though she knew that it was Fong Dongxue who plotted against him, she still wanted to leave him. Lu Jingsong stared at her intently. His heart felt like there was a hole in it, and the cold wind was whistling. Do I have even the slightest place in her heart? However, when Fong Chuyen heard his questioning, she couldn't help but get angry. Why should I tell you? Don't you like Fong Dongxue? You sent her so many things. You only have 7 days of vacation, and you spent 6 days on the road. You still wanted to come back to see her. I divorced you, isn't it, just to make it happen? Fong Chuyen. Before he could finish his words, he heard the man's voice coming out from between his teeth. The next second, those hot lips fiercely blocked her lips. The man was probably really angry, and the kiss seemed to swallow her alive. Fong Chuyen was kissed so hard that she could hardly breathe. Her mind soon became groggy. How could she remember the quarrel just now? She could only let him plunder her. I don't know how long it was before the man's kiss finally slowed down. Lu Jingsong was angry and upset, but he didn't know what to do with her. He could only kiss her nonstop, as if only this could fill the hole in his heart.
Wife.
Wife. While kissing, he called out softly. How could Fong Chuyen resist? She responded to him obediently in a daze. When Lu Jingsong heard this, he suddenly felt his heart filled with joy. I don't know how long it was before he finally stopped, but he still couldn't bear to leave, so he kissed her again and said, Wife, don't mention those 2 words again. I can't stand it. He couldn't bear to hear her say that she wanted to divorce him. When he thought about her leaving him and marrying another man, Lu Jingsong felt like he was half dead. Fong Chuyen's lips were swollen from being kissed. After hearing these words, how could she dare to mention those 2 words again? But I still can't help feeling a little jealous in my heart. Turning her head away, she said unhappily, It depends on your performance. Hearing this, Lu Jingsong was angry and anxious, but he could do nothing about her. Finally, he bit her lips in hatred. You are really going to kill me? How can it be so annoying? Don't take it lightly or too seriously. If you are unhappy, just ignore him. Lu Jingsong felt that this was his retribution, but he was happy with it. Finally, with a long sigh, he gently held the person in his arms. Wife, I don't deny the fact that I sent something to Fong Dongxue. After all, she and I were still in a relationship at that time, and it would be unreasonable for me to not express my gratitude to her. But that is a thing of the past, and she has nothing to do with me in the future. And the 7 days you mentioned were not actually a holiday but a leave I asked for. My brother had an accident, and my family asked me to go back to help. As for Fong Dongxue, we just ran into each other on the road and didn't say a few words at all. He had a good impression of Fong Dongxue at that time. He couldn't bear to travel back and forth with only 7 days off. After listening to his earnest explanation, Fong Chuyen finally let go of half of the grudge in her heart. She is a human being, not a god, so it is impossible for her to be completely indifferent. However, it was a fact that he and Fong Dongxue had dated. Unless she didn't want him anymore, she could only accept his past, let it go, and move on. Thinking of this, she didn't say anything else. Seeing that her expression had softened, Lu Jingsong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he had known that one day she would become the apple of his eye, he should have won her over sooner rather than wasting so many years. Fortunately, there is still time. Gently kissing her hair, Lu Jingsong recalled what they had not finished talking about just now. I will investigate what happened that night. If I'm sure she did it, I will make her pay the price. When Lu Jingsong thought of the eye drops Fong Dongxue used on him, he hated her. If she hadn't kept hinting that it was Fong Chuyen who had climbed into his bed, how could he have misunderstood her for so many years? But besides hating Fong Dongxue, Lu Jingsong also looked down on himself. Was he so stupid to be played around by a woman? Badly cheated by a scumbag, Fong Chuyen had no sympathy at all. Compared with the suffering she and Do Hua had endured, what was this little setback of hers? On the other side, Su Menjing finally woke up after being in a coma for a day and a night. Before I opened my eyes, I heard a piercing scream in my mind.
Ah.
Su Menjing, you finally woke up. Something terrible is happening. Hearing this, Su Menjing's heart skipped a beat. What's the big deal? Also, what happened to her? Why did she feel so much pain all over? Especially her left leg, it hurt so much that she almost fainted. When you were unconscious, Ding Xia already suspected that you were not her biological child.
What did you say?
Su Menjing also screamed in her mind. How is it possible? How did she find out? Was it Fong Qiuyan? When she thought of this possibility, she wished she could chew that woman alive. Just as she was thinking this, Su Menjing suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, did those people finish the job? How is Fong Qiuyan now? Everyone knows that she was used, right? She didn't mention this. As soon as she mentioned it, Chi almost exploded. How dare you say that? I told you to tell them that it would be enough to just destroy Fong Qiuyan's reputation. But you refused to listen and insisted on letting them use her. Now they've all been arrested. Heard that the gang of hooligans had been arrested, her face turned pale as a ghost. How could it be? With so many of them, how could they not be able to deal with a woman? How can it be enough to just take off her clothes and ruin her reputation? Su Menjing just wanted to see her fall into the dust and become mud that everyone laughed at and trampled on. Obviously, I have learned my lesson, and the people I found are all tough guys. But Chi told her now that they all failed. Believe it or not, that woman was very cunning. She brought pepper spray to delay time, and finally Lu Jingsong arrived in time and rescued her. The more she talked, the more disappointed she became. In the end, Chi no longer had any hope for Su Menjing. Without hesitation, he began to quietly absorb her luck. She had to find an opportunity to get away from her and find a new host. Su Menjing didn't know Chi-Chi's plan yet, and at this moment she was like an ant on a hot pan. Keep saying, what should I do? What should I do? If those people reveal that she was the one who ordered this, then everything will be over. Chi-Chi, help me again. Hearing this, Chi-Chi almost laughed out of anger. Help you? What can I help you with? I have helped you so many times. Have you ever given me anything in return? You have wasted all my energy. Seeing that she was unwilling to help herself, Su Menjing collapsed. How can you not help me? What good will it do you if something happens to me? It is indeed of no benefit, but what can Chi-Chi do? If Su Menjing wasn't such a waste, would I be becoming more and more passive? Chi-Chi was too lazy to pay attention to her and had completely given up. Seeing that she didn't respond to her, Su Menjing became more and more panicked. Speak up. Speak up. Why don't you speak? But even after she yelled her throat out, Chi-Chi didn't say anything. It was as if the voice in her mind that used to teach her how to do this, and that was just an illusion.
No.
No, she couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Was exposed, she would be completely finished, and there would be no chance of turning things around. Thinking of this, Su Menjing hurriedly tried to force herself to get out of bed. But she was seriously injured, and she didn't know how long the bamboo strips had been in the trap. Even after taking medicine and stopping the bleeding, my legs still hurt. Not only did it hurt, but it also felt like it was about to get inflamed. Su Menjing had just sat up, and before her feet even touched the ground, she almost fainted from the pain. At this moment, Ding Xia also came in from the door. Seeing Su Menjing sitting up, her expression was complicated. All along, everyone said that Su Menjing was not like herself or old Su, but Ding Xia never doubted that she was not her biological daughter. Just regret that I couldn't teach her well. But I had confirmed with old Su yesterday that he does have type O blood, which means that Su Menjing can basically be sure that she is not their daughter. Su Weilin couldn't accept this fact at first, so he went to the hospital to have another blood test and consulted a doctor. The answer obtained was the same as Ding Xia's own judgment. For a couple with type O blood to give birth to an AB-type child. Knowing that Su Menjing was not her child, Ding Xia no longer knew how to face her. Especially after she said so many hurtful words before she quarreled with him. When Su Menjing saw Ding Xia, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. He grabbed her hand and started crying.
Mom.
You finally came to see me. I thought you didn't want me anymore. In the past, whenever Su Menjing cried, Ding Suya would become extremely nervous. But no matter how deep the feelings are, they cannot withstand such torment. What she had said to her again and again, Ding Suya could no longer feel any warmth towards Su Menjing. Patting her hands, she sighed and said, "Take good care of yourself and don't get too excited." Seeing that she was indeed cold towards her, a hint of resentment flashed in Su Menjing's eyes. Was he right? Ding Suya was a hypocritical hypocrite. She was just pretending to be nice to me. But Su Menjing knew very well in her heart that she no longer had the qualifications to be willful. Holding Ding Suya's hand tightly, she said pitifully, "Mom, it's too scary here. I want to go home. Please take me back." At this moment, Su Menjing no longer cared about whether she was angry or unlucky. She just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible and not be discovered to have anything to do with those gangsters' affairs. To see that Su Menjing, who had refused to go back a few days ago, suddenly changed her mind. However, although she wanted to fly back immediately, she could not ignore Su Menjing's injury. The doctor said you won't be discharged from the hospital for a few more days, so just rest and don't worry too much. Although she was heartbroken, Su Menjing was raised by her after all, so even if she was angry, Ding Suya would take good care of her. Hearing that she refused to go back, Su Menjing almost went crazy. "Mom, let's go back. Didn't you say that Dad missed me at home?" This time it was Su Menjing's turn to persuade people earnestly. But when Ding Suya saw the inexplicable panic on her face, she found it very strange. In her eyes, and after a pause, she continued, "Your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Wait until the doctor says you can be discharged, and then we'll go back." Seeing that she refused to listen, Su Menjing finally couldn't hold it anymore.
Why do you always go against me? Why don't you listen to me?
I said I want to go back, did you hear me? Take me back quickly. Roaring loudly, the two hands tightly grasped Ding Suya's arms. Tear off a piece of her flesh. The severe pain made Ding Suya gasp. "Let me go." "I won't. Unless you take it back now." It was she who said she couldn't go back, and it was also she who said she wanted to go back. This willful and selfish behavior made Ding Suya frown fiercely. "Su Menjing, how old are you? Can you be more sensible?" Being sensible is being sensible. Isn't it because she feels that she is not her biological daughter that she dislikes her everywhere? Chi-Chi ignored her, and she was afraid that her crime of instigating hooligans would be exposed, and her background would soon be revealed. All these things came at her at once, and Su Menjing was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Ding Suya's words that made her sensible were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Su Menjing collapsed directly. The hand that was originally pinching her arm directly pinched her neck. She was so emotionally broken that she couldn't feel the pain in her legs at all. While pinching, she shook it hard. "Will you take me back? Will you take me back?" How could Ding Suya have thought that she would actually strangle her neck? She was caught off guard, and was strangled by her. Cough. Cough. Let go. Help. Feeling suffocated, she tried to pry Su Menjing's hands apart and opened her mouth wide, trying to breathe in some air. However, Su Menjing was now like a madman, with great strength, and Ding Suya couldn't pry her open at all, nor could she breathe in any air. "My lungs are about to explode." If he wanted to watch it, suddenly, a scream came from the door. "Su Menjing, what are you doing? Let Mom go." Seeing that Ding Suya's face had turned purple, Su Mingqi was both anxious and angry. He rushed forward and tried to pry Su Menjing's hands apart. But Su Menjing had gone completely crazy, and she couldn't pull it at all. In desperation, Su Mingqi kicked her injured leg. All I heard was a scream of "ah." Ding Suya was finally released. Ding Suya, who was almost suffocated, fell heavily to the ground. The air suddenly rushed into her chest, making her cough violently. Again after being kicked down, and she screamed in pain. But no one paid any attention to her. Ding Suya didn't expect that she would be so cruel, and almost strangled her to death. originally thought that even if he was not her biological child, at least she had raised him for 25 years. But now, she was completely disappointed. Su Mingqi became completely furious when he saw the deep red fingerprints on his mother's neck. Unable to hold back, she slapped Su Menjing's face several times. You are such an ungrateful, heartless person. Isn't mom good enough to you on weekdays? Why do you treat her like this?
Do you know that she has had a heart attack because of you?
She just took the medicine and came to take care of you, and this is how you treat her? Even if she is not her biological sister, not her mother's biological daughter. But all these years of affection are fake? How could she do such a cruel thing? When Su Mingqi thought about his mother almost being strangled to death, he wanted to beat her to death. Just then, the doctor and nurse came in after hearing the noise. Bed number 3. What's going on?
Zhang Qingfeng frowned and said to Su Menjing.
Not only were Su Menjing's feet bleeding, but her face was also swollen like a pig's head. When she saw Zhang Qingfeng, she felt like she had seen a savior and almost cried for joy. Doctor, please save me. My sister wants to beat me to death. She said this in a wicked way. Su Mingqi and Ding Xia both felt a chill in their hearts. Doctor, she just choked my mom's neck and almost strangled her to death. I was so angry that I beat her. Thinking of the scene just now, Su Mingqi was filled with fear. She pulled Ding Xia's collar and said to Zhang Qingfeng. Several medical staff saw that there were indeed fingerprints on Ding Xia's neck. They were immediately shocked. Removing the bandages was originally very gentle, but after learning that the man wanted to strangle her mother to death, she couldn't help but be a little more harsh. Su Menjing screamed in pain. But no one in the entire ward sympathized with her. Because she was strangled, Ding Xia was completely heartbroken. She didn't stay long and left quickly. Su Mingqi couldn't bear to kill Su Menjing alive, let alone stay here to take care of her. How to repay kindness when you repay evil with kindness. The mother and daughter left, and the doctors and nurses also left after examining and treating the wounds. He looked at his hands in disbelief. What happened? Didn't she ask Ding Xia to do it? Why did she suddenly pinch her? Now that the only way out is blocked, what should she do? Su Menjing knew that she had a bad temper, but she didn't think she was that stupid. Why can't I hold my breath? Suddenly, thinking of the luck that Chi-Chi was muttering, a strange idea came to my mind. Realizing something, Su Menjing screamed again. Is it you who did this? Did you suck away my luck? It must be like this. Otherwise, why would she be so unlucky? After hearing this, Chi-Chi finally stopped pretending to be dead. TSK, you are already 25 years old. Why are you still so naive? There is no free lunch in the world. Don't you understand this truth? How can I keep running without luck? Even a car needs oil to run, right? If she wasn't so stupid and could have gotten a man with relatively better luck early on, would she need to absorb her luck? She is her own host. What good will it do her if she has less luck? Heard that it was indeed her who did it. She almost went crazy.
Witch.
How dare you do this to me? Give my luck back to me. Although this thing cannot be seen or touched, Su Menjing has already felt the power of losing it. No wonder my brain is becoming less and less intelligent, and I often act like I'm committing suicide without even thinking. The one who secretly sucked away his luck behind his back. No more, I've used it up. Last time, I wasted a lot of energy trying to prevent Fong Liang from betraying you. They are now in a vicious cycle. Chi-Chi needs luck, and she has to draw it from Su Menjing. If Su Menjing has less luck, she will become more and more unlucky, and the luck that Chi-Chi can absorb will become less and less. If she absorbs too little, she cannot maintain her function, so she has to increase her absorption. Although Su Menjing's brain was becoming less and less sharp, she quickly thought of the key. No, she couldn't wait to die. Thinking of what Chi-Chi said, as long as she had a close relationship with Qin Yan, even if she just kissed him, she could get some luck. Su Menjing gritted her teeth and said to Chi-Chi, I know you must have more energy. Help me block the pain in my legs right now, and give me some information. I'm going to find Qin Yan. As long as she can get some luck, Chi-Chi will be able to recover, and they can form a virtuous circle again. With her help, he wouldn't have to worry about those people betraying her. However, the energy Chi-Chi absorbed was barely enough for herself to transfer to a new host. If she used it on Su Menjing, she would never be able to leave. Therefore, after hearing Su Menjing's request, Chi-Chi started pretending to be dead again. No matter how she threatened or tempted her, she remained completely unmoved. At this moment, Su Menjing was extremely desperate. Why did it turn out like this? It's obvious that when I didn't have this thing, I was already living a pretty good life. Others were starving, I could eat meat every now and then, and even make new clothes to wear. But now, she has completely ruined her own path. At this moment, Su Menjing hated this thing that came from nowhere. Okay, you won't help me, right? Then I'll kill myself right now. Don't think I don't know that if I die, you won't be in any good of it. Since she had no chance of survival, she might as well die with her, which would be a form of revenge for herself. As soon as these words were spoken, Chi-Chi, who had been pretending to be dead, screamed. You dare? Seeing that she was indeed scared, Su Menjing smiled coldly. See if I dare. Chi-Chi and she are almost one now, so she can naturally feel her strong thoughts of self-destruction. In the end, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree.
Well,
This is the last bit of my energy. You can't fail again this time. If you fail, we'll all be finished. Su Menjing knew this truth. Don't worry, I don't want to die either. If we work together well this time, we will definitely be able to take down Qin Yan. Even if it means using force. Discuss the matter in whispers again. On the other hand, Ding Suya was in a very low mood after turning. Although Su Menjing is not his own child, he has raised her for such a long time after all. How could she not feel uncomfortable when she was almost strangled to death? Su Menjing felt sorry for her mother and kept comforting her. After she had finally calmed down a little, Nanjing hurriedly walked in from outside. Mom, Menjing, my father-in-law just called and said that the woman who is in the same ward with you has been found in the production brigade of Tianjin Commune in He County. Production brigade? Her own daughter has been suffering in the countryside? When she thought of this, Ding Suya felt a sudden pain in her heart.
Mom.
Seeing her covering her chest with her hands and her face turning pale, Su Mingqi was shocked. Nanjing was also startled. What's going on? Mom was mad at Su Menjing. She kept complaining about heartaches the past 2 days. Hearing this, Nanjing also became nervous and half knelt down and said to Su Mingqi, Quick, help Mom up, I'll carry her to the clinic. But Su Mingqi disagreed. No, don't go to the clinic, go find Wan Shu. She was afraid that her mother would feel even worse if she saw Su Menjing at the clinic. Hearing this, Nanjing didn't say anything and just walked out with the person on his back. The three of them came all the way to Lin Wan Shu's clinic. The door of the clinic was open, but the curtains were drawn tightly to prevent any air from getting in. Knowing that there was a soldier's wife receiving medical treatment inside, Nanjing dropped his mother-in-law off and went out. Su Mingqi was anxious, so he helped Ding Suya behind the curtain. Wan Shu, please go and check on my mom. She's in pain again. Before he could finish his words, Su Mingqi was stunned on the spot. His eyes were fixed on Fong Qiuyan, who was lying on the hospital bed, wearing only her underwear. He was staring at her right shoulder. There was a birthmark on it that was exactly the same as her mother's. Isn't this her mother's inheritance? Why is it on her shoulders? Ding Suya couldn't stop shaking all over. Such a coincidence in the world. Same province, same city, born on the same day, same month, same year, looks similar to her mother, same birthmark as her. At some point, Ding Suya's vision became blurred. Lin Wan Shu was applying medicine to Fong Qiuyan. When she saw Ding Suya crying, she thought she was in great pain, so she asked her to lie on another bed nearby. But Ding Suya couldn't hear what she said at all. She stared at Fong Qiuyan, who was lying on the bed with bruises all over her body, and she felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Walking towards her step by step, she asked in a trembling voice, Qiuyan, can I ask you a question? Fong Qiuyan didn't care that she hadn't put on her clothes yet, so she sat up and said, "Okay, Andy, if you have any questions, just ask." Although I don't know why she is crying like this, I might as well help her, so I'll try my best to help. Is your home in Qianjing Commune, He County? Ding Xia asked this question. She stared at her without missing a beat, and she even held her breath without knowing when. Fong Qiuyan was a little surprised why she asked this, and was so excited, but she still nodded. Yes, my home is in Qianjing Commune, He County. Hearing this, Ding Xia couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed her hand and tears fell down.
Child.
My child. Hearing this, Fong Qiuyan was a little confused and looked at Lin Wan Shu for help. Seeing that Ding Xia was too excited, Lin Wan Shu was afraid that she might feel uncomfortable again, so she quickly helped her sit on a stool beside her. Andy, if you have something to say, please speak slowly and don't get excited. Longer. She looked at Fong Qiuyan on the bed with red eyes and said quickly, Su Menjing is not your child, Qiuyan is. Hearing this, Lin Wan Shu was stunned on the spot. Is Fong Qiuyan Ding Xia's child? What kind of bloody plot is this? She glanced at Fong Qiuyan, who was also stunned, and then at Ding Xia, who was crying. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Wan Shu actually felt that the two people's eyebrows and eyes were indeed somewhat similar. I know you think this is absurd, but there are such coincidences in the world. My mother gave birth to a baby on the same day as a woman, and both of them gave birth to girls. The woman was from Qianjing Commune in He County. Although he didn't know how the mistake was made, Su Mingqi was almost certain that the person in front of him was his own sister. Su Menjing's blood type is wrong, and the doctor also said that she is most likely not your parents' child. Dad has gone to the Qianjing Brigade to find the woman who gave birth on the same day.
He should call me soon.
If you don't believe me, I can show you the birthmark on Mom's shoulder. Mom said that your grandmother had it too. No one knows what this birthmark is, but there is one girl with it in almost every generation. But this birthmark is very magical and it only appears after adulthood. Originally, she thought that neither she nor Su Menjing had it, and the birthmark should have been lost. I didn't expect it to happen to my own sister. As she spoke, Su Menjing unbuttoned Ding Xia's collar. Sure enough, Ding Xia had a birthmark on her shoulder that was exactly the same as Fong Qiuyan's. Lin Wan Shu looked at the birthmarks on their shoulders and was immediately shocked. Ding Xia's tears continued to fall. Seeing the injuries and crisscrossing old scars on Fong Qiuyan's body, she was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Without waiting for Lao Su's call, she could be sure that Fong Qiuyan must be her child just based on this birthmark. Otherwise, why did her heart beat so violently from the first moment she saw her? I'm obviously not a warm-hearted person, but every time I see her, I can't help but want to get close to her.
Qiuyan.
Ding Xia wanted to touch her face, but she didn't dare, so she could only hold Fong Qiuyan's hand tightly. What are these injuries on your body? And where did these old scars come from? Without bothering to say anything else, Ding Xia asked in a trembling voice. Ever since Fong Qiuyan heard from Su Menjing that she was Ding Xia's child, she was a little confused and couldn't react for a long time. At this moment, his eyes were still fixed on her birthmark. Her head was buzzing and she couldn't hear what she said at all. Seeing this, Lin Wan Shu spoke up for Fong Qiuyan. These new injuries were caused by her accidentally falling into a ditch while riding her bicycle yesterday. I asked Qiuyan about these old scars yesterday, and she was beaten when she was a child. Lin Wan Shu would not tell anyone about what happened yesterday, even if that person was suspected to be Fong Qiuyan's real mother. Concerns Fong Qiuyan's reputation, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. After hearing this, he reached out and hugged Fong Qiuyan in his arms, and she burst into tears. My child, you have suffered. Fong Qiuyan didn't come to her senses until Ding Xia hugged her. Listening to her hoarse crying, she couldn't help feeling sad in her heart. No wonder she felt Su Menjing looked so familiar when she saw her for the first time. It turned out that Su Menjing looked very much like Fong's father, but Fong's father was very tanned and wore a straw hat all year round, so she couldn't remember him for a while.